Jiang Han, a young prodigy with exceptional martial arts talent, found himself thrust onto a path of vengeance filled with trials and tribulations after an unexpected tragedy. On a sunny afternoon, outside an old courtyard in Jiangjia town, a young man dressed in black, Jiang Han, knelt and pleaded desperately, "Third elder, please show mercy. Spare my sister." The middle-aged man before him, whose face bore a menacing scar, gazed coldly at Jiang Han. This third elder was the current de facto ruler of the Jiang family. Jiang Han, the third elder barked, "Jiang Li's marriage is already settled. In half a month, Lord Han will personally come to take her as his bride. If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless." In that moment of despair, a cry suddenly echoed, "Brother, help me." A young girl dashed out from the house, only to be immediately dragged back by a woman. The sharp sound of a slap and subsequent sobbing filled the air. "Jiang Li." Jiang Han sprang to his feet, but was forced back by the imposing aura of the third elder. The third elder sneered, "Remember, Jiang Li belongs to Lord Han in life and in death. Even if she dies, her body will be sent to Yunmeng City." With that, he called for his nephew, Jiang Long. "From today on, you and your men will guard this place day and night. If Jiang Han dares to act recklessly, deal with him according to clan rules." Watching the third elder leave, Jiang Han felt a deep sense of hopelessness. He knew this was the third elder's revenge against his father. But with only a 5th-level cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, how could he possibly stand against Jiang Long? Back home, Jiang Han racked his brain for a solution. Suddenly, he accidentally crushed a jade pendant shaped like a cauldron, left by his mother. A blinding light flashed, and the pendant mysteriously vanished. Jiang Han was stunned, uncertain if this unexpected occurrence might be the key to changing his fate. Moments later, Jiang Han's body trembled violently, and a look of utter shock appeared on his face. In his mind, an image of a bronze cauldron suddenly emerged, identical in shape to the vanished jade pendant, 3 legs and 2 ears. The cauldron exuded an ancient, overwhelming aura, as if it had withstood the test of countless ages. Focusing intently, Jiang Han saw over 20 vividly carved mythical beasts on the cauldron's side. These beasts looked so lifelike, baring their teeth and glaring fiercely, as if they might leap out and devour someone at any moment. On the outer wall of the cauldron, 3 large characters in a majestic script caught his eye: Tian Shou Ding, Heavenly Beast Cauldron. The elegant, flowing calligraphy, as vigorous as a dragon, left a deep impression. Along with the appearance of the bronze cauldron, a mysterious piece of information surfaced in Jiang Han's mind. Slay the beasts on the Tian Shou Ding and refine 10 drops of their essence blood to awaken their bloodline abilities. This is a rare treasure, Jiang Han thought, his breath quickening. Mythical beasts were not unfamiliar to him. The Tianhu Mountains north of Jiang Family Town were teeming with wild and mythical beasts. Being classified as mythical beasts meant they possessed bloodline abilities. Some could poison, some could discharge electricity, some could breathe fire, and some could spray water. The most powerful mythical beasts could even kill a formidable expert like the Third Elder with a single breath. Not just mythical beasts, but nearly all warriors on the 9 provinces continent could awaken bloodline abilities. This was the primary means of combat for warriors. Many warriors could awaken multiple bloodline abilities as they advanced in their cultivation. It was said that the patriarch of the Jiang clan possessed the Blazing Inferno ability, while the Great Elder had the Thorn Growth ability. However, Jiang Han had never heard of anyone in the Purple Mansion realm awakening any abilities. Typically, one needed to reach at least the profound Nether realm to awaken bloodline abilities. Now, with the Tian Shou Ding, he could directly awaken the abilities of mythical beasts. Even more astonishing, there were 27 beasts on the cauldron, meaning he had the potential to gain 27 bloodline abilities. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Jiang Han wondered. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Han recognized only 3 of the 27 beasts: the silver-horned rhino, the phantom mouse, and the earth dragon beast. These 3 types of beasts were common in the nearby Tianhu Mountains and were all first-rank mythical beasts. He had no chance of recognizing stronger beasts, as encountering them meant certain death. First thing tomorrow, I'll head to the mountains and see if it's true. Jiang Han suppressed the urge to leave immediately. Night was approaching, and venturing into the mountains after dark would be dangerous given his current strength. That night, Jiang Han tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He was worried about Jiang Li, preoccupied with the Tian Shou Ding, and contemplating his next steps. Before dawn, Jiang Han got up. He quickly fried some cold rice to fill his stomach, gathered all his savings, and left. After buying 11 tianxiang fruits and a type of herb from a shop in town, he headed straight for the Tianhu Mountains north of Jiang Family Town. Shortly after, a short and stocky boy arrived outside the courtyard where Jiang Li was held. This was Jiang Long's younger brother, Jiang Hu. He whispered to Jiang Long, "Big brother, I just saw Jiang Han leave town and head to the Tianhu Mountains. He also bought 11 Tianxiang fruits from Uncle Zheng's shop, Jianglong and Jiang, who looked completely different. Jianglong was tall and thin, while Jiang Hu was short and stocky. Many people in town gossiped that their mother had been quite flirtatious in her youth, like a blooming red apricot. Hearing Jiang Hu's words, Jianglong frowned and said, "What is Jiang Han doing in the Tianhu Mountains? Tianxiang fruits? Does he plan to lure the silver-horned rhino?" Tianxiang fruits were expensive, costing 1 stone each. Since Jiang Han's parents disappeared, his family's financial situation had been poor. 11 stones were likely all his savings. Although Tianxiang fruits were delicious, they didn't significantly aid in cultivation. Their main use was to lure the silver-horned rhino. The silver-horned rhino, a first-rank mythical beast, possessed the bloodline ability Frenzied Strength, which could increase its power fivefold, capable of smashing a tree 3 men could barely encircle. However, the silver-horned rhino had a fatal weakness. It loved Tianxiang fruits. By applying a sedative to the fruits, one could easily lure and kill it. But the materials from the silver-horned rhino weren't very valuable, roughly equivalent to the cost of the Tianxiang fruits. Therefore, local warriors rarely hunted it, as it was not worth the effort and risk. Jiang Han leaving town early in the morning and spending all his savings on 11 Tianxiang fruits was highly suspicious to Jiang Long. All right, Jiang Long pondered for a moment before instructing Jiang Hu, "Take Jiang Bao and follow him. If Jiang Han does anything unusual, capture him and bring him back. Don't let anything disrupt Third Uncle's plan. If we can win over Lord Han, there's a chance I might be recruited into Yiming Pavilion. Then, we'll all enjoy endless wealth and glory." Jiang Long's voice was filled with anticipation and ambition. Jiang Hu rubbed his scarred face, a sinister gleam in his eyes, and whispered, "The Tianhu Mountains are so far away. Why don't we just kill him? Have you forgotten how his father suppressed our clan back in the day? If it weren't for his father, Grandpa wouldn't have risked going into the mountains and getting killed by a beast. If we kill him in the wild and feed him to the beasts, who can prove it was us? Besides, the Great Elder is on his deathbed. No one else will bother with this matter." Jiang Long's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment. He didn't object but cautioned, "Just be careful. Don't end up being the ones caught." "Him?" Jiang Hu sneered. "Both Jiang Bao and I are at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. That trash is only at the 5th level. Either of us could crush him easily. Don't worry, brother. By this time next year, he'll be a mere memory." With that, Jiang Hu hurried off with his sword. Jiang Long didn't give it much thought. This world is teeming with beasts, and many people in Jiangjia town are killed by them every year. The only person in the family who cared about Jiang Han, the Great Elder, was about to die. No one would investigate this matter. At this moment, Jiang Han had already ventured deep into the Tianhu Mountains. As Jiang Long had predicted, his mission was indeed to lure and kill a silver-horned rhinoceros. He had spent all his family's savings for this last-ditch effort. He firmly believed that the heavenly beast cauldron was a treasure that could grant him the bloodline abilities of beasts. If he could obtain these abilities, his combat power would soar. He needed to elevate his strength to match that of a 9th-level Purple Mansion Realm warrior within half a month to have a chance to escape Jiangjia town with his sister Jiangli. The town was no longer safe for them. If they didn't leave, they would surely fall into the hands of the Third Elder. The Tianhu Mountains were vast, boasting 500 peaks and 300 valleys. Legends spoke of a celestial fox residing in its depths, capable of transforming into a human with immense magical powers. Jiang Han dared only to operate around the outermost 7 or 8 peaks. With his 5th-level Purple Mansion realm strength, he could only flee from powerful first-tier beasts, which required 8th or 9th-level warriors to defeat. Jiang Han cautiously arrived at Blackhead Peak, remembering that silver-horned rhinoceroses had been spotted there. He took out a wooden box from his pocket, carefully applied some green liquid to a heavenly fragrance fruit, and placed it in a chosen spot before quickly climbing a nearby tree. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a massive rhinoceros charged forward. This rhinoceros had 3 silver horns on its head, and its colossal size resembled an elephant. The silver-horned rhinoceros made a beeline for the heavenly fragrance fruit, swallowing it in one gulp before continuing to root around nearby, seemingly searching for more. Half an incense stick later, the drug on the heavenly fragrance fruit took effect, and the silver-horned rhinoceros collapsed with a thud. Jiang Han's eyes lit up as he surveyed the area to ensure no other beasts were nearby. He then leaped down from the tree, wielding his knife to hack at the rhinoceros' neck until it was dead. He quickly extracted the beast's core and cut it open, revealing a drop of dark golden blood, its essence. Jiang Han channeled his inner energy to envelop and rapidly refine the essence. To his delight, the silver-horned rhinoceros engraving on the heavenly beast cauldron seemed to come to life, its colors deepening. Good, good, good. Jiang Han was ecstatic, clenching his fists tightly. Blackhead Peak housed many silver-horned rhinoceroses. With some luck, he could kill 10 within half a day and obtain the bloodline ability of Berserk Strength. Time was of the essence, so Jiang Han hurriedly left the scene, knowing the scent of blood would attract other beasts, and he couldn't afford any distractions. Half a day later, Jiang Han killed the 10th silver-horned rhinoceros and extracted its core, feeling a surge of excitement. After refining the 9 previous drops of essence, the engraving on the heavenly beast cauldron had shown noticeable changes, becoming increasingly vivid. Now, he could finally refine the last drop. Refine. Jiang Han didn't hesitate and began the refining process. Within a few breaths, the heavenly beast cauldron in his mind emitted a dazzling golden light. Astonishingly, the silver-horned rhinoceros engraving flew off the cauldron's surface, solidified, and then turned into a wisp of blue smoke that merged into Jiang Han's mind. Simultaneously, strange energies surged from the cauldron, sweeping through his entire body. Jiang Han stood still with his eyes closed, sensing the subtle changes in his flesh, bones, and meridians. Just then, faint footsteps broke the forest's silence, and 2 figures emerged from the underbrush. Leading the way was a short, stocky man with a scarred facade, was none other than Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu glanced at the corpse of the silver-horned rhino on the ground, his face showing a hint of surprise. He realized that Jiang Han had indeed been luring and killing the silver-horned rhino, and seemed to have extracted its essential blood for refining. Although he didn't understand Jiang Han's intentions, this mysterious behavior had already sparked a murderous intent in Jiang Hu. Slowly drawing his longsword, Jiang Hu's face twitched with tension as he stepped closer to Jiang Han. In a cold voice, he shouted, "Jiang Han, you're actually practicing demonic arts here. Come back with me to Jiang Family Town for an investigation by the Elders' Hall. Or don't blame me for disregarding our family ties." In fact, Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had entered the Tianhu Mountains some time ago. They had searched 4 peaks and lingered at Blackhead Peak for a while before finding Jiang Han. Along the way, they encountered several demonic beasts, which left them in a sorry state, and Jiang Hu even sustained a minor injury. Seeing Jiang Han refining the essential blood of the silver-horned rhino, Jiang Hu felt an inexplicable unease. He recalled that Jiang Han's father had been an extraordinary genius of the Jiang family, possibly leaving behind some strange and powerful skills. Han Shiqi was set to marry Jiang Li in half a month, an event crucial to the Third Elders faction. Jiang Hu couldn't allow any mishaps. He approached with his sword ready, while Jiang Han stood motionless with his eyes closed, his muscles subtly twitching, his face becoming increasingly flushed, and an inexplicable aura circulating around him. Die! Jiang Hu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he suddenly increased his speed, his longsword transforming into a streak of light aimed at Jiang Han's chest. At that moment, Jiang Han's eyes snapped open, shining with a silver light. He swung his long blade with the force of wind and thunder towards Jiang Hu's head. Seeing this, Jiang Hu bent his knees and changed his sword thrust into a parry, confident that, as a Purple Mansion 6th level cultivator, he could easily deflect Jiang Han's attack and seize the opportunity to kill him. However, the instant their weapons clashed, a violent force surged through, shattering Jiang Hu's grip. He was sent flying 2 yards away, his head slamming into a protruding stalagmite, causing blood to gush out. Brother Hu. Jiang Bao, who had been watching, was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the writhing Jiang Hu on the ground, then at the fierce Jiang Han. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. Jiang Han was also taken aback, staring at his battle blade in disbelief. He quickly calculated and joyfully realized that his strength had increased at least 5-fold, surpassing even the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. He understood that this was the result of refining the essential blood of the silver-horned rhino, granting him the innate ability of berserk strength. The sound of hurried footsteps snapped Jiang Han out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Jiang Bao charging at him with a sword, his sharp-featured face filled with malice as he roared, "Jiang Han, you bastard! How dare you hurt Brother Hu? I'll kill you!" Jiang Han's killing intent surged. The Third Elders faction had gone too far, forcing his sister to become Han Shiqi's concubine and now trying to take his life. Die! Jiang Han struck with fury, his long blade sweeping out like a white streak. Jiang Bao intended to use a profound technique, but Jiang Han's assault was too swift, leaving him no choice but to respond hastily. With a loud crash, Jiang Bao's sword was knocked away, and his chest and abdomen were slashed open, revealing broken ribs and internal organs. He fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Jiang Bao? Jiang Bao! Jiang Hu struggled to his feet, shaking Jiang Bao's lifeless body. He turned his head and roared in fury, "Jiang Han, you dog! How dare you kill Jiang Bao? You're insane. You're dead. No one can save you now. Is that so?" Jiang Han stepped forward slowly, his expression cold. "Insane? You want to kill me, but I should just stand still and let you? Insane? You killing me is justice, but me killing you is a heinous crime? No one can save me? Who would come to save me anyway?" Before he finished speaking, Jiang Han swiftly moved beside Jiang Hu, his long blade sweeping out to decapitate him. Jiang Hu, terrified, instinctively rolled on the ground, but his injuries slowed his reactions. The blade's edge flashed, and a head flew off, the headless body spewing blood, staining the ground red. Blood droplets from the blade tip fell onto the dry leaves with a chilling sound. Jiang Han, his face pale, gazed silently in the direction of Jiang family town, his eyes devoid of emotion. He muttered, "Jiang Xiaotian, you forced me to this. You wanted to take the most important thing in my life, so you must pay with blood." He pressed his lips together and whispered, "Jiangli, wait for me. Once I've awakened 3 bloodline abilities, I'll return to Jiang family town and take you away. Anyone who dares stop me, I'll kill them." As the evening grew darker and the night became slightly cool, the lights in Jiangjia town started to illuminate. Jiang Long sat cross-legged under a large tree outside the small courtyard, feeling restless. His eyes frequently glanced at the courtyard gate, hoping to see Jiang Hu, Jiang Bao, and Jiang Han, but as night fully descended, there was still no sign of them. The third elder had instructed him to guard the courtyard, so Jiang Long dared not leave his post and could only endure the long wait and anxiety. Half an hour later, a tall and muscular young man approached quickly. It was Jiang Long's cousin, Jiang Xiong. "Jiang Xiong, have they returned?" Jiang Long asked anxiously. Jiang Xiong shook his head. "No. I just checked again, even went to Jiang Han's house, but there's no sign of them." Jiang Long frowned. Could something have happened? "Don't worry too much," Jiang Xiong reassured him. "Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao are both at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, and Jiang Han is at the 5th level. I bet they probably went to the gambling house in Dujia Town. They should be back by morning." Jiang Long thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense. You should go back. If they're still not back by morning, take Jiang Xia and the others to look for them." Jiang Xiong nodded and left. Jiang Long made another round of the courtyard before going to rest, but he slept fitfully through the night. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had hardly slept at all. He didn't return to Jiangjia town but spent the uneasy night in a dilapidated temple at the foot of a mountain. Exhausted, the thrill of his first kill and the excitement of awakening his bloodline abilities kept him awake. He endlessly pondered over Jiangjia town's reaction, the safety of his sister Jiangli, and how to hunt the phantom rat, until he finally dozed off in the early hours. At dawn, Jiang Han woke up. After a night of thinking, he still had no good plan for hunting the phantom rat. Although this first-level demon beast wasn't strong in combat, it was extremely fast and highly alert, making it nearly impossible to catch. Jiang Han decided to buy a black iron animal cage and see if he could use bait to capture it. He didn't dare return to Jiangjia town and instead headed west to Dujia town. There, he purchased the cage and some dry food, then went to Turtle Ridge nearby to search for signs of the phantom rat. This decision inadvertently allowed him to avoid the search party led by Jiang Xiong, escaping a potential disaster. After finding no trace of the rat in Turtle Ridge, Jiang Han moved on to 2 other mountain peaks. On the 3rd mountain, he finally spotted the phantom rat, but each time he saw it, the little creature would vanish in an instant. After a half-day of exhausting effort, Jiang Han, tired and hungry, climbed a large tree to rest and soon fell asleep. Suddenly, a faint noise woke him. Opening his eyes, he saw a phantom rat nibbling on plant roots in the nearby bushes. Jiang Han didn't rush to attack the phantom rat but patiently observed it instead. His eyes followed the ghostly white creature closely and noticed that it was only interested in the roots of a certain brown plant, ignoring all other plants and wild fruits around it. This discovery made Jiang Han's heart leap with joy, and a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. He swiftly jumped down from the tree, landing lightly. The phantom rat sensed the danger and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a faint white blur. Jiang Han quickly walked over to the brown plant, squatted down, and examined it closely. With a swift motion, he uprooted the plant and cleanly cut off its root. For the next incense stick's worth of time, Jiang Han searched the area rapidly, his sharp eyes missing nothing. Soon, he had gathered several roots of the brown plants. Jiang Han carefully placed these roots into the Xian iron beast cage and gently set the cage into a nearby bush. After finishing these preparations, he quickly climbed a large tree and concealed himself among the dense foliage, holding his breath as he waited. Time ticked by slowly, and half an hour passed. Just as Jiang Han's patience was wearing thin, a white shadow suddenly flashed by and darted straight into the Xian iron beast cage. As soon as the phantom rat entered, the cage's mechanism was triggered, and the iron door slammed shut. The cage instantly erupted into chaos, with the phantom rat darting around frantically, its afterimages making it seem like there were dozens of them inside. "Got it!" Jiang Han exclaimed as he leaped down from the tree and hurried to the cage. He stared intently at the phantom rat inside, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Die!" he muttered, thrusting his long knife through the gaps in the cage and slashing at the phantom rat. Once he was sure the creature was dead, he carefully opened the cage and extracted the phantom rat's essence blood. Jiang Han immediately began to refine the essence blood while envisioning the heavenly beast cauldron in his mind. When he saw the image of the phantom rat on the cauldron becoming brighter and clearer, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. As he cleaned up the battlefield, Jiang Han moved with efficiency. He carried the cage to a nearby stream and meticulously washed off the bloodstains. After cleaning the cage, he set up the trap again, waiting for the next phantom rat to fall into it. Over 2 hours later, as dusk approached, Jiang Han packed up the Xian iron beast cage and headed down the mountain, feeling content. That afternoon, he had successfully trapped and killed 4 phantom rats and had mastered the hunting technique. Jiang Han calculated that if he could hunt 6 more the next day, he would be able to awaken another bloodline power. With this hopeful thought, Jiang Han walked lightly away from the hunting ground. Early morning, Jiangjia town. A middle-aged woman carrying 2 steamed buns entered the courtyard where Jiangli was being held. She pushed open the creaking wooden door and scanned the dimly lit room, her gaze finally settling on the curled-up figure in the corner. Jiangli looked like a frightened little animal, hugging her knees tightly, her head buried, and her frail body trembling slightly. Her disheveled long hair obscured her face, revealing only a pale neck. The woman's eyes flashed with disgust as she strode over to Jiangli, towering over her. Jiangli, you didn't eat anything all day yesterday. Are you trying to starve yourself to death? Jiangli flinched slightly but didn't lift her head or respond. Instead, she curled up even tighter. Are you deaf? The woman roared, yanking Jiangli up by her hair. The young girl's delicate face was forced upward, and her clear, black and white eyes glared hatefully at the woman. 2 crisp slaps echoed in the room as the woman's hands landed heavily on Jiangli's cheeks, leaving bright red marks on her fair skin. How dare you glare at me? The woman snarled through gritted teeth. Do you believe I won't beat you to death right now? If you know what's good for you, eat those buns. Jiangli's face burned with pain, but she stubbornly refused to rub her cheeks or touch the buns. She just glared defiantly at the woman. The woman trembled with rage and raised her hand to strike again, but suddenly remembered something and stopped herself. She paced back and forth in agitation before kicking over the bowl holding the buns, sending them rolling into the dirt. After a moment, a malicious glint appeared in her eyes. She sneered. You won't eat? Huh? Fine. I'll report this to the 3rd elder and have your brother beaten to death. You worthless siblings deserve nothing less. As she turned to leave, Jiang Li's small body trembled violently, and her face showed a look of terror. She quickly crawled over, picked up the dusty buns, and stuffed them into her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Don't hurt my brother. I'll do as you say. Jiang Li pleaded through her tears. I'll marry. Isn't that enough? You should have been obedient from the start. The woman snorted coldly. Insolent brat, ugh. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was unaware of his sister's plight. He had spent another night in the dilapidated temple and had gone up the mountain at dawn. Like the day before, Jiang Han gathered the roots of some brown plants and set traps in areas frequented by phantom rats. These plants lacked the alluring scent of tianxiang fruits, making them harder to use as bait. Jiang Han had to be patient. Fortunately, the mountain had plenty of phantom rats, and by the end of the morning, he had caught 3 more. The pattern of phantom rats on his heavenly beast cauldron grew darker, filling Jiang Han with anticipation. By the time the sun began to set, Jiang Han had finally gathered 10 phantom rats. Eagerly, he began to refine the last drop of essence blood, his entire being buzzing with excitement. Closing his eyes, Jiang Han visualized the heavenly beast cauldron. Amidst a burst of golden light, lifelike images of phantom rats flew out from the cauldron walls, transforming into smoke that merged with his soul. At the same time, a strange energy surged through his body. Moments later, Jiang Han opened his eyes, brimming with vitality. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Shadow shift." With a buzz, Jiang Han's body trembled slightly and instantly appeared a yard away. To his astonishment, Jiang Han remained where he had been standing, a residual image that lingered for a moment before slowly dissipating. Jiang Han stared in amazement at the scene, his heart filled with awe. He had thought this ability was merely a form of teleportation, but hadn't expected it to leave behind such a realistic afterimage. The tactical value of this in combat was immeasurable. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Han picked up the iron beast cage containing the phantom rats and hurried down the mountain, his mind racing with thoughts of the newfound power. Compared to this, his martial skills seemed insignificant. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Such a miraculous ability would undoubtedly be a game-changer in battle. Although the teleportation distance was limited, it could still turn the tide against opponents of similar strength. He couldn't help but imagine. If there were even more powerful abilities, could they destroy the world with ease? No wonder legends spoke of mighty beasts capable of effortlessly killing elders with a single breath. In this world teeming with martial artists, true strength required not only profound cultivation but also mastery of formidable supernatural abilities. Having high aspirations without the necessary skills is like building castles in the air, impressive but useless. Jiang Han sighed inwardly and decided to descend the mountain. As the sun set, Jiang Han hesitated for a moment at the foot of the mountain before choosing to spend the night in a dilapidated temple. Despite its ruinous state and lack of visitors, the temple offered shelter from the elements, giving him a sense of security. On his way, Jiang Han nibbled on some dry rations to stave off his hunger. By the time he reached the temple, night had fallen. The air was stifling and humid, signaling an impending downpour. Jiang Han felt a sense of relief. Had he camped outdoors, he would have surely been drenched. Just as he was about to step through the temple door, Jiang Han abruptly halted. He sensed something amiss, and his eyes turned cold. He dropped the iron beast cage he was carrying, swiftly drew his battle knife, and shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." A cold snort echoed, followed by two figures slowly emerging from the temple. Simultaneously, two more figures appeared behind Jiang Han, surrounding him and cutting off any escape routes. Jiang Han cautiously scanned his surroundings and recognized the four individuals: Jiang Xiong, Jiang Xie, Jiang Shi, Jiang Ho. He calculated that these four were cousins of Jiang Long and Jiang Hu, members of the third elder Jiang Shaotian's lineage. Jiang Shaotian had 6 brothers, and their second generation boasted 17 male descendants, making their family influence considerable. Among the four, Jiang Xiong was the strongest, having reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion stage. The others were at the 6th and 5th levels. Jiang Xiong, a burly man with a full beard, spoke coldly. "Jiang Han, we found you. Tell us honestly, where are Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao?" It turned out that Jiang Xiong and the others had been searching the mountain for 2 days, even visiting the gambling den in Du Family Town, but found no trace of Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao. They were planning to give up and report back to the third elder, intending to gather more people for a thorough search the next day. However, on their way down, Jiang Shi remembered the dilapidated temple, and they decided to try their luck there. Discovering remnants of dry rations, they decided to lay in wait and, to their surprise, caught Jiang Han. After days of fruitless searching, finally capturing Jiang Han made the four somewhat excited. Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao had originally set out to hunt Jiang Han, and their mysterious disappearance naturally implicated him. Jiang Han felt a bit relieved that they hadn't found Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao's bodies. Gripping his battle knife tightly, he replied expressionlessly, "How should I know where they went? I haven't seen them." "Bullshit," Jiang Xiong roared angrily. "They were tracking you, and now they've vanished. You haven't dared to return to town at night for the past 2 days, clearly because you have a guilty conscience. Not talking, huh? Don't blame us for being rude. Jiang Han, this is your last chance." Jiang Shi, true to his name, exuded a sinister and venomous aura. Brandishing a long sword, he slowly approached Jiang Han, sneering, "If you don't speak, we'll have to sever your tendons and take you back to the Elder's Hall for my third uncle to interrogate." Jiang Xiong and his companion's appearance was something Jiang Han had anticipated. He knew that the murders of Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao would eventually be exposed. He had expected Jiang Long to personally lead the search, but only Jiang Xiong and 3 others had come. This gave him a slight sense of relief because the later they discovered the truth, the more time he had to strengthen his abilities. Jiang Han's eyes were sharp as he scanned the 4 men, finally locking onto the strongest among them, Jiang Xiong. At that moment, a cruel smile flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes as he advanced with his blade. Jiang Xiong and Jiang Shi exchanged glances and then shouted, "Attack together." Before the words even finished, the 4 men launched their assault simultaneously. Jiang Xiong and Jiang Shi brandished their long swords, thrusting at Jiang Han from 2 directions. Jiang Xie's heavy saber slashed down towards Jiang Han's back, while Jiang Ho blocked all possible escape routes below. Their coordination was flawless, and they reached him almost simultaneously. However, Jiang Han didn't move an inch, not even raising the battle knife in his hand. Just as their weapons were about to strike, a mocking smile appeared on Jiang Han's face. Bang! The weapons passed through Jiang Han's body without any resistance, as if hitting a phantom. Jiang Shi was the first to react, shouting, "Something's wrong." Jiang Han's figure dissipated like a mirage. At that moment, Jiang Shi caught a glimpse of a flash of blade light behind Jiang Xiong and yelled, "Brother Xiong, watch out." Jiang Xiong reacted swiftly, lunging forward and twisting his body as he swung his sword upward. However, Jiang Han's battle knife, imbued with tremendous force, came crashing down. With a clang, Jiang Xiong's sword was sent flying, and the battle knife continued its trajectory, slashing heavily into his chest. A blood-curdling scream echoed as a massive wound opened on Jiang Xiong's chest, shattering his ribs and organs. He collapsed into a pool of blood, convulsing violently. Jiang Shi and the others were stunned, momentarily forgetting to continue their attack, staring blankly at the dying Jiang Xiong. Jiang Han didn't give them a moment to catch their breath. His gaze shifted and locked onto Jiang Xie. With a flash of profound energy, he swung his knife again. Jiang Xia narrowly dodged and roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack together!" The three men besieged Jiang Han once more, but again, they struck a phantom. Jiang Han suddenly appeared behind Jiang Xia and struck him down with a single blow. The eerie scene completely terrified Jiang Shi and Jiang Ho. Jiang Ho, in a state of panic, dropped his sword and fled. Seeing this, Jiang Shi also panicked. Just as he was about to run, Jiang Han instantly appeared in front of him. With one swift stroke, Jiang Shi didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. Jiang Han, his eyes now bloodshot, chased after the fleeing Jiang Ho. He had already killed 3 people today, and the secret was fully exposed. He couldn't let a single one escape. If Jiang Ho got away, Jiang Han would face endless pursuit from the Jiang family. Jiang Han's pursuit gradually slowed as the time limit for his berserk power was approaching. After a few more minutes, weakness swept over him, forcing him to stop and catch his breath. In the distance, Jiang Ho's figure had become a mere speck, and Jiang Han's face darkened with grim determination. If one escapes, everything will be exposed. Jiang Han muttered through gritted teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. He felt no remorse for killing Jiang Xiong and his companions. From the moment he had slain Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, he was already at odds with the Third Elder's faction and the entire Jiang family. This is just the beginning. Jiang Han clenched his fists. There are countless brutal battles ahead. Any hesitation or mercy will only lead to my doom. After a brief rest, Jiang Han decisively turned and sprinted away. He knew that powerful members of his clan could arrive at any moment, and this place was no longer safe. His immediate priority was to find a secure hiding spot, evade pursuit, and then find a way to enhance his strength. The berserk power and shadow shifting techniques indeed boosted his combat abilities, but Jiang Han was well aware of his limitations. With his current strength, he could ambush and kill 2 or 3 high-level Purple Mansion cultivators. However, if faced with an attack from 7 or 8 of them, he would surely perish. As for those in the profound nether realm, they could likely kill him with a single move. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the sky, and in an instant, a torrential downpour began. Jiang Han fled through the rainy night, his hair and clothes drenched, making him look like a bedraggled stray dog. Meanwhile, Jiang Ho had already returned to the Jiang family. Jiang Long immediately led a team straight to the ruined temple. When the bodies of Jiang Xiong, Jiang Xie, and Jiang Shi were brought back to the ancestral hall, the entire Jiang family descended into chaos. The hall and its surroundings were packed with people, with several women wailing over the corpses, their cries and curses echoing incessantly. "The Third Elder is here." A loud voice rang out, silencing the commotion in the hall. The crowd parted, and Jiang Xiaotian, with a stern expression, strode in. The weeping women immediately surrounded him, pleading for vengeance. "Silence!" Jiang Xiaotian roared, and the hall fell quiet once more. He carefully inspected the bodies of Jiang Xiong and the others, then turned his blade-like gaze to Jiang Ho. Jiang Han is only at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he kill Jiang Xiong and the others? Explain everything in detail, leave nothing out. Under Jiang Xiaotian's fierce stare, Jiang Ho trembled and nervously recounted the events. He slightly altered the story, claiming that after Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao went missing, they went searching and found Jiang Han acting suspiciously. When they questioned him about Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, Jiang Han suddenly attacked. If Jiang Ho hadn't fled quickly, he would have been killed too. He exaggerated Jiang Han's abilities, especially the shadow shifting technique, making it sound almost mystical. After listening to Jiang Ho's account, the hall was dead silent. The clan members exchanged uneasy glances, and the elders couldn't help but recall a thought. Could another extraordinary talent have emerged in the Jiang family? They remembered Jiang Henshui from years ago, who had risen like a comet, his combat power unmatched, dominating all within 100 miles. A tiger father has no dog sons. Despite Jiang Ho's accusations of Jiang Han practicing demonic arts, many clan members were skeptical. Demonic arts were the stuff of legends, belonging to demons and monsters. How could a human practice them? Jiang Han's sudden surge in power naturally made many think of Jiang Henshui, believing it to be a legacy from his father. Power comparable to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm? Able to teleport and leave a shadow behind? Could it be a bloodline ability? Jiang Xiaotian muttered to himself, his expression shifting between uncertainty and fear. He recalled how Jiang Henshui had once suppressed him and the entire clan. Jiang Henshui had disappeared, but now his son was showing the same eerie talent, rising suddenly with astonishing combat power. He had effortlessly swept through 4 higher-level fighters. Jiang Xiaotian calculated silently. Jiang Han was only 16. If given a few more years, he might become another Jiang Henshui. And Jiang Han was even more ruthless than his father. While Jiang Henshui had conflicts with their faction, he had never killed anyone, only severely injured them. The scar on Jiang Xiaotian's face was left by Jiang Henshui. But Jiang Han had killed 3 people outright, and Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao were still missing, likely dead as well. A deep sense of fear rose within Jiang Xiaotian. If Jiang Han were allowed to grow, his faction might face annihilation. With a resolute look, he barked. Jiang Han has practiced demonic arts and slaughtered his kin, an unforgivable crime. Jiang Long, Jiang Shi, lead your teams immediately. If you encounter Jiang Han, kill him on sight and bring his body back to be exposed for 10 days to uphold the clan's law. Understood. Jiang Long and a middle-aged man clasped their fists in acknowledgement, their eyes gleaming with urgency. Jiang Long could barely contain himself. As soon as Jiang Xiaotian gave the order, he shot out like an arrow from a bow, swiftly starting to gather men to hunt down Jiang Han. The Jiang family's strength was formidable, boasting not only the Elders' Hall, but also an elite hunting squad. This squad was divided into 4 teams, totaling 60 members, all of whom were the cream of the crop within the clan. Each team had 15 members, and even the weakest among them had reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while the team leaders had attained the 9th level. This time, Jiang Xiaotian dispatched 2 teams, 30 experts of at least the 7th level, clearly determined to eliminate Jiang Han. After Jiang Long and the others left, Jiang Xiaotian summoned another clan member. Lao Lu, he commanded sternly, draw some portraits of Jiang Han. Tomorrow, take people to Du Family Town, Guan Family Town, Wang Family Town, and other places to post notices. Announce that Jiang Han has betrayed our clan, and anyone harboring him will be considered an enemy of the Jiang family. A reward of 100 mystic stones will be given for any useful information, and 500 mystic stones for killing Jiang Han. Understood. The clan member accepted the order and hurried off. Hearing these words, many Jiang clan members inside and outside the ancestral hall sighed in secret. Jiang Xiaoshan's move was ruthless. Once the bounty notices were posted, Jiang Han would have no place to hide within a radius of several hundred miles. The allure of 500 mystic stones would be enough to stir the warriors of many nearby families into action, making Jiang Han's situation even more perilous. Turning his gaze, Jiang Xiaotian gave instructions to a middle-aged woman. Escort Jiang Li to the back courtyard of the Elders' Hall and keep her under strict watch. He paused, then added, for the next few days, you will eat and sleep with Jiang Li, ensure nothing happens to her, or you will be held accountable. Jiang Li was Jiang Han's only attachment, and Jiang Xiaotian knew that Jiang Han might secretly infiltrate Jiang Family Town to take her away. With Jiang Long already out hunting, Jiang Xiaotian didn't trust anyone else to guard her, so he decided to bring Jiang Li to the back courtyard of the Elders' Hall. This way, Jiang Han would have to face him first if he wanted to take Jiang Li away. Finally, Jiang Xiaoshan's gaze fell on the corpses of Jiang Xiong and the others lying on the ground. He sighed and remarked coldly, place their bodies in the finest coffins for now, but don't rush to bury them. Once we bring back Jiang Han's corpse, we'll use his head to honor their spirits before giving them a proper burial. The 30 members of the Jiang family's hunting squad, led by Jiang Long and Jiang Shi, braved the pouring rain as they departed Jiangjia town. The downpour washed over the muddy roads as they faced the fierce winds, beginning their search for any trace of Jiang Han. They wisely avoided entering the Tianhu Mountains at night, aware of the lurking dangers. Jiang Long and Jiang Shi exchanged a knowing glance, both believing Jiang Han wouldn't risk staying in the mountains overnight. They centered their search around an old temple, dividing their team into 3 groups, each equipped with signal flares, to cover more ground. The rain continued unabated throughout the night, and so did their efforts. Unfortunately, the heavy rain had washed away any traces Jiang Han might have left behind, and the darkness obscured their vision. Their search ultimately proved fruitless. The next day, Jiang Han's portrait was plastered across nearby villages and towns. The bounty notice caused an uproar among the prominent families. The reward of 500 Xian stones was a significant temptation, enough to buy a high-quality Xian weapon or several precious elixirs. Even more enticing was the notice stating that Jiang Han was only at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Despite his mysterious dark arts, many warriors saw him as an easy target. Soon, warriors began appearing in the wilderness, around the outskirts of the Tianhu Mountains, and in various hidden spots, all searching for Jiang Han. It was estimated that at least 100 people had joined this hunt. Half a day later, even more explosive news spread. Not only had Jiang Han killed 5 members of the Jiang family, but his father was the once famous Jiang Henshui. This revelation shattered any underestimations people had. Jiang Henshui's reputation still held weight. Had he not disappeared, he would likely be a high-ranking member or even an elder of Yiming Pavilion by now. However, Jiang Han's actions also raised many questions. Why did he slaughter his kin? And why was Jiang Xiaotian so resolute, unafraid of potential retribution from Jiang Henshui? The town's gambling houses quickly set up odds, betting on how long Jiang Han could hold out. Most believed he wouldn't last 3 days. But if he managed to survive for 2 weeks, the odds were a staggering 100 to 1. Despite being Jiang Henshui's son, few believed he stood a chance against so many pursuers. Unexpectedly, after a whole day of searching, they found nothing but the bodies of Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao. Jiang Han seemed to have vanished without a trace. Jiangzhou town's unique geography, surrounded by mountains on three sides, formed a massive valley. To escape, Jiang Han had two options. Either traverse dozens of villages and slip through the valley's only exit, which would take at least 2 days and was nearly impossible without being noticed, or venture deep into the perilous Tianhu Mountains, crossing into other territories. The former was highly unlikely, while the latter meant facing second and third-tier demonic beasts, a suicidal endeavor given Jiang Han's current strength. All signs pointed to Jiang Han hiding in some obscure corner. In the gambling houses, those who bet on Jiang Han lasting longer secretly prayed for him to hold out, hoping to win big. In reality, Jiang Han hadn't gone far. Only he and his sister, Jiang Li, knew his hiding place, a small cave behind a waterfall, just 7 or 8 miles from Jiangzhou town, discovered years ago during a playful exploration. At this moment, Jiang Han was meditating and cultivating in the concealed cave. Around him were various spoils taken from Jiang Hu and others, bottles of healing potions, pills for assisting cultivation, and even a bottle of aphrodisiac. Originally planning to hide for just a day or two, Jiang Han decided to stay in seclusion for 4 days after assessing his loot. He had enough dried food to last, so sustenance wasn't a concern. With 12 days left until his rendezvous with Han Shiqi, he had ample time to strengthen his abilities. He knew he had only one chance to rescue Jiangli, so he couldn't take any unnecessary risks. He had to plan carefully. A look of determination flashed in Jiang Han's eyes as his fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt of his sword. Thinking back to the difficult years following his parents' disappearance, Jiang Han clenched his fists. He and his sister Jiangli had relied on each other, struggling daily just to survive, let alone afford the expensive elixirs needed for cultivation. In stark contrast were people like Jiang Hu and his companions. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes, recalling their arrogant demeanor. They had powerful backing, never worrying about food or clothing, and even carried 5 bottles of precious elixirs with them. Jiang Han let out a cold laugh. To him, those elixirs were a godsend. Although he had been stuck at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion for a long time, Jiang Han believed that with the help of these elixirs, breaking through to the 6th level was within reach. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Rescuing Jiang Li would become much more feasible. Closing his eyes, Jiang Han visualized the cultivation system of the human race on the vast land of Zhuzhou. Unlocking the 9 great secrets meant breaking through each major realm: Purple Mansion, Mysterious Abyss, Mountain and Sea, Reincarnation, Celestial Being, Void Breaker, Earth Immortal, Divine Arrival, and Immortality. These realms lined up like steps in his mind. He silently reviewed the details of a warrior's cultivation. After unlocking a secret, one had to construct 9 layers of divine altars within it. Each additional layer not only stabilized the secret but also accumulated more profound energy, making the body stronger. Jiang Han had unlocked the Purple Mansion secret and constructed 5 layers of divine altars. Now, he needed to accumulate more profound energy to lay the foundation for the 6th layer. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han began to consume the elixirs. As each pill was refined, he felt the rapid growth of profound energy within him. Inside the Purple Mansion secret, the embryonic form of the 6th layer of the divine altar gradually emerged. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a blink. During this period, Jiang Han didn't step out of the cave even once. Occasionally, passers-by glanced at the waterfall, but soon hurried away. Suddenly, Jiang Han's eyes snapped open, gleaming with a sharp light. A smile of joy appeared on his face. After 3 days and nights of painstaking cultivation, aided by the 5 bottles of elixirs, he had finally broken through to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. As night fell, Jiang Han stood up and stretched his slightly stiff limbs. He estimated that after 3 days, the intensity of the search should have diminished considerably. It was time to venture deeper into the forest again. His objective was clear to hunt the 3rd type of beast on the Heavenly Beast Cauldron, the Earth Dragon Beast. The 3 types of first-tier monsters engraved on the Heavenly Beast Cauldron have now dwindled to just the Earth Dragon Beast, which remains unhunted. Jiang Han had only glimpsed this mysterious creature from afar once and knew very little about it. In fact, few warriors from the nearby villages and towns had ever encountered it, as the Earth Dragon Beast often lurked underground, launching sudden and perilous attacks on its prey. As night fell, Jiang Han readied himself and set out quietly. Moving like a ghost through the darkness, he paused at every rustle of leaves or whisper of wind, carefully observing his surroundings before proceeding. Over an hour later, he arrived at the base of the Tianhu mountain range. Instead of rushing into the mountains, Jiang Han chose to climb an ancient tree, securing himself among its branches with vines for a rest. At dawn, Jiang Han opened his eyes and cautiously surveyed his surroundings for half a day before carefully making his way towards the twin camel peaks of the 7th mountain. He moved as silently as a falling leaf, avoiding any monster traces he encountered and leaving no trail behind. Before acquiring his third bloodline ability, he couldn't afford to reveal his presence. After a harrowing journey, Jiang Han finally reached the Twin Camel Peaks. He began meticulously searching for signs of the Earth Dragon beast. But this creature, which spent most of its time hidden underground, was exceedingly hard to find. An hour of searching yielded nothing but encounters with two other first-tier monsters. Frustrated, he turned his attention to the 8th peak. Not long after entering the 8th peak, the ground ahead of Jiang Han suddenly burst open. A massive creature covered in black scales shot out from the ground. Its gaping maw lunging at him. It was an Earth Dragon beast. Prepared for this moment, Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. He instantly used his Shadow Step ability, appearing behind the beast while simultaneously activating his berserk strength and slashing his long blade at its neck. With a thunderous bang, the Earth Dragon beast was sent flying by the forceful strike, a deep gash in its neck oozing yellow blood. However, the beast was not yet dead. It rolled over twice, its claws glowing red, ready to burrow back underground to escape. Not a chance, Jiang Han thought to himself. Moving like lightning, he grabbed the beast's tail with one hand and yanked it into the air, slashing down with his blade once more. With a resounding boom, the Earth Dragon beast crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay dead. Overjoyed, Jiang Han quickly broke open the beast's core and refined its essence. Afterward, he disposed of the body in a nearby ravine and continued his hunting mission. Jiang Han scoured the entire 8th peak, but only found 3 Earth Dragon beasts. After a brief rest, he turned his attention to the 9th peak. Surprisingly, the 9th peak had a higher number of Earth Dragon beasts. By nightfall, he had successfully hunted 7 of them. By tomorrow, I should be able to complete the task, Jiang Han calculated, deciding to descend the mountain for a rest. Considering that nighttime was peak activity for many monsters, he opted not to return to the cave behind the waterfall, but planned to spend the night in a tree at the mountain's base. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Jiang Han quickened his pace towards the mountain base, estimating that the search parties should have already withdrawn by now. However, as he reached the 2nd peak, a sudden shout broke the silence. Who's there? Jiang Han's eyes scanned the area like lightning, spotting 2 figures emerging from the bushes. Under the faint moonlight, he recognized them as members of the Jiang clan, and his heart sank. Jiang Han! One of them shouted with a mix of surprise and joy, rushing towards him. The other quickly pulled out a bamboo tube, yanking off the cap to release a beam of light into the sky, illuminating half of the heavens. Panic surged through Jiang Han as he realized it was a distress signal, likely summoning nearby Jiang clan searchers to converge on his location. He shouted sternly, "We are of the same clan. I don't want to kill you. Don't force me." "Force you?" The advancing clansman sneered. "You practice demonic arts and slaughter your kin unforgivable crimes. The 3rd elder has ordered your name struck from the clan records. From today, you are no longer a Jiang, but our mortal enemy. Die." With that, he swung his blade at Jiang Han. Jiang Han wasted no more words. If the Jiang clan saw him as a mortal enemy, there was nothing left to say. He swiftly used his shadow step, appearing behind his attacker just as the blade was about to strike. A cold flash of steel, and the man's head flew off, killing him instantly. The other man, who had just fired the signal, was rushing forward with a spear but froze in terror at the sight. Before he could react, Jiang Han dashed towards him, his eyes cold as a beast's. The man, terrified, turned to flee, but Jiang Han appeared in front of him in an instant, splitting his head with a single strike. In the distance, shouts echoed. "Over here! Hurry! Don't let Jiang Han escape!" Countless torches converged, forming a fiery net intent on trapping and killing Jiang Han. Facing this perilous situation, Jiang Han's eyes filled with murderous intent. He roared, "Come on! If no one offends me, I won't offend them. But if anyone dares to hunt me down, be prepared to die by my hand. Don't say I didn't warn you." Jiang Han let out an earth-shattering roar from the mountain peak, sending ripples of sound waves echoing through the air. The members of the Jiang family, alerted by the noise, scrambled up the mountain, panting and breathless. They arrived at the scene to find 2 mangled corpses, with Jiang Han nowhere to be found. They exchanged shocked glances. The 2 deceased were formidable experts at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, yet they were killed with a single strike. Jiang Han's strength clearly exceeded their expectations. Had he reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, Jiang Long, a man as thin as a bamboo pole, had been leading a search party for days with no success, and now he was furious. Without a word, he charged up the mountain. The others exchanged looks, leaving 2 to handle the bodies while the rest followed closely behind. The Tianhu mountain range, shrouded in the night, was fraught with danger, and their large group could easily attract beasts. But the Jiang family members were undeterred. Their sole objective was to catch Jiang Han. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was darting through the forest, his mind racing for an escape plan. Despite being at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, His speed was no match for Zhang Long, who was at the ninth level. The knight provided some cover, but it was only a matter of time before he was caught. If captured, he would surely die. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He remembered a pack of blue demon wolves that resided on the third peak. These wolves were nocturnal and would be active now. If he could lure his pursuers there, chaos would ensue. With this plan in mind, Zhang Han quickened his pace, crossing the second peak and heading straight for the third. The footsteps behind him grew louder, indicating that his enemies were closing in. He pushed his energy to its limit, increasing his speed and letting out a series of long howls. Hearing the howls, the Jiang family members were puzzled. Someone mocked, "Has Zhang Han gone mad? Is he afraid we won't catch him?" "You can't escape. Just give up and die," someone shouted. As they reached the third peak, they finally spotted Zhang Han. Zhang Long's eyes burned with murderous intent as he roared, "Zhang Han, today I will tear you to pieces." At that moment, a chorus of wolf howls erupted from the forest, rising and falling in waves. The faces of the Jiang family members turned pale. Zhang Han's howls were to attract the demon wolves, someone exclaimed. It was well known that hundreds of blue demon wolves inhabited the third peak. Judging by the howls, at least 100 had been roused. If surrounded, they would be in grave danger. "Zhang Long, let's come back tomorrow." "It's too dangerous," someone suggested. "That's right," another person agreed. "Zhang Han won't get far in the mountains. We can guard the exits tonight." Zhang Long's face contorted with rage. "If you're scared, then leave. I will kill him tonight." After searching fruitlessly for days, Zhang Long couldn't bear to let his target slip away now. With his 9th level purple mansion strength, he was confident he could kill Zhang Han and still escape, even if surrounded by dozens of wolves. Seeing Zhang Long's resolve, the others gritted their teeth and followed him. However, after a few steps, they were stunned to see a dark figure rushing towards them. It was Zhang Han. Behind him was a pack of demon wolves, their green eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness. "Die!" Zhang Long ignored the approaching wolves and lunged at Zhang Han with his sword, moving like lightning. A faint glow appeared around Zhang Han as Zhang Long's sword pierced through his afterimage, while his real body appeared a yard to the side. Before the others could react, the wolf pack descended upon them, their howls filling the air. "Move!" Zhang Long shouted, killing a wolf with a single thrust. But there were too many wolves, and soon he was engulfed. Zhang Han used his teleportation skill twice more, appearing several yards away. Though he had the chance to attack a few people, he didn't take the risk. His berserk power was about to run out, and once he entered a weakened state, he could die at the hands of the Jiang family or the wolves. "Go!" Zhang Han decisively fled, disappearing into the vast mountains under the cover of night. The base of the mountain was no longer safe, forcing him to spend the night in the wild. Not just tonight, but for the next few days, he would have to hide in the mountains. The Jiang family's hunting teams would surely block all exits, cutting off his escape routes. Zhang Han suddenly remembered a small cave on the 5th peak. After a moment's hesitation, he headed in that direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Long finally calmed down and ordered, "Retreat. Get back to the base." Zhang Han had escaped, and the wolves were increasing in number. Several members of the hunting team were already injured. They couldn't afford to linger. Moments later, reinforcements arrived, and together they drove off the wolves and quickly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base, Zhang Long immediately commanded, "Set up defenses. Block all paths down the mountain to prevent Zhang Han from escaping. Also, spread the word that Zhang Han is here. Let the nearby family's warriors come and hunt him down. At dawn, we will resume our search. I want rest until Zhang Han is torn to pieces." Zhang Han reappeared, and news of his entrapment on the mountain, after killing 2 members of the Jiang clan, spread like wildfire among the clan. In no time, hundreds of people swarmed in, driven by the frustration of 3 days of fruitless searching. Now that Zhang Han had resurfaced, everyone rushed to the scene, hoping to either personally kill him or at least witness his downfall to quell their anger. Zhang Long had witnessed Zhang Han's strange abilities the previous night, which instilled a sense of fear in him. He thought to himself, as long as Zhang Han dies, it doesn't matter who kills him. With a command, he ordered, "Into the mountain." As hundreds of warriors from other clans poured into the mountain, Zhang Long exchanged a glance with Zhang Shi, and they led their respective teams to hunt and search. The previous night, Zhang Han had found a cave on the 5th peak from his memories, sealed the entrance with a boulder, and meditated there all night. Before dawn, he quietly set off towards the 9th peak. He knew the day would be perilous, with heavy guards at the mountain's base, and his only chance of survival was to increase his combat power. He urgently needed to hunt 3 more Earth Dragon beasts to awaken his 3rd bloodline power. Upon reaching the 9th peak, Zhang Han wasted no time searching for signs of Earth Dragon beasts. Though he encountered other beasts along the way, he merely injured them and quickly moved on. Within half an hour, he successfully hunted down an Earth Dragon beast on the 10th peak. Another half-hour later, the second Earth Dragon beast fell to his blade. Had Jiang Han been able to hover above, he would have noticed that from the first to the sixth peak, warriors were searching for him everywhere. Among them were those at the third or fourth level of the Purple Mansion realm, mingling with the larger groups, purely for the spectacle. The Jiang clan's hunting team of 28 was divided into 7 squads, each with 4 members. They conducted the most meticulous search, leaving no stone unturned. This large-scale search operation alarmed many beasts, leading to frequent battles. Fortunately, the outer beasts were not very powerful, either fleeing when injured or being killed on the spot. Half a day passed, and the foremost Jiang clan squad had reached the 8th peak. They found the carcass of an earth dragon beast that Jiang Han had killed the previous night. Though the corpse had been gnawed by other beasts, Jiang Han's blade marks were still evident. Determining that the beast had not been dead for long, they sent one member back to report while the others continued the pursuit. Not long after, they discovered more earth dragon beast carcasses on the 9th and 10th peaks. The latest one was clearly freshly killed, indicating Jiang Han was nearby. A team member immediately shouted, "Send up the signal flare." A brilliant flare shot into the sky and burst open. Signal flare. On the 10th peak, warriors from other peaks, both Jiang clan members and outsiders, swarmed towards the 10th peak. Someone excitedly yelled, "We've found Jiang Han. Let's go. I want to kill him." At that moment, Jiang Han was on the 11th peak. Seeing the flare, his face turned grim, and anxiety surged within him. The enemies were close, and he had only hunted 9 earth dragon beasts, still one short. The enemies would soon arrive, leaving him with no escape. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Han made a decisive choice. Move deeper. He dashed out of the 11th peak, heading towards the 12th peak. He knew the deeper parts of the Tianhu mountain range were extremely dangerous, with a higher chance of encountering second-level beasts whose power rivaled that of the Xinyu realm. Encountering one would mean certain death. Suddenly, the ground exploded, and a massive beast opened its bloody maw, lunging at Jiang Han. Seeing the earth dragon beast, Jiang Han nearly cried with joy. He had finally found the 10th one. Die. He instantly unleashed 2 divine abilities, swiftly killing the earth dragon beast. Without hesitation, he broke open the beast's core and refined its essence blood. Earth penetration technique? After absorbing the newfound knowledge, Jiang Han's face lit up with joy. Just as he had hoped, refining the earth dragon beast's essence blood had granted him the ability to traverse underground. Jiang Han laughed heartily, finally releasing some of his long-suppressed emotions. Though this ability didn't directly enhance his strength, speed, or attack power, it was incredibly practical for his current situation. Whether for escaping or setting ambushes, it was invaluable. Let's give it a try. Jiang Han immediately used the earth penetration technique. His hands glowed a dark yellow, and his fingers wrapped in strange energy as he grasped at the ground. To his astonishment, the moment his hands touched the ground, the soil crumbled like paper. His hands moved swiftly, and his body followed the excavated tunnel, moving underground as easily as walking. After half an incense stick's time, a hole suddenly appeared on the side of the 12th peak, and Jiang Han's figure shot out, landing steadily on a large rock. However, fate had other plans. 4 warriors had just descended from the 11th peak, heading towards the 12th, and they spotted Jiang Han from a distance of 100 yards. "Jiang Han!" One of them exclaimed, "It's him. Looks just like the portrait. Kill him, and the 500 Xian stones are ours. Hurry, don't let him escape," another shouted. Jiang Han glanced at them and realized they were unfamiliar faces, not members of the Jiang clan. This time, he didn't flee. Instead, he expressionlessly drew the battle blade from his back. 500 Xian stones? Jiang Han speculated, then coldly said, "We have no personal grudge, but if you're trying to kill me for Xian stones, don't blame me for being ruthless." Today, Il turned the Tianhu mountain range into a river of blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. In silence, one either explodes or perishes. This phrase seemed to perfectly encapsulate Jiang Han's life over the past 6 years. Jiang Han was never an inherently violent person. After his parents went missing, he endured countless instances of bullying and disdain, always quietly bearing the brunt without losing his temper, let alone going berserk. There was only one exception: when someone bullied his sister, Jiang Li. He erupted in fury and fought back fiercely. Over the years, Jiang Han's greatest wish was for his parents to return safely. Aside from that, he devoted all his energy to taking care of his sister, hoping she would grow up healthy and happy. However, 6 years had passed without a single word from his parents. Deep down, Jiang Han no longer held any hope. He faintly realized that his parents were likely no longer alive. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned him and his sister for so long. With the hope of his parents' return shattered, Jiang Li became his sole concern in life. Now, someone wanted to take away his last remaining family member and subject her to immense humiliation. For Jiang Han, This was a devastating blow. Worse still, Jiang Hu and his gang wanted to take his life. Facing such adversity, Jiang Han had no choice but to fight back. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. Four figures rapidly approached, laughing mockingly as they heard Jiang Han's words. These four were from the nearby Shirtu village. Though not from any prominent families, they were notorious locally for their belligerence. Leading them was a burly man at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, named Shiryu, the eldest among the four. As Shiryu closed in, he sneered, Jiang Han, do you know how many warriors are on this mountain right now? At least 150, with nearly 100 above your level. You say you want to make the Tianhu mountain range run with blood? Fill it with corpses? What a joke. Ha ha ha. Jiang Han, you're dead today. Not even the gods can save you. He continued, let me give you some advice. Don't resist, and we'll give you a quick death. If you fall into Jiang Long's hands, he'll torture you to death. Why suffer that? The others chimed in, yeah, Jiang Han, don't resist. Dying at the hands of the four heroes of Shirtu village isn't shameful. Boss, stop wasting time. Let's get this over with. Despite these threats, Jiang Han stood unmoved, coldly watching the four from atop a boulder. Shiryu and his men spoke tough, but their internal energy was circulating rapidly. Though from a small village, they often fought with warriors from nearby major families. To have cultivated to their current level and survived, they naturally had their strengths. Their combat prowess was well known locally. Jiang Han, prepare to die. Shiryu roared, leaping into the air, his blade targeting Jiang Han's legs. Almost simultaneously, the other three also sprang up, each aiming at different parts of Jiang Han's body. Their coordination was more seamless than that of Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao. Shiryu's initial attack was a feint to draw Jiang Han's attention. The real lethal moves came from the other three. To everyone's surprise, their attacks passed through Jiang Han's body effortlessly. Jiang Han had used his shape-shifting ability, appearing instantly behind Shiryu. Unleashing his berserk strength, he swung his blade at Shiryu's back. Though Shiryu reacted faster than previous opponents, sensing the deadly intent behind him and dodging, he was still a step too slow. The blade struck his back, and had he not reacted quickly, it would have been fatal. Hiss! Shiryu rolled on the ground, blood pouring from his back, a bone visibly broken. He stared at Jiang Han in shock. A divine ability? You've awakened a divine ability? Shirchong, you guys run. You can't beat him. Shirchong and the others exchanged glances. Two of them moved to shield Shiryu, while another carried him to escape. But in the next moment, Jiang Han suddenly appeared before them, slashing at the one carrying Shiryu and Shiryu himself. The one carrying Shiryu was killed instantly, and Shiryu fell to the ground again. Seeing his comrade killed, Shiryu's eyes turned red with rage. Jiang Han, I'll fight you to the death. Killers must be killed. Jiang Han remained expressionless. Since you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me. I said I'd fill the Tianhu mountain range with corpses today. You are the first. Ignoring his injuries, Shiryu charged at Jiang Han, roaring. Jiang Han used his shape-shifting ability again, killing another one. Shirchong. Shiryu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He swung his blade at Jiang Han again, shouting at the last remaining member, Shiryun, run. This time, Jiang Han didn't use his shape-shifting ability. Instead, he met Shiryu's attack head, slashing him down. Shiryu, at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion and already injured, couldn't withstand Jiang Han's berserk strength. He fell to the ground with a look of regret in his eyes. Shiryun was terrified, losing all will to fight. He turned and ran, shouting, help! Jiang Han is here. Someone help! Ah! Before he could finish, Jiang Han appeared in front of him. Jiang Han dashed forward, his blade slicing, and a head flew off, blood gushing like a crimson fountain. At that moment, a group emerged from the forest on the 11th peak, witnessing Jiang Han beheading Shiryun. Jiang Han, standing coldly in front of the headless corpse, turned to face them. After the body fell, he tore a piece of cloth from it and wiped the blood off his blade. Finished, he looked at the group on the 11th peak, his expression as cold as iron, without a hint of panic. He slowly raised his blade, pointing at them, and said, Are you here to kill me too? I am Jiang Han. If you want my life, come down and fight me. The black-clad youth's voice was resolute, his blood-stained robe flapping in the wind. The headless body at his feet still bled, the scene etched into everyone's mind. The 5 people on the 11th peak were all intimidated by Jiang Han. None dared to move or speak. They knew the strength of Shiryu and his group, and had seen them not long ago. For Jiang Han to kill them all in such a short time, how powerful was he? The 500 spiritual stones were tempting, but only if one lived to spin them. Seeing no one move, Jiang Han sneered, sheathing his blade and slowly walking towards the 12th peak. After a few steps, he turned to them and said, Deliver a message for meanie one still in the Tianhu mountain range after half an hour will be my enemy, and I will kill them without mercy. Zhang Han ceased his killing spree, realizing he needed to conserve his strength for the impending battle. He cautiously entered the 12th peak, finding a hidden thicket. With a series of hand signs, Zhang Han activated his earth penetration technique, silently sinking into the ground. The underground world was pitch black, but Zhang Han navigated through it for several hundred meters using his senses, digging out a spacious cave. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate. This temporary shelter was extremely secure. Even if someone discovered the entrance, it would be nearly impossible to infiltrate silently. Any intruder would alert Zhang Han, giving him enough time to counterattack or escape. Zhang Han took out a piece of hard jerky from his pocket, unscrewed the cap of his water bottle, and slowly chewed while sipping the fresh mountain spring water. His gaze seemed to pierce through the thick layers of rock, his thoughts wandering to unknown places. Meanwhile, the area between the 11th and 12th peaks was bustling with noise. Not only had Zhang Long and his companions arrived, but nearly 100 foreign warriors had also gathered. The 5 individuals who had been intimidated by Zhang Han earlier recounted everything they had seen and heard, including Zhang Han's words, without leaving out a single detail. Some people stared at the corpses of Shiryu and his men, their eyes flickering with hesitation, contemplating retreat. However, more people began to search around the 12th peak. They were convinced that with so many people hunting him, Zhang Han had no chance of escaping. Even if he had reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, he couldn't possibly fight off 100 opponents. Yet, as the search expanded to the 13th and 14th peaks, Zhang Han seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, 100 miles away in Dujia town, the Lucky Gambling House was packed with people. This renowned establishment was exceptionally lively today, with everyone eagerly awaiting news of Zhang Han's death. Gamblers were placing bets on whether Zhang Han would die today or continue to survive, all anxiously awaiting the latest updates. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon fluttered into the gambling hall, causing everyone to rise and fix their eyes on it. 5 spies dispatched by the gambling house were currently in the Tianhu Mountains, tasked with delivering first-hand information. A manager caught the pigeon, removed the message tube from its leg, and read the note aloud. Zhang Han appeared at 100 Ghosts Peak, killed Shiryu, Shirchong, Shiryun, and Shirqi, then escaped. The search team has not found any trace of Zhang Han. The hall erupted in an uproar. Those who had bet on Zhang Han's death today cursed loudly, while those who had bet on his survival cheered for him, unable to contain their excitement. Discussions broke out immediately. Shiryu and his men were somewhat famous locally, and they had been wiped out by Zhang Han alone. People began to speculate about Zhang Han's true strength. Some suspected he had practiced demonic arts, while others guessed he had inherited some ultimate technique from Jiang Henshui. However, most still believed that Zhang Han couldn't escape his fate. With over 100 people hunting him, where could he possibly run? An hour later, another carrier pigeon returned. The gambling house manager eagerly opened the message, his face filled with disbelief. Under the crowd's urging, he read aloud with a trembling voice. Zhang Han appeared at Dragon Tooth Peak, killed 3 people from Lu family village and 2 from the Jiang clan's hunting team, then disappeared again. This news was like a hammer blow, shattering everyone's expectations. Over 100 people couldn't capture him, and Zhang Han had killed 5 more? Even the gambling house manager found it hard to believe. Voices of doubt and curses filled the air. Another hour passed. The 3rd carrier pigeon arrived, and an impatient gambler grabbed it first, pulling out the message. After a quick glance, he shouted in anger. Fake. This is impossible. How can someone at the Purple Mansion level be so powerful? Awakening supernatural abilities? A Purple Mansion level awakening supernatural abilities? That's absurd. The manager snatched back the message and read aloud. Zhang Han appeared at Tiantai Peak, killed Guan Lu, Guan Xiao, Guan Xing, and 3 people from Ma family village, then vanished. He is suspected to have mastered some kind of earth penetration technique, allowing him to come and go without a trace. Additionally, he may have learned a bizarre supernatural ability, enabling him to teleport, making it extremely convenient for ambushes. This time, the hall fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, the noise erupted again. Most people began to doubt the authenticity of the news. Even those who had bet on Zhang Han surviving for a few more days were skeptical. After all, a Purple Mansion level awakening supernatural abilities was unheard of, let alone awakening 2 at once. However, such significant news couldn't have been fabricated by the gambling house's spies. The news could be easily verified. The letter listed the names of those killed in detail. How could it be fake? Inside and outside the gambling den, the noise was deafening. The news spread like wildfire across Du Family Town. Residents rushed to the gambling den, cramming it to capacity. They were eager to confirm the news's authenticity and anxiously awaited further updates. As night fell, another piece of news arrived. Zhang Han had struck again, killing 4 more people, 3 of whom were members of the Jiang clan's hunting squad. This news completely dispelled any doubts the townspeople had. Jiang Han's actions were now an undeniable fact. A wave of exclamations and discussions erupted from the crowd. People were incredulous, discussing how a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage like Jiang Han could awaken such powerful abilities. This completely overturned their understanding. When darkness fully enveloped the land, 7 or 8 warriors returned from the Tianhu Mountains. They were the Du family warriors who had been pursuing Jiang Han. The accurate information they brought back sent Du family town into a frenzy. Jiang Han is not human, one warrior panted. He must have practiced some demonic arts. He's gone mad, killing everyone he sees. Another added, he can burrow underground and appear anywhere. We didn't dare chase him underground, but he could easily emerge from below. Not only that, a third warrior interjected. He can teleport and his strength surpasses the 9th stage of the Purple Mansion. If he ambushes someone, no one can withstand a single strike. The warriors described Jiang Han's terrifying abilities one after another, sending waves of fear through the surrounding crowd. The people from the Tianhu Mountains have all come down, one warrior summarized. Staying there would mean being picked off by Jiang Han one by one. He's invincible in the wild. Unless someone at the profound nether stage intervenes, chasing him at the Purple Mansion stage is suicide. He kills like slaughtering chickens, 1 strike per person. It's brutal, the last warrior said, trembling. The news quickly spread to nearby areas. Residents of Guan Family Town, Wang Family Town, and other places soon learned of the shocking event. In every major town and village, people gathered to discuss the battle in the Tianhu Mountains. Some speculated whether Jiang Han had awakened a bloodline ability, while others debated whether to continue pursuing him the next day. In this way, Jiang Han's name resounded through dozens of villages and towns overnight. Slaughtering 19 people in a single day, this young man from the Jiang clan became famous with this one battle. Depraved and utterly unforgivable. Inside the Jiang family ancestral hall, 12 corpses lay in a row, including the already in-coffin bodies of Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hu. The hall was brightly lit, with torches on the walls flickering and casting shadows on the grief-stricken faces around. Jiang Xiaotian stood at the far end of the hall, pacing back and forth, his facial scar twitching with his growing anger. In just a few days, the Jiang clan had lost 12 elite members, most of them formidable hunters. This was an unprecedented tragedy for the Jiang family and a significant blow. The hall and its surroundings were crowded with people, their cries of sorrow echoing through the night. As Jiang Xiaotian listened to the wailing, his fury intensified. He had just learned that people from Guan Town, Shi Village, and Ma Village would come to Jiang Town tomorrow to demand an explanation, which only added to his frustration. But what truly enraged him was that over 100 people had failed to kill Jiang Han, who was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and instead, 19 of their own had been slain. Fear and unease began to creep into Jiang Xiaotian's heart. He kept seeing the image of Jiang Henxue, the prodigy who had oppressed them since childhood. 6 years ago, Jiang Henxue vanished, giving Jiang Xiaotian a chance to breathe and even rise to become the 3rd elder of the Jiang family. He had thought he would eventually become the clan leader and lead the Jiang family to become the most powerful in the region. However, Jiang Henshue's son, Jiang Han, emerged like a comet, with even greater momentum. Jiang Xiaotian knew that Jiang Han wasn't practicing demonic arts but had inherited a bloodline divine power. This realization made him even more fearful. Awakening 2 divine powers at the Purple Mansion realm was unheard of. Jiang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, thinking that he had already decided to send Jiangli to Han Shiqi, and there was no turning back. The enmity between him and Jiang Han was irreconcilable. Jiang Han was even more ruthless than his father, practically a killing star. If Jiang Han were allowed to grow, not only would Jiang Xiaotian's faction be wiped out, but the entire Jiang clan could face annihilation. Jiang Han must die. Jiang Xiaotian roared in his heart. He looked around, his eyes burning with a determined killing intent. He whispered, "Tomorrow morning, I will personally go up the mountain to hunt Jiang Han. Jiang Long, you take 10 men and guard Jiangli day and night. As long as we have Jiangli, Jiang Han won't be able to escape." Jiang Long, his clothes tattered and eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night and a day of running, nodded wearily. Despite understanding that his 3rd uncle was trying to protect him, he reluctantly replied, "Yes." Jiang Xiaotian glanced at the weeping women and waved his hand irritably. "Disperse. The town must be on high alert against Jiang Han's sneak attacks. Tomorrow, I will personally take Jiang Han's head to console the spirits of the dead." Hearing this, many clan members' grief-stricken faces showed a glimmer of hope. In their minds, Jiang Xiaotian, at the 3rd level of the profound nether realm, was incredibly powerful, possibly even surpassing the 2nd elder. 2 years ago, during a conflict between Jiang Town and Wang Town, Jiang Xiaotian led the clan to a decisive victory. Despite Jiang Han's formidable talents, They believed he wouldn't escape death against Zhang Xiaotian. Meanwhile, the clan leaders or authorities of Wang Town, Du Town, and Guan Town were also holding meetings that night. They subtly conveyed a message. Those who went to the Tianhu Mountains to hunt Zhang Han did so out of greed for the bounty and brought it on themselves. No one else should go after Zhang Han, or they would face the consequences. These orders sparked discontent among many clan members. After all, Zhang Han had slaughtered 19 people in the Tianhu Mountains today. The clan leaders not only refrained from avenging the dead, but also prevented others from seeking revenge, which was hard to accept. In Guantown, 3 people had been killed, and the relatives of the deceased gathered a group to confront the clan leader. The clan leader didn't show up, only sent a message that immediately silenced the troublemakers. If Zhang Henshui were still alive, he would be at a high level of the profound nether realm, possibly even the mountain and sea realm. Even without mentioning Zhang Henshui, Zhang Han alone was extraordinarily talented, not inferior to his father. If they failed to kill him this time, and enmity was established, given a few years to grow, the entire clan could face annihilation. Yes, the clan leaders were afraid. They feared that Zhang Henshui might still be alive, and that Zhang Han might survive this ordeal. A terrifying thought began to take root in their minds. If they couldn't eliminate Zhang Han completely this time, the entire martial world might soon tremble because of him. Zhang Han still resided in the Tianhu mountain range, but he had chosen the 5th peak as his temporary refuge rather than venturing deep into the heart of the mountains. With his mastery of the earth penetration technique, he knew that the mountains offered the safest shelter. However, having slaughtered 19 people in a single day, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Not only were other clans eyeing him with hostility, but the Zhang family would also never let him off easily. What awaited him next would undoubtedly be relentless pursuit by experts from the Xinyu realm. The human body has 9 hidden treasures, and unlocking each one exponentially increases one's combat power. Practitioners of the Xinyu realm have unlocked the 2nd treasure, making their strength vastly superior to those in the Zifu realm. Furthermore, most Xinyu realm practitioners have awakened special abilities, with the only difference being the strength of these abilities. Even the weakest ability poses a significant threat to Zhang Han, who is in the Zifu realm, let alone when combined with the formidable strength of Xinyu practitioners. After weighing his options, Zhang Han decided to stay in the mountains for a few more days to observe the situation before making any further plans. At the same time, he was racking his brains to figure out how to rescue Zhongli. He knew well that Zhongli would be heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible to take her away unnoticed. To ensure his safety, Zhang Han dug a deep tunnel, several dozen meters into the ground, within a cave on the 5th peak. At the entrance, he set up some warning devices to detect intruders in time. At this moment, Zhang Han was focused on his training, consuming over 20 bottles of elixirs he had scavenged from the 19 corpses. Other Zifu realm practitioners were far wealthier than him, each carrying elixirs. After refining 2 bottles of elixirs in one go, Zhang Han finally fell into a deep sleep. When dawn broke, a famished Zhang Han emerged from the cave. He had neglected to eat for days and was now starving. The mountain was shrouded in thick fog, severely limiting visibility. Zhang Han cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his guard up. Such weather was perfect for ambushes. While carefully searching for food, he remained on high alert. The previous day, he had cleared most of the beasts on this peak. After circling around, he only found 2 types of edible fruits. As he was devouring the fruits hungrily, he suddenly heard the rustling sound of footsteps. Zhang Han immediately drew his battle knife from his back, landing lightly on the ground, ready to use his earth penetration technique to escape at any moment. A beast! Zhang Han's alarm bells rang. Through the dense fog, a massive figure gradually came into view. It was a gigantic white tiger, over 3 meters long. Zhang Han's face changed instantly as he noticed it, his hand glowing with a dark golden light, preparing to burrow underground. This beast was enormous and exuded an intimidating aura, clearly a second-tier beast comparable to the Xinyu realm, far beyond his ability to contend with. However, just then, Zhang Han noticed something unusual. He was astonished to find that there was a person sitting on the back of the giant white tiger, a beautiful young girl. Hey! The girl on the white tiger's back spotted Zhang Han from afar and called out excitedly, "Little brother, don't run. Don't be afraid, little white won't hurt you." Little brother? Little white? Zhang Han's forehead creased with several lines. This girl looked younger than him, so why was she calling him little brother? Even more surprising was how this girl had managed to tame a second-tier beast as her mount. The girl's friendly tone made Zhang Han lower his guard slightly, but the dark golden light in his hand remained, ready to escape at any moment. The girl was dressed in a pink pleated skirt, her features delicate like a porcelain doll. However, her chest was flat, even flatter than Zhang Han's, suggesting she had yet to reach the age of puberty. The girl guided the giant white tiger closer, stopping about 3 meters away from Zhang Han. The beast's aura was so overwhelming that Zhang Han could barely breathe. Little brother. The girl grabbed a tuft of white fur on the tiger's head, grinning to reveal two cute little tiger teeth. Where is this place? Do you know? Jiang Han blinked, thinking this pretty girl was definitely not from the nearby villages or towns. He replied, this is Haida Peak. Haida Peak. The ring on the girl's finger suddenly glowed, and a map appeared in her hand out of thin air. Jiang Han glanced at it in surprise, wondering if the ring was one of those legendary spatial rings that could create its own space and store various items. Such a treasure was said to be worth a fortune, and only a few elders and the clan leader of the Jiang family possessed one. After carefully examining the map, the girl exclaimed excitedly, Haida Peak. We're not far from Du Family Town now. After half a month, I've finally made it out. With that, she patted the white tiger, which then bypassed Jiang Han and headed down the mountain. Thanks, little brother. See you around? The girl's voice gradually faded away. Jiang Han pursed his lips, feeling awkward being called little brother by a girl. He stood there pondering for a moment before heading deeper into the mountains. Jiang Han's decision was undoubtedly the right one. About half an hour after he left, a large group of people ascended the mountain. Jiang Shaotian himself led the group, comprising 30 hunting team members and 40 ordinary clansmen, the weakest of whom had the combat power of the 5th level of the Zifu realm. Jiang Shaotian divided the 70 people into 7 groups, each consisting of 10 members, and began a meticulous search. Jiang Shaotian's strategy was highly effective. With 10 people in each group, even if Jiang Han could kill 4 or 5, he couldn't possibly eliminate an entire group. Confident that he could kill Jiang Han with a single strike if found, Jiang Shaotian instructed, search thoroughly. If you find Jiang Han, don't engage. Release a signal flare immediately. Pay attention to any tunnels and report any entrances found. He smirked, muttering to himself, he thinks he can rest easy by burrowing underground? Even if he could fly or burrow, I'll cut him down today. Yesterday, Jiang Han used his earth penetration technique multiple times, creating numerous tunnels. The third elder had almost inspected all the tunnels in the surrounding peaks. For the third elder, Jiang Han's abilities were mere tricks, easily suppressed by absolute power. Thus, although some tunnels were deep, the third elder fearlessly explored them all. After searching all morning, the team reached the 8th peak, where Jiang Han was hiding. At the foot of the mountain, several members of the Jiang clan were quietly arguing. Where the hell is Jiang Han hiding? He must be in the mountain. There were guards at the base last night, so he couldn't have left, one person said, frowning. Hard to say. He can burrow underground. What if he slipped past the guards? Are we wasting our time here? Another person questioned. Enough. If the third elder hears you, you're in trouble. An older clan member warned. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, a hollow bamboo tube was stealthily emerging from the ground. As they moved away, the tube quickly retracted, only to reappear shortly after, maintaining a constant distance. Actually, I think the best way is to bring Jiangli up the mountain. Give Jiang Han 1 incense sticks time to come out, or we cut off one of Jiang Li's hands. Let's see how long he can hide. A young clan member suddenly suggested. Are you crazy? Another exclaimed. Jiang Li is favored by Lord Han. If anything happens to her, how will we explain it to him? You're the crazy one, the young member retorted. If we don't kill Jiang Han, he'll become a serious threat to our clan. We can always offer another woman to Lord Han. Their argument grew louder, causing the others to pause in their search, pondering the idea. If Jiang Li died, they could find another girl from the Jiang family for Han Shiqi. But if Jiang Han lived, the Jiang clan would never have peace. At that moment, the ground beneath the one advocating for Jiang Li's death suddenly exploded, and a war blade slashed upward, splitting him in half from the groin. Blood and viscera flew with the dirt as a figure bathed in blood leapt into the air. Jiang Han. The group gasped, shocked by his eerie mid-air stillness. No, it's just an afterimage, one person realized, scanning around before shouting. Jiang Shu, watch out. The small-framed clan member named Jiang Shu barely registered the warning before Jiang Han appeared behind him, swiftly ending his life. Kill him. The group charged at Jiang Han, one member quickly pulling out a flare and firing it into the sky. Boom. The flare exploded midair, alerting nearby Jiang clan members, who immediately rushed toward the 8th peak. Hold him off. Jiang Shaotian roared from the 6th peak, his figure shooting into the sky, his voice echoing through the mountains. Come and kill me if you dare. Jiang Han retreated into the ground, using his earth penetration technique to vanish in an instant. The group reached the tunnel's entrance, exchanging uncertain glances, none daring to follow. Moments later, more Jiang clan members arrived, cursing outside the tunnel but not daring to enter. An incense stick later, Jiang Shaotian stormed in like a raging bull, yelling from afar. Where is he? Where's that bastard Jiang Han? Everyone quickly stepped aside, revealing the dark tunnel behind them. One person reported, Third Elder, Jiang Han launched a surprise attack from underground, killed Jiang Shu and another, then escaped back into the ground. Why didn't you chase him? I told you to hold him off. Useless. Zhang Xiaotian scolded. What are you standing around for? Surround the nearby 3 peaks. With that, he plunged into the tunnel, pursuing Jiang Han. The others snapped to action, spreading out to the surrounding peaks. Zhang Xiaotian, certain that Jiang Han couldn't stay underground forever, continued his pursuit. Emerging on the north side of the 9th peak, he scanned the area but found nothing. He must have dug another tunnel to escape, Zhang Xiaotian thought, returning to search the original area. He soon found a hidden tunnel in a thicket. Without hesitation, he entered and continued his chase. This tunnel was exceptionally long, taking Jiang Xiaotian 3 incense sticks time to traverse, eventually reaching the 7th peak. After circling the area and finding no trace of Jiang Han, he grew frustrated. Jiang Han's earth penetration technique was too advanced, making him elusive and difficult to kill. Only extraordinary luck would allow a direct confrontation. Keep searching, Zhang Xiaotian ordered. The search continued all day, but as night fell, they were no closer to finding Jiang Han. He had vanished after his initial appearance, as if he had evaporated. Let's head back down, Jiang Xiaotian, covered in dirt and looking disheveled, instructed. By the time they reached the base of the mountain, night had fully descended. Jiang Xiaotian left 20 men to guard key paths, knowing it might not stop Jiang Han but could at least pressure him. The rest of you, come with me, he commanded, leading the group carrying 2 bodies back to Jiang family town. Boom. Just as they started, a flare lit up the sky from the direction of Jiang family town, exploding into a shower of sparks. Everyone's face changed. This was the Jiang clan's emergency signal, only used for major incidents. Damn it! Zhang Xiaotian realized something and sped toward the town like lightning. Zhang Xiaotian's guess was indeed spot on. The signal flare that streaked across the night sky was released by members of the Jiang family's hunting patrol, meant to alert their kin and summon reinforcements for an ambush. In fact, Jiang Han had already descended the mountain quietly at noon. He intentionally attacked and killed 2 patrol members on the 8th peak to lure Jiang Xiaotian and others into a futile search on the mountain. Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaotian had personally gone up the mountain, he immediately decided to seize the opportunity to sneak into Jiangjia town and rescue Jiangli. At this moment, the Jiang family had its 4 Xianyu realm experts scattered. The clan leader was in seclusion attempting to break through to the Shanhai realm. The first elder was bedridden, the second elder was far away in Yiming City, and the only remaining Xianyu realm expert, the third elder Jiang Xiaotian, had been lured away. This rare opportunity was something Jiang Han couldn't miss. As long as he could rescue Jiangli, they could escape far away using his burrowing technique, with no one able to stop them. As night fell, Jiang Han quietly infiltrated Jiangjia town. He didn't act rashly, but patiently waited for the right moment. As the night deepened, he used his burrowing technique to silently move underground to the courtyard where Jiangli was held. However, when he emerged from the ground, he found the courtyard empty. Jiangli had been moved to the elder's courtyard. With no other choice, Jiang Han captured a patrol member to interrogate him. After obtaining the information, he decisively silenced the man. Just as Jiang Han was about to reach the elder's courtyard, a flare suddenly shot into the sky, followed by fireworks blossoming in the night. Jiang Han's heart sank, realizing that the corpse had likely been discovered. He was at a crossroads: retreat or take a risky gamble. The elder's courtyard was within reach, and the clan leader's residence was not far. If he alerted the Xianyu realm 9th level expert, the consequences would be dire. In the end, Jiang Han gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk. He had come this far and was not willing to give up so easily. He bet everything on the hope that the clan leader was in deep seclusion and would not be disturbed. No longer hiding, Jiang Han leaped over the courtyard wall. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly identified a densely populated area, judging it to be the likely location where Jiangli was held. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the nearest courtyard. Suddenly, torches on either side of the gate were lit, illuminating the faces of the guards. Leading them was Jiang Long, holding a long sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. Jiang Han, you had a way to heaven but chose not to take it. You barged into hell with no door. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Jiang Han, still sprinting, shouted. I only want to take Jiangli, don't force me to kill everyone. Move aside. The other guards exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with fear. In recent days, Jiang Han had become a killing machine. No longer the weak boy who was easily bullied but a terrifying figure. Attack together. Kill him, Jiang Long commanded, charging forward. Though the others were fearful, they had no choice but to follow. If Jiang Han reached the elder's courtyard, they would be unable to face the third elder. Jiang Long unleashed his Xian techniques, his sword thrusting at Jiang Han like an unending tide. Jiang Han roared, his figure suddenly leaping up, not only dodging the attack, but also hovering eerily in midair. This was a combat technique he had recently mastered, using shifting shadows to create illusions and distract his enemies, launching surprise attacks when they were momentarily stunned. Sure enough, As the guards were taken aback, Jiang Han's true body appeared beside one of them, striking him down with a single blow. He held nothing back. His recent experiences had taught him that mercy to his enemies was cruelty to himself. Jiang Han moved like lightning, his long blade flashing like a shooting star, aiming for another guard's head. The guard retreated in terror, while the others rushed to assist. However, Jiang Han used his shifting shadows again, his true body appearing behind another patrol member, killing him instantly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Han had already slain 2 men, causing everyone to gasp in shock. His strength far exceeded their expectations, killing Purple Mansion realm warriors like slaughtering dogs. Hold on. Reinforcements are on the way, Jiang Long shouted, swinging his sword at Jiang Han once more. Jiang Han is here. With eyes like torches, Jiang Han used his shifting shadows to appear on Jiang Long's left rear side. Although Jiang Long reacted quickly and dodged, his back was still slashed open. He swung his sword in a desperate counterattack, but as the blade passed through Jiang Han, it merely dispersed a shadowy figure. A sharp sound of something cutting through the air came from behind him, and he felt a sudden, intense pain in his back. It was as if his internal organs had been shattered. Despair washed over him. He knew this strike had sealed his fate. With his last ounce of strength, Jiang Long roared, "We'll die together." He swung his sword backward with all his might, aiming at Jiang Han behind him, his eyes bloodshot with a Dordai determination. The sword whistled through the air, but once again struck nothing. Jiang Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the slowly fading shadow, filled with unwillingness and hatred. His body collapsed heavily to the ground, and his consciousness slipped into eternal darkness. Jiang Long was no more. Jiang Han had effortlessly slain the strongest fighter, Jiang Long. The remaining few, terrified, turned and fled. Jiang Han did not pursue them. Instead, he kicked open the main door and rushed into the courtyard. The hall was empty, not a soul in sight. Jiang Han shouted anxiously, "Jiangli, where are you?" His voice echoed through the empty elders' hall, but no one answered. Holding a torch, he kicked open door after door in his search, but Jiangli was nowhere to be found. In the distance, heavy footsteps and chaotic shouting could be heard. Jiang Han realized time was running out. The repeated use of his shifting shadow technique had drained his mental strength, and the effects of his berserk power were about to fade. He tossed the torch onto a bed and leapt through a window, planning to find soft soil to burrow into and escape. At that moment, a middle-aged woman from a nearby courtyard ran over. Seeing the room on fire, she shouted loudly, "Fire! Come quickly, there's a fire!" Jiang Han immediately recognized her as the rough woman who had been guarding Jiangli. His killing intent surged. He swiftly appeared before her, and as she gasped in shock, he drove his blade straight through her heart. Without hesitation, he used his earth-piercing technique to disappear underground. The Lucky Inn, the most renowned lodging in Dujia Town, stands right next to the famed Lucky Casino. Sunlight streamed through the lattice windows, casting a warm glow on the wooden stairs of the second floor. A beautiful young girl with her hair in a bun and dressed in a pink pleated skirt descended slowly, yawning. She was the same girl Jiang Han had encountered in the Tianhu Mountains, riding a white tiger. After coming down from the mountains, she headed straight for Dujia Town and slept until the sun was high in the sky. The inn's first floor doubled as a dining area. The girl found an empty table and sat down, beckoning the waiter with her delicate fingers. "Do you have any flower antelope meat? Bring me 2 pounds. And a deep-sea sturgeon, plus your finest jade carving wine. A whole pot." She rattled off several more dishes. The waiter was stunned and stammered, "Miss, we don't have any of those. This is a small place. Where would we get such exotic delicacies?" The girl frowned and waved her hand impatiently. "Then bring me your 5 best meat dishes and your finest wine. Right away, please wait a moment." The waiter, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized her as someone of wealth and importance and hurried to fulfill her order. In no time, the food and wine were served. The girl grabbed a pork knuckle as thick as her arm and started gnawing on it. Despite her delicate appearance, her eating manner was quite bold, like a hungry warrior. In no time, she had devoured half of the giant knuckle and was gulping down the wine. Within moments, a pound of fine wine was down her throat, causing other diners to secretly marvel and wonder who this unrestrained young lady could be. Unfazed by the curious glances, the girl continued to eat heartily, her mouth and hands greasy. After another pot of wine, her translucent face flushed with a charming red hue, making her even more enchanting. Just then, a commotion erupted from the adjacent Lucky Casino. "Wow, something big has happened. Unbelievable." The diners turned pale with excitement and rushed out of the inn toward the casino. "Annoying." The girl frowned and called the waiter over. "What's going on over there? It's ruining my appetite." The waiter apologized repeatedly. "Sorry, miss, but we have no control over that. It's the Lucky Casino. It's probably that troublemaker Jiang Han causing another uproar, making the gamblers so excited. Troublemaker? The girl sneered. In this backwater place, what kind of troublemaker could there be? How many people has he killed? Ordinary folks. No, no. The waiter shook his head quickly. Miss, you don't understand. He only kills martial artists, many of them at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Over 100 people hunted him, and he killed 19 of them in a single day. They say the streams in the Tianhu Mountains ran red with blood. The girl raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of interest. She grabbed another pork knuckle and took a swig of wine. Tell me more. If your story is good, I'll reward you with 10 pieces of black stone. 10 pieces of black stone? The waiter trembled with excitement and eagerly recounted Jiang Han's exploits. As a hub of information next to the casino, the inn was always the first to know any news. The waiter was well-versed in Jiang Han's history and narrated the story vividly, adding embellishments that made it as gripping as a legend. 2 incense sticks later, the girl was full and satisfied. She wiped her hands and asked thoughtfully, Jiang Henshui's son? Why did he slaughter his kin? What was the cause? The waiter hesitated for a moment before leaning in and whispering. It's said that the 3rd elder of the Jiang family wanted to give Jiang Han's sister to a powerful figure as a concubine, and Jiang Han had no choice but to resist. A powerful figure? The girl was intrigued. From which faction? The waiter looked troubled. I dare not say, miss. It's best you don't ask. The girl took out 10 pieces of black stone and tossed them on the table. Tell me, and they are yours. The waiter's eyes lit up. After a quick glance around, he leaned in again. Word from Jiangjia Town is that it's Lord Han Shiqi from Yiming Pavilion. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But they say Lord Han will soon come to take Jiang Han's sister as his concubine. Han Shiqi? The girl's eyes flashed with interest, but she asked no more. Pointing to the black stones on the table, she said, These are yours. Now, find out what just happened and get me a picture of Jiang Han. Overjoyed, the waiter took the black stones and hurried to the casino to gather information. Moments later, he returned excitedly, holding a wanted poster of Jiang Han. He whispered, Just received news. Jiang Han raided Jiangjia Town, killed 4 people, and set fire to the Jiang family elder's house. This is his picture. The girl glanced at the picture and smiled knowingly. She bared her teeth, revealing 2 tiny tiger fangs, and muttered to herself, Interesting. The waiter, sensing an opportunity, flattered her. Miss, I can tell you're from a noble family. Do you think Jiang Han's strange abilities are divine powers? I've never heard of anyone awakening divine powers at the Purple Mansion stage. Could it be demonic arts? Most likely divine powers. The girl pondered for a moment. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The world outside is vast and full of wonders. There are countless prodigies. Some are even born with divine powers, known as innate Tao bodies. Demonic arts? Nonsense. Anyone practicing demonic arts would exude an evil aura detectable by even the lowest level martial artists. She stood up, stretched, and tossed a few more black stones before heading upstairs. Since there's a good show to watch, I'll stay a few more days. Back in her room, the girl looked out the window, snorted coldly, and muttered to herself, Old dog Han, I've heard of your evil deeds. This time, I'll catch you in the act. Let's see how you explain yourself to the law enforcement hall. In Jiangjia Town, the fire at the Elder's Court has been extinguished, with only 1 courtyard destroyed and no casualties reported. The bodies of Jiang Long and others have been sent back to the ancestral hall, placed alongside the unburied remains of Jiang Hu and others. Zhang Xiaotian stated that they would wait for Jiang Han's body to be returned before holding the burial. Now, nearly 20 coffins are neatly arranged in the ancestral hall, including those of Jiang Long, the hunting team members killed by Jiang Han, and other clan members. Leading a large group back, Zhang Xiaotian was visibly shaken upon seeing the burnt courtyard and the bodies of Jiang Long and others. He nearly collapsed from the shock. The deaths of Jiang Hu and Jiang Xiong had already pained him deeply, and Jiang Long's death was an even heavier blow. Jiang Long, one of his most promising protégés, had been a talented individual with the potential to break through to the Xianyu realm. Now, killed by Jiang Han, he not only lost a nephew but also a future powerhouse. The only bit of solace was that Jiang Li had not been taken by Jiang Han. Jiang Long's final act was a clever one. He had hidden Jiang Li, bound in the woodshed of the main courtyard, as a precaution against Jiang Han's surprise attacks. Unexpectedly, this move had proven to be crucial. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaotian gave an order. Relay my command. Have all clan members withdrawn back. He decided to pull back the hunting team members stationed at the base of the Tianhu mountain range. Given Jiang Han's earth-penetrating abilities, continuing to guard the area would be futile and only result in more casualties. A middle-aged man, eyes red with grief, asked, Third Elder, are we not going to kill Jiang Han? His son was among the slain hunting team members now lying in a coffin in the ancestral hall, and he was naturally unwilling to let it go. Waving his hand, Zhang Xiaotian replied, "No. Zhang Han possesses the ability to burrow through the earth, making it like finding a needle in a haystack. Our clan has already suffered heavy losses. We cannot afford to send more people to their deaths. Lord Han will soon arrive to marry Jiangli, and we will make a grand occasion of it. Zhang Han will surely show up then. We just need to wait and catch him." With a heavy tone, he added, "Rest assured, I will not let Zhang Han go. The deaths of so many clan members must be accounted for." At the mention of accounted for, Zhang Xiaoyan's expression grew even graver. The fact that the clan leader had not appeared during Zhang Han's attack indicated that the leader was at a critical juncture in breaking through to the Shanhai realm. Once the leader emerged, Zhang Xiaotian would not only need to account for the clan members, but also explain himself to the leader. Otherwise, his position as the third elder would be in jeopardy. With this thought, Zhang Xiaotian clenched his fists, the scars on his face twisting, and his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. He muttered to himself, "Zhang Han, you must die. You must die." Meanwhile, Zhang Han did not return to the Tianhu mountain range. After fleeing Jiangjia town, he chose to hide in a cave behind a waterfall where he had previously stayed. Exhausted in both body and mind, and having failed to find Jiangli that night, he needed a good rest. In the Tianhu mountain range, even with the ability to burrow underground, he risked encountering subterranean beasts, which made it difficult to sleep peacefully. Silently arriving at the cave, Zhang Han ate some wild fruits and quickly fell into a deep sleep against the cave wall. Despite being in a relatively safe environment, he still woke up 7 or 8 times throughout the night. Even the meow of a nearby wildcat would alert him instantly, ready for combat. At dawn, Zhang Han woke up, ate some wild fruits, and began cultivating in the cave. Venturing out during the day was too risky, especially after his attack on Jiangjia town the previous night, where he killed Zhang Long and burned the elder's court. Zhang Xiaotian would undoubtedly be furious, and Jiangjia town would be tightly guarded, giving him no chance to slaughter freely again. With over 20 bottles of elixirs in his possession, Zhang Han decided to focus on refining them in the coming days, aiming to break through to the 7th level of the Zifu realm. Each level increase would enhance his combat power. Ideally, he would awaken another divine ability, but he did not recognize any of the remaining mythical beasts on the heavenly beast cauldron, which either meant they did not exist in the Tianhu mountain range, or were at least second-tier beasts. Facing second-tier beasts with combat power comparable to the Xinyu realm would be certain death. Thus, obtaining another divine ability in the short term was nearly impossible. Without any martial skill manuals, his only option was to frantically refine elixirs to quickly reach the 7th level of the Zifu realm. After a full day of cultivation, Zhang Han set out again at night. He moved with extreme caution, hiding at the slightest rustle and burrowing underground if he sensed danger. To his surprise, there was no one guarding outside Jiangjia town. He circled to the base of the Tianhu mountain range and found the entrance to the mountain similarly deserted. Zhang Han returned to the outskirts of Jiangjia town, slipping silently into the underground passage like a ghost. Holding his breath, he cautiously approached the town, his eyes scanning every corner with vigilance. After careful observation, he confirmed one thing. The Jiang family warriors had fully retracted their forces, and the entire town was on high alert. The streets were brightly lit with torches, and patrol teams, each consisting of 10 men, roamed day and night. This scene puzzled Zhang Han. It seemed Zhang Xiaotian had given up the chase. But Zhang Han knew better. Zhang Xiaotian would never let it go so easily. He weighed 2 possibilities in his mind. Either this was a meticulously crafted trap, with a facade of defensive retraction while secretly tracking him, or Zhang Xiaotian had indeed temporarily halted the pursuit, waiting for Zhang Han to walk into the trap on Jiang Li's wedding day. Thinking of Jiang Li made Zhang Han's heart ache. He had never intended to abandon her, willing to risk everything for her. But at this moment, he realized he had no chance. Even if there was a chance, it was likely a trap, with Zhang Xiaotian waiting with a knife for him to walk right into it. Without any hesitation, Zhang Han decisively retreated, returning to the cave beneath the waterfall to continue his training and rest. Over the next few days, he repeatedly tried, but the situation remained unchanged. Jiangjia town was impenetrable, with no one leaving, and Zhang Xiaotian personally guarding Jiangli at the Elder Hall, leaving Zhang Han with no options. Inner turmoil surged like a tide, but Zhang Han could only stave off hunger with wild fruits and train relentlessly in the cave. He consumed precious elixirs with a recklessness that even Zhang Xiaoyan's own son wouldn't dare imagine. Under such frenzied training, Zhang Han's strength rapidly increased, and the 7th layer of the divine altar in his purple mansion's secret storage was almost fully constructed. As time passed, the nearby villages and towns gradually returned to calm after the previous commotion. But everyone knew that Han Shiqi would soon come to Jiangjia town to marry Jiang Li. On that day, Zhang Han would surely appear, and this farce would come to an end. At the Lucky Gambler's Den, a staggering bet quietly emerged, odds of 1,000 to 1. betting that Zhang Han could rescue Zhang Li. However, despite the high odds, not a single person placed a bet, not even a single Xian stone. People understood well. Although Han Shiqi was only at the 5th level of the Xianyu realm and not considered a top-tier expert in Yumeng Pavilion, he was still an insurmountable adversary for Zhang Han. Moreover, Han Shiqi would definitely be accompanied by a team of elite Yumeng Pavilion warriors, possibly including Xianyu realm experts, coupled with Jiang Shaotian and the patrol teams of Jiangjia Town. So many powerful figures gathered together meant that if Zhang Han dared to show up and try to rescue Zhang Li, there would be only one outcome for him: complete annihilation. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Zhang Han would sneak out every night, silently exploring the vicinity of Jiangjia Town, but he never found a suitable opportunity. Reluctantly, he returned to the cave behind the waterfall, spending his days alternating between sleep and training. He also made a trip to the Tianhu Mountains to finalize preparations for his plan. Meanwhile, tension filled Jiangjia Town. Jiang Shaotian was both on high alert and busy arranging the banquet hall and preparing the feast. He placed great importance on Han Shiqi's visit, knowing that winning his favor would bring tremendous benefits to him and the entire Jiang family. The most immediate advantage would be the special attention his son, Jiang Peng, might receive at Yumeng Pavilion. Jiang Peng, a year older than Jiang Han, had reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm a year ago and was on the verge of breaking through to the Xianyu realm. Though this talent was top-notch in Jiangjia Town, it was nothing remarkable at Yumeng Pavilion. Jiang Shaotian's meticulous planning aimed to pave the way for his son at Yumeng Pavilion. If Jiang Peng could gain their favor, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, potentially securing a high position within Yunmeng Pavilion and benefiting the entire Jiang clan. The burned Elder Hall was swiftly rebuilt, and the whole town was decorated with lanterns and cleaned until spotless. Many clansmen donned new robes, creating a festive atmosphere akin to New Year's celebrations. Early that morning, Jiang Chongfeng, the patrol team captain, stood at the south gate of the town, eagerly awaiting the distinguished guests. Additionally, the patrol team members, along with over 100 clansmen mobilized by Jiang Shaotian, were dispersed throughout the town, closely monitoring every suspicious area to ensure Jiang Han could be detected immediately if he appeared. As the sun climbed higher, guests began to arrive. The first to come were representatives from nearby villages, mostly elders or chiefs of small clans. They understood the significance of Han Shiqi's presence and didn't dare miss the opportunity to celebrate his wedding. They brought lavish gifts, hoping to leave a favorable impression, knowing well that failing to do so could have dire consequences if Han Shiqi found out. Soon after, representatives from larger clans also arrived. Elders from Wangjia Town, Guangjia Town, and Dujia Town came, accompanied by many young elites. The elders were there to present gifts, while the young ones were there to gain experience or simply enjoy the spectacle. Jiang Shaotian personally greeted the elders from the major clans, but a fleeting hint of displeasure crossed his face when he saw them. Today was supposed to be a grand occasion for Han Shiqi and the Jiang family, and the clan chiefs themselves should have been present. Their absence sent a subtle message: they were unwilling to completely antagonize Jiang Han, or were perhaps wary that Jiang Henshui might still be alive, and didn't want to push things too far. Adding to Jiang Shaotian's frustration, when he went to the clan chief's residence earlier that morning to ask him to oversee the event, the chief's young grandson informed him that the chief was in deep seclusion and could not be disturbed. Jiang Shaotian couldn't tell if the chief was genuinely in seclusion or just avoiding the situation, but it certainly left him displeased. Besides the village and town representatives, many townsfolk also flocked to Jiangjia Town. Though they had no place in the banquet hall, they crowded into inns and tea houses, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Outside the town, small groves and hills were also filled with onlookers, roughly 400 to 500 in total, all excited to witness the spectacle. Everyone expected Jiang Han to show up today. A man who dared to defy his entire clan for his sister and killed 19 people in one day wouldn't stand idly by while his sister was taken away. At noon, a sudden cry from a mythical beast echoed down the main road leading to the town's south gate. Jiang Shaotian and the clan representatives, who had been waiting for hours, perked up and looked into the distance. A cloud of dust rose as 5 carriages, each drawn by 2 snow-white dragon lions, sped towards them. The carriages, made of fine black pear wood, bore black flags fluttering in the wind. The 3 grand characters on the flags exuded an aura of mystery and power, commanding respect from everyone present at Yumeng Pavilion. This flag symbolized not only the authority of the most powerful force within 100 miles, but also the supreme power of life and death. Jiang Shaotian signaled to Jiang Chongfeng, who immediately raised his command flag, putting the patrol team on high alert. Han Shiqi's arrival had to be flawless. Any mistake could turn today's celebration into a disaster. The 5 carriages quickly reached the south gate of Jiangjia Town. The carriage was grand and imposing, pulled by majestic dragon horses with manes like fire and hooves that thundered. The coachman, clad in a uniform black outfit with a long knife glinting at his waist, had eyes as cold as ice. Everything about the scene exuded the power and prestige of Yunming Pavilion. Suddenly, the curtains of the carriages in front and behind were lifted simultaneously. 10 warriors, dressed in black outfits embroidered with red edges, flowed out like water and quickly took positions on either side of the carriages. Their eyes, sharp as eagles, scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Their synchronized movements, formidable presence, and icy gazes sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Someone discreetly assessed the cultivation levels of these warriors, 2 at the first level of Xinyu and 8 at the ninth level of Zifu. The crowd was thrown into turmoil once more. These were merely Han Shiqi's attendants, and Han Shiqi was only the head of the Internal Affairs Hall in Yunming Pavilion. The true elite resided in the Battle Hall, a testament to the profound strength of Yunming Pavilion. The curtain of the central carriage slowly lifted, and a handsome young man leapt out. He first surveyed the scene from above, then bent to lift the curtain respectfully, saying, "Master, we have arrived at Jiangjia town." An elderly man then stepped out of the carriage. He wore a red robe, with white hair and beard flowing, a jade crown on his head, and golden cloud boots on his feet. His face was rosy as a newborn, but his eyes were as sharp as knives, and his expression carried an undeniable arrogance. With the young man's assistance, he steadily descended from the carriage. Zhang Xiaotian and his companions immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings, Master Han." Han Shiqi glanced around, noticing that several clan leaders were absent, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly replaced it with a broad smile and laughed heartily. "Rise, we're all friends here. No need for such formalities." Zhang Xiaotian and the others stood up and, along with the clan elders, stepped forward to shower Han Shiqi with flattery. Han Shiqi listened with a delighted smile, his mood visibly lifted. The group escorted Han Shiqi toward the town's ceremonial hall. The 10 warriors from Yunming Pavilion followed closely, always guarding Han Shiqi. Meanwhile, Jiangjia town entered the highest state of alert, the atmosphere thick with tension. Spectators in the town's inns and restaurants, along with villagers in the surrounding hills, were abuzz with excitement. Han Shiqi's arrival signaled that the drama was about to begin. People couldn't help but speculate. When would Jiang Han make his appearance? With so many powerful figures gathered today, how would he make his stunning entrance? More importantly, in what tragic manner would he ultimately fall? In a small courtyard within the Jiang family elder's residence, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. This was the most heavily guarded place in Jiangjia town, with 20 experts standing ready. 10 of them were top-tier masters at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, while the remaining 10 were elite warriors above the 6th level. Their expressions were serious, and their eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, prepared for any sudden incidents. Inside the house, 3 women were dressing up Zhongli. Although she was only 11 years old, her beauty was already evident. Her eyes, as pure as a baby's, were particularly captivating, seemingly able to see through one's soul. Today, she wore a red wedding dress adorned with gold and silver jewelry, making her look even more charming. However, half a month of captivity had left her thin, with a pale face full of sorrow and tears welling up in her eyes, invoking pity. The 3 women surrounded Zhongli, continually comforting and advising her on how to behave during the wedding and what to pay attention to in Yuming City. However, Zhongli kept her head down, remaining silent. Seeing this, the women gradually lost their patience, worried that Zhang Li's non-cooperation would anger Han Shiqi and bring them punishment from Zhang Xiaotian. "Zhang Li, don't look so dead." One of the women finally couldn't hold back, standing with hands on her hips and scolding Zhang Li. "What's so bad about marrying into the Han family? You'll eat well, drink well, and your brother will gain great benefits. If you can please Master Han, he might even bring your brother into Yunming Pavilion, where he could rise to become a great master." "Exactly," another woman chimed in. "We women all have to marry sooner or later. Who you marry doesn't matter. Look at me, married to your Uncle Gu. I've never enjoyed a good life, always working hard. I can't even afford a good dress. If my daughter were as beautiful as you and Master Han took a liking to her, I'd be living a life of luxury by now." The 3 women continued their chatter, but Zhang Li remained silent, her face devoid of any smile. After a long time, the women grew dry-mouthed from talking, and Zhang Li finally raised her head slowly, her voice low but firm. "I want to see my brother. I won't marry unless I see him." Zhang Li recalled that night when Jiang Han attacked Jiangjia town. She was locked in a nearby woodshed, her hands and feet bound, and her mouth gagged, but she clearly heard Jiang Han calling her name. The sounds of screams were constant, and she saw the courtyard where she was held set ablaze. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, she guessed that Jiang Han had come to rescue her. Worried about his safety, she now only wanted to see him. The 3 women exchanged glances, and one hesitated for a moment before speaking with a serious expression. "To be honest, your brother has been tied up. The 3rd elder is afraid he'll cause trouble today." Another woman nodded in agreement. "Your brother made a scene a few days ago. and the third elder was furious. If you don't cooperate, your brother will be skinned alive today. The last woman added firmly. The third elder said that if you don't cooperate today, he'll chop off your brother's hands and feet, put his body in a jar, and release a nest of flesh-eating ants to slowly eat him alive. No, please no. Jiangli was terrified, her face turning ashen. She grabbed one of the women's hands, tears streaming down her face as she begged, please don't hurt my brother. I'll do whatever you say. I'll marry. That's more like it. The women smiled in satisfaction, and one comforted her, don't worry. As long as you behave, once you marry Master Han, your brother will become his brother-in-law. The third elder wouldn't dare touch him. Isn't that right? The naive Jiangli was easily deceived. Though tears continued to fall from her eyes, she no longer resisted. She gazed out the window, murmuring, brother, you must be well, you must be well. By noon, a grand banquet was set up in the Jiang family elder's residence. Jiang Xiaotian had ordered a large amount of delicacies and hundreds of jars of fine wine. Various clan elders and minor clan representatives also presented precious gifts. When Jiangli was brought out, Han Shiqi's eyes were immediately drawn to her. Although he had only seen her portrait before, seeing her in person with those pearl-like eyes made him smile broadly. As someone who loved young girls and boys, Han Shiqi enjoyed slowly grooming and training them. He liked both girls and boys. The handsome youth standing beside him, Han Renfeng, appeared to be his disciple but was actually his captive. At this moment, Han Renfeng looked at Jiangli with a flash of jealousy and hatred in his eyes. He knew Han Shiqi well. Jiang Li's captivating eyes had already ensnared him. If they weren't in Jiangzhou town, Han Shiqi would have already taken her to the bridal chamber. The banquet proceeded joyfully, but Jiang Han never appeared. This made Jiang Xiaoyan smile even broader. As long as Jiang Han didn't show up in Jiangzhou town, even if he were ambushed on the way, it wouldn't matter to him. The weight on Jiang Xiaoyan's heart finally lifted, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is Jiang Han really not going to show up? This question stirred up quite a commotion in Jiangzhou town. On the streets, in inns, taverns, and even the surrounding forests, people were buzzing with speculation. We came all this way for nothing. Someone sighed in disappointment. You can't blame him. He's only at the Purple Mansion stage. There are too many powerful fighters today. If he's smart, he wouldn't come here just to die. Another person analyzed. That makes sense. With his talent, he could become a formidable force after 10 years of secluded training. Revenge is best served cold. In the forest, the spectators were growing hungry and impatient, scanning the horizon for any sign of Jiang Han. Meanwhile, Han Shiqi climbed into a carriage surrounded by his entourage. Jiang Li was escorted into a second carriage, guarded by two skilled middle-aged women to prevent her from escaping or harming herself. The warriors from Yiming Pavilion boarded their carriages, and the convoy slowly departed from the Elder Hall, heading towards the south gate of Jiangzhou town. Jiang Xiaotian led the elders and representatives of various clans, following the convoy to see them off at the town gate. Many diners from the inns and taverns joined the send-off, feeling both anxious and hopeful. 5 carriages passed through the town gate. Han Shiqi, supported by Han Renfeng, got out once more to wave his thanks to Jiang Xiaotian and the elders. Villagers from the nearby forests craned their necks, eyes filled with anticipation. Brother, take care of yourself. Jiang Li leaned against the window of the second carriage, her eyes longing as she looked back towards Jiangzhou town. Her large eyes were filled with hope, wishing for one last glimpse of Jiang Han. But among the nearly 100 people at the town gate, she couldn't find that familiar figure. Her eyes grew dim, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, leaving 2 pale streaks. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, and the uproar quickly spread. The crowd at the forest and the town gate burst into excitement and noise. It's Jiang Han. Jiang Han is here. Jiang Li threw open the carriage curtain, looking out in surprise. At the end of the road, she saw a young man in black, carrying a long sword, walking step by step towards them. Her tears flowed like a river breaking its banks. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, Jiang Han approached slowly with his battle sword on his back. His posture was straight, his steps firm, his gaze cold, and his expression resolute, like a moth flying into the flame without hesitation. Many people speculated that Jiang Han would show up today. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a large crowd gathered. What they didn't expect was the manner in which Jiang Han would make his entrance. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. A tall figure could be seen walking slowly from a distance. It was Jiang Han, the traitor wanted by the Jiang family, boldly appearing before everyone. He walked with a calm and steady pace, his gaze sharp and unwavering, completely unfazed by the hundreds of eyes watching him. Jiang Han's appearance was like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The martial artists of Jiangzhou town were on high alert, their hands on their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Xiaoyan's face was dark and menacing, his eyes burning with anger and murderous intent. In stark contrast, The elders of the Du, Wang, and Guan families, as well as the representatives of various clans, took a few steps back with expressions of amusement. They exchanged meaningful glances, as if anticipating a spectacular show. Han Shiqi, who had intended to re-enter his carriage with the help of Han Renfeng, was drawn by the sudden uproar. He stood on the carriage step, looking around in astonishment. The martial artists of Yunming Pavilion quickly emerged from the carriage, forming a vigilant circle around him, their eyes darting between Jiang Han and the surroundings. Hearing the whispers and discussions nearby, Han Shiqi frowned slightly and directed his gaze towards Jiang Xiaotian. In a deep voice he asked, "Who is this person?" The third elder, Jiang Chongfeng, awkwardly cupped his hands and replied, "This person is Jiang Han, a traitor of our clan. He has betrayed his ancestors and slaughtered his kin. He practices demonic arts and is guilty of heinous crimes. My lord need not concern yourself. We will handle him." At that moment, Jiang Han had already stopped about 10 zhang from the carriage. He suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes shifting between Jiang Xiaotian and Han Shiqi, and loudly declared, "I admit to slaughtering my kin, but I do not accept the accusation of betraying my clan, practicing demonic arts, or committing heinous crimes." He turned to Han Shiqi and respectfully cupped his hands. "Greetings, Lord Han. I am Jiang Han, originally of the Jiang clan, and the elder brother of Jiang Li, Jiang Xiaotian, without my consent as her brother, promised Jiang Li to you in marriage to curry favor. When I objected, he injured me and sent Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao to assassinate me. To survive, I had no choice but to kill them in self-defense. Afterwards, Jiang Xiaotian issued a bounty for my capture, calling on all clans to hunt me down. I had to fight back to stay alive, which resulted in the deaths of many." Jiang Han looked Han Shiqi straight in the eyes and earnestly asked, "Lord Han, did I do wrong? Is it wrong for a person to protect his sister and fight for his life?" Han Shiqi's face darkened. He did not respond immediately, but instead turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaotian. Jiang Xiaotian's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. Jiang Han's words were a public slap in the face for him. His mystical energy surged wildly, almost driving him to attack Jiang Han on the spot. However, seeing Han Shiqi's gaze, he had to suppress his anger and gritted his teeth as he said, "Jiang Han, stop twisting the truth and spouting nonsense. Without the clan's protection, you and your sister would have long been devoured by beasts. Now that the clan needs you to contribute, you repay kindness with treachery. You demanded 1,000 mystic stones to allow Jiangli to marry, a demand no one could meet. You practiced demonic arts and were discovered by Jiang Hu and Jiang Bao, whom you killed to silence. The bodies of a dozen clan members still lie in the ancestral hall. These are ironclad proofs. How dare you distort the facts here?" After finishing, Jiang Xiaotian gave Jiang Han no chance to rebut and immediately shouted, "Jiang Chongfeng, take Jiang Han down. If he resists, kill him on the spot." At that moment, a shrill cry came from the second carriage, "No, don't kill my brother." Jiang Li, hearing Jiang Xiaotian's words, tried to rush out of the carriage. However, 2 women inside quickly pulled her back, one of them striking her on the back of the head, rendering her unconscious. Following Jiang Xiaotian's order, Jiang Chongfeng led 20 elite huntsmen towards Jiang Han, weapons drawn and exuding a murderous aura. "Wait!" Jiang Han shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, Han Shiqi raised his hand slightly, signaling Jiang Chongfeng and his men to stop. Jiang Han cupped his hands towards Han Shiqi again, his eyes filled with expectation, and said, "Lord Han, I am 16 years old, currently at the 7th level of the Zifu realm, with combat prowess unrivaled in the Zifu realm. A few days ago in the Tianhu Mountains, over 100 martial artists hunted me, and I killed 19 in a single day. Lord Han, give me 5 years to cultivate, and I am confident I can sweep through the Xinyu realm. If you return my sister to me, my life will be yours. I will obey your every command and kill whoever you want me to kill." Han Shiqi did not respond immediately. The handsome youth beside him, Han Renfeng, glanced at Han Shiqi's expression and then let out a mocking laugh. Looking down at Jiang Han, he sneered, "Who do you think you are? A mere Zifu realm cultivator dares to boast here? Sweeping through the Xinyu realm in 5 years? Why not claim you'll reach the immortal realm in 5 years? A traitorous wretch like you isn't even fit to be my master's dog. Get lost. Today is my master's wedding day. Leave now and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die." A warrior from Yunming Pavilion shouted fiercely, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, exuding a murderous aura. Han Shiqi finally spoke. His face was expressionless, his voice cold, "Boy, just go. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to see any bloodshed." These words shattered Jiang Han's last hope like a sledgehammer. His eyes quickly dimmed, his face turning pale. He knew well that with so many powerful figures present, rescuing his sister Jiangli by himself was nearly impossible. He had resolved that if Han Shiqi spared his sister, he would willingly serve him, even if it meant being treated like a dog. But alas, Jiang Han closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly turned around and walked towards the distant grove, each step heavy and laborious as if weighed down by lead. Jiang Changfeng and the others watched Jiang Han's departure, their anxious eyes turning to Jiang Xiaotian. Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly cupped his hands towards Elder Han and said, "Sir, this boy harbors a strong desire for revenge. If we let him go, he'll surely become a menace in the future." Han Shiqi didn't even look at Jiang Xiaotian, merely waving his hand impatiently. Though he was powerful, he had to consider his reputation. If word got out that he had not only kidnapped someone's sister but also killed her brother, it would greatly tarnish his name. Around them, the forest was abuzz with discussion. Someone said disappointedly, "That's it? Jiang Henshui's son has no spine. I thought there'd be a big fight today. Ugh, I've been waiting here all morning for nothing. What a waste of time." You can't blame Jiang Han. With so many strong fighters, could you do any better? Seeing there was no spectacle to watch, many people started preparing to leave. "I'm starving. Are we supposed to wait here until New Year's?" In a large tree to the right, a pretty girl in a pink, pleated skirt with 2 buns on her head was feasting heartily. She held a half-eaten pork knuckle in one hand and a wine jug in the other, her mouth greasy. Watching Jiang Han disappear into the grove, she muttered in disappointment. Weren't they saying he was fierce? Didn't he kill 19 people in one day? Where's the courage? Where's the pride? How can Jiang Henshui's son be such a coward? Go on, kill that old dog Han. As Jiang Han left, the warriors of Yunmeng Pavilion sheathed their swords and boarded their carriages. Han Shiqi and Han Renfeng also stepped into their carriage. Han Shiqi gave a final wave, and the carriages began to roll away. The spectators around shook their heads and sighed, preparing to disperse. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! As the carriage moved about 10 yards, the ground beneath the third carriage suddenly exploded. Amidst the flying dust, a black war blade, gleaming with a cold light, struck heavily at the bottom of the carriage. Crash! The carriage, made from expensive black pearwood, shattered into pieces. The 2 dragon lion horses reared up in fright, neighing loudly. A black figure shot out from the ground, the long blade carrying a fierce killing intent, aiming straight for Han Shiqi inside the carriage. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Han's roar echoed through the surroundings. "Old dog Han, I'll take your head." A roar thundered through the air, shaking everyone present to their core. The pretty young girl dropped the pork elbow she was holding, and all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. A figure burst out from the shattered remains of a luxurious carriage, charging straight at Han Shiqi. The crowd, who had been ready to disperse in disappointment, were now utterly stunned. Jiang Han's sudden action was a massive surprise, but what shocked them even more was his choice of target the most formidable warrior present, Han Shiqi, the head of Yunmeng Pavilion's internal affairs and a formidable fighter at the 5th level of the Xianyu realm. Despite Han Shiqi being considered relatively weaker among Yunmeng Pavilion's top brass and having drunk quite a bit, he was still undeniably at the 5th level of the Xianyu realm. For someone at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm to dare challenge a 5th-level Xianyu master was an act of immense courage, especially against such a renowned figure. Han Shiqi, sluggish from the alcohol, only realized the threat when Jiang Han cleaved through the carriage. Though he hadn't fought in years, his skills were still sharp. His eyes flashed with cold light as he shot into the air like an arrow, his long sword emerging from his spatial ring in an instant. With a grim expression and a murderous aura, he flipped in midair, his sword glowing with profound energy. "On this day of great joy, must you force me to shed blood?" Han Shiqi roared, swinging his sword down at Jiang Han with dazzling light. He unleashed a powerful technique, the sword light manipulating the airflow to envelop Jiang Han, leaving him seemingly nowhere to escape. The spectators around shook their heads and sighed. It's over. Jiang Han is doomed. A mayfly trying to shake a tree courting death. A genius fallen. He should have ambushed the second carriage and escaped with Jiangli underground. However, just as Han Shiqi's sword was about to strike Jiang Han, he let out a cry of surprise. Jiang Han's figure suddenly froze, and the sword passed through a dissipating shadow. Shadow shift. Jiang Han's true form materialized to the left of the shattered carriage, right beside Han Shiqi's disciple, Han Renfeng. The newly promoted Xianyu realm fighter was just scrambling to his feet when a flash of blade light appeared. "Master, save me!" Han Renfeng cried out in terror. Bang! Jiang Han struck Han Renfeng, sending him flying 3 meters away. Han Shiqi, enraged, shot towards Jiang Han like an arrow, his sword gleaming. Yet, his strike missed again as Jiang Han reappeared in front of Han Renfeng. Jiang Han pressed his long blade against Han Renfeng's neck, his foot pinning him to the ground. With a murderous glare, he shouted at Han Shiqi, "Old dog Han, don't move, or I'll kill him." Han Renfeng convulsed in pain, the gash on his chest horrifying, with 2 ribs already broken. He dared not move and could only plead with Han Shichi, "Master, I don't want to die. Please save me." Han Shichi froze, and the entire scene fell into a dead silence. Countless eyes were fixed on the defiant Jiang Han, their hearts pounding, breaths nearly halting, blood boiling. At this moment, one could hear a pin drop. Just moments ago, many people thought Jiang Han had lost his mind for attacking Han Shichi. Now, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd as they finally understood Jiang Han's true intention. From the beginning, his target was never Han Shichi, but Han Renfeng. Smashing the carriage and attacking Han Shichi were all diversions to catch Han Renfeng off guard. The scene was in an uproar, with countless eyes fixed on the dramatic turn of events. Jiang Han's legendary technique of shifting and shadowing had been the talk of the town, and today, it was finally unveiled. Some in the crowd were in awe, feeling their trip was worth it. Others looked on with envy, silently marveling at the power of this technique that even deceived Han Shichi. Incredible. This calls for a grand toast. A pretty girl with her hair in a bun grinned, revealing her little tiger teeth, and took a hearty swig of wine. Han Shichi's face turned dark and menacing as he looked at the bloodied Han Renfeng on the ground, a flicker of pain in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, raised his head to Jiang Han, and said in a low voice, "Let him go, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened." Jiang Han was on high alert, his mystical energy surging, ready to strike Han Renfeng down at any moment. He responded impassively, "I'll release him, but you need to provide a carriage so my sister and I can leave. Once we're safe, I'll let your disciple go." Huh. Han Shichi laughed in fury. Jiang Han can leave, but Zhongli cannot. His purpose today was to marry Zhongli, and if she were taken away, he would become the laughingstock of tens of thousands in the neighboring villages and towns. Shaking his head, his expression resolute, Han Shichi said, "I'll give you one last chance. Let him go, and you can leave. No other conditions." A look of determination flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. "No negotiations? Then, there's nothing to talk about." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he swiftly drew his long blade, slicing across Han Renfeng's neck. A good head rolled off, and blood gushed from the headless neck. Jiang Han kicked the severed head, sending it hurtling toward Han Shichi like a cannonball. The entire crowd fell silent before erupting into screams of terror. Jiang Han, with his blood-drenched blade, charged towards Han Shichi with unwavering resolve. He roared again, his voice filled with determination. "Old dog Han, I never planned on leaving here alive today. If I'm going to die, I'm taking enough with me." For this day, Jiang Han had pondered deeply for several days and devised several plans. He was prepared for the worst, even if it meant his own demise. Jiang Han's gaze was fixed on the carriage not far away. Inside was his target for this mission, Zhongli. He didn't choose to attack directly because he knew very well that it would take 2 to 3 seconds to emerge from the ground and grab Zhongli. A brief moment that would be enough for Han Shichi to kill them both with a single sword strike. Initially, Jiang Han had considered negotiating, even planning to serve under Han Shichi in exchange for Zhongli's freedom. However, Han Shichi coldly rejected his proposal. Then, he noticed the presence of Han Renfeng, and a new plan formed in his mind: kidnap Han Renfeng and use him as a bargaining chip. But when he met Han Shichi's cold, merciless eyes, Jiang Han instantly realized the futility of this plan. Han Shichi didn't care about Han Renfeng's life or death. Using him as leverage would be pointless. Time was running out, and Jiang Han's berserk power could only last for the time it took an incense stick to burn. He had no time to waste. With this thought, Jiang Han acted decisively, beheading Han Renfeng with a single stroke. As he said, he didn't plan to leave alive once he came. If he were to die, he would take a few with him. Jiang Han's figure shot forward like an arrow, charging ferociously at Han Shichi. Han Shichi caught Han Renfeng's head with one hand, his body trembling slightly as he stared at the twisted face and lifeless eyes. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, as if to freeze the very air around him. Han Shichi roared to the sky, flinging Han Renfeng's head away violently. He launched himself at Jiang Han like a caged tiger freed, with 10 of his followers attacking from all directions. "Die!" Han Shichi shouted, his sword thrusting like a venomous snake toward Jiang Han's throat. However, Jiang Han's figure suddenly froze and then dissipated like smoke. In the next moment, Jiang Han reappeared behind a Yunming Pavilion warrior, his battle blade slicing down mercilessly. The Purple Mansion 9th level warrior reacted swiftly, slashing back with his sword while rolling forward to the left. Clang! Jiang Han's blade struck the opponent's sword heavily, knocking it away with a burst of violent force. After days and nights of intense training and refining over 20 bottles of elixirs, Jiang Han had broken through to the Purple Mansion's 7th level. The advancement in his realm brought a surge in strength, and combined with his berserk power, his current strength was comparable to the 1st level of the profound Nether Realm. The Yunming Pavilion warrior's sword was knocked away, unable to dodge in time. and Jiang Han's blade struck his neck, causing him to fall to the ground, screaming as blood gushed out, his life quickly fading. Kill. In the distance, Jiang Changfeng, the captain of the Jiang family hunting team, led over 20 elite members charging forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaotian didn't join the charge but instead leaped onto the city wall of Jiang family town. With a flash of light from his spatial ring, a black longbow and a black feathered arrow appeared. Jiang Xiaotian drew his bow, his gaze locking onto Jiang Han below like a venomous snake. This top-grade profound weapon longbow had incredible speed and power, but each shot required an incense stick's time to recharge. He didn't shoot hastily but waited for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike to Jiang Han. On the battlefield, Jiang Han's figure flickered continuously, using his shadow step technique repeatedly. Although this technique was powerful, it wasn't limitless. After 30 consecutive uses, Jiang Han might collapse from mental exhaustion. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to worry about that. Reinforcements from the Jiang family kept arriving, along with 10 people from Yiming Pavilion, 3 of whom were profound Netherrealm experts, with Han Shiqi being a 5th-level master. Jiang Han was heavily surrounded, and any pause could result in a fatal strike. He had to keep using his technique, attacking with his blade each time he appeared, regardless of the outcome, before instantly shifting again. Clang! The sounds of metal clashing and screams echoed repeatedly. In just a few seconds, Jiang Han had used his shadow step technique over 10 times. He moved like a ghost across the battlefield, each appearance marked by a thunderous strike before he vanished again. This strategy proved highly effective, as he continually avoided Han Shiqi and the other 2 profound Netherrealm experts, targeting Purple Mansion warriors instead. In those few seconds, Jiang Han attacked over 10 times, killing 6 and severely injuring 5, achieving remarkable results. The chaotic battlefield became his advantage, and although Han Shiqi and his men were furious, they repeatedly missed their target, hindered by their own people and unable to unleash their full strength. Jiang Han used his shadow step again, but this time, possibly due to mental exhaustion from continuous use, he felt a wave of dizziness as soon as he reappeared, his body swaying and almost collapsing. At that moment, Jiang Xiaotian's eyes gleamed sharply from the city wall. The black longbow in his hand emanated a terrifying aura and black light, aiming straight at the staggering Jiang Han. Jiang Xiaotian's bowstring snapped with a sudden release, sending a black arrow streaking like a meteor towards Jiang Han. Alarmed, Jiang Han twisted his head just in time to see the black arrow enlarging rapidly in his vision. A chill ran through him as he thought, "This is the end for me." The arrow's speed left him no time to react. Despite using his teleportation ability repeatedly, his mind was still dizzy, making another teleportation impossible. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Jiang Han desperately swung his long blade, hoping to deflect the incoming arrow. The surrounding martial artists, who had been watching intently, knew well that the moment Jiang Xiaotian released his arrow would likely be Jiang Han's demise. However, a pretty girl with a bun in her hair smiled, her gaze shifting to the other side of the Jiang family town wall. An elderly man with white hair and a heavy cloak had appeared on the wall, leaning on a staff and watching Jiang Han below with cloudy eyes. His wrinkled face twitched slightly as the staff in his hand emitted a faint green glow. In an instant, countless vines sprang up in front of Jiang Han, forming a wall of thorns. The black arrow struck the vine wall with a heavy thud, shattering it, but its terrifying force was significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Han slashed at the arrow, deflecting it away. Stunned, Jiang Han instinctively looked towards the left wall, where the white-haired elder smiled kindly. Trembling, he exclaimed, "Great Elder, why did you do this, old man?" Jiang Xiaotian snapped out of his daze and roared in fury. The cloaked elder paid no heed, casting a deep look at Jiang Han before gazing towards the distant mountains. He murmured, "Hin Shui, this is as far as I can help your son." Before he could finish, the elder fell backwards, collapsing heavily on the wall, his eyes closing slowly as his breath weakened. "Great Elder!" Jiang Han cried out in sorrow, understanding that the Great Elder had exhausted his last ounce of energy to conjure the thorn barrier and protect him from the fatal attack. Suddenly, a blade's gleam came whistling from the left. Jiang Han snapped back to reality, using his teleportation ability once more. This time, he didn't counterattack but instead gathered dark golden light in his hands, shooting downwards into the ground and vanishing in an instant. "Think you can escape? Not so easily." Jiang Xiaotian tossed aside his bow and leaped from the tower, diving into the hole where Jiang Han had disappeared. Jiang Changfeng and the others followed suit, rushing underground. Han Shiqi roared in fury, "Chase him. If he escapes today, I'll kill every last one of you." Did he burrow underground? Or run away? The crowd erupted in a flurry of exclamations. Jiang Han's sudden disappearance sparked heated discussions among the onlookers. Some questioned whether he could escape, while others marveled at his fierce display. "He's only 16 and already killed 6, injuring 5 more. This kid is ruthless." one bystander exclaimed. Jiang Xiaotian led Jiang Chongfeng and the others in hot pursuit, diving into the tunnel. Two Xianyu realm experts from Yunming Pavilion also joined the chase. The crowd buzzed with anticipation and anxiety, eagerly awaiting the outcome. A pretty girl sitting in a tree furrowed her brows, setting down her wine cup, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. In the distance, Han Shiqi paced near a carriage, cursing loudly. His team had suffered heavy losses, 4 dead, and 7 had followed into the tunnel. Half an incense stick later, there was finally some movement from the tunnel. A Yunming Pavilion expert crawled out, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Shortly after, another expert emerged, weakly reporting, "Pavilion Master, it's bad that kids set up a smoke trap down there. Most of our brothers might not make it back." This news hit Han Shiqi and the Jiang clan like a sledgehammer, shattering their hopes. The onlookers erupted once more, their discussions growing louder. The situation underground was worse than anyone had imagined. As soon as Jiang Xiaotian entered the tunnel, something felt off. The intricate network of passages was clearly a trap set by Jiang Han. They ran frantically, soon noticing a strange odor permeating the air. Smoke trap. Retreat. A Yunming Pavilion expert was the first to sense the danger, turning to flee. Jiang Xiaotian immediately held his breath, choosing a different passage. He used his Xian energy to resist the toxins while searching for an exit. The screams and curses from behind made his heart sink. He realized Jiang Han had begun his counterattack. "Dig up, or we'll die here." Jiang Xiaotian frantically swung his sword, trying to carve a path to the surface. He knew the longer they stayed underground, the slimmer their chances of survival. The continuous screams echoing through the cave tore at Jiang Xiaotian's heart. He widened his eyes, desperately digging upwards, hoping to escape before Jiang Han could find him. The death of Jiang Chongfeng and his comrades was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Jiang family. The loss of these elite members would severely weaken the family, making it difficult to recover for at least 20 to 30 years. The third elder, Jiang Xiaotian, held his breath for an extended period, causing his head to become increasingly dizzy and his sword-wielding arm to weaken. A wave of vertigo washed over him, and he bit hard on his tongue, using the pain to force himself to stay awake. He continued to swing his long sword with all his might, desperately trying to carve a path to the surface. Just as he was about to give in, his sword finally pierced through the ground. A sliver of sunlight streamed through the crack, bringing with it the scent of fresh air. Revitalized, the third elder almost cried in relief. However, at this critical moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from behind, accompanied by a chilling killing intent. Jiang Xiaotian was horrified. He rapidly channeled his inner energy and accelerated his ascent. With a loud bang, he finally broke through the surface, sending dirt and turf flying in all directions. But hot on his heels was a fierce blade. The long knife struck precisely between his legs, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Jiang Xiaotian let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately following him, a blood-soaked figure leaped out from underground. It was Jiang Han. His long knife, swung from below, had shattered Jiang Xiaotian's lower body, covering himself in blood in the process. This grisly scene unfolded near the south gate of Jiangjiao town, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Even Han Shiqi was too shocked to speak, feeling a chill run down his spine as he watched Jiang Xiaotian writhing on the ground, clutching his mutilated body. Jiang Xiaotian's injuries were appalling. His pelvis was split open, and his intestines spilled out. Even if he could be saved, he would likely live the rest of his life as a eunuch. But Jiang Han was not done. In a flash, he appeared beside Jiang Xiaotian and swung his long knife once more, decisively severing Jiang Xiaotian's head. Blood spurted out, and Jiang Xiaotian was no longer even fit to be a eunuch's. Life ended then and there. Jiang Han shook the blood off his blade, the mist of blood hanging in the air. He turned to face Han Shiqi, his expression calm as water. Pointing his long knife at him, he coldly said, "Old dog Han, do you dare to fight me?" A slightly immature voice echoed across the field, resounding like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Jiang Han's words were outrageously arrogant, hitting the crowd with the force of a sledgehammer. Normally, such provocation would be met with ridicule and disdain, but at this moment, no one found it out of place. Jiang Han, wielding a long blade, pointed it directly at Han Shiqi, as if he already considered his opponent defeated. The spectators were taken aback. A cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage daring to challenge a formidable expert at the 5th level of the Xianyu stage was shocking. Even more surprising was that they felt Jiang Han might actually have a chance. Their eyes swept over the 6 corpses on the ground, the 5 severely injured warriors, and then to the decapitated Jiang Xiaotian, along with the 20 or 30 people who entered the underground and never returned. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. Jiang Han's performance today repeatedly shattered their understanding. In a small grove, a young girl in a pleated skirt watched with eyes gleaming with excitement. She murmured softly, "This little brother is so fierce. I like him. He's already this strong now. Imagine what he'll be like in a few years." All eyes were on Han Shichi, waiting for his reaction. Inside, Han Shichi was already somewhat flustered. Jiang Han's abilities were too mysterious, his methods extremely ruthless. The smoke in the underground pit had killed more than 20 people. Yet Jiang Han remained unscathed, clearly well prepared. Han Shichi pondered secretly. Not only was Jiang Han powerful, but his cunning and tactics were top-notch. Today's situation had likely been meticulously planned by him. However, with so many eyes watching, as a high-ranking member of Yiming Pavilion, how could he show weakness? Han Shichi's sword trembled slightly as he transformed into a shadowy wind and charged towards Jiang Han. Before he even got close, he shouted in a deep voice, "Knight's Veil, Enshroud." A burst of black light erupted from his hand, rapidly expanding to envelop everything within a 100-meter radius. This dark-based technique, though dazzling, was designed to temporarily blind the enemy. Everyone held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. However, to their astonishment, the darkness quickly dissipated, leaving Han Shichi standing alone, while Jiang Han had vanished. Another pit had appeared on the ground, indicating that Jiang Han had used his earth-boring technique to escape underground. Han Shichi was furious, but didn't dare to recklessly pursue him into the pit. He paced back and forth at the entrance, his face contorted with rage. Suddenly, as if awakening from a dream, he dashed towards the second carriage with lightning speed. Inside the carriage, two women clung to the unconscious Zhongli, trembling with fear. Seeing Han Shichi approaching, they were even more terrified. At that moment, the ground erupted, and Jiang Han shot out from below, slashing at the carriage's underside. The carriage shattered instantly, and Jiang Han reached out to grab Zhongli. Han Shichi arrived just in time, merging with his sword and slicing through the air towards Jiang Han. In the nick of time, Jiang Han roared, "Old dog," and used his teleportation technique to shift 1 meter to the left. There, several wounded warriors lay. Seeing Jiang Han suddenly appear, they were scared out of their wits and scattered in all directions. Bang! Jiang Han's blade sliced through the air and struck an enemy's back with a heavy blow. Blood splattered everywhere as half of the man's shoulder was severed, causing his body to fly like a broken kite before crashing into a pool of blood, life instantly fading away. At that moment, Han Shichi abandoned his pursuit and slapped a middle-aged woman aside with a powerful swing. He swiftly reached out and grabbed Zhang Li's slender neck like a vice, lifting her off the ground. "You little brat!" Han Shichi roared. "Try anything, and I'll snap your sister's neck right now." Zhang Li was jolted awake by the sudden lack of air, instinctively clutching Han Shichi's wrist with her hands and kicking her legs futilely in the air. Compared to Han Shichi's strength, her efforts were as insignificant as an ant's struggle against a tree. "Brother? Run! Run! Cough, cough." Zhang Li managed to turn her head with great difficulty, seeing Jiang Han covered in blood and mistakenly thinking he was gravely injured. She wanted to shout, but her choked throat could only produce painful coughs. "Zhang Li!" Jiang Han spun around, his eyes instantly reddening at the sight of his sister in danger. His killing intent surged like a tangible force. He raised his blood-stained blade and pointed it at Han Shichi, shouting, "Han, you shameless old dog! If you have any guts, come at me and let go of my sister." Han Shichi's face briefly showed a flicker of shame but quickly turned steely. He had already lost all face today and had nothing left to lose. His gaze swept to two Yunming Pavilion martial artists nearby before coldly returning to Jiang Han. "Drop your weapon and kneel, or I'll crush her neck right now." Jiang Han's face darkened, his body trembling slightly, eyes filled with a struggle. Seeing his hesitation, Han Shichi tightened his grip. Jiang Li convulsed in pain, her face contorting, breathing becoming more labored, eyes rolling back as if she could die any moment. Veins bulged on Jiang Han's face, his hand gripping the sword trembling. He closed his eyes in agony, knowing he still had the strength to fight and kill, but if Jiang Li died because of it, what would be the point? In this critical moment, Han Shichi's spatial ring suddenly glowed. A talisman transformed into a beam of white light, striking Jiang Han and enveloping him in a tight, impenetrable net. A high-grade Shin-level talisman, the fishing net talisman, Han Shichi boasted. "Die!" A Yunming Pavilion martial artist, despite still being partially poisoned, leaped into the air. After a brief rest, his combat ability had somewhat recovered. Confident he could take Jiang Han's life, he darted behind him with his sword glinting coldly, ready to strike. Jiang Han struggled fiercely, but the net only tightened around him. He sensed the impending danger from behind, but was powerless to evade, his death seemingly imminent. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air. From a small forest to the left, a wine bottle flew at an astonishing speed, smashing directly onto the Yunming Pavilion martial artist's head. Bang! The bottle shattered, spilling its fragrant contents. The martial artist was caught off guard, tumbling to the ground. He barely got up, furiously shouting toward the forest. Who? A thunderous roar of a tiger answered him. A massive white tiger burst from the woods, carrying a girl with a bun hairstyle and a pink, pleated skirt on its back. Ignoring the enraged martial artist, the girl looked playfully at Han Shichi and said, well, Master Han is just as domineering outside as he is in Yunming Pavilion. Quite the sight to behold today. Then she glanced at the kneeling Jiang Han, revealing two small tiger fangs as she smiled. Hey, little brother, what a coincidence. We meet again. Just when everyone thought Jiang Han was doomed, an unexpected twist occurred. A young girl riding a giant white tiger burst onto the battlefield. She casually threw a wine bottle, hitting a Yunming Pavilion martial artist in the Xianyu realm, sending him flying several meters. Before the martial artist could regain his footing, the girl had already ridden her tiger to Jiang Han's side, shielding him. The onlookers were stunned, many gasping in shock. The white tiger was enormous and imposing, clearly a rare second-tier beast. Everyone thought to themselves, even killing a second-tier beast is extremely difficult, let alone taming one. Who is this remarkable girl? Not only did she dare to attack a Yunming Pavilion martial artist, but she also spoke so disrespectfully to Han Shichi. Could she be the daughter of a powerful faction? Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized the girl. She had been staying at the Lucky Inn for days, eating and drinking lavishly, and had already caught the attention of many. Han Shichi's face darkened the moment he saw the girl. A complex expression flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Why is the young pavilion master here?" The martial artist who had been hit by the wine bottle also recognized the girl, his face turning ugly. He struggled to his feet and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, young pavilion master." The other injured martial artists in the Purple Mansion realm also stood up and bowed, saying, "Greetings, young pavilion master." The words "young pavilion master" hit the crowd like a bombshell, causing an uproar. They suddenly realized, Yunming Pavilion has two masters, one primary and one deputy, but only one young pavilion master, who is Ling Yuming's only daughter, Zhuai. This prodigy had always been a mysterious figure, never seen even by the elders or heads of prominent families like the Du, Wang, and Guan families. Rumor had it that she was Ling Yunming's cherished daughter, doted on immensely. The crowd thought, no wonder she can ride a second-tier beast and feast on delicacies daily. She is the young pavilion master of Yunming Pavilion. Jiang Han looked up at the girl, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He recognized her from a previous encounter in the Tianhu mountain range, but hadn't known she was the young pavilion master of Yunming Pavilion. Seeing Zhuai come to his aid, a glimmer of hope ignited in Jiang Han's heart. He quickly stood up, gripping his knife tightly, and looked at Zhuai with anticipation. Zhuai playfully winked at Jiang Han before turning to Han Shichi, smiling as she said, "I happened to be passing by and got to witness the grandeur of Master Han. Master Han, ease up a bit, or you'll crush that little girl." Han Shichi's expression fluctuated, but after a moment's hesitation, he slightly loosened his grip. He said in a deep voice, "Since the young pavilion master is just passing by, please don't interfere. Once I'm done here, I'll return to Yunming City to apologize to you properly." Han Shichi's attitude surprised everyone. As the young pavilion master, Zhuai's status should be far above that of a hall master of internal affairs, yet Han Shichi dared to speak to her in such a manner. Did he wield significant power in Yunming Pavilion? Or was Zhuai's status not as high as outsiders believed? The hope that had just ignited in Jiang Han's heart began to waver. He thought, Zhuai is from Yunming Pavilion. How could she possibly go against her own people for an outsider? At that moment, Zhuai suddenly laughed and said, "Sorry, Master Han. If it were anything else, I would pretend not to see it. But Jiang Han is a member of my Death God Squad. As the squad leader, I have to intervene." Death God Squad. The crowd erupted in shock once more. Someone explained that it was one of the 10 elite squads of Yunming Pavilion's combat hall. No one expected Zhuai to be the leader of the Death God Squad, nor did they expect Jiang Han to be a member. Jiang Han was also stunned. He had no recollection of joining the Death God Squad. However, he quickly caught on and said, "Thank you, Captain." Zhuai smiled in satisfaction, revealing two adorable little tiger teeth. She looked at Han Shichi again and said, "Master Han, can you do me a favor and let this matter go for today?" Han Shichi suddenly burst into laughter, the sound filled with anger. His face gradually turned icy, and a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. He looked at Zhuai, his voice laced with doubt and dissatisfaction. "Young master, you claim Jiang Han is a member of your Killing God Squad? Is there any record of this in the pavilion? How is it that I'm the head of internal affairs, and yet I know nothing about recruiting a new member?" A flash of anger crossed Han Shichi's eyes as he continued to press. "Jiang Han killed so many of my Yunming Pavilion disciples today, and you think a simple statement can settle this? Where is the dignity of Yunming Pavilion?" His voice grew louder and more forceful. Moreover, even if he were a member of Yunming Pavilion, According to the pavilion's rules, he would still be sentenced to death for slaughtering fellow disciples. No one can save him today. I will kill him myself. Han Shichi's attitude was resolute. Today's events were unforgivable for him. His favorite male companion had been killed, numerous followers had perished, and most importantly, his reputation had been utterly destroyed in front of so many onlookers. How could he tolerate this? Did Zhuo Yi think a few casual words could brush this matter aside? Absolutely not. The crowd fell silent once more, the air thick with a tense atmosphere. Many onlookers began to realize that this spectacle was taking a dangerous turn, and the internal conflict among Yunming Pavilion's high-ranking members might implicate the innocent. At that moment, Zhuo Yi suddenly smiled, revealing two small, innocent-looking canine teeth, making her appear like a harmless, delicate girl. However, in the next instant, her expression changed drastically. Zhuo Yi's face darkened as she shot into the sky like an arrow, heading straight for Han Shichi. An alarming aura emanated from her as a spatial ring on her hand flashed, and a massive silver hammer appeared out of nowhere. The hammer's handle was at least 10 feet long, and its head was larger than two Zhuo Yi's combined. This petite girl astonishingly wielded a hammer twice her size, drawing a silver arc in the air as she swung it down towards Han Shichi's head. The stark contrast created a powerful visual impact, leaving all the onlookers around her dumbfounded. Especially since just a moment ago, Zhuo Yi had been smiling sweetly, only to suddenly change her expression and launch an attack with a giant hammer, aiming to crush Han Shichi. This abrupt and dramatic turn of events left everyone stunned, struggling to process the scene unfolding before them. Wham! The massive hammer descended like a raging bolt of lightning, carrying the force of a storm. Han Shichi instantly sensed the danger. If he didn't defend himself, he'd be crushed into a pulp. Gritting his teeth, he tossed Zhongli aside and pulled out a golden talisman. Infusing it with his mystical energy, the talisman ignited, forming a massive shield of light that enveloped him. Boom! The hammer smashed into the shield with a deafening crash. The shield remained intact, but Han Shichi's legs sank into the ground, and the surrounding area trembled. Zhuo Yi didn't pause for a moment. She leaped into the air like an arrow. Her giant hammer traced an arc in the sky before smashing down onto the shield once more. Boom! The second strike caused the shield's glow to dim significantly. Han Shichi was now halfway buried in the ground, his face pale with fear. He knew that one more hit would shatter the shield. As the third strike roared toward him, Han Shichi finally broke down, shouting, "Stop, young mistress, I can't take another hit." But the hammer showed no sign of stopping and smashed down. The shield shattered, but the hammerhead halted just an inch above Han Shichi's head. The fierce wind whipped his hair and beard. Trembling all over, Han Shichi stammered, "I yield, young mistress, I yield. Whatever you say goes." Zhuo Yi retracted her hammer, her face breaking into a sweet smile that revealed two small tiger teeth. She lowered her voice and said, "Master Han, I admire your wisdom. Since you've yielded, I won't report your transgressions to my mother. I trust you won't go to the disciplinary hall about Zhang Han, right? You should be able to cover up the deaths of those members, right?" Han Shichi's face turned ashen. Zhuo Yi's domineering attitude left him speechless. Not only had he nearly been hammered to death, but now he had to clean up the mess? This meant he couldn't trouble Zhang Han and had to conceal the deaths of Han Renfeng and his men, explaining it to the sect himself. Seeing his silence, Zhuo Yi's space ring glowed faintly, and the hammer reappeared. "What? Master Han doesn't seem convinced yet?" I yield. I yield." Han Shichi gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll handle it. This matter ends here. I hope you'll keep your word and not report this to Yunming City." "Of course." Zhuo Yi put away the hammer and patted Han Shichi on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Han. When I become the leader, I'll make you an elder. I have high hopes for you, old Han. Keep it up." Zhuo Yi stood up and looked towards Zhang Han, who was walking towards Zhongli. She whistled, and a white tiger roared in response. She leaped onto the tiger and guided it to the siblings, smiling. "Zhang Han, Zhongli, from now on, you two will follow me. Any objections?" Zhang Han's eyes were full of gratitude as he bowed. "I am willing to serve the young mistress to the death. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhang Han hoisted Zhongli onto his back and leaped onto the tiger. Zhuo Yi patted the tiger's head. "Let's go, little white." The white tiger roared and transformed into a streak of white light, dashing towards Du Family Town and disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Han Shichi shot up from the ground, seething with rage. He swung his long sword, splitting a carriage in half and killing a dragon lion horse in the process. Still not satisfied, he flashed to another dragon lion horse and decapitated it with a single strike. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. As the thrilling drama came to an end, the crowd began to quietly disperse. Some realized that staying any longer might bring trouble upon themselves, so they slipped away. Within the span of a short incense stick's burn, the spectators on either side of the forest had vanished without a trace. However, the elders and clan leaders of the smaller families like the Du, Wang, and Guan clans did not dare to leave easily. They stood at the town gate, gritting their teeth, waiting for further instructions. Han Shichi glanced around, his eyes wide with anger, and shouted at those still hesitating, "What are you waiting for? Get over here!" Hearing this, everyone quickly stepped forward. Han Shichi pointed at the bodies on the ground, ordering sternly, "Clean up the battlefield. All bodies must be properly buried, and the wounded should be taken into the town for treatment immediately." He paused, his voice growing colder. "Also, spread my order. No one is to discuss or spread word of today's events. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy." "Yes, yes, yes." The crowd responded repeatedly, their faces filled with fear. Han Shichi turned to two other experts of the Xianyu realm and said, "You stay behind and handle the aftermath. Make sure everything is in order." I'm heading back to Yunming City. His expression was frighteningly grim. "This matter is far from over." With that, he strode towards a carriage, motioning for the driver to depart. Meanwhile, within Jiang family town, a middle-aged man hurried through the streets and into the back courtyard of a large mansion. Under a towering ancient tree, an elder with gray hair was leisurely sipping tea. The middle-aged man approached the elder respectfully, clasping his hands and said, "Clan leader, the young master of Yiming Pavilion, Zhuai, has intervened. She shattered Lord Han's light shield formed by the divine talisman with 3 hammers, and Lord Han." The gray-haired elder listened quietly, sighed softly, took a sip of tea, and slowly said, "A great bird rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Jiang Han has seized an opportunity to rise to great heights by aligning with Zhuai." However, his eyes grew profound. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The Yunming Pavilion is full of factions and severe internal strife. It's not an easy place to thrive in. Whether he can truly rise depends on his fate. The elder shook his head and sighed again. "Regardless, our clan has lost an extraordinary talent and missed a great opportunity to rise. This is my fault. 100 years from now, I will have no face to meet the ancestors of the Jiang family." The middle-aged man's eyes showed confusion as he cautiously asked, "Clan leader, I don't understand. You were not in seclusion. You knew about this from the beginning. Why didn't you stop it earlier?" It turned out that this gray-haired elder was the clan leader of the Jiang family. For the past half-month, he had not been in true seclusion but had pretended to be, ignoring all clan affairs and letting the situation develop as it did. The Jiang family clan leader wore a helpless expression as he explained, "I couldn't stop it. When Jiang Xiaotian offered Jiangli to Han Shichi, I was unaware. By the time he had already given her away and Han Shichi had set the wedding date, it was too late to stop it without offending Han Shichi. When things escalated to that point, with so many deaths, even if I intervened, I couldn't have stopped it. All I could do was pretend to know nothing, not get involved personally, and let things unfold." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Otherwise, on the day Jiang Han burned the Elders' Hall, I would have killed him myself. Additionally, the Grand Elder's intervention was under my direction. I essentially spared Jiang Han once and had someone save his life. Whether he feels grateful or not, I don't care. I've done all I could." The Jiang family clan leader stood up, gazing into the distance with a tone of sentiment. "If Jiang Han rises in the future and seeks revenge against the Jiang family, I will only be able to atone with my death." His voice grew softer, as if speaking to himself. "Hinshui, your son is so extraordinary, did you know? If only you hadn't disappeared, how wonderful it would be." Jiangjia Town, Dujia Town, and dozens of other villages and towns are nestled in a landscape resembling a vast valley. If Jiang Han wants to leave this place, he has 2 options. Either cross over a dozen villages and towns to reach the valley's exit, or traverse the Tianhu Mountains to reach the territories of other powerful factions. Yunming Pavilion stands majestically atop a massive peak at the valley's entrance. Yunming Pavilion, originally named Tianming Mansion, has a history spanning several centuries. 30 years ago, Zhuo Tianqing, the father of Zhuai, led a group of powerful warriors to seize Tianming Mansion and take over the influential families under its command. Over 20 years ago, Zhuo Tianqing met and fell in love with Ling Yuming, Zhuai's mother. Deeply in love, he renamed Tianming Mansion to Yunming Pavilion in her honor. 4 years ago, Zhuo Tianqing unexpectedly passed away, and Ling Yuming succeeded him as the new pavilion master, appointing Zhuai as the young pavilion master. The influence of Yunming Pavilion extends far beyond Jiangjia and Dujia towns. Hundreds of villages and towns outside the valley are also under its control. Within a 300-mile radius, Yunming Pavilion is the undisputed ruler, dominating all major family forces. At the foot of Yunming Mountain, 2 disciples stood guard, ready for anything. They wore clean, neatly stitched black uniforms with red trim, long swords hanging at their waists. Their postures were straight, and their sharp eyes scanned their surroundings, exuding the authority of powerful faction members. The rules of Yunming Pavilion were strict, and these two disciples dared not relax their vigilance. Suddenly, a white blur sped toward them, accompanied by a powerful beastly aura. The two disciples, sensing danger, swiftly drew their swords. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive, snow-white tiger came to a halt several yards in front of them. Recognizing the figures on the tiger's back, the disciples immediately relaxed and bowed. Greetings, young pavilion master. Seated on the tiger were three people. Zhua Yi, with her hair in a bun and dressed in a pink pleated skirt, sat at the front. Behind her were Zhang Han and Zhang Li. Zhang Han wore a new black robe, and Zhang Li was in a white dress, both purchased in Wangjia town. Zhua Yi's face beamed with joy. Zhang Han's eyes were filled with anticipation, while Zhang Li looked timid and anxious. Zhua Yi acknowledged with a nod and was about to ride the tiger up the mountain when the two disciples blocked their path. Young pavilion master, these two need to show a pass to go up the mountain, one of them said. Before he could finish, Zhua Yi leaped from the tiger like a flash of lightning, kicking both disciples aside. She landed back on the tiger with ease and said coldly, "No pass? If you want one, I can give you another kick. Xiaobai, let's go." With a pat on the tiger's head, the white tiger leaped over the two disciples and charged up the mountain path. Zhang Han glanced at the two disciples lying on the ground, their faces dark with anger. Unease and doubt crept into his heart. Recalling Han Shiqi's attitude towards Zhua Yi, Zhang Han frowned. Logically, Zhua Yi's father founded Yunming Pavilion. Her mother is the current pavilion master, and she is the young pavilion master. Her status should be paramount. Yet, even Han Shiqi, merely the head of the internal affairs hall, dared to disrespect her. Now, even the gatekeeping disciples dared to challenge her. It seemed Zhua Yi's authority was not as solid as Zhang Han had imagined. Could it be that someone within Yunming Pavilion was targeting her? Perhaps Ling Yunming's control over the pavilion was not as absolute as it seemed? The mountain path wound upward, paved with neatly arranged green stones, clearly well maintained. The tiger's speed was astounding. Within a few incense sticks' time, they reached the mountain peak. As they reached the summit, the view opened up before them. A vast city lay ahead, with a separate small peak to the north, covered with buildings that looked quite mystical. This is Yunming City. Zhua Yi introduced to Zhang Han and Zhang Li. The northern part of Yunming City is our pavilion's territory, where most Yunming Pavilion disciples live. The southern part is home to ordinary residents and the families of the disciples. That mountain is called Dengxian Peak, where my mother and the elders reside and cultivate. Zhang Han nodded in understanding, thinking the layout of Yunming City was quite impressive. The higher-ups lived on Dengxian Peak, disciples in the northern city, and the southern city was left for ordinary residents and merchants. This arrangement maintained order within Yunming Pavilion, while making Yunming City lively and prosperous. Suddenly, a question came to Zhang Han's mind. Young pavilion master, can Zhang Li stay with me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Li clung to Zhang Han's robe like a frightened rabbit, her face full of anxiety. Ha ha ha. Zhua Yi laughed heartily at Zhang Li's expression, her eyes twinkling mischievously. She patted Zhang Li's shoulder lightly and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, I'll arrange a servant position for you. That way, you can stay with us. You won't have to do any heavy work, just some light cleaning around the courtyard." Zhang Han sighed in relief, his tense shoulders relaxing immediately. Zhang Li's big eyes were full of gratitude as she looked up at Zhua Yi and said in a clear voice, "Thank you, young pavilion master. I will work hard." Zhua Yi smiled and nodded, then turned her gaze to the giant white tiger beneath them. She said softly, "All right, let's get down. Xiao Bai might scare the townspeople if we ride it into the city." With that, she gracefully leaped off the tiger's back. Seeing this, Zhang Han quickly helped Zhang Li down as well. At that moment, a ring on Zhua Yi's right hand suddenly glowed, and a black light enveloped the white tiger. To their amazement, the tiger vanished into thin air. Zhang Han and Zhang Li stared in astonishment. Zhua Yi explained with a smile, "This is a beast ring. It contains a special space where I can store my battle beasts." After explaining, Zhua Yi led the way into the city, with Zhang Han and Zhang Li following closely behind. The south gate was not guarded by Yunming Pavilion disciples, so the three of them entered the city easily. The city was bustling, with shops lining the streets and people and carriages moving about. For country folks like Zhang Han and Zhang Li, the lively scene was dazzling. Along the way, many people recognized Zhua Yi and greeted her. She responded to each greeting with a friendly nod. The three of them made their way through the bustling south city and arrived at the north city. The entire north city was surrounded by high walls, resembling a city within a city. At the entrance, 6 Yunming Pavilion disciples stood guard. "Greetings, young pavilion master." The 6 disciples saluted in unison upon seeing Zhua Yi. She nodded slightly and pointed at Zhang Han and Zhang Li, saying, "This is a new disciple, and this one is a new servant." I'm taking them inside to complete the procedures. However, one of the disciples stepped forward respectfully and said, "Apologies, young pavilion master. According to the pavilion rules, no outsiders are allowed into the North City without a pass." Zwai's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. Being blocked at the mountain base and now here made her feel humiliated, especially since Jiang Han was her newly recruited subordinate. Suddenly, a huge hammer appeared in her hand, and her body exuded a powerful aura. She glared at the 6 disciples and said sternly, "Is this enough of a pass? I'll ask one last time, can they enter or not?" The 6 disciples looked at each other, and one of them gritted his teeth and said, "Young pavilion master, these are the rules. If we let them in, we will be punished by the discipline hall. Please forgive us. If you must take them in, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." Boom. Without another word, Zwai swung her hammer, sending the 6 disciples flying. 3 of them spat blood in midair, clearly seriously injured. Despite this, it was evident that Zwai had controlled her strength. Otherwise, they might have been killed. "Jiang Han, Jiang Li, let's go." Zwai put away her hammer and, without a glance at the injured disciples, led the 2 into the North City. Jiang Han glanced at the injured disciples, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. He originally thought Zwai was a powerful ally, and that following her to Yunming Pavilion would mean a peaceful and comfortable life. Now, it seemed he had been too naive. Even as the young pavilion master, Zwai's life was fraught with difficulties. Not only had he killed some Yunming Pavilion disciples, but he had also offended Han Shiqi. Life in Yunming Pavilion was likely to be even more challenging from now on. The northern part of Yunming Pavilion is vast, entirely occupied by its disciples. Despite having only about 800 disciples and a total population of just over 1,000 including support staff, they take up the entire northern city, showcasing their luxurious lifestyle. The northern city is filled with numerous courtyards and buildings, with a massive square at its center surrounded by training rooms, martial arts halls, dining halls, armories, alchemy rooms, libraries, and meeting halls, as well as the headquarters of various divisions. Yunming Pavilion is divided into 5 main divisions: the Combat Division, the Internal Affairs Division, the External Affairs Division, the Artifact Division, and the Disciplinary Division. The Combat Division is the largest, with 400 to 500 disciples, forming the backbone of Yunming Pavilion. This division is further divided into regular squads and elite squads, with clear distinctions in strength. As Zwai led Jiang Han and Jiang Li through the northern city, she enthusiastically introduced Jiang Han. "This is the Artifact Division, responsible for managing the pavilion's weapons, elixirs, and martial arts techniques. Over there is the Disciplinary Division, which handles internal punishments. The third elder, known as the Cold-Faced Bear, is in charge. I advise you not to break the pavilion's rules. Even I can't sway him." She continued proudly, "Our squad is called the Killing God Squad, one of the elite squads in the Combat Division. Although we only have 4 members right now, with you, it'll be 5. Each of us is a genius capable of taking on 100 enemies alone. Our mission success rate is very high, ranking us among the top elite squads." With Zwai's introduction, Jiang Han felt a surge of anticipation. Just knowing Zwai's formidable combat power, he figured her chosen teammates must be equally impressive. The 3 arrived at a large courtyard, and Zwai pushed open the door and entered first. The courtyard had an elegant environment, with a spacious entrance hall right at the door. Beyond the entrance, there was a small square on the left with various weapons neatly arranged, and on the right, a delicate garden in full bloom. Jiang Han's attention was quickly drawn to a burly figure in the corner of the square. It was a giant man, standing about 8 feet tall, currently facing away from them, leaning on a huge sword. Jiang Han was secretly amazed. It was the first time he had seen such a towering figure, whose massive back exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Noticing Jiang Han's reaction, Zwai introduced with satisfaction, "This is Niumeng, nicknamed Niumanzi. He's 19 years old and has already reached the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm. What's most impressive is his powerful divine ability, which makes him invulnerable to attacks from even ordinary warriors at the 6th or 7th level of the Xianyu realm. He's our squad's super tank, with formidable combat power." Jiang Han couldn't help but gasp. Only 3 years older than him and already at the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm. With such an incredible defensive ability, his strength was truly awe-inspiring. "Niumeng, let me introduce our new member," Zwai called out. However, Niumeng remained unresponsive, still silently facing away. Zwai's expression changed, and she shouted again, "Niumeng." Seeing no response, Zwai's figure flickered as she flew over and delivered a heavy kick to Niumeng's back. Niumeng's body trembled slightly, and he staggered before turning around in confusion, asking, "What's going on? Is it time to eat?" He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still unfocused, clearly not fully awake. Jiang Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So, this giant wasn't aloof. He was sleeping. He could sleep so soundly while standing and remain oblivious even after being kicked, only concerned about eating. If they were ambushed by enemies or beasts, he would have been dead dozens of times over. Zhua Yi, furious, kicked Niu Ming's leg several more times and sternly reprimanded, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat and sleep. I told you to train properly, and here you are sleeping? You're hopeless." Niu Ming, like a child who had done something wrong, lowered his head in shame and said, "Captain, I'm sorry. I'll work hard from now on and not let you down." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked urgently, is it mealtime? I'll go eat first." Before he finished speaking, Niu Ming rushed out, anxious that he might miss the meal, completely forgetting to greet Jiang Han and Jiang Li. Zhua Yi approached Jiang Han with a hint of awkwardness and defended Niu Ming, saying, "Although Niu Ming loves to sleep and eat, he has a great personality. He's fearless in battle and incredibly brave. You'll see for yourself later." Jiang Han nodded in agreement without saying much. Zhua Yi led them through the empty main hall and into the backyard. As soon as they stepped into the backyard, their eyes were almost simultaneously drawn to a chubby figure. In one of the small courtyards, a plump figure was crouched on a rooftop, holding a bamboo pole and sneakily fishing out a piece of clothing from the neighboring yard. Jiang Han squinted and saw that it was a white silk embroidered undergarment. He quickly turned around to block Jiang Li's view with his body. "Jiang, fatty!" Zhua Yi yelled through gritted teeth. The chubby figure on the roof was startled by the sudden shout, losing grip of the bamboo pole. His round body rolled off the roof, but just before hitting the ground, he flipped midair and disappeared into the distance with a few agile leaps. This scene made Jiang Han break out in a cold sweat, and even Zhua Yi felt so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. At that moment, a flash of white shot out from the yard where the undergarment had been stolen. A beautiful woman in a white dress caught the falling undergarment, her eyes instantly turning icy cold. A visible chill emanated from her, with frost forming on her hair and eyebrows. The temperature in the entire courtyard plummeted, making Jiang Han feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. "Jiang fatty, I'm going to kill you!" the woman in white shouted furiously, drawing her sword and soaring into the sky in pursuit of the chubby figure. Her murderous aura was so intense that it made Jiang Han shiver. Reflecting on the teammates he had just met, the big oaf Niu Ming who could fall asleep standing, the lecherous chubby guy stealing his teammate's undergarment, the terrifying woman covered in ice, and the hot-tempered Zhua Yi who wielded a hammer at the slightest provocation. Was this the so-called invincible team of killing gods? Jiang Han suddenly had a foreboding feeling. With these people, his future seemed bleak indeed. Half an hour later, the courtyard became lively again. The beautiful girl Qi Bing, who had been covered in ice earlier, returned. The frost had melted, but her expression remained cold as ever. Surprisingly, the sneaky chubby guy, Jiang Lang, followed behind her, his face bruised and swollen. For some reason, Qi Bing's anger seemed to have dissipated, and she allowed Jiang Lang to accompany her. Niu Ming happened to return to the courtyard as well, munching on food with his mouth greasy. Seeing that everyone was present, Zhua Yi immediately gathered them to introduce Jiang Han to his teammates. "Jiang Han, this is Sister Bing, Qi Bing." Zhua Yi pointed to the cold and beautiful girl. "She is the strongest member of our Death God squad, at the 7th level of the Xianyu realm, and possesses ice-related divine abilities." Hearing this, Jiang Han was filled with respect. No wonder the entire backyard had turned into an ice cellar when Qi Bing got angry earlier. She had mastered such powerful ice abilities. He carefully observed Qi Bing, noting that she appeared only 18 or 19, but had already reached the 7th level of the Xianyu realm. He couldn't help but think to himself, she is an absolute prodigy. Jiang Han quickly stepped forward to greet her, but Qi Bing, true to her name, merely glanced at him coldly without even a hint of acknowledgement. Noticing this, Zhua Yi smiled and explained, "Sister Bing has a cold personality, but she's the best person you'll meet." Then, Zhua Yi pointed to the big man who was wolfing down his food. "You've met Niu Ming. He's a bit slow, but his combat skills are impressive. You'll see for yourself soon." Jiang Han politely cupped his hands in greeting, and Niu Ming, scratching his head, gave a goofy smile. Finally, Zhua Yi pointed to the chubby guy with the bruised face. "This is Jiang Lang, at the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm, and a high-grade Huang-level talisman master." She paused, then lowered her voice to warn Jiang Han, "Be careful around him. He's very crafty and might trick you without you even realizing it." Jiang Han scrutinized Jiang Lang. The chubby guy was about the same height as him and appeared to be of similar age, but he was easily twice Jiang Han's weight. His round belly looked like that of a 4-month pregnant woman, and the injuries on his face made him resemble a pig's head. Upon hearing Zhua Yi's words, Jiang Lang immediately put on a righteous face and protested, "Captain, what are you talking about? I may enjoy tricking others, but I never deceive my own teammates." He then turned to Jiang Han, his face breaking into a broad smile. "Brother Jiang Han, you look so distinguished and elegant. I feel an instant connection with you. Since the captain brought you in, you're now like a brother to me. From now on, you can call me your brother-in-law. Zhang Lang's enthusiasm left Zhang Han a bit at a loss. Just as he was about to say something polite, he heard Zhang Lang's last sentence and his face darkened. Before he could respond, Zhua Yi slapped Zhang Lang so hard that he was sent flying out of the hall. Zhang Pudge, Zhua Yi glared at him. Zhang Li is like a sister to me. If you dare lay a finger on her, I'll skin you alive. Just kidding, just kidding. Zhang Lang chuckled as he walked back, bowing repeatedly in apology. Brother Zhang, don't be mad. I'm just playful. Your sister is like my sister. I'll fight anyone who dares harm her. Ignoring Zhang Lang's slick talk, Zhua Yi ordered, all right, take Zhang Han to complete the formalities. From now on, he's a member of our Death God squad. Get Zhang Li a servant status. Figure it out yourself. Also, prepare a courtyard for them and help them get familiar with the place. I'll be out for half a month. My mother must be worried. I'm going to see her first. Qi Bing then asked, weren't you going to Longwang Peak to gather spiritual herbs? Why did it take you half a month? Zhua Yi smiled awkwardly. I got lost and ended up near Du Family Town luckily. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met a genius like Zhang Han. Genius? Qi Bing glanced at Zhang Han again, her eyes filled with doubt, but she didn't say more. Zhua Yi didn't explain further, waved her hand, and left. Qi Bing turned and went back to her courtyard, while Niu Meng started dozing off. Zhang Lang, with a mischievous smile, looked at Zhang Han and said, Zhang Han, you're something else. Zhua Pingping rarely praises anyone, and she called you a genius. You must be exceptionally talented. Zhua Pingping? Zhang Han was momentarily confused, but then realized. Zhang Lang was mocking Zhua Yi's flat chest. Zhang Han had learned on the way that despite Zhua Yi's lowly-like appearance, she was actually a year older than him. At 17, she was still flat-chested, making the nickname Zhua Pingping quite fitting. Being new here, Zhang Han didn't dare to be too bold. He modestly said, the young sect master was just being kind. I'm 16, and I'm at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Such talent is probably at the bottom of Yunmeng Pavilion. Hearing this, Zhang Lang's face showed suspicion. If what Zhang Han said was true, his talent was indeed unremarkable among Yunmeng Pavilion disciples. He couldn't help but wonder, why did Zhua Yi hold Zhang Han in such high regard and recruit him into the Death God squad? Let's go handle the formalities first. Zhang Lang didn't ask further, thinking that although Zhua Yi had a fiery temper, she wasn't foolish. She wouldn't recruit a mediocre talent into the Death God squad without reason. Otherwise, the squad wouldn't only have 4 members. He led Zhang Han and Zhang Li out. Along the way, they encountered many Yunmeng Pavilion disciples. Their reactions to Zhang Lang varied. Some avoided him from a distance, while others showed disdain, resentment, contempt, or mockery. After walking for a while, Zhang Han encountered more than 20 disciples, none of whom were friendly. His heart sank further, and his brows furrowed as his mind raced. The atmosphere in Yunmeng Pavilion was much colder than he had anticipated. It seemed that Zhua Yi and the Killing God squad were not welcomed here. What could be the hidden reasons behind this? Zhang Lang, on the other hand, seemed accustomed to this. He walked confidently, leading Zhang Han and Zhang Li through numerous courtyards until they finally reached the large courtyard of the Internal Affairs Hall. With his head held high, he led them straight into the hall. The hall was dimly lit, and a middle-aged man was sitting behind a desk, reviewing documents. He glanced up briefly, casting a cold look at Zhang Lang and the others before lowering his head again, as if they were invisible. Steward Chen. Zhang Lang greeted respectfully, with a hint of deliberate deference in his tone. This is Zhang Han, our new recruit for the Killing God squad. Could you please handle the paperwork to admit him into the pavilion? Steward Chen ignored them, continuing his work. Zhang Lang shrugged helplessly and signaled Zhang Han to be patient. Time passed slowly, and after a while, Steward Chen finally looked up, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Zhang Han. Name, age, cultivation level, origin, he asked coldly. Zhang Han quickly responded, Steward, my name is Zhang Han. I am 16 years old, at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and I am from Jiangjia Town. 16? 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm? Steward Chen frowned and waved dismissively. We've already recruited enough new disciples this year. Your cultivation level is too low to meet the entry requirements. Leave. Zhang Han stood there, stunned and incredulous. How could the Internal Affairs Hall refuse a recruit personally chosen by Zhua Yi? A thought crossed his mind. Could Han Shiqi have returned? Had this steward received orders from Han Shiqi, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall? Zhang Li's face turned pale, her eyes filled with fear. If Zhang Han couldn't join Yunmeng Pavilion, they might be expelled and even hunted by Han Shiqi, their lives at risk. Zhang Lang patted Zhang Han's shoulder and turned to Steward Chen, saying, Steward Chen, when our Killing God squad was formed, the master personally decreed that we could recruit our own members. Do we really need to trouble the master over such a small matter? Steward Chen remained expressionless as he replied, the master did give such an order. But the Killing God Squad is an elite team of the Battle Hall. Can just anyone be recruited? At the very least, they should be at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, if not at the Profound Nether realm. Otherwise, what will the other elite team members think? This matter is not up for discussion. Even if the master comes, my opinion remains the same. Jiang Han's face darkened, his doubts growing. Even if Han Shichi hadn't returned, the Internal Affairs Hall must have received some news. Otherwise, a steward wouldn't be so arrogant, showing no respect at all. He couldn't help but wonder. Could Ling Yunming, the master, be merely a figurehead? Was Hua Yi's status in Yunming Pavilion so low that even a steward dared to openly defy her? Fine. Very well. Zhang Lang said angrily, pulling Jiang Han towards the door. As they reached the entrance, he said coldly, then I'll have to ask the young master to come and discuss this with you personally. At that moment, Steward Chen suddenly spoke. There is actually a way to make an exception for him to join. Since he wants to join the Killing God Squad, he must have exceptional skills. If he can withstand the 7 killing formation for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I can make an exception and let him in. And don't say I'm being too harsh at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, right? We'll have 7 warriors at the same level test him. The 7 killing formation? Zhang Lang's expression changed slightly as he hesitated and looked at Jiang Han. Jiang Han blinked and asked curiously, what is the 7 killing formation? Zhang Lang explained in a low voice, and Jiang Han smiled calmly. All right, I'll take the test. Are you sure? Steward Chen's eyes flashed with a stern warning. Blades and swords have no eyes. If you get killed during the test, don't blame anyone but yourself. Haha. Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly. If they can kill me, that's their skill. Good. Steward Chen stood up and shouted. Someone, inform the battle hall to arrange 7 warriors at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm to set up the 7 killing formation. Han Shichi, as the head of the Yunming Pavilion's internal affairs, had long laid out a strategic plan in the shadows. From the moment Jiang Han stepped into the pavilion, he was already entangled in this covert struggle. However, he didn't expect the challenge to come so swiftly, even before he had officially joined. Facing the impending test, Jiang Han calculated his odds. Although his opponents were merely 7 martial artists at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion, he couldn't afford to be complacent. After all, this was the Yunming Pavilion, where no one could be underestimated. Zhang Lang, noticing Jiang Han's composed expression, whispered, do you think you can handle it? Jiang Han nodded slightly but couldn't help asking, is this 7-kill formation really that formidable? This is a formation created by Hua Yi's father, Zhang Lang explained in a low voice. The 7 work together seamlessly like phantoms, combining offense and defense with multiplied combat strength. Even martial artists at the 1st or 2nd level of the Xianyu realm could suffer if they're careless. Are you sure your strength matches up to the Xianyu realm? Jiang Han didn't answer, merely furrowing his brow. Coordinated attacks from 7 people were indeed tricky, but he wasn't without hope. His recent bloody battles had not only raised his level by 2 stages, but also honed his combat instincts through life and death trials, a refinement that ordinary training couldn't provide. Before long, a steward arrived with 7 martial artists. After a close look, Zhang Lang confirmed. All at the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. No need to go to the training hall. We'll compete right here, Steward Chen said, heading outside. The 7 Purple Mansion martial artists cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Han before following him. Brother. Zhang Li anxiously grabbed Jiang Han's sleeve. Jiang Han gently patted his sister's head, reassuring her, trust your brother. Jiang, could you look after Jiang Li? Be careful, Jiang Lang advised. If you face certain death, concede immediately. We can figure out joining the pavilion later. Staying alive is what matters. Jiang Han nodded and strode towards the competition ground. A sizable crowd had already gathered outside, with more people arriving constantly. Conversations buzzed around. The 7-kill formation? Are they testing new members? I heard it's a recruit from the Killing God Squad. 7th level of the Purple Mansion? Are they serious? They say the young master recruited him personally. What's going on? Why bring in someone at the 7th level? To do laundry and cook? Hey, I've heard this one's not that simple. Most onlookers eyed Jiang Han with disdain and ridicule. The 7 martial artists were already lined up, each holding a wooden sword. Do we have to use wooden swords? Jiang Han asked, frowning. Of course, Steward Chen tossed him a wooden sword. It's just an internal competition. We'd rather avoid bloodshed. But, he paused meaningfully, wooden swords can be deadly too. If you're scared, you can still back out. Jiang Han took the wooden sword, feeling its weight similar to his battle blade. To him, there wasn't much difference between a sword and a blade. He didn't know any intricate sword techniques, just how to slash. He handed his battle blade to Jiang Lang, looking directly at Steward Chen. I only need to last one incense sticks time or defeat them to pass, right? Correct. Steward Chun replied expressionlessly. Don't even think about defeating them all. If you can injure half, you'll pass. Laughter erupted around them. Ha ha ha. He thinks he can defeat 7? What a big talker. This fool has no idea how deadly the 7-kill formation is. Does he? The mocking voices reached Jiang Han's ears, but he ignored them. He walked forward slowly, his focus solely on the 7 opponents. His back hunched slightly, like a beast ready to pounce. An invisible aura flowed around him, making others involuntarily retract their scorn. The 7 martial artists, initially indifferent, grew serious as Jiang Han approached. He gave them an unusually dangerous feeling, akin to encountering a second-tier beast in the Tianhu Mountains, a threat that made their hearts race. This kid has some skills, Zhang Lang murmured from the corner, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jiang Han had barely taken a few steps, yet his presence was fully revealed. Such intense killing intent. Steward Chin's expression changed subtly. While others might not see it, he recognized the aura immediately, the genuine killing intent that only those who had survived countless life-and-death battles could emanate. Steward Chun hadn't risen to his position by flattery alone. He had survived many battles himself and knew this aura all too well. Form the array. A sharp command pierced the air. One of the 7 elite practitioners, feeling disgruntled by Jiang Han's dominant presence, shouted angrily, "Kill!" In an instant, the 7 of them shot forward like arrows, fanning out towards Jiang Han. Their formation was intricate: 4 in the front attacking, while 3 followed closely behind defending, ready to switch roles at any moment. They moved with ghostly agility, and their swordsmanship was fluid and unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, countless sword shadows enveloped Jiang Han. At this critical moment, Zhang Lang suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong. They've taken pills. They're cheating." Indeed, the 7 moved with astonishing speed and displayed strength, far surpassing that of typical Purple Mansion practitioners. The surrounding disciples quickly caught on, murmuring among themselves. It was evident that these 7 had taken pills to temporarily boost their combat abilities. Such pills weren't rare. Many disciples carried them for emergencies or escape. No one expected these 7 to take the pills in advance, making their combined strength comparable to those at the 8th or 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Deacon Shan observed coldly and remarked, "Taking pills during battle is common practice. Jiang Han can do the same. Would you blame your enemy for using them in a life-or-death fight?" Zhang Lang cursed under his breath. Shameless. Clearly, Deacon Shan had orchestrated this to put Jiang Han in a deadly situation. Facing 7 warriors with the combined strength of higher-level practitioners and a deadly formation, how could Jiang Han, at just the 7th level, defend himself? Even with wooden swords, a single misstep could be fatal. Jiang Han's eyes grew colder, and his killing intent intensified. Initially, he had planned to hold back, but now it was clear this was a trap meant to kill him. There was no room for mercy. Huh. Jiang Han let out a fierce shout, leaping into the air above his opponents. He twisted in midair, preparing to strike down from above. Is he stupid? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Choosing to fight midair against the 7-kill array seemed suicidal. The crowd buzzed with chatter, noting that while airborne, one's movements are restricted, making them an easy target. Facing 7 swords with just one, a single hit could be lethal. The 7 attackers were momentarily stunned, not expecting such an opportunity. Jiang Han had practically delivered himself to them. The 7 showed no mercy. 3 held their swords defensively, while 4 thrust their swords upward. One particularly vicious attacker aimed directly for Jiang Han's eyes, while another targeted his heart with full force. Even though the swords were wooden, such power could easily pierce Jiang Han's body and kill him. "Brother!" Jiang Li's face turned pale with fear, about to scream, but Jiang Lang quickly covered her mouth. Jiang Lang's attention, however, wasn't on Jiang Han in midair, but on the 7 attackers' backs. A knowing smile curled his lips as he murmured, "Divine power? Interesting." Behind the 7 men, Jiang Han's figure suddenly materialized. He unleashed a surge of wild power, and his long sword sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, aiming straight for one man's head. "Die!" Jiang Han roared, the sword's edge cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. The thunderous shout left the 7 men with ringing ears and pale faces. The targeted man trembled in fear. At that moment, Jiang Han's figure in midair slowly dissipated. It was merely a phantom. 4 of the swords struck nothing but air, unable to retract in time. The remaining 3 reacted swiftly, drawing their swords to sweep at Jiang Han behind them. However, just as Jiang Han's long sword was about to cleave one man's head, his figure froze. The 3 swords passed through another illusion. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds sounded, followed by agonized screams. Jiang Han's true form appeared ahead, his long sword sweeping across the 3 men's legs as he agilely rolled to the side. After unleashing his wild power, Zhang Han's strength had at least tripled, comparable to the second level of the Xianyu realm. This furious strike directly shattered the leg bones of two men. All three fell to the ground, clutching their legs and howling in pain. Zhang Han effortlessly retreated a few meters to the left, coldly watching the three men writhing on the ground. His sword pointed diagonally at the ground as he spoke with indifference. Do you still want to continue? Having fought countless bloody battles, Zhang Han had mastered the art of shifting phantoms. He first leaped into the air to draw attention, causing his opponents to underestimate him. Then he appeared behind them, roaring to intimidate. And finally, he shifted again to attack their legs, easily crippling their combat ability. This flawless tactic rendered the three men incapable of fighting in an instant. A deathly silence fell over the area. The many Yunmeng Pavilion disciples were left speechless. Though well-versed in various skills, they had never heard of someone at the Zifu realm awakening such advanced techniques. Brother is amazing. Zhang Li's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face beaming with excitement. Steward Qin's face darkened. In just a few breaths, Zhang Han had severely injured three men, leaving the remaining four clearly outmatched. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and said, "Take them back for treatment and collect the medicinal supplements from the Internal Affairs Hall later." The remaining four men, though unwilling, understood that continuing the fight was pointless. They shot Zhang Han a few fierce glares before hurriedly carrying their injured comrades away. "Disperse," Steward Chan commanded, and the surrounding disciples quickly scattered. He retrieved a token, a bottle of pills, and two booklets from his spatial ring, handing them to Zhang Han. "You've passed the assessment. This is your identity token, medicinal pills, martial techniques, and the pavilion rules. Memorize the rules well. No one can save you if you break them." Zhang Han dropped his wooden sword and accepted the items. Zhang Lang glanced at them and protested. "Steward Qin, new members are supposed to receive 5 bottles of Xianling pills. Zhang Han is also a member of the Killing God Squad. Why is he only getting a Huangtier technique? This isn't according to the rules." Steward Qian responded coldly. "Rules? Are you the head of the Internal Affairs Hall or a steward? Dare to meddle in our affairs? We have our reasons. If you're dissatisfied, take it up with the pavilion master." With that, he walked away, ignoring the two men. "What the hell?" Zhang Lang muttered. Zhang Han patted his shoulder. "It's fine, don't get upset. Let's handle Zhang Li's paperwork first. Zhang Li's servant status will be registered with the battle hall," Zhang Lang explained. "We'll go find Steward Yang from the battle hall. He's on our side. It'll be simple." As the three of them headed to the battle hall, they attracted the attention of many disciples. Numerous people pointed at Zhang Han from a distance, discussing his earlier performance, which had undoubtedly made a stunning impression in Yumeng Pavilion. After finding Steward Yang, Zhang Li's identity issue was quickly resolved. This insider effortlessly arranged for Zhang Li to be registered as a servant, specifically serving the killing squad, with a monthly stipend. When Zhang Han received Zhang Li's identity token, his tense nerves finally relaxed. To him, Zhang Li growing up safely and happily was the greatest joy. On the way back, Zhang Han couldn't help but ask Zhang Lang, "Brother Zhang, it seems the sect isn't very united?" Zhang Lang looked around cautiously and lowered his voice to explain. "Vice Chief Han Jinmao is the strongest in the sect. A few years ago, the chief was injured at the divine altar and has been recovering ever since, rarely involving himself in sect affairs. Most matters, big or small, are handled by the vice chief, and many elders and hall masters are his people." Zhang Han pondered this and then asked, "What is the relationship between the vice chief and Han Shiqi?" "Hall Master Han is the vice chief's older brother," Zhang Lang replied. "He was also a powerful figure in the Shanhai realm, but after an incident that shattered his Shanhai divine altar, he fell to the Xianyu realm." These words made Zhang Han suddenly understand. No wonder Han Shiqi was so arrogant, and why he could hold the position of Hall Master of Internal Affairs with only the 5th level of the Xianyu realm. Zhang Xiaoyan's flattery towards Han Shiqi also made sense, being the elder brother of Vice Chief Han Jinmao. Han Shiqi was naturally a significant figure in Yumeng sect. Zhang Han sighed inwardly. On the surface, Yumeng sect is led by Ling Yunmeng, but the real power seems to lie with Han Jinmao. The deadly feud he has with Han Shiqi means an uncertain path ahead, given Han Jinmao's significant influence. Sensing Zhang Han's concern, Zhang Lang reassured him, "No need to worry too much. The chief has strong backing, and the Grand Elder, who is Qi Bing's grandfather, has always been a staunch supporter of the chief. Additionally, the 3rd Elder, who oversees the Disciplinary Hall, and the 4th Elder, who manages the Artifact Hall, remain neutral. As long as the chief, Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, and 4th Elder are around, the Vice Chief can't dominate Yumeng sect entirely." Since the death of Zhua Yi's father, Zhua Tianxing, internal strife within Yumeng Pavilion has been escalating. Although Ling Yunmeng has some strength, he cannot fully suppress all the powerful figures in the pavilion. Vice Pavilion Master Han Jinmao's prestige is second only to Zhua Tianxing, and this power vacuum has created the current chaotic situation. Jiang Han stood in the courtyard, gazing at the towering Dengxian peak in the distance, deep in thought. He knew well that he was insignificant in this high-level power struggle. Only by diligently cultivating and improving his strength could he assist Zhou Yi at critical moments. Although Jiang Lang appeared somewhat sleazy, he was quite decent to others. He led Jiang Han and his sister through the bustling North City to the relatively quiet South City and bought them a lot of daily necessities. After a busy day, Jiang Han and Jiang Li finally settled in a small vacant courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large but was well equipped. It had 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a shower room. Compared to their dilapidated old house in Jiangjia town, it was practically a mansion. They didn't have to worry about meals either. The Duzhantang Hall had a dining room nearby. Of course, if they didn't want to go there, they could cook for themselves. Jiang Han touched his nearly empty money pouch, which contained only a few Xian stones he had previously obtained from killing someone. He decisively chose to eat at the dining hall to save the trouble of cooking. After dinner, Jiang Han returned to the courtyard and carefully studied the Xian technique given to him by Steward Chen. However, after reading it once, he frowned. The quality of the Xian technique was so poor that he had no interest in practicing it. Next, he meticulously read through the pavilion rules. There were 63 rules, including over a dozen that were punishable by death and others with corresponding penalties. However, where there are punishments, there are also rewards. The end of the pavilion rules included a complete merit system. Based on the merits achieved, one could earn varying amounts of merit points. These points could be exchanged for Xian stones, elixirs, Xian tools, Xian techniques, Xian materials, and other rare items. Jiang Han quickly skimmed through the exchange rules. Advancing 1 level in the Purple Mansion realm earned 1 merit point. Breaking through to the Xian Yu realm earned 10 points. Each level advanced in the Xian Yu realm earned 5 points, and breaking through to the Mountain and Sea realm earned a whopping 1,000 points. Additionally, submitting a yellow-tier Xian technique earned 5 points. Concocting a yellow-tier elixir earned 1 point, and crafting a yellow-tier talisman earned 3 points. What caught Jiang Han's attention the most was that killing an enemy Xian Yu realm first-level warrior earned a full 100 merit points. Jiang Han was astonished. It seemed that in this world, killing and looting were the real shortcuts to wealth. The merit points earned from killing 1 Xian Yu realm warrior were equivalent to submitting 20 yellow-tier Xian techniques. Putting down the pavilion rules, Jiang Han took out the bottle of elixirs. It contained 10 white pills with a fragrant aroma. Just by smelling it, he could tell the potency was extraordinary, far superior to any elixir he had previously obtained. In the following days, Jiang Han immersed himself in cultivation. Zhou Yi hadn't come down from Dengxian Peak since she went up. Qi Bing stayed secluded in her courtyard all day. Niu Meng did nothing but eat and sleep, and Jiang Pongzi mysteriously disappeared. Jiang Han, apart from taking Jiang Li to the dining hall for meals, focused entirely on his intense cultivation. Soon, he had consumed all the previously obtained elixirs, and the bottle from the Internal Affairs Hall was nearly empty. The elixirs from Yunming Pavilion were indeed exceptional, accelerating his cultivation speed immensely. 1 bottle was worth dozens of his previous ones. However, without the aid of elixirs, his cultivation speed plummeted by dozens of times, making him feel uncomfortable, like transitioning from a sumptuous feast to coarse bread. I need to find a way to get more elixirs. Jiang Han paused his cultivation, pondering. With enough elixirs, he was confident he could quickly break through to the 8th or 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, and then unlock the Xian Yu secret and break through to the Xian Yu realm. More importantly, he would have enough strength to hunt the demonic beasts on the heavenly beast cauldron, gaining even more powerful abilities and further enhancing his strength. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Han. Right, I need to get a beast compendium. He realized that apart from a few known species, he couldn't even name the other demonic beasts on the heavenly beast cauldron. His immediate priority was to acquire a beast compendium to identify the other beasts on the cauldron and understand their ranks and strengths. Jiang Han got up and walked out of the courtyard, heading towards Jiang Lang's residence. He knocked lightly on the door but received no response. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, he saw a figure quickly flying towards him from a distance, landing right in front of him. The round figure was none other than Jiang Lang. Hey, brother Jiang, what happened to you? Jiang Han looked closely and found that Jiang Lang's left cheek was swollen like a pig's head, as if he had been severely beaten. Jiang Lang covered his face with one hand, his eyes flickering as he stammered, "Nothing, just accidentally bumped into something." At that moment, they heard hurried footsteps and a woman shout from a distance, "Hurry, I think he ran that way. Today, I'll definitely catch this pervert and have the discipline hall light a sky lantern for him. His face is swollen from my slap, so whoever has a swollen face must be the thief." Hearing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but look at Jiang Lang suspiciously, his eyes full of doubt. When Jiang Han saw a piece of embroidered fabric peeking out from Jiang Lang's sleeve, 3 invisible lines of frustration immediately appeared on his forehead. He recalled the first time he met Jiang Lang. The guy had been stealing Qi Bing's undergarments. Now, In broad daylight, he was at it again, pilfering another female disciple's intimate clothing. To make matters worse, even though Zhang Lang's face was swollen from being beaten, the female disciple didn't recognize him, allowing him to escape easily. As Zhang Han silently cursed him, Zhang Lang grinned unabashedly and said, "Brother Zhang, don't laugh at me. It's just a little hobby of mine. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. I'd be extremely grateful, extremely grateful." Zhang Han couldn't be bothered to meddle in this incorrigible fellow's affairs, or waste his breath trying to advise him. Instead, he asked, "Brother Zhang, do you have a bestiary? Or any books that introduce magical beasts?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang's ring flashed, and he immediately took out a thick book, tossing it casually to Zhang Han. "Here, it's yours. It's not worth much." Zhang Han caught the book, secretly amazed at its exquisite binding. This book must be quite valuable. Zhang Lang's generosity suggested he was adept at making money. Although he hadn't heard of Zhang Lang being the descendant of any important figure in the sect, his wealth was certainly impressive. With this in mind, Zhang Han earnestly asked Zhang Lang, "Brother Zhang, I'm out of elixirs. Besides exchanging merit points in the sect, can I buy them with spirit stones?" Zhang Lang shrugged indifferently. "Of course. As long as you have enough spirit stones, I can get you as many top-grade elixirs as you want." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Han pressed further. "So, how can I earn spirit stones? Do you have any good recommendations?" "Recommendations?" A sly glint appeared in Zhang Lang's eyes as he pulled out a pink undergarment from his sleeve. "This is one way. Or we not try stealing something from Yiming Palace, where the sect master lives. I guarantee I can sell one item for 100,000 spirit stones, enough to buy 1,000 bottles of Xinling elixir." Zhang Han was shocked and quickly waved his hands. "I didn't hear anything. Goodbye." With that, he rolled his eyes and turned to leave, thinking to himself, "Who is this guy? Really? He even dares to covet sect master Ling Yunming's personal items? He's got a death wish." Zhang Lang swiftly pulled Zhang Han back into his courtyard. The two of them sat in the main hall, where Zhang Lang took out a pill from his spatial ring, expertly crushed it, mixed it with water, and quickly applied it to his face. Sitting cross-legged, he meditated briefly, and the swelling on his face visibly subsided, leaving Zhang Han astonished. "Little Han Han." Zhang Lang washed his face and said with a smile, "I'm a year older than you, so I'll call you that from now on. I heard you want to earn some mystic stones?" Zhang Han was used to Zhang Lang's nonchalant attitude and didn't mind the nickname. He simply nodded and said, "Without pills to aid my cultivation, the progress is too slow." "No kidding." Zhang Lang scoffed. "Who wouldn't want to cultivate with top-grade pills all the time? It would speed up your training like crazy, but you need to have the means for that, right?" As he spoke, he skillfully brewed a pot of tea and handed Zhang Han a cup. "Do you know how to refine pills, craft weapons, or create talismans? Those skills make money fast," Zhang Lang asked. Zhang Han shook his head. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up as he asked, "Then do you know how to charm women?" Zhang Han frowned, puzzled. "What does charming women have to do with earning mystic stones?" "A lot." Zhang Lang grinned. "If you want to make quick money, you either need a unique skill or a silver tongue." Seeing Zhang Han's confused expression, Zhang Lang shook his head and said, "It seems you're still a novice. Let me be blunt. You look good. If you can endure some discomfort, I could introduce you to some wealthy women. You could earn a few hundred mystic stones in one night, enough to buy several bottles of mystic spirit pills. Get lost." Zhang Han finally understood and said exasperatedly, "Talk seriously. Stop with the shady suggestions. Ah, youth is wasted on the young." Zhang Lang sighed dramatically before getting serious. "There are 3 legitimate ways. First, herb gathering. Our Yunmeng Pavilion is located on the outskirts of the Tianhu mountain range, which is a treasure trove. The deeper you go, the more valuable the resources you find. A single rare herb could fetch a lot of mystic stones." Zhang Han nodded. This was indeed a legitimate path. "And the second?" he asked. "Hunting mystic beasts," Zhang Lang explained. "Materials from high-level mystic beasts are very valuable. A powerful second-level mystic beast can sell for a few hundred mystic stones." Zhang Han was very familiar with this. After his parents went missing, he had relied on this to support himself. "And the last one?" he pressed. "Killing people." Zhang Lang smiled mysteriously. "Taking on missions in the Dark City. This is the fastest way to make money. Killing a first-level mystic Shadow Realm warrior can earn you around 1,000 mystic stones. If you can take down a mountain and sea realm expert, the bounty could reach hundreds of thousands." "An assassin organization?" Zhang Han frowned. "What's the Dark City? Is it nearby?" "You haven't heard of the Dark City?" Zhang Lang rolled his eyes. "There are countless dark cities across the continent. They are the largest underground black markets. Almost every major city has a teleportation array to the nearest dark city. In the southern part of Yunming City, there's a teleportation array that costs just 1 mystic stone to use." "I see." Jiang Han cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for the explanation. If I decide to go to the Dark City, I'll need you to show me the way. No problem. Zhang Lang grinned. There are many super-rich women in the Dark City. If you change your mind, just let me know. I can show you around. Who knows, you might catch the eye of a wealthy lady and earn a few thousand mystic stones in one night. Goodbye. Zhang Han couldn't sit still any longer and stood up to leave. Amazing talent, extraordinary skills. Zhang Lang sighed, watching Zhang Han's departing figure. Everything is great, but he's just too proper. In this world, proper people don't get very far. Back in his own courtyard, Zhang Han had a brief conversation with Zhang Li before focusing on studying the Beast Compendium. Half an hour later, he closed the book, having gained a general understanding. He had identified 24 out of the 27 beasts in the Heavenly Beast Cauldron, confirming his previous guess. 3 beasts per level, ranging from 1 to 8. The remaining 3 unidentified beasts were likely 9th-level beasts. This discovery ignited a fierce determination in Zhang Han. The higher the level of the beasts, the stronger their abilities. If he could acquire all their abilities, his combat power would be terrifying. But reality quickly doused his enthusiasm. 9th-level beasts were comparable to Immortal Realm experts, and without corresponding cultivation levels, he couldn't possibly defeat them. To gain more abilities, he needed to improve his cultivation. For 2nd-level beasts, he needed to at least reach the Mystic Shadow Realm to have a chance. With his current strength, encountering a 2nd-level beast would leave him with only a 20% chance of survival. The 3 2nd-level beasts in the Heavenly Beast Cauldron were the Swallowing Python, the Cracking Ape, and the Demon Soundbat. According to the compendium, the Swallowing Python might be relatively easier to deal with, but the Cracking Ape and Demon Soundbat were extremely formidable. Especially the Demon Soundbat, which could emit a terrifying screech that could cause weaker beings to faint instantly. Zhang Han pondered for a moment, weighing his options. In the short term, hunting those 3 powerful beasts was out of the question. The priority was to quickly break through to the Xianyu realm. He calculated silently. The medicinal herbs on the outskirts of the Tianhu Mountains had long been picked clean, and venturing deeper posed the risk of encountering formidable beasts. Given his current strength, working as an assassin in Dark City was also not feasible. After much consideration, Zhang Han decided to stick to his old method of hunting beasts. He planned to focus on hunting a large number of first-tier beasts to accumulate resources. With his current abilities, this level of hunting was both easy and safe. Once he had gathered enough Xian stones, he could purchase elixirs to accelerate his cultivation process. Having made up his mind, Zhang Han stopped overthinking and sat cross-legged to begin his training. As night fell, he took his sister, Zhang Li, to the dining hall for a meal. Although the dining hall provided free meals, most members of the combat hall were well off and rarely needed to dine there. Entering the dining hall, Zhang Han immediately spotted Niu Meng. The burly man had a large basin in front of him, piled high with food, which he was devouring like a ravenous beast, making loud chewing noises. Zhang Han greeted him, and then he and Zhang Li each took a portion of food and found a quiet corner to eat. Normally, Zhang Li, being a servant, shouldn't have been allowed to eat there. However, perhaps due to Zhang Han's reputation, the dining hall staff didn't give them a hard time, and there were always leftovers anyway. After finishing their meal, the siblings got up to leave. By this time, Niu Meng had finished his enormous serving and wiped his mouth before following them. Just as they stepped out of the dining hall, 4 people approached them. Zhang Han locked eyes with one of them, and both their expressions changed instantly. The other man's eyes burned with intense hatred, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Zhang Peng. Zhang Han tightened his grip on his battle knife. The young man before him was none other than Zhang Peng, the son of Zhang Xiaotian, the 3rd elder of the Zhang family. Zhang Peng had joined Yuming Pavilion years ago, and had likely been away recently due to a family bereavement. Zhang Han. Zhang Peng roared, charging at Zhang Han like an arrow released from a bow. Though he was unarmed, he swung his fist fiercely at Zhang Han's head. Zhang Han was mentally prepared to encounter Zhang Peng at Yuming Pavilion. He had decided not to provoke trouble, but he certainly wouldn't back down either. At this moment, Zhang Peng was already charging towards him, with Zhang Li right behind. With no way to retreat, Zhang Han had no choice but to face him head-on. Drawing his long blade, Zhang Han channeled a surge of violent energy and slashed at Zhang Peng's shoulder. He had expected Zhang Peng to dodge, but to his surprise, Zhang Peng charged straight ahead. The blade cut into flesh, blood spurted, and Zhang Peng fell back with a scream. Zhang Han's brows furrowed as alarms rang in his mind. Zhang Peng wasn't foolish. Why would he willingly take the hit? The truth became clear in the next moment. How dare you? Zhang Han, you dare to fight within the pavilion? Captain, it's bad. Zhang Peng has been injured by Zhang Han. Where's the Pujun squad? One of our members has been attacked. With these shouts, a dozen people rushed out from a distant courtyard. Leading them was a man with a powerful aura, clearly an expert of the Xianyu realm. He wore a luxurious robe with golden trim and held a silver giant ruler, his gaze like lightning as it swept towards Jiang Han. How bold of you to injure a member of my Pajun squad within Yiming Pavilion. Everyone, seize him and take him to the discipline hall for punishment. If he resists, kill him on the spot. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison, drawing their weapons and advancing on Jiang Han. Jiang Han's expression darkened as he turned to Niu Ming and whispered, Brother Niu, please take care of Jiang Li for me. Before Jiang Han could charge out, Niu Ming grunted, I don't know how to take care of people. Even as he spoke, his massive frame surged forward. Roar! With an angry bellow, Niu Ming's body glowed with a yellowish light, his skin taking on a scale-like texture. He swung his massive fists, meeting the weapons of the attackers. Clang, clang, clang. Swords and blades struck Niu Ming, but it was as if they hit cold iron, leaving not even a scratch. Jiang Han was truly witnessing Niu Ming's incredible defensive abilities for the first time. A warm feeling surged in Jiang Han's heart. This usually silent giant was now fearlessly shielding him in a critical moment. Kill! Someone charged at Jiang Han, only to be sent flying by his blade. Why are you attacking the bull? Go for Jiang Han! The Xianyu realm expert shouted, leaping over the others, his iron ruler enveloped in a storm of energy as it came crashing down on Jiang Han. Jiang Han's face changed as he pulled Jiang Li back rapidly. He wasn't afraid of the Xianyu realm expert, but he couldn't risk Jiang Li's safety and thus avoided a prolonged fight. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out from the north, Han Linfeng. How dare you touch a member of my Shashan squad? Are you courting death? A figure shot through the air, revealing a dark gold giant hammer that descended with immense force towards the Xianyu realm expert wielding the iron ruler. Jiang Han swiftly retreated with Jiang Li, sensing the imminent danger. The powerful figure wielding the iron ruler had no choice but to swing it towards the massive hammer. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and a fierce wind blew, forcing several disciples to stagger back. The iron ruler youth crashed heavily to the ground, half of his body sinking into the earth. At this critical moment, a graceful figure darted across the rooftop of the left courtyard like a swift swallow. She held a green sword, exuding a chilling aura. Her sharp gaze locked onto the iron ruler youth as she coldly declared, Han Linfeng, do you have a death wish? Almost simultaneously, a chubby youth with a lecherous grin appeared on the right pavilion. He held 3 glowing silver talismans and laughed. Han Linfeng, ganging up on Jiang Han with a dozen people? How about we settle this on the battle stage with a real fight between our 2 squads? Zhuai, Qi Bing, Jiang Lang. Jiang Han felt a jolt of realization. As he faced the onslaught from the Pajun squad, the entire Shashan squad had quietly appeared to stand up for him. A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Han's heart. It was the first time he truly felt the camaraderie of the Shashan squad, especially Qi Bing, whom he had only seen once since joining Yiming Pavilion and never spoken to. Yet she showed up decisively at this critical moment, exuding dominance. Even the seemingly cowardly chubby youth stepped forward immediately, boldly proposing a life-and-death duel with the Pajun squad. Jiang Han knew that without Zhuai and the others' timely intervention, while his own life might not have been at risk, Jiang Li's safety would have been precarious, with a high chance of perishing in the chaos. Zhuai landed lightly, standing firmly in front of Jiang Han and Jiang Li. Her petite figure contrasted sharply with the massive hammer she wielded effortlessly. She stared icily at the youth with the iron ruler, her tone frosty. The disciplinary hall will be here any moment, Han Linfeng. Are you sure you want to continue? Or, as Jiang Lang suggested, shall we settle this with a life-and-death duel at the battle hall? Heh. Han Linfeng slapped the ground and leaped up. A flash from his ring made the iron ruler vanish instantly. He glared coldly at Jiang Han, his voice dripping with menace. Jiang Han, this isn't over. We'll see who's left standing. Before his words faded, Han Linfeng and his followers swiftly retreated. Zhuai's giant hammer disappeared as she waved at Jiang Han, her tone urgent, hurry back. If the disciplinary hall catches us in the act, it'll be a huge hassle. In the courtyard of the slaughter god's residence, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the large tree, casting a warm glow over the entire area. Qi Bing went straight to his room without a word upon returning. Niu Ming lazily leaned against the tree, eyes closed, resting. Zhuai explained that Niu Ming would feel weak after using his divine powers and needed to sleep to regain his strength. Jiang Han instructed Jiang Li to rest in his room, while he, Jiang Lang, and Zhuai entered the main hall. He recounted the events in detail, his voice tinged with confusion and concern. After listening, Zhuai furrowed her brows and said decisively, this is clearly a setup. Zhang Peng deliberately let you attack him to give Han Linfeng an excuse to go after you. If Han Linfeng kills or cripples you, they can claim you struck first, making the punishment less severe. Jiang Han frowned and asked, who is this Han Linfeng to Han Shiqi? Jiang Lang explained, he's Han Shiqi's only grandson. Han Shiqi's son died in battle years ago. Han Linfeng is now at the 4th level of the Xianyu realm, possesses a fire-based divine power, and is the captain of the Pao Jun squad. Zhang Han realized, no wonder. Zhang Peng and I have a blood feud, and I have deep enmity with Han Shiqi. It makes sense that Han Linfeng and Zhang Peng would team up to kill me. Zui waved her hand, reassuring him, don't worry too much. The Han family can't control everything in Yiming Pavilion. I'll report this to the third elder and have the discipline hall warn Han Linfeng. But you should also be cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. Your main focus now should be on cultivation and breaking through to the Xianyu realm. As soon as she finished speaking, Zui's ring glowed. With a wave of her hand, a long, black battle knife appeared out of thin air, resembling Jiang Han's weapon. She tossed the knife to Jiang Han, saying, this is a Xin'er weapon. Your battle knife isn't even a Xin weapon, which puts you at a disadvantage in fights. Jiang Han accepted the knife, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This was a rare and excellent weapon. His previous knife had chips in the blade, and he couldn't afford a new one. Zui's ring glowed again, and 20 bottles of elixirs and a small booklet materialized on the table. She continued, you've just joined the Slaughter God squad, and as the captain, I don't have much to offer. Here are 30 bottles of Xianling elixirs. This booklet contains an earth-tier technique called 7 layers of the blade, which my mother gave me. I'm giving it to you as well. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. 30 bottles of Xianling elixirs were worth 3,000 Xian stones, not to mention the earth-tier technique, which was even more valuable. He felt embarrassed accepting so much, considering Zui had already saved him and Jiangli. He quickly stood up and said, Captain, these are too valuable. I can't accept them. Zhang Lang, standing nearby, grumbled, Captain, you are so biased. When I joined the squad, you only gave me 5 bottles of Xianling elixirs. Are you favoring Jiang Han because he's better looking than me? Bang! Zui smacked Jiang Lang on the back of the head, sending him flying. She glared at him and said, can you compare to Jiang Han? You're a divine rune master and never lack Xian stones. Don't think I don't know you've been selling invisibility runes at high prices to male disciples so they can spy on female disciples bathing. If word gets out, you'll be torn apart by the female disciples in the pavilion. Jiang Lang laughed awkwardly and defended himself. Captain, who told you that? Invisibility runes are so advanced, I couldn't possibly make them. It definitely wasn't me. Oh, I just remembered I have something urgent to do. I'll leave you to talk. With that, he dashed off. Zui, still fuming, glared at Jiang Lang's retreating figure before turning to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, just accept these. You need to break through to the Xianyu realm as soon as possible to help us. You know, my mother and I don't have an easy time in the pavilion. Seeing this, Jiang Han no longer refused and solemnly said, thank you, Captain. I'll strive to break through to the Xianyu realm within 3 months. He thought to himself that the Xianling elixirs were much more potent than the elixirs he had used before. With these 30 bottles, breaking through to the 9th level of the Purple Mansion should be achievable. The 8th layer of the Divine Altar within his Purple Mansion was already forming. Once it was complete and another layer was built, the altar would be fully constructed. After successfully constructing the first altar, he could begin to open the second secret realm. Once he opened the Xianyu secret realm, he would become a Xianyu realm warrior. Good luck. Zui smiled, revealing 2 adorable little canine teeth. Jiang Han, you awakened 2 divine powers while still in the Purple Mansion realm, which shows you have exceptional talent. Train hard, and you might awaken even more divine powers in the future. You could become a pillar of Yunming Pavilion. When I become the Pavilion Master, I'll appoint you as the Deputy Pavilion Master. Jiang Han modestly declined, though he felt a bit speechless inside. Zui was too naive. Ling Yiming was in her prime and would likely remain the Pavilion Master for decades. Zui often says that once she becomes the leader of the pavilion. Does this mean she wants Ling Yiming gone sooner? In the main hall of Pajun Courtyard, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Jiang Peng sat on a chair, his shoulder wrapped in bandages, his face full of anger and resentment. Suddenly, he stood up, fists clenched, and shouted through gritted teeth, I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Han Linfeng, sitting at the head of the table, had a dark and ominous expression. He looked at Jiang Peng coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What are you yelling for? Do you think shouting here will kill him? Don't you think I want him dead too? A member of the Pajun squad quickly stepped forward to mediate. Captain, Jiang Peng, calm down. If it weren't for Zui and Qi Bing arriving so quickly, we would have succeeded. Anyway, Jiang Han is always in the pavilion. He can't run forever. We have plenty of opportunities. Zui can't be with him all the time, right? Han Linfeng snorted twice, a glint of coldness in his eyes. It's troublesome precisely because he's in the pavilion. The idiots in the disciplinary hall are always giving me trouble, and this time it's definitely caught the attention of the third elder. We can't mess around in the pavilion anymore. If they get evidence against us, Not even my second grandfather can protect us. He stood up and scanned the room, his tone severe. Keep your eyes wide open. Watch Zhang Han closely, and have the mountain guards keep an eye out. If Zhang Han leaves Yunming Mountain, notify me immediately. A squad member, looking worried, cautiously asked, Captain, if Zhang Han goes out, are you going to personally kill him? If we're caught in the act, that's a capital offense. Han Linfeng slapped the back of the squad member's head, scolding, are you stupid? Do I have to personally kill him? With so many assassins in the Dark City, we can just put out a contract. Killing a Purple Mansion realm cultivator is a piece of cake. The squad member suddenly understood, nodding and bowing. Makes sense. Captain, I'll arrange it right away. I know the mountain guards well. As soon as Zhang Han leaves the mountain, we'll get the news immediately. Han Linfeng waved him off, signaling him to leave. He turned to look in the direction of the Kill God courtyard, his eyes filled with icy resolve. Zhang Han, you better stay in the pavilion forever. The moment you step off the mountain, you're as good as dead. The events in Jiang family town hadn't spread within Yunming Pavilion. As Han Shiqi's only grandson, Han Linfeng knew the situation well. Han Shiqi, fearing trouble from the third elder in charge of discipline, had been lying low since returning. The task of avenging their family naturally fell on Han Linfeng's shoulders. Han Linfeng and Jiang Peng, despite their desire for revenge, had not seen Zhang Han descend from the mountain in the past 2 months, nor had they set foot in Beicheng. During this period, Zhang Han focused on 3 things: secluding himself to refine elixirs and build a divine altar, practicing the sevenfold blade technique, and guiding Zhang Li in her cultivation. Zhang Han's mindset had changed. Back in Jiangjiao town, he didn't want Zhang Li to practice martial arts, fearing she might take risks to increase her strength. Now, confined within the Killer God courtyard in Yunming Pavilion, he felt that letting Zhang Li cultivate was actually more beneficial. With a certain level of cultivation, she could eventually shed her role as a menial worker and become a full-fledged member of the pavilion. Over the 2 months, Zhang Han made significant progress. He successfully refined 30 bottles of Xinling elixirs gifted by Zhuo Yi, built a 9-layer divine altar, and completed the first Zifu divine altar. Now, he was only waiting to unlock the Xianyu secret realm to break through to the Xianyu realm. Zhang Li's talent also proved promising. She unlocked the Zifu secret realm in just half a month, and her first divine altar was nearly complete, marking her entry into the martial world. The sevenfold blade technique Zhang Han practiced was a profound earth-tier martial skill. Each level mastered significantly increased the blade's power. If perfected, the blade would produce 7 overlapping shadows when swung, tripling its strength. After 2 months of intense practice, Zhang Han had achieved a minor mastery, able to produce 3 overlapping shadows, doubling his strength. Currently, Zhang Han had reached the 9th level of the Zifu realm. With the addition of his berserk strength and the sevenfold blade technique, his combat power was comparable to that of a 3rd or 4th level Xianyu realm warrior. However, there were mixed feelings. 10 days ago, he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Zifu realm but had been unable to break through the Xianyu secret realm. Perplexed, Zhang Han sought advice from Zhang Lang. The latter told him not to rush, explaining that breaking through major realms often took time. Some pavilion disciples had remained at the 9th level of the Zifu realm for years. The more anxious one was, the harder it was to break through. Sometimes, enlightenment came unexpectedly. Zhang Lang explained that humans, as the spirit of all things, harbored endless treasures within. By cultivating diligently, one could continuously grow stronger. If one could fully unlock the 9 secret realms, they could merge with the Tao, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a mere gesture, achieving immortality. This was the consensus among the warriors of the Jojo continent and the foundation of the martial cultivation system. Although Zhang Han had identified the general location of the Xianyu secret realm, he had yet to find the key to breaking through. With the 3-month deadline agreed upon with Zhuo Yi approaching, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Seeing Zhang Han's furrowed brow, Zhang Lang suggested, Xiao Henin, don't overthink it. How about I take you to the Dark City to relax? Maybe you'll get a sudden inspiration and break through easily. After some contemplation, Zhang Han agreed that isolating himself was indeed unproductive. He gladly accepted the offer. He gave Zhang Li a few instructions, advising her to dine with Niu Meng, and then left with Zhang Lang. As soon as they stepped out, they were spotted by the Pujun squad. Initially, the squad thought they were heading down the mountain and intended to inform Han Linfeng, but then they saw the two heading straight for the southern city. In the southern city square, there were 2 teleportation arrays, one black and one white, both guarded by Yunming Pavilion disciples. Zhang Lang handed 2 Xian stones to the guarding disciples and led Zhang Han into the black teleportation array. After a flash of white light, Zhang Han felt a slight dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast underground city. Looking around, he noticed that the ceiling, 3 meters above, was made of black rock. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Is this Dark City underground?" "That's right. All dark cities are built underground, Zhang Lang explained as they walked. There are at least 1,000 dark cities across the Jiuzhou continent. Remember, killing is absolutely forbidden in dark cities. Even the pavilion master wouldn't escape death if he broke this rule. Injuring others also carries severe punishment. Zhang Han was secretly amazed, thinking that the force behind building 1,000 dark cities across the Jiuzhou continent must be of the highest level. The dark city before them wasn't large. At its center was a spacious square, surrounded by 4 streets. The streets were lined with buildings, and torches lit up the entire city, making it as bright as day. In the underground passage, Zhang Han followed Zhang Lang, surprised to find that it wasn't stuffy at all. Instead, it felt similar to the nighttime atmosphere in the southern part of Yunming City. Zhang Lang skillfully introduced the layout of the dark city to Zhang Han, pointing to a street in the south with a hint of pride in his voice. This is the paradise for eating, drinking, and entertainment. As long as you have Xin stones, you can get anything you want. 7th tier beast meat? No problem. Quintuplets? Give us some time, and we can arrange that too. Zhang Han listened in amazement, rolling his eyes internally. This Zhang Lang really lived up to his reputation. Zhang Lang continued the introduction. The northern street was where assassins gathered, the western street sold various mystical artifacts, and the eastern street was a free trading zone. He specifically warned Zhang Han that while there were opportunities for good deals on the eastern street, it was also easy to get scammed. Fighting was prohibited in the dark city, so if you got swindled, you had to accept it. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Lang was already dragging Zhang Han towards the southern street. The street was bustling with people of varying cultivation levels, from the Purple Mansion realm to the Xianyu realm, and even some who seemed to be at the Mountain and Sea realm. Zhang Han followed discreetly, his eyes opened to a new world. Zhang Lang treated him to a lavish meal, and then eagerly pulled him into a gambling den. They spent 50 Xin stones on 5 black stones, but all of them turned out to be empty. Seeing this, Zhang Han quickly grabbed the still eager Zhang Lang and pulled him outside. What do you know? Zhang Lang grumbled. 1 cut can make you poor. 1 cut can make you rich, and 1 cut can lead you to immortality. I once cut out a Xian crystal worth 60,000 Xian stones. Zhang Han chuckled helplessly. All right, you're amazing. I'm just worried we won't even have enough for the teleportation fee to get back. Then we'd have to sell ourselves at the Yichuan house to earn travel money. Yichuan house? Zhang Lang's eyes lit up as he leaned in close to Zhang Han's ear. His expression lewd. Little Han, how about I set something up for you? Think about it. If you can't find the entrance to the Xianyu secret treasure, how are you going to get in? Maybe when you open a door at Yichuan house, the door to the Xianyu secret treasure will open without you even knowing. Zhang Han politely declined Zhang Lang's invitation and did not go to Yichuan courtyard. The teachings of his parents had taken deep root in his heart over the years, making it impossible for him to do such a thing. He pulled Zhang Lang back to Yuming City. Although this trip broadened his horizons, Zhang Han quickly returned to his rigorous training. However, with the altar in the Zifu secret realm already established, continuing to cultivate his profound energy seemed meaningless. Without unlocking the Xianyu secret realm, his progress would be stalled. Thus, aside from meditating to figure out how to break through this bottleneck, Zhang Han spent most of his time diligently practicing the 7-fold blade technique. In his spare moments, he also guided Zhang Li in her cultivation. Zhang Li's dedication was admirable. Whenever Zhang Han secluded himself for training, she did the same. When he practiced his blade techniques, she quietly observed from the side, never disturbing him or asking him to take her out. Her understanding and maturity pained Zhang Han deeply. Recently, Yunming Pavilion had been as calm as still water. Since Zhang Han joined the pavilion, the Killing God squad hadn't carried out a single mission. Zhuo Yi either accompanied Ling Yunming at the Ascension Peak or secluded herself for training. Qi Bing was even more elusive. Zhang Han had seen her only once in 2 months, and they hadn't exchanged a single word. Her aloofness was extreme. Niu Ming continued his carefree lifestyle, eating and sleeping in a seemingly endless cycle, and never appeared to train. According to Zhang Lang, Niu Ming could cultivate in his sleep, though the truth of this claim was dubious. Zhang Lang, on the other hand, lived a leisurely life, always appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Zhuo Yi claimed he was a talisman master who could craft high-grade yellow talismans, but Zhang Han had never witnessed this firsthand. Time flew by, and another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Han's anxiety grew stronger. Earlier, he had boasted to Zhuo Yi that he would break through to the Xianyu realm within 3 months. Now, with only half a month left and still unable to unlock the Xianyu secret realm, he was frantic. He had previously borrowed some cultivation insights from Yuming Pavilion's library, which mentioned that unlocking a secret realm wasn't solely achieved through rigorous training. Instead, traveling and engaging in battles were more likely to spark inspiration, potentially leading to an epiphany and a sudden breakthrough. Let's take a trip to the Tianhu Mountains. Zhang Han decided. He had almost run out of profound stones, not even having enough to buy Zhang Li a good weapon, let alone purchase cultivation elixirs. He planned to hunt some beasts in the Tianhu Mountains and sell them in the southern city or the Dark City. For Yunming Pavilion, the Tianhu Mountains were an endless treasure trove. Pavilion disciples, including Zui Yi, often went up the mountains. They could collect rare herbs and treasures while honing their combat skills by hunting beasts. Zhang Han instructed Zhang Li to eat with Niu Ming every day, and then went to find Zui Yi to inform her of his plans. However, Zui Yi was not around, and Zhang Lang was also missing. He had no choice but to tell Niu Ming before setting off alone, leaving the northern city and heading straight down the mountain. Shortly after Zhang Han left, Han Linfeng received the news. He was invigorated and immediately gathered the members of the Breaking Army Squad, issuing orders. Zhang Peng, take Gan Yu and Gan Mao to the Dark City immediately. Here are 1,000 profound stones. Make sure not to reveal your identities or leave any evidence. Zhang Peng took the bag of profound stones, looking troubled. Captain, 1,000 profound stones might not be enough to hire a high-level assassin. Han Linfeng scoffed. 1,000 profound stones are enough to hire an assassin at the first level of the Xianyu realm. Zhang Han is only at the Zifu realm. He may have some tricks, but which assassin doesn't have unique skills? If you're worried, use your own money to hire another one. 2 Xianyu realm assassins should be more than enough to take him down. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll use my own stones to hire another one. 2 Xianyu realm assassins should be sufficient. Gan Yu, Gan Mao, let's head to the Dark City. Zhang Peng left with the 2 Zifu realm warriors. Although Zhang Xiaotian's death was sorrowful, it left Zhang Peng with some inheritance. Determined to avenge Zhang Xiaotian, he was ready to go all out. Han Linfeng then ordered the remaining 11 members, Long Ju, split into 3 teams and head to the Tianhu Mountains. Remember, your mission is to hunt beasts. If you encounter Zhang Han, don't engage. Just provide the assassins with his location. Understand? Understood. The 11 members exchanged smiles. The task was easy and risk-free, and they could avoid responsibility if anything went wrong. The 11 hurried off, while Han Linfeng stayed behind. He wandered around the pavilion openly and even practiced his profound techniques in the martial hall, creating a perfect alibi. After descending the mountain, Zhang Han entered the Tianhu Mountains from a peak on the left. Once in the mountains, he used his tunneling technique to travel underground. After using the technique 4 or 5 times, he emerged from the interior of a mountain peak. His caution was due to the need to guard against Han Shiqi and Han Linfeng. For over 2 months, he hadn't stepped out of Yunming Pavilion, fearing their underhanded tactics. Despite his caution, Zhang Han's progress was swift. The outer peaks showed no signs of beasts, as the proximity to Yunming Pavilion meant frequent visits by disciples, leaving the beasts hunted to extinction. After traveling for over 2 hours and crossing more than 20 peaks, Zhang Han finally reached an area teeming with beasts, their numbers considerable. Bang! A massive ghostly leopard ambushed Zhang Han. In an instant, Zhang Han used his shape-shifting technique, his figure flickered, and his long sword flashed out, slashing at the ghostly leopard. The blade gleamed, and the leopard's head was instantly split into pieces. Zhang Han handled it effortlessly, without even needing to unleash his berserk strength. His Purple Mansion 9th level cultivation allowed him to easily sweep through first-tier beasts. He quickly dug out the beast's inner core and continued on his way. Along the way, Zhang Han kept encountering beasts. With his shape-shifting technique, the first-tier beasts could hardly touch him. 2 hours later, Zhang Han sat by a small stream to rest and eat. He opened his backpack, which was already filled with over 20 beast cores. Zhang Han calculated in his mind that although first-tier beast cores weren't very valuable, worth about 1 or 2 Xian stones each, he planned to hunt 200 to 300 beasts this time, earning a few hundred Xian stones to buy some basic cultivation pills for Zhang Li. After a short rest, Zhang Han continued his hunting journey. Throughout the afternoon, he encountered dozens more beasts. By dusk, his backpack was bulging with 67 beast cores. Looking at his nearly full backpack, Zhang Han sighed. If only I had a spatial ring. Unfortunately, even the lowest grade spatial rings cost at least 1,000 Xian stones, which he couldn't afford. As night fell, Zhang Han decided to spend the night in the outer mountains. Although he could use his tunneling technique to stay underground, for safety's sake, he quickly headed towards the outer areas. By the time it was completely dark, he had crossed over a dozen mountains and found a cave in a beast-free area to spend the night. At dawn the next day, Zhang Han got up. He crawled out of the cave, washed up by a nearby stream, and was about to eat some dry rations when he suddenly heard faint footsteps nearby. He immediately became alert and drew his long sword in readiness. Moments later, Zhang Han's expression darkened. 3 people approached from the left, wearing the attire of the Yunming Pavilion, but they were members of the Pojun squad. The 3 saw Zhang Han, snorted coldly, and turned away. Although the 3 left, Zhang Han did not lower his guard. He thought to himself, such a coincidence? I just entered the mountains yesterday, and today I run into Pajun squad members. Jiang Han quickly made a decision. I need to head back. My whereabouts might be exposed. If Han Linfeng leads a team to ambush me, or if Han Shiqi personally comes, it would be too dangerous. Jiang Han immediately dashed down the mountain. However, after crossing 2 peaks, he encountered 3 more Pajun squad members. Like the previous ones, they detoured upon seeing him, without saying a word. Something's off. Jiang Han's eyes turned cold. This time, without hesitation, he used his tunneling technique after running a short distance, burrowing toward the base of the mountain, aiming to return to Yuming Mountain as quickly as possible. After using the tunneling technique 3 times in a row, Jiang Han reached the outermost area. Another 5 or 6 mountains, and he would be near Yunming Mountain. Just as he emerged from the ground, he heard faint footsteps to his left, and a black-clad figure wearing a grim ghost mask appeared before him. Jiang Han locked eyes with the masked figure and saw a chilling, killing intent. Instantly, Jiang Han realized this ghost-masked man was here for him. He swiftly drew his battle blade from his back and charged at the intruder. Jiang Han had just crawled out of the underground tunnel when he suddenly noticed a figure emerging from the bushes about 20 feet to his left. His heart tightened, realizing it was too late to return to the tunnel. Although his earth penetration technique could allow him to instantly disappear into the ground, doing so would expose his back to the enemy, a fatal risk. In a split second, Jiang Han made a decision. He charged at the figure, not to fight to the death, but to create an opportunity to escape. As he closed the distance, he could make out the features of his opponent, a person wearing a ghost mask, slightly hunched, holding a pitch-black long sword, with eyes as sharp as a beast's. An expert. Jiang Han's alarm bells went off. Just from the opponent's eyes and stance, he knew this was a seasoned warrior who had survived countless bloody battles. The ghost-masked man hadn't moved, but the long sword could deliver a lethal strike at any moment. The distance quickly shrank to 10 feet. Jiang Han suddenly pushed off with his legs, propelling himself into the air. His long knife slashed forward with immense force, creating a deafening whistle as it aimed straight for the ghost-masked man's head. However, just as the blade was about to strike, the ghost-masked man rolled on the ground, and his long sword slashed backward. Jiang Han's true form had barely appeared when he saw a flash of brilliant sword light heading straight for him. How is this possible? Jiang Han was shocked. Had the opponent predicted his movement? Did he know Jiang Han's abilities inside out? Or was his reaction time simply otherworldly? There was no time to ponder. Jiang Han hurriedly retreated, but was still a step too slow. A flash of sword light, and a sharp pain erupted in Jiang Han's abdomen. A long, narrow wound appeared, and blood began to pour out. He immediately used his shifting shadow technique again, reappearing 20 feet away, one hand clutching his wound, his face pale. Good thing I reacted fast, Jiang Han thought to himself with relief. Otherwise, that sword would have cut my guts out, and this mountain would be my grave. However, the ghost-masked man's assault didn't relent. Without pausing, he flashed forward, his long sword twisting like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Jiang Han's face. Second level of the Xianyu realm? Jiang Han barely sensed the opponent's level, but what terrified him more was the opponent's incredible combat skills and reaction speed. With no other options, Jiang Han had to use his shifting shadow technique repeatedly. He knew that frequent use of this ability would quickly drain his mental energy, and using it a dozen times in a row could cause dizziness or even unconsciousness. But at this moment, he had no choice. Each time his true form appeared, the ghost-masked man's sword was already at his throat. Jiang Han had no chance to catch his breath and was forced to keep using his technique to evade. Blood continued to pour from his abdominal wound, and though he had healing medicine in his pocket, he had no time to take it. Growing paler and more anxious, Jiang Han knew he would be killed if this continued. Just then, he noticed a dark cave several dozen feet ahead, looking like some beast's lair. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jiang Han used his shifting shadow technique twice in quick succession and darted into the cave. Without hesitation, he used his earth penetration technique to dig a tunnel into the mountain and disappeared inside. The ghost-masked man followed closely, arriving at the cave entrance. A moment of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but after a few seconds, he plunged into the tunnel with his sword. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the nearby bushes. Leading them was Jiang Peng, accompanied by the Gan brothers. Jiang Han is really strong. He survived that? Gan Yu muttered in disbelief. That assassin is a bronze-rank killer, and he wounded him in one strike. Yet, Jiang Han still managed to escape. 2,000 Xin stones well spent. Jiang Peng said coldly. My decision was right, wasn't it? Instead of hiring 2 iron-ranked killers, we got 1 bronze-ranked assassin. Jiang Han won't escape this time. His speed is limited, and even if he can burrow through the ground, where can he go? His body will be brought back soon, and we can just wait here. Wait here. Gan Mao looked worried. Shouldn't we head back to the pavilion? The assassin will deliver Jiang Han's head to the Dark City once the job is done. There's no need for us to waste time here. If we're discovered, it could be bad. Afraid of what? Jiang Peng snorted coldly, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. We didn't even make a move. We were just passing by. Besides, the captain has arranged for someone to keep an eye on Zhua Yi and her group. We'll be notified the moment they descend the mountain. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he added, I'll wait right here today. Once Jiang Han's body is brought back, I'll slice him into 1,000 pieces to avenge my father's death. Gan Mao and Gan Yu exchanged glances and nodded silently. As newer members, their status in the team was not as high as Jiang Peng's. Since Jiang Peng had made his decision, they had no room to argue. The three quickly ducked back into the bushes, holding their breath and waiting for the mysterious assassin to bring back Jiang Han's body. Meanwhile, several feet underground in the mountain, Jiang Han was exerting all his strength to perform the earth-burrowing technique. He punched the ceiling of the tunnel behind him, causing a massive collapse of dirt to block the passage. Without pausing for breath, he immediately continued digging forward. Despite having reached the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm, Jiang Han's speed was still no match for the masked figure pursuing him. Digging the tunnel inevitably slowed him down, and to avoid being caught, he had to keep collapsing the passage behind him. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from behind as the masked figure effortlessly broke through the barrier. Jiang Han cursed, persistent as a ghost, and quickly swallowed a healing pill. Sensing the ever-closer threat, he gritted his teeth and sped up his digging. Not afraid to die, huh? Then keep chasing. A fierce determination flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. He punched twice more, sealing the tunnel behind him again, and began digging downward at an angle. He knew that the deeper he went, the thinner the air would become, making it harder to breathe. If they went down 1,000 feet or more, both might suffocate. But Jiang Han had no other choice. Prolonged use of the earth-burrowing technique would exhaust his strength. Since he couldn't shake off the masked figure in a short time, he had to risk everything in a life-or-death gamble. 5 or 6 feet behind Jiang Han, the masked figure had just broken through the barrier and noticed the tunnel suddenly sloped downward. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Continuing the pursuit was undoubtedly risky, but giving up meant failing the mission. Chase. Determination flickered in the masked figure's eyes. As an assassin, he was skilled in advanced breath-holding techniques, allowing him to go without breathing for an extended period. He was confident he could outlast Jiang Han. 300 fathoms. Jiang Han's figure plummeted rapidly into the depths of the earth, his breathing growing increasingly labored. The dizziness from oxygen deprivation washed over him, making his movements sluggish. The wound on his abdomen was slowly clotting thanks to the healing medicine, but the significant blood loss had left him extremely weak. The masked figure trailing behind also felt the pressure of the suffocating air. The assassin's instincts kept him at a cautious distance, wary of any desperate counterattack from Jiang Han, while patiently waiting for his opponent's strength to deplete. The blood-stained tunnel silently narrated Jiang Han's frailty, and the masked man calculated that with his turtle breath technique, he could outlast his opponent, who was at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. 500 fathoms. Jiang Han panted heavily, as if breathing through a damp cloth. His face flushed red, and his eyes bulged slightly. The ambition to dig 1,000 fathoms now seemed like a fool's dream. He was acutely aware that another 300 fathoms down would mean inevitable asphyxiation. But what could he do? The masked man was only 7 or 8 fathoms behind, shadowing his every move. Collapsing the tunnel was futile, and he had no smoke bombs to use. He had no choice but to keep going. With bloodshot eyes and clenched teeth, Jiang Han continued to unleash his earth penetration technique. Despite extreme exhaustion, sheer willpower kept his hands moving mechanically. 700 fathoms. Hallucinations began to invade Jiang Han's mind. His father's stern face, his mother's gentle smile, and Jiang Li's clear eyes flashed before him. The masked man was also nearing his limit, his turtle breath technique faltering. He decided internally that he would wait for the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. If Jiang Han did not pass out by then, he would be forced to take action. Jiang Han's consciousness was fading, his body limp, but his hands still glowed dimly with dark yellow light, mechanically digging downward. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Jiang Han felt his hands break through into an empty space. A rush of cold, fresh air hit his face, instantly reviving his scattered senses. Before he could react, his body began to fall rapidly. He realized he had broken through the top of a massive cavern. As he fell, Jiang Han was shocked to find himself in an enormous cave, about 100 fathoms long and wide. At the cave's bottom was a pool of water, but the water looked like mercury, emitting a faint white glow. Even more chilling was the sight of a massive golden coffin, 2 to 3 fathoms long, floating on the water's surface. The coffin was anchored to the rocks at the pool's edge by golden chains. The eerie scene sent shivers down Jiang Han's spine, and an instinctive sense of danger warned him to stay away from the coffin. He took a deep breath, preparing to use his shadow shift technique to escape, when suddenly the golden coffin began to emit a soft light, illuminating the entire cave. In the next moment, countless tiny green vines shot out from the pool, rushing toward Jiang Han with astonishing speed. Terrified, Jiang Han swung his blade wildly, cutting several vines, but was soon entangled by thousands more, which dragged him into the pool. At that moment, the masked man shot down from the cave ceiling, witnessing Jiang Han being pulled into the water. Before he could react, thousands of vines were already rushing toward him. The masked man slashed with his sword, severing a dozen vines, but more continued to close in. The vines, like greedy tendrils, instantly ensnared Jiang Han and the masked man, wrapping around their entire bodies. Both were mercilessly dragged towards the bottom of the pool, their struggles in vain. The masked man cursed aloud, unable to believe he had fallen into such a predicament. His target had lured him into this eerie tomb, and faced with these unbelievable vines, his proud assassin skills were utterly useless. Death was not frightening, but such a bizarre end was something the masked man could not accept. They were pulled deeper into the water, struggling desperately like drowning children, but unable to break free from the countless vines that bound them. Suddenly, the masked man realized an even more terrifying fact. The vines were absorbing their life force. Tiny thorns pierced their skin, visibly draining their energy at an alarming rate. Jiang Han and the masked man's skin rapidly aged, their muscles sunken, transforming them into two skeletal elders with white hair and faces wrinkled like tree bark in a matter of moments. Jiang Han felt his life force rapidly slipping away, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Just then, the Tian Shou Ding in his mind suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light, spinning rapidly. The mythical beasts on the cauldron's wall seemed to come alive, moving continuously. A miracle occurred. The life force that had been absorbed by the vines began to flow back into Jiang Han's body. Powerful energy surged from the vines into him, restoring his body at an astonishing speed. His muscles reinflated, his aged face reverted to youth, and his white hair and eyebrows turned jet black once more. In an instant, Jiang Han experienced an incredible transformation, going from youthful to aged, and then from old to youthful again. In the next moment, Jiang Han witnessed an even more shocking scene. The heavenly beast cauldron began to spin wildly, and the white liquid in the pond, as if drawn by an invisible force, surged rapidly into Jiang Han's body. In the blink of an eye, the water level in the pond, spanning several zhang in diameter, dropped by half. As the water level plummeted, the massive golden coffin that had been floating lost its buoyancy and hovered in midair. The coffin trembled violently, and the four golden chains clanked loudly. An overwhelming and suffocating aura emanated from within the coffin, pressing down on Jiang Han so heavily that he could barely breathe. At that moment, he felt as if a super-powerful beast was awakening inside the coffin, making him shudder all over. The heavenly beast cauldron continued to spin maniacally, greedily devouring the remaining white liquid in the pond. Jiang Han, along with the rapidly descending water level, began to fall. Beside him, the ghost-faced man also fell, but he had already turned into a skin-and-bones husk, his eyes filled with terror, his breath weak like a flickering candle in the wind. He stared intently at the unharmed Jiang Han, his eyes flashing with confusion and resentment. 30 breaths later, the pond was completely dry, revealing a barren bottom. The vines entangling Jiang Han turned from green to withered yellow, fragile enough to crumble at a touch. The golden coffin above swayed even more violently, and the four iron chains swung wildly. The aura from within the coffin grew increasingly horrifying. Jiang Han felt that a super beast might break free at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han gritted his teeth and resisted the immense pressure. The profound energy within his body circulated rapidly, and with a sudden jolt, the vines around him shattered completely. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the wall, his palm emitting a dark yellow light as he used his tunneling technique to carve out a passage, quickly burrowing into it. Just as Jiang Han made his escape, the golden coffin's shaking reached its peak, releasing a heart-stopping aura. However, apart from that, there was no other movement. As Jiang Han fled further away, the coffin gradually calmed down, floating quietly in midair. At the bottom of the pond, only the withered corpse of the ghost-faced man remained, his wide eyes staring at the giant coffin above. Jiang Han tunneled for several dozen zhang before finally stopping to catch his breath. His body was still trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with fear. The aura within the golden coffin was too terrifying, like a child facing an ancient dragon, making his very soul tremble. After absorbing the entire pond of white liquid, the heavenly beast cauldron spinning gradually slowed and eventually came to a stop. Just as Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief, a strange white energy began to flow from the cauldron's mouth, quickly spreading throughout his body and disappearing in an instant. Immediately afterward, Jiang Han felt his entire body burn like a furnace, the pain causing him to roll on the ground. Black liquid oozed from his pores, emitting a foul stench. This burning sensation lasted for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, feeling like he was being roasted in a cauldron. However, when the burning pain finally subsided, Jiang Han was astonished to discover that his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. He felt filled with explosive power. His physical strength increased 2 or 3 times over. To test this, he punched the tunnel ceiling, causing the entire passage to shake violently and collapse for more than 2 zhong. Jiang Han's eyes gleamed with joy, confirming that his strength had indeed doubled. The white energy transmitted by the heavenly beast cauldron had transformed his physical body, giving him a complete rebirth. Reflecting on everything he had just experienced, the eerie underground cave, the mysterious silver liquid, the terrifying green vines, the chilling golden coffin, and the sudden activation of the heavenly beast cauldron that saved his life, absorbed the entire pond of white liquid, and finally transmitted the mysterious energy that transformed his body. Jiang Han's mind was filled with shock and confusion. However, there was no time to dwell on it now. With the tunnel collapsed, the air was becoming thin. They were more than 700 zhong underground, and not far from the golden coffin, so Jiang Han dared not linger. He began to dig upward quickly, adjusting his direction toward the original tunnel after several dozen zhong. Due to the thin air and his earlier exhaustion, Jiang Han could no longer continuously use his tunneling technique. He kept digging until he found the original passage and began to climb upward through the existing tunnel, narrowly escaping death. Jiang Han's heart was still pounding with fear. He dared not stop and sprinted all the way. In the time it took for 3 sticks of incense to burn, he had covered 6 to 700 zhong. The air gradually became fresher, indicating that the cave's exit was near. He took deep breaths, greedily inhaling the fresh air, and slowed his pace to regain his strength. Yet, the terrifying scenes from moments ago still haunted his mind. A faint light appeared ahead. Jiang Han, feeling cautious, touched the black grime on his face and prepared himself. Although he had only encountered one masked assassin, who could guarantee there wouldn't be another? Just then, he heard footsteps pacing back and forth near the cave's entrance. Jiang Han immediately halted, crouched down, and listened intently. Why is it taking so long? Has the assassin not come out yet? Could Jiang Han have escaped to another peak, and the assassin followed him there? Jiang Peng, let's just go back and wait. Once the assassin kills Jiang Han, Dark City will inform us. These few sentences reached his ears clearly, and Jiang Han's eyes turned icy cold, his body radiating murderous intent. Those short words revealed a lot. The masked assassin was hired by Jiang Peng and his people from Dark City. No wonder he was so formidable. If not for the chance discovery of the underground cave and those eerie vines, and the assistance of the Tian Beast Cauldron, he might already be a cold corpse. After spending more than 2 months at Yiming Pavilion, Jiang Han's killing intent had diminished considerably. But now, hearing Jiang Peng and the others' conversation, the long-suppressed rage within him surged uncontrollably. Ignoring his weakened body, he swiftly charged towards the cave's entrance. Jiang Peng and his 2 companions at the entrance heard the approaching footsteps and immediately looked pleased, thinking the masked assassin had returned. But they weren't foolish. They didn't rush to the entrance but peered cautiously from outside. Suddenly, a figure shot out of the cave. Covered in black grime, Jiang Han looked like a mudman, leaving Jiang Peng's group momentarily stunned and unable to recognize him. Jiang Han roared, unleashing his berserk power ability and wielding his 7-layered blade technique against Gan Mao, who stood at the front. Gan Mao reacted quickly, drawing his long sword, gripping it tightly with both hands, and preparing to block Jiang Han's lethal strike with a flash of profound energy. However, Jiang Han's current strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. The berserk power ability already amplified his strength several times, and combined with his recent physical transformation, this strike was terrifyingly powerful. With a loud boom, Gan Mao's sword was instantly knocked out of his hands. Jiang Han's blade drove forward, slashing heavily into Gan Mao's chest. Gan Mao flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the cave wall. His chest was a bloody mess, and after a couple of convulsions, he stopped moving. Brother! Gan Yu's eyes reddened with rage, his face twisted in anguish. He let out a furious cry and charged at Jiang Han with his sword. Meanwhile, Jiang Peng, seeing the scene clearly, trembled violently. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled the cave in a panic. He had recognized Jiang Han. The masked assassin hadn't emerged. Instead, Jiang Han had come out alive. Whether Jiang Han had killed the assassin or not, they were no match for him. If they didn't flee, death was certain. Despite Gan Yu being at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, in Jiang Han's eyes, he was as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board. A few months ago, Zhang Han could easily defeat a 9th-level opponent when he was only at the 7th level. Now, his strength had increased even further. Boom. In just 2 moves, Zhang Han effortlessly dodged Gan Yu's attack and, with a swift counterstrike, sliced him in half. During the battle, Zhang Han was astonished to find that his reaction speed and strength had significantly improved, as if his cultivation had advanced by 2 levels. Without sparing a glance at Gan Yu's corpse, Zhang Han grabbed his blade and sprinted away. Now that he had started killing, he would not let Zhang Peng escape. This was his usual way. Either he didn't act, or he acted decisively to eliminate his enemy. Although Zhang Peng had a few seconds head start, Zhang Han's speed was now unparalleled. In just 100 feet, he caught up to the panicked Zhang Peng. Hearing the sound of air being sliced behind him, Zhang Peng turned around to find Zhang Han already within striking distance. He frantically shouted, "Zhang Han, don't kill me. We both belong to Yunming Pavilion, and there's a strict rule against killing each other. If you do, you'll be executed without mercy." Huh? Zhang Han sneered. "When you hired assassins to kill me, did you fear the pavilion's rules? You can kill me, but I can't kill you? What kind of logic is that?" "Zhang Han, I was wrong." Zhang Peng pleaded again. "My father left me 3,000 Xian stones. I've used 1,000, but I'll give you the remaining 2,000. We're both from the Zhang family. There's no need to go to such extremes. I promise I won't target you anymore. I'll leave the pavilion and return to Jiangjia town. We'll never cross paths again. Just spare me." Too late. With a swift movement, Zhang Han appeared in front of Zhang Peng, his long blade slicing towards Zhang Peng's face with a lethal intent. Zhang Peng was so terrified that he couldn't even react, and Zhang Han's strike sent him flying, his head splitting open like a watermelon. Emotionless, Zhang Han walked to Zhang Peng's corpse, holding his blood-stained blade. "If you had returned to Jiangjia town earlier or not caused me trouble, I might have spared you. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me." Scanning the area, Zhang Han noticed a spatial ring on Zhang Peng's hand, likely a relic from Jiang Shaotian containing the 2,000 Xian stones Zhang Peng had mentioned. He took the ring without hesitation and dragged Zhang Peng's body towards a cave. To leave no evidence, Zhang Han decided to destroy the bodies. He returned to the cave, tied the 3 corpses with vines, and dragged them to a pit he had found earlier. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he threw the bodies down. Lying at the cave's entrance, Zhang Han sensed for a moment, confirming that the vines below had entangled the bodies. Only then did he feel at ease and began collapsing the tunnel to ensure no one could easily discover the site. This place is 700 feet underground, with thin air. Even if someone could dig this deep, not even a Xian Yu realm expert could survive, Zhang Han thought. Moreover, those terrifying vines below and the entity in the golden coffin would make it impossible for even 2 Shan high realm experts to survive. If the entity breaks free from its seal, who could stop it? After collapsing the entire tunnel, Zhang Han meticulously cleaned the bloodstains inside and outside the cave before leaving quickly. He washed in a nearby stream, dried his clothes with his Xian Qi, and then descended the mountain without delay. When he reached the foot of Yunming Mountain, 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate saw Zhang Han and looked at him with suspicion. However, they neither dared to question him nor stop him, allowing him to pass freely. Zhang Han returned to the Killing God courtyard without incident, finding everything as usual. Niu Meng was still dozing in the sun, and Zhang Li was still in seclusion, cultivating his Xian power. After washing again and changing into clean clothes, Zhang Han sat on his bed, reflecting on the recent events. Meanwhile, Han Linfeng, upon hearing that Zhang Han had returned, cursed Zhang Peng and his companions as useless and immediately ordered the breaking army squad to return, as searching outside was now pointless. Zhang Han sat quietly for an hour, gradually calming down. He organized his thoughts and decided not to reveal the deaths of Zhang Peng and the others to anyone, including Zhuai. It wasn't a matter of distrust but rather not wanting to burden them. He believed that since he had killed them, he should bear the consequences alone. As for the golden coffin, Zhang Han also decided not to report it. Firstly, reporting it would expose him as the killer, and secondly, the place was too eerie. He feared that even Ling Yunming might not be able to handle it, and reporting it could endanger her. What could be inside the giant golden coffin? Zhang Han's heart was brimming with curiosity, but he was acutely aware that with his current strength, attempting to explore it would only lead to his death. This secret had to remain buried deep within his heart, waiting for the day he possessed immense power to uncover it. Zhang Han's gaze fell on the spatial ring in his hand, his brows furrowed. Although this ring, which belonged to Zhang Peng, contained 2,000 mystic stones and numerous treasures, Zhang Peng had already bound it with his blood. To retrieve its contents, a refiner would need to erase the mark, which would undoubtedly expose him. Worse still, the ring held Zhang Peng's personal belongings. If discovered, it would be irrefutable evidence of murder. This ring must go. Zhang Han muttered to himself, a resolute glint in his eyes. With a swift, forceful squeeze, A bang echoed as the spatial ring shattered. As it broke, the internal space collapsed, and everything stored within was reduced to dust by the immense spatial force. Having done this, Jiang Han took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. He decided to go into seclusion for 2 hours, using this time to completely forget the morning's events. Overthinking was futile. He had resolved to deny everything. Although he couldn't cultivate mystic power, he could attempt to unlock the Xianyu secret treasury. Closing his eyes, Jiang Han immersed his mind into the purple mansion treasury, carefully visualizing the altar within. His consciousness followed the path of the mystic power as it circulated through his body, seeking the location of the Xianyu secret treasury. After about half an hour, Jiang Han felt the mystic power circulating in a primary meridian in his lower abdomen, suddenly encountering a constriction. Passing through this narrow section, the meridian made a sharp turn and then widened significantly, causing the mystic power's flow to accelerate abruptly. At that moment, an image flashed in Jiang Han's mind. As he was about to lose consciousness while being pursued by the masked figure, he had broken open the cave housing the giant golden coffin with his bare hands, and the fresh air that rushed and felt like a rebirth. A winding path leading to a secluded spot, where the light suddenly appears and everything becomes clear. Jiang Han's soul trembled, and the problem that had troubled him for so long was instantly resolved. He immediately channeled his mystic power to fiercely impact the sharp turn in the primary meridian. Gradually, a small opening appeared, and mystic power began to flow continuously into it. The opening grew larger, and a mysterious gate slowly opened within Jiang Han's body. The Xianyu secret treasury was finally unlocked, and Jiang Han successfully broke through to the Xianyu realm. The moment the Xianyu secret vault opened, a torrent of energy surged forth like a flood, enveloping Jiang Han completely. He could feel his body undergoing a profound transformation, a significant benefit of unlocking the secret vault. Each vault's opening results in a qualitative leap for both the body and soul, explaining the vast gap between the Zifu realm and the Xianyu realm. Jiang Han recalled the ancient wisdom passed down from the ancient emperor. The human body contains a natural divine array, which begins to operate from the moment of birth, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and converting it into formidable power, sealed within the body. Unlocking a secret vault is essentially opening a part of this natural divine array, releasing the accumulated energy to strengthen oneself. Additionally, as parts of the divine array are unlocked, the body's harmony with the heavens and earth significantly increases, accelerating the cultivation speed. This reminded Jiang Han of the widely known ancient saying, "A person's potential is limitless." This potential is akin to these secret vaults. By continuously unlocking these vaults, one can continuously tap into their potential, becoming increasingly powerful. This is the true essence of cultivation. Jiang Han did not immerse himself in the energy surging through his body. Instead, he immediately gathered a large amount of Xian energy and injected it into the newly opened Xianyu secret vault to stabilize and expand it. He knew well that after a vault is opened, it will gradually shrink and eventually disappear due to energy loss. To prevent this, warriors need to construct a divine altar within the vault. Only when all 9 layers of the divine altar are completed can the vault be thoroughly stabilized, providing a continuous source of energy and unleashing formidable combat power. Focusing on stabilizing the vault, Jiang Han remained in seclusion until dawn the next day. When he opened his eyes, his aura had noticeably strengthened. Moreover, the peculiar energy transmitted by the heavenly beast cauldron had thoroughly cleansed his body, significantly improving his skin and complexion, and drastically changing his overall demeanor. Jiang Han's appearance was originally above average, with a hint of delicate charm. However, after this transformation, he now exuded an aura of grace and elegance. Although his facial features had not changed much, a unique charisma emanated from within, greatly enhancing his allure. Feeling famished, Jiang Han got up and left his room, soon encountering his already awake sister, Jiang Li. Upon seeing her brother, Jiang Li's face lit up with surprise, her large, pearl-like eyes wide open as she scrutinized Jiang Han. "Wow, brother, you look different. Somehow, more handsome," she exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Han smiled faintly, gently patting Jiang Li's head. "Maybe it's because I broke through to the Xianyu realm? Wow, brother, you're amazing." Jiang Li's eyes curved into crescents, her face beaming with a bright smile, filled with admiration. The siblings chatted as they walked towards the dining hall. Upon arrival, they saw Niu Ming sitting alone in a corner, devouring a bun. "Niu, brother," Jiang Han greeted. Niu Ming gave a simple, honest smile without saying a word, continuing to eat. Jiang Han pondered silently, unsure if Niu Ming's behavior was due to his personality or if he was genuinely simple-minded. This guy seemed to do nothing but eat and sleep, rarely seen cultivating, yet his cultivation speed was not slow at all, which was quite puzzling. After breakfast, Jiang Han escorted Jiang Li back before heading straight to the internal affairs hall. According to the sect's rules, breaking through to the Xianyu realm entitled him to rewards: 10 bottles of elixirs, a ground-level Xian technique, and a Xian crystal. The Xian crystal was particularly important, as it was essential for constructing the divine altar in the Xianyu secret vault. Zhang Han calculated in his mind. Although the divine altar in the Zifu secret vault could be constructed with Xian energy alone, constructing the altar after the Xianyu realm required special Xian materials like the Xian crystal. Otherwise, the altar would be unstable and prone to collapse. He wasn't entirely clear on the specifics and planned to seek advice from Zhuo Yi and the others after claiming his rewards. Having just broken through, stabilizing the Xianyu secret vault would take at least 10 days to half a month, so there was no rush to construct the altar. Upon reaching the Internal Affairs Hall, Zhang Han met the familiar Deacon Chen. After explaining his purpose, Deacon Chen raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat surprised. Zhang Han had only been in the sect for a little over 2 months and had already broken through from Zifu 7th layer to the Xianyu realm. This was an astonishing achievement. It was common knowledge that advancing from Zifu 7th layer to Zifu 9th layer was not difficult, but breaking through to the Xianyu realm was a formidable barrier. Many disciples in the sect had been stuck at this barrier for over 10 years. Zhang Han's talent was truly extraordinary. Deacon Chen pondered silently. Zhang Han had awakened a divine ability in the Zifu realm and now had broken through to the Xianyu realm, making him even more formidable. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed his peers and became a leading figure among the younger generation in the sect. If it were anyone else, Deacon Chen would be ecstatic, but Zhang Han was associated with Zhuo Yi, and thus with Ling Yuming. This left Deacon Chen feeling rather displeased. He gave Zhang Han a few scrutinizing glances, confirming that he had indeed broken through to the Xianyu realm. With a flash of his spatial ring, he retrieved 3 bottles of elixirs and a booklet. Chen Shishir casually tossed the elixir and booklet to Zhang Han, speaking in a flat tone. "This is your reward for breaking through to the Xianyu realm. Go back and cultivate well." Zhang Han took the items and glanced at them briefly, his expression darkening immediately. The booklet was a high-grade Huangtier technique, whereas according to sect regulations, he should have received the Thier technique. There were only 3 bottles of Xianling elixir, far fewer than the expected 10. Most troubling of all, the crucial Xian crystals were completely missing. Suppressing his anger, Zhang Han cupped his hands and said, "Chen Shishir, something seems off. According to sect rules, shouldn't there be 10 bottles of Xianling elixir? And the technique should be the Thier, right? Also, where are the Xian crystals?" Chen Shishir's face turned grim as he replied coldly, "The sect has been experiencing high consumption lately, and the higher-ups have ordered us to conserve resources. Your rewards won't be short-changed. They'll be made up to you once the treasury is replenished." Zhang Han sneered inwardly. Chen Shishir was blatantly skimming off the top. The so-called make up later was clearly just an excuse. He couldn't be bothered to argue further, knowing that such a minor issue wasn't worth causing a scene over. He cupped his hands again and turned to leave. Behind him, Chen Shishir snorted twice, thinking that if he didn't fear trouble from the discipline hall, he wouldn't have given even those 3 bottles of Xianling elixir. As he walked back, Zhang Han fell into deep thought. The Internal Affairs Hall was controlled by Han Shiqi, and they decided the distribution of resources in the sect. Relying on Yunming's sect's resource allocation to cultivate would likely mean never rising to prominence. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Han. Having reached the Xianyu realm, his body had undergone 2 transformations, greatly increasing his combat power. He should now be capable of hunting ordinary second-tier beasts. This could be a way to escape his resource predicament. Just as he was pondering, he heard a rustling sound. Zhang Han looked up to see Jiang Lang returning from outside, with a noticeable red mark on his neck. Clearly, the chubby fellow had been carousing in the Dark City again last night. "Brother Jiang." Zhang Han approached, pointing at Jiang Lang's neck. "You still have a lipstick mark there." Jiang Lang hurriedly pulled out a bronze mirror and rubbed the mark vigorously, but it wouldn't fade. Annoyed, he said, "That little minx, she gave me a hickey? I'll make her pay for this. She'll be crying for her parents." Zhang Han looked puzzled. "What's a hickey?" Jiang Lang laughed heartily and waved his hand. "You're still young. You'll understand when you grow up." Zhang Han didn't press further and instead asked about something important. "Have you heard of any places with swallowing spirit pythons?" Jiang Lang frowned. "Why are you asking about that? They're just low-tier beasts. The meat's not good and the inner cores don't sell for much." He paused and added, "But I do remember there being quite a few in the Tianyuan mine tunnels. There was even a python infestation last year, and Ping Ping and her team were sent to clear it out." Zhang Han's eyes lit up, thinking that his 4th divine ability might soon awaken. The spirit-devouring serpents, common demonic beasts found in mines, have become the top menace for the 7 or 8 mines under Yuming Pavilion's control. Despite their small size and relatively weak attack power, their ability to burrow underground and emit toxic gas terrifies ordinary disciples. What troubles the mine overseers even more is that these beasts love devouring mineral crystals, often leaving newly discovered veins almost depleted. However, the spirit-devouring serpents are not entirely useless. Their presence often indicates nearby mineral veins, serving as natural indicators for finding new deposits. Upon receiving the information about the spirit-devouring serpents from Jiang Lang, Jiang Han's interest was piqued. After some research, he decided to head to Tianyuan Mine that afternoon. This mine is only 2 hours away from Yuming Pavilion, well guarded by numerous disciples and overseen by a deacon at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm. More importantly, this deacon is from the Ling Yuming faction, which makes Jiang Han's actions more convenient and safer. Having just dealt with Jiang Pong and his companions, Jiang Han was unsure if Han Linfeng would cause him trouble. He urgently needed to enhance his combat power. Mastering another divine ability would mean an additional layer of protection. After briefly explaining his plans to Jiang Lang and Jiang Li, Jiang Han set off alone down the mountain again. Meanwhile, in the Pujun courtyard, Han Linfeng, with a grim expression, questioned his team member Long Ju. Still haven't found them? Have you searched all the nearby mountains? Are you certain there's no trace of the three of them? Long Ju shook his head and replied, our team has spread out entirely to search, and we even enlisted the help of some ordinary disciples, but we haven't found any sign of them. Han Linfeng then asked, what about Dark City? Any feedback from the Nylon Hall? Have the assassins they sent out returned? Long Ju's face turned serious as he responded, I asked, but they said they couldn't disclose any information. They have strict regulations. Such intelligence cannot be leaked. Han Linfeng sighed and analyzed. Something must have happened. Jiang Han returned yesterday morning, and under normal circumstances, Jiang Peng and the others should have returned last night. The fact that there's still no news means there's an 80% chance they're dead. A cold glint flashed in Long Ju's eyes as he suggested, could it be Jiang Han who killed them? We could report him to the law enforcement hall and have them arrest and interrogate him. He wouldn't withstand the torture. Han Linfeng glared at him and rebuked, foolish. Without evidence, how could the law enforcement hall arrest anyone, let alone use torture? Do you think Sui Yi and Qi Bing would stand by idly? Moreover, if Jiang Han really did kill Jiang Peng and the others, and he has evidence of us hiring assassins, he could turn the tables on us. We'd be in serious trouble. Long Ju asked, frustrated. So what do we do? Just let it go and let Jiang Peng and the others die in vain? Han Linfeng wearily waved his hand and said, wait 2 more days. If they still haven't returned, we'll report to the Internal Affairs Hall, saying the 3 of them went up the mountain to hunt demonic beasts and might have been killed by them. Without evidence, we can't rashly accuse Jiang Han. Send more people to search again. Long Ju reluctantly retreated but returned shortly after to report, Captain, someone just saw Jiang Han leaving the mountain again. Should we go after him? A look of uncertainty flashed in Han Linfeng's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and said, the disappearance of Jiang Peng and the others is strange, and we haven't even found their bodies. The situation is unclear, so don't act rashly. Don't worry. As long as Jiang Han remains in Yuming Pavilion, I will eventually kill him, I swear. After descending the mountain, Jiang Han headed straight for Tianyuan Mountain. He moved at full speed while cautiously observing his surroundings to ensure no one was following him. Although he traveled on the main road in broad daylight, it was always better to be cautious. Over an hour later, Jiang Han arrived at Tianyuan Mountain. This mine originally belonged to the nearby Li family but was forcefully taken by several major families, nearly wiping out the Li family. To ensure their survival, the Li family offered the mine to Yuming Pavilion in exchange for protection. There were guards at the foot of the mountain, but Jiang Han, dressed in Yuming Pavilion attire and holding a pavilion token, passed through easily. Upon reaching the mountaintop, a steward came to greet him. Learning that Jiang Han was a member of the Killing God Squad, this steward, who was from the Li family and loyal to the Ling Yuming faction, became even more enthusiastic. Jiang Han politely declined the steward's hospitality and directly stated his intention to hunt the spirit-devouring serpents in the mine. The steward promptly arranged for a Li family warrior named Li Ling to guide Jiang Han into the mine. The interior of this decades-old mine was complex and easy to get lost in without a guide. Li Ling explained that the mine primarily produced Tianyuan stones, materials used in artifact crafting, and occasionally yielded low-quality Shen crystals. The spirit-devouring serpents were a common problem here, with over 100 appearing each month. The mine was permanently staffed by 3 disciples at the Xianyu realm specifically to deal with these beasts. After half an hour of brisk walking, they finally reached the deepest part of the mine. Many miners were using special tools to extract the mineral veins. A young warrior was sitting on a rock, and Li Ling introduced him. This is senior brother Yan Xian, at the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm, one of the mine's guardians. Jiang Han nodded slightly in greeting. Li Ling explained Jiang Han's purpose to Yan Xian. Yan Xian glanced at Jiang Han coldly and sternly said, nonsense. Although the spirit-devouring serpent is relatively weak among second-tier demonic beasts, it's not something you can handle. You've just broken through to the Xianyu realm and haven't even constructed the first layer of the Xianyu divine altar, yet you rush here to die? Go back and come again after you've built 2 layers of the divine altar. Jiang Han was taken aback. He hadn't expected to be turned away after coming all this way. Although Yin Xian's tone was harsh, his intention was to prevent Jiang Han from dying at the serpent's fangs. Jiang Han patiently explained, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Yin, but I would like to give it a try." Yin Xian's face darkened. Seeing Jiang Han's determined attitude, he sneered and waved his hand dismissively. "If you want to seek death, I won't stop you. Li Ling, be a witness. If the pavilion investigates later, it's none of my business." At the bottom of the mine, 14 tunnels crisscrossed, each bustling with activity. Hundreds of miners were sweating profusely as they dug tirelessly. Jiang Han followed closely behind Li Ling, weaving through the narrow passages and occasionally stopping to ask passing miners for directions. Suddenly, a miner with a face covered in coal dust rushed over to report, "Sir, we might have a spirit-devouring python over there. We just dug up some Tianyuan yesterday, and today we found several snake tunnels as thick as an arm." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's spirits lifted. He immediately found a dry corner nearby, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Although Li Ling, with his 9-fold purple mansion cultivation, found facing a spirit-devouring python quite dangerous, he respectfully stood guard, considering Jiang Han was a member of the Kill God Squad. Half an hour later, the once quiet mine tunnel was suddenly filled with a hiss sound, followed by a faint puff. The experienced miners instantly became alert, quickly retreating while lighting a type of herb known to repel spirit-devouring pythons. Jiang Han's eyes shot open, his intense gaze fixed on the direction of the sound. He stood up and strode confidently toward the snake tunnel, his battle sword gleaming coldly. "Brother Jiang, be careful," Li Ling shouted nervously, gripping a torch with the burning herb, but not daring to get too close nor willing to retreat. Suddenly, a fist-sized brown snake head emerged from the tunnel, its triangular eyes blood-red. As soon as it saw Jiang Han, it lunged 3 feet forward, its mouth wide open as it spewed a jet of poison at an alarming speed. "Brother Jiang, dodge!" Li Ling cried out in alarm, his heart in his throat as Jiang Han remained motionless. The miners in the distance also exclaimed, "Why isn't this big shot from Yunming Pavilion dodging? It's over. Is he crazy? Is this guy really a master of the profound Netherrealm?" Some even couldn't bear to watch, fearing to see Jiang Han corroded by the venom. At the critical moment, Jiang Han used the shadow shift technique, instantly appearing to the left. His sword, carrying multiple shadows, slashed fiercely at the snake's head. This strike, imbued with the terrifying power of Jiang Han's twice-transformed body, combined with the force of his berserk strength and 7-fold blade, was as powerful as a full-force attack from a 4th or 5th level master of the profound Netherrealm. The spirit-devouring python sensed the danger, but it was too late to retreat into the tunnel. With a heavy bang, its head became a bloody mess, though it wasn't crushed. It quickly retracted into the tunnel, attempting to escape. "Think you can get away? Not so easy." Jiang Han sneered. He immediately used the mountain penetration technique, creating a side tunnel and disappearing into the mountain. The miners were dumbfounded, especially impressed by the mysterious shadow shift technique. Li Ling, too, was left with his mouth agape, finally muttering, "The Kill God Squad truly is extraordinary." Half an incense stick later, Jiang Han emerged like a shadow, holding a dead giant python with its inner core already extracted. He casually threw the snake corpse on the ground and said to the surrounding miners, "I don't need this. I only want the inner core. The snake body is yours." The miners were overjoyed, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Even without the inner core, the body of this second-tier beast could fetch a good price, which was a considerable income for them. Jiang Han nodded slightly and returned to his original spot to sit and wait. The miners, after dealing with the snake's body, resumed their digging but couldn't help sneaking glances at Jiang Han, their eyes full of admiration. Another half-hour passed, and yet another spirit-devouring python appeared. This time, Jiang Han didn't aim for its head but went straight for its vital spot. As expected, the scales there were less tough, and Jiang Han's sword easily sliced it in half. He extracted the inner core and once again gifted the snake body to the miners. The cheers from the miners attracted the attention of workers in nearby tunnels. Soon, a miner came running to report to Li Ling, "Sir Li, Master Yin requests your presence." Li Ling bowed to Jiang Han before approaching Yin Xian and saluting. "Brother Yin, you called for me?" Yin Xian, expressionless, asked, "What's going on inside?" "It's quite noisy," Li Ling respectfully replied. Brother Jiang killed 2 spirit-devouring pythons and gifted their bodies to the miners. They were very happy, hence the noise. "Killed 2 devouring serpents?" Yin Xian was taken aback and nodded slightly, saying, "That's quite something. Must have been a fierce battle, right? Any injuries?" Li Ling respectfully reported, "Brother Jiang killed the first devouring serpent in just a few breaths, and the second one was slain with a single strike." Brother Zhang's skills are exceptional. He's unharmed. A single strike? Yin Xian frowned, his face full of disbelief. After a moment of thought, he asked, is his battle blade a high-grade earth-tier weapon? No. Li Ling answered firmly. From my observation, it should be a low-grade mystic-tier blade. Impossible. Yin Xian shot up from his seat, his voice filled with incredulity. The devouring serpent has such strong defenses. How could someone who just broke through to the mystic ghost realm kill it with one strike? Absolutely impossible. Li Ling smiled wryly and explained, Brother Jiang is indeed very strong. He seems to have mastered two powerful divine abilities. In my opinion, Brother Jiang's overall combat strength might already rival the third level of the mystic ghost realm. Rubbish. Yin Xian, a cultivator at the third level of the mystic ghost realm, scoffed at this claim. With a mocking expression, he said, are you blind? How could someone who just broke through awaken any divine abilities? Li Ling awkwardly touched his nose and whispered, if you don't believe me, Brother Yin, why not see for yourself? Humph. Yin Xian snorted coldly and walked into the mine tunnel with his hands behind his back. As he neared the end, another devouring serpent appeared, and Jiang Han was standing in front of it. The serpent lunged at Jiang Han, spewing venom. Jiang Han didn't dodge, which made Yin Xian panic and shout, are you an idiot? Move. In that critical moment, with a swift swish, Jiang Han's real body suddenly appeared to the right of the devouring serpent. His long blade whistled through the air, cleaving the serpent's head clean off with ease. Yin Xian stood dumbfounded. The shadow of Jiang Han hit by the venom slowly dissipated, while the massive serpent head and limp body lay on the ground. He blinked, thinking he might have seen wrong. Jiang Han, holding his blade, skillfully opened up the serpent and extracted its core. A group of miners joyfully surrounded him to dismember the serpent, snapping Yin Xian out of his daze. He noticed Li Ling's teasing gaze and felt his face burn with embarrassment. Li Ling hadn't lied. This young junior who had just broken through really had awakened divine abilities. Even more shocking to Yin Xian was that Jiang Han's combat prowess seemed to surpass his own. Reflecting on his own experiences with devouring serpents, he had never found it so effortless. This realization left him with a mix of astonishment and discomfort. The hunt for the devourer serpents went exceptionally smoothly. In just a day and a half within the mines, Jiang Han had successfully slain 10 devourer serpents, collecting 10 precious inner cores. His eagerness was hard to contain. He sheathed his battle blade, gestured to Li Ling that he needed a moment, and quickly walked towards a narrow side tunnel. Once inside the concealed tunnel, Jiang Han couldn't wait to take out all the inner cores. Carefully, he used his battle blade to cut open each core and began to meticulously refine the dark golden blood contained within. Soon, he had fully refined the essence blood from all 10 devourer serpents, causing the heavenly beast cauldron to stir. In a deja vu-like moment, the image of the devourer serpent flew out from the heavenly beast cauldron, turning into smoke and merging with Jiang Han's soul. A strange energy surged from the cauldron, sweeping through his entire body in an instant. Subsequently, waves of mysterious information flooded his mind. Spirit-seeking technique? What on earth is that? Jiang Han muttered to himself with a frown. Moments later, he opened his eyes, disappointed. Awakening a divine ability only to find it's a spirit-seeking technique? Not something to enhance strength, defense, or speed. It couldn't even aid in combat? What he needed most right now was to boost his combat abilities. So what use was this seemingly useless ability? Despite his internal complaints, Jiang Han closed his eyes and carefully sorted through the new information in his mind. It took a full incense stick's time before he reopened his eyes, filled with dejection. The spirit-seeking technique had nothing to do with combat. It couldn't enhance his fighting capabilities. It was a divine ability meant specifically for locating spiritual items. When used, it released a peculiar energy that rapidly spread out to a radius of 200 zhang, detecting all spiritual items within that range. What are spiritual items? And what good is finding them? Jiang Han pondered, perplexed. The most crucial point is, with a detection range of only 200 zhang, what can I possibly do with that? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Han decided to give it a try himself. His palm emitted a barely visible white glow as he gently placed it on the ground. Instantly, the white energy from his palm spread out like a tidal wave. Images began to flicker in Jiang Han's mind, as if countless white tadpoles were swiftly swimming in all directions. There's a mineral crystal over there? A glowing point appeared in his mind, where a white tadpole stopped, revealing the image of a white crystal. Other than that, there were no other discoveries. After several breaths, the white tadpoles gradually dissipated, and the images in his mind vanished. Jiang Han felt like crying but had no tears. Is this a divine ability for prospecting? It's utterly useless. So what if I find a mineral vein? Can I even mine it myself? The worst part is, this ability's range is only 200 zhang. while many mineral veins might be buried thousands of zhang deep. If I could detect thousands of zhang, I would be set for life, able to prospect for major powers and never worry about food and drink again. But with just 200 zhang, it's all for nothing. Shaking his head in frustration, Jiang Han reluctantly walked out. This useless divine ability had wasted 2 precious days of his time. Just as he exited the narrow tunnel, Li Ling hurried over. Brother Jiang, there's been a sighting of another devourer serpent in the other tunnel. You should go check it out before it escapes. Screw that. Jiang Han rolled his eyes. Let Brother Yin handle it. I'm heading back to Yunmeng Mountain. Since his divine ability had already awakened and turned out to be useless, he had no desire to continue hunting devourer serpents. He turned to leave, forcing Li Ling to quickly seek out Yin Xian for help. As Jiang Han stepped out of the mine, Li Ling caught up to him again. Brother Jiang, let me escort you out. The mine is too complex. You might get lost. Jiang Han nodded in agreement and followed Li Ling. On the way, Li Ling warmly invited Jiang Han to visit the nearby Li family town, frequently mentioning his beautiful cousin. Clearly, Li Ling had a favorable impression of the young, capable Jiang Han and hoped to build a closer relationship, possibly even making him a brother-in-law. However, Jiang Han showed little interest, responding only perfunctorily. At one point, their path was blocked by a group of miners struggling to carry variously sized black stones up the steep terrain. Some stones were so large that they required the combined effort of 2 or 3 people, slowing their progress significantly. Make way! Li Ling immediately shouted. Jiang Han, however, gestured for him to stop. The terrain here is steep. They're carrying such heavy stones. Don't let them fall. He curiously examined the stones on the miners' backs and asked, puzzled, what are these stones for? Aren't Tianyuan stones supposed to be small? Why don't you just extract the Tianyuan stones from them? These aren't Tianyuan stones. Li Ling patiently explained. These are raw Xin crystals, meant for people to gamble on at the betting houses. Gambling stones? Jiang Han suddenly understood, recalling a scene he had witnessed with Jiang Lang in Dark City. Jiang Lang had bought 5 stones to test his luck, but ended up with no Xin crystals at all, losing 50 Xin stones in the process. Seeing Jiang Han's interest piqued, Li Ling continued with a smile. Our mine rarely produces Xin crystals, and even when it does, they are usually as small as grains of rice, the lowest quality and not worth much. Jiang Han and Li Ling stepped out of the mine, the sunlight warming their faces and dispelling the chill from within. Li Ling, brimming with excitement, led Jiang Han to the raw stone warehouse. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, the cool, distinctive scent of stones filled the air. Inside the warehouse, stones of various sizes were piled high, easily numbering in the thousands. Standing in front of a heap of grayish-brown stones, Li Ling began to explain the art of stone appraisal to Jiang Han, pointing with his finger. Look at this stone surface, Li Ling said, picking up a fist-sized stone and placing it in Jiang Han's hand. The crystal structure is compact and fine, and the texture is smooth. See this snake-like pattern? It winds like a dragon, and such patterns often indicate high-quality material. Jiang Han listened intently, nodding occasionally. His attention, however, was drawn to a large stone about half his height. He walked over to it slowly, and when Li Ling wasn't looking, he placed his palm on its surface. A faint glow emanated from his hand. As he closed his eyes, thousands of white, tadpole-like lines appeared in his mind, spreading rapidly. Suddenly, a small, bean-sized white crystal became vividly clear to him. There's something valuable inside, Jiang Han thought, his heart racing with joy. He struggled to contain his excitement as he opened his eyes. Brotherly, he said nonchalantly, I have a good feeling about this stone. Can we cut it open and take a look? Li Ling was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with delight. If Brother Jiang is interested, let's see what's inside. Jiang Han was barely able to contain his excitement. He realized that the 4th supernatural ability he had awakened was not useless, but rather an extraordinary power. The thought of striking it rich kept flashing in his mind as he tried to steady his breathing and maintain a calm exterior. This stone gambling is quite fascinating, Jiang Han said, feigning casual interest. Since you're an expert, why don't you tell me more about it? The term brotherly made Li Ling feel honored. As the lowest-ranking disciple in the sect, he never expected to be addressed so respectfully by a genius from the elite killer's squad. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, Li Ling bowed and said, Brother Jiang, you're too kind. I'd be happy to share everything I know. Jiang Han smiled and nodded, already planning how to leverage his newfound ability. As he followed Li Ling through the piles of stones, listening to his detailed explanations, his mind was busy crafting a blueprint for a prosperous future. Li Ling's face showed signs of distress. After a moment of hesitation, he explained, these are raw stones for sale. We have a rule that they can't be opened casually. If there's nothing inside, I'd be held responsible. Jiang Han smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry, brotherly. How much is this stone worth in Xian stones? I'll buy it. Li Ling's eyes lit up as he calculated internally. Winning Jiang Han's favor, even at the cost of breaking the rules, would be worth it. His uncle would surely support him. He said cheerfully, "Just a moment, Brother Jiang. I'll fetch the special stone-cutting knife." Soon, a small white knife with a dark golden edge, looking exceptionally sharp, was brought over. Li Ling personally handled the knife, easily slicing off a piece of the stone. Unfortunately, the inside was pitch black with no trace of Xian crystals. He kept slicing, but the stone remained empty. Li Ling reassured, "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Perhaps it's deeper inside." Jiang Han remained expressionless and simply said, "Continue." When 2/3 of the stone had been cut away, a faint white light suddenly appeared. Li Ling was overjoyed. "Brother Jiang, you're amazing. There's really something inside." He carefully extracted a white crystal the size of a soybean and excitedly said, "This Xian crystal is of good quality, at least worth 2,000 Xian stones." Jiang Han, hiding his excitement, smiled nonchalantly. "Just pure luck." He then pointed to another stone. "I have a feeling there's something in this one too. Could you cut it?" Li Ling, full of enthusiasm, went to work with the knife, but nothing came out. Jiang Han was secretly pleased, as this confirmed his spirit-seeking technique. After several more attempts, Jiang Han decided to quit while he was ahead. As he was leaving, he asked, brotherly, "Has anyone ever used talismans or secret techniques to cheat?" Li Ling explained that the raw stones contained special natural formations that blocked any probing. He also mentioned a stone gambling competition held in the largest dark city of Yunzhou, where someone once uncovered a supreme-grade Xian crystal worth billions. Jiang Han's heart raced, but he maintained his composure as he took his leave. He sprinted back to Yunming Pavilion, his mind racing with thoughts. As night fell, Jiang Han rushed to Jiang Lang's courtyard. He burst through the door, only to find Jiang Lang savoring the scent of a piece of intimate clothing. Jiang Lang hurriedly put it away, angrily saying, "Jiang Han, don't you know how to knock?" Jiang Han quickly apologized and got straight to the point. "Brother Jiang, do you know any disguise techniques that even the Lianshanxi reincarnation realm can't see through?" Jiang Lang's eyes lit up with mischief as he leaned in and asked, "You wouldn't be planning to steal the pavilion master's intimate clothing from Yuming Palace, would you?" Wow, that's some serious guts. The saying, "a common man is innocent, but treasuring a jade makes him guilty," echoed in Jiang Han's mind, prompting him to disguise himself for protection. The plan to manipulate the gambling house with mystic stones was simple, but concealing his identity was the real challenge. Without any disguise techniques, Jiang Han had no choice but to seek help from Jiang Lang. At first, Jiang Lang joked about it, but seeing Jiang Han's serious expression, he quickly became earnest. After a moment of thought, he listed 3 methods for disguise: a powerful disguise artifact, a pill to alter facial features, and a divine talisman to conceal one's aura. However, all these methods were exorbitantly expensive, costing tens of thousands of mystic stones far beyond Jiang Han's means. Seeing Jiang Han's troubled look, Jiang Lang's curiosity was piqued, and he offered to help, but only if he knew the specifics. Jiang Han hesitated for a long time before deciding to reveal part of the truth. He fabricated a story about discovering a talent for stone gambling at the Tianyuan mine, claiming he had an 80% chance of uncovering mystic crystals. Jiang Lang burst into laughter, outright calling Jiang Han's claim a lie. He explained the hierarchy within the stone gambling world, noting that even a master gambler had only a 70% success rate. To him, Jiang Han's assertion was nothing short of a fairy tale. To prove his ability, Jiang Han proposed a trip to a gambling house in the Dark City for a trial. Though skeptical, Jiang Lang agreed to accompany him. They immediately teleported to the Dark City, heading straight for the largest gambling house, Tianyuan. As night fell, the gambling house was bustling with activity. The vast hall, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was filled with raw stones. Customers and attendants moved about, selecting, paying for, and cutting stones amidst the lively scene. Generously, Jiang Lang handed Jiang Han a sum of money, allowing him to choose freely. Jiang Han wandered around the hall, carefully examining the patterns on each stone, acting like an experienced gambler. Half an hour later, after inspecting more than 100 stones, Jiang Lang began to grow impatient. "Have you made your choice yet?" Jiang Lang couldn't help but urge. "Stop pretending. My time is valuable." His tone carried a hint of disdain, clearly skeptical of Jiang Han's expert act. "Almost done." Jiang Han put down a stone and leaned in close to Jiang Lang's ear, whispering mysteriously, "I picked 5 stones. You go ahead and open them. 3 will have Xian crystals, 2 won't." Jiang Lang chuckled at his friend's antics, and without saying much, he followed Jiang Han's instructions and selected 5 stones. He spent over 200 Xian stones and asked a server to start cutting. 3 small ones have Xian crystals, 2 big ones don't, right? Jiang Lang whispered to Jiang Han. Jiang Han nodded seriously. Jiang Lang laughed even harder and said, "It seems you really have no clue. Those three small ones have chaotic patterns, a dull color, and no mottling. They're obviously worthless stones. If they yield Shin crystals, I'll eat dirt standing on my head." Jiang Han was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. "Brother Jiang, no need to be so harsh. Just to be clear, how much are you eating? Fresh or day-old? Get lost." Jiang Lang rolled his eyes and snapped, "Over 200 Shin stones. If nothing comes out, you'll wash my clothes for a month." "No problem, let's go." Jiang Han patted Jiang Lang's shoulder, and they followed the server to the stone-cutting area. The stone-cutting area was even more bustling than the betting area, with many gamblers crowding around, hoping to learn from successful cases. The 5 stones Jiang Han had chosen were small and cheap-looking, drawing little attention. The stonecutter looked at Jiang Lang and asked, "How should I cut them?" "Just break them open," Jiang Lang replied casually. The stonecutter nodded and took out his tools. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang's attention was drawn to a large raw stone nearby that seemed to have yielded something valuable. The stonecutter first sliced the 2 larger stones, but they were both duds. Jiang Lang gave Jiang Han a smug glance before turning his eyes back to the high-quality stone on the left. Suddenly, a soft sound caught their attention. The stonecutter picked up one of the smaller stones and made a cut, revealing a flash of white light. Jiang Lang quickly turned around and saw a tiny Shin crystal, the size of a grain of rice. He stared in disbelief, muttering, "Did it really yield something?" Though it was the lowest grade of Shin crystal, worth about 500 Shin stones, the fact that it had yielded anything at all was significant to Jiang Lang. Jiang Han, pretending to be shocked but inwardly pleased, whispered to Jiang Lang, "Don't say anything yet, look at the other 2 stones." Sure enough, the remaining 2 stones each revealed a tiny Shin crystal. Jiang Lang was too stunned to speak, while Jiang Han, feigning excitement, grabbed his hand and said, "Brother Jiang, you're amazing. 3 out of 5 stones yielded crystals. You're a stone-cutting master." Their success attracted some attention, but since the crystals were of the lowest grade, it didn't cause much of a stir. The onlookers merely envied them, thinking they had gotten lucky. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Lang laughed heartily, taking the crystals and waving his hand grandly. "Let's go to the spring courtyard. Pick any courtesan you like. It's on me." Amidst envious glances, the two left the gambling house. Once outside, Jiang Lang excitedly grabbed Jiang Han's hand and asked, "Brother, be honest with me. Did you guess, or do you really know what you're doing?" "We'll talk about that later." Jiang Han chuckled, then added, "Let's first discuss the matter of eating dirt upside down. Are you eating your own, or mine? Do you need some chili sauce with that? Are you sure you're not just guessing? This is no joke." Jiang Lang paced back and forth in the killing god's courtyard, his face serious and his eyes sharp as he stared at Jiang Han. Jiang Han sighed helplessly, "Big brother, you've asked over 10 times. You saw it with your own eyes." "It's because I saw it with my own eyes that I can't believe it," Jiang Lang said, recalling the scene earlier. Not only did Jiang Han accurately predict which 3 out of 5 stones had valuable gems and which 2 didn't, but his excitement after revealing the stones was entirely feigned. Everything was under his control, which was simply uncanny. Stone gambling has a 1,000-year history in the 9 provinces. Even a master stone gambler, after a lifetime of study, would only have a 70% success rate. Jiang Han's performance with these 5 stones was equivalent to a 100% success rate, a probability that would shock the entire stone gambling community. Jiang Lang's expression grew even more serious. "Be honest with me, how did you do it? Don't give me that nonsense about reading the surface patterns. You must be cheating." "How?" Jiang Han hesitated for a moment before deciding not to reveal everything. "It's hard to explain. Maybe it's just a natural talent of mine. My left eye can see through some illusions and vaguely sense if there are valuable gems inside the stones." "Incredible." Jiang Lang's breathing quickened as he continued pacing and thinking. Half an hour later, he solemnly said, "Jiang Han, remember, you must never tell anyone about this ability, not even Zhuo Pingbing, Qi Bing, or your sister. If word gets out, you'll be in big trouble, and not even the Grandmaster can protect you." Jiang Han nodded in understanding. Jiang Lang suddenly grinned. "You really trust me, huh? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out?" Jiang Han looked him straight in the eyes. "Would you? Sell you? No way." Jiang Lang said excitedly, "Brother, my fortune depends on you now. Let's plan carefully and figure out how to make some big money without anyone noticing." Jiang Lang took out some paper and a pen and began to meticulously plan. He listed a series of precautions. They must disguise themselves, avoid operating in the current dark city, keep a low profile, and avoid betting in the same gambling house consecutively. Jiang Han nodded silently, grateful to have found such a shrewd partner. The two discussed late into the night, finalizing their plan. Jiang Lang suggested taking 10% of the profits, but Jiang Han insisted on giving him more. After some bargaining, they settled on a 30% share for Jiang Lang. Early the next morning, Jiang Lang went out to prepare the disguises and didn't return until the afternoon. The two were about to embark on their secret stone gambling journey. He silently slipped into Jiang Han's room, the space ring on his finger emitting a faint glow. From the ring, he retrieved a black mask, 5 luxurious robes, and an extra space ring. "Put these on," he whispered. Jiang Han picked up the space ring and asked in confusion, "Why did you buy this for me?" Jiang Lang sighed and explained, "We need to disguise ourselves as wealthy heirs. If you don't even have a space ring, people will laugh at us. These 5 robes are not cheap. They're even more expensive than the ring." Jiang Han was secretly stunned. Although he was speechless, this was all part of the plan. He quickly used his mystical power to refine the space ring and put it on. Then, he changed into one of the luxurious white robes, instantly transforming his appearance. He placed the mask on his face, and it immediately blended seamlessly with his skin. His facial features changed, turning him into an average-looking young man. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang also began to change, putting on a black mask. His face quickly transformed, making him look like a handsome and dashing young man. "Amazing!" Jiang Han exclaimed, touching his face in the mirror. He couldn't feel any difference, and it looked completely natural. He turned to Jiang Lang and asked, "Are you sure even those in the reincarnation realm can't see through this?" "No kidding." Jiang Lang rolled his eyes. "These 2 masks cost me 500,000 Xian stones. If someone in the reincarnation realm could see through them, wouldn't that be a waste of money?" 500,000? Jiang Han was secretly shocked and frowned. "Where did you get so many Xian stones?" Jiang Lang shrugged and said proudly, "My grandfather is a Earth-level divine talisman master. He can sell a single Earth-level talisman for tens of thousands of Xian stones. The old man has some savings. I went all in for this. If we fail, I'll kill you." Jiang Han suddenly realized, and then looked at Jiang Lang's face with dissatisfaction. "Why do you get to be handsome while my face is so plain? Change it. What's the big deal?" Jiang Lang said nonchalantly, "This mask can change your face shape. It has 5 different styles." Following Jiang Lang's instructions, Jiang Han tried it, and indeed could change his appearance. The magic of this Earth-level mystical artifact left him in awe. "Stop playing around. Let's go and get this done." Jiang Lang waved his hand, his voice turning cold. "Little Han, I've put my entire fortune into this. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, even if you have fangs, I'll still take you down." The continent of Jiuzhou is divided into 9 regions, with Yunming Pavilion located in the region called Yunzhou. Yunzhou is dotted with hundreds of hidden cities, categorized into 3 levels based on their size: bronze, silver, and gold, commonly referred to as copper cities, silver cities, and gold cities. The copper city near Yunming Pavilion is the smallest, with teleportation arrays directly connecting neighboring hidden cities. To evade potential trackers, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang avoided making a move in the copper city near Yunming Pavilion. They teleported 4 or 5 times, traveling through several hidden cities, constantly changing their clothes, disguising their faces, and even staying a whole day in one hidden city. This series of maneuvers made it difficult for anyone to trace their origin. The constant flow of people in the hidden cities further complicated any tracking efforts. They eventually chose to stay in a silver city. Jiang Han initially wanted to go to a gold city, believing that the larger casinos and abundant goods there would allow them to quietly gain some benefits without attracting attention. However, Jiang Lang opted for the relatively safer silver city, concerned that the powerful individuals in the gold city might see through their disguises. All hidden cities have the same layout, with streets running in all 4 cardinal directions, but they differ in size and the variety of shops. The silver city was at least 5 times larger than the copper city, with a significantly larger crowd. The two arrived at a Qilin casino, and Jiang Han was immediately struck by its grandeur. The casino had 5 halls, each spanning tens of thousands of square feet, filled with various raw stones. The halls were graded differently, with the highest grade hall requiring a special card to prove financial capability for entry. The entire casino buzzed with activity, resembling a bustling market. Jiang Han was secretly pleased. The large crowd would be perfect for blending in. They could come in quietly, make some money, and leave. Following their plan, they headed straight for the cheapest hall, number 5. Posing as young masters from a wealthy family with some pocket money, they wandered around, touching and observing, and after an hour, they selected over 100 stones in one go. This time, Jiang Han avoided picking the conspicuous Xinjing stones, which would attract too much attention. Instead, he chose mostly cheap, unremarkable stones, creating an impression of trying their luck. As they made their selections, older gamblers advised them against it, saying they didn't know what they were doing and had picked worthless stones. They suggested buying Xinling pills for cultivation instead. Jiang Han remained silent while Jiang Lang feigned boldness, saying, "Money is no issue for me. I don't believe we won't find something good. Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse, right?" Amidst the crowd sighs, the attendants took the stones to the stone-cutting area. Jiang Han suddenly had an idea and asked if they could take the raw stones with them. Jiang Lang, with a look of disdain, explained that the gambling stone industry required on-site cutting to attract gamblers, as uncovering a gem could greatly enhance the casino's reputation. In the stone-cutting area, 3 stone cutters worked swiftly, slicing through the stones like melons. The surrounding gamblers watched as the stones turned to rubble, shaking their heads. The murmurs grew, with everyone saying these 2 young men didn't know what they were doing and were bound to lose everything. Halfway through the cutting, Jiang Lang began to get restless. Although these stones only cost a little over 3,000 Xian stones, he had spent 50,000 Xian stones on 2 masks. He glanced nervously at Zhang Han, worried that his investment might go to waste. Zhang Han's face showed signs of urgency, but a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Leaning closer to Jiang Lang, he whispered, "Don't worry, the goods are about to come out, and they're good ones." At that moment, a stone cutter picked up a triangular stone and made a swift cut. Before the stone was halfway through, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst out. Jiang Lang's eyes widened instantly as he exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's out." The surroundings fell silent, and countless pairs of eyes turned to look. When people saw a golden stone the size of a pigeon egg inside the triangular rock, envy spread across their faces. "Golden radiant stone," someone exclaimed. "A stone that big must be worth at least 10,000 Xian stones." The crowd buzzed with conversation. Just one golden radiant stone, and they've doubled their money. They only spent 3,000 on that pile of stones? Man, I've been eyeing that triangular stone for days, thinking the patterns looked special, but I didn't dare to buy it. "I'm such an idiot," one gambler said, slapping his thigh in frustration. "I saw it yesterday too and thought the surface looked strange. I almost bought it. Damn, I'm an idiot too." Another person echoed, "These 2 kids are so lucky. Just one stone, and they've made their money back. Why can't I have that kind of luck?" More people began to complain about their own misfortune. Jiang Lang and Jiang Han were over the moon, practically jumping with joy. While Jiang Han's expression was feigned, Jiang Lang was genuinely excited. If they hadn't struck it rich, he would have been at a huge loss. Not long after, another stone cutter picked up a brown, tree-bark-like stone. As soon as the blade touched the stone, a red light burst out. The crowd held their breath as a red Xian crystal the size of a pinky nail was revealed. Wow! The crowd erupted in excitement. Someone shouted, "A Xian crystal of this grade is worth at least 60,000 Xian stones. This isn't just a profit, it's a windfall." Suddenly, there was a crisp slap as a gambler smacked himself hard, crying out, "I'm such a pig. I just looked at this stone this afternoon. That brown tree bark was obviously unusual. This stone was only 100 Xian stones, and now it's worth 60,000 times more. I'm such a pig." Another slap followed as another person smacked himself, regret written all over his face. "I looked at this stone 3 times, almost bought it each time but didn't. I'm a pig too." 100 Xian stone rock had yielded a 60,000 Xian stone crystal, making many gamblers' eyes turn red with envy and regret. Many had noticed the distinctive brown tree bark-like surface, but didn't act on it. Jiang Lang couldn't contain his emotions any longer and burst into loud laughter, his plump body shaking with excitement as he celebrated. This time, he was finally reassured. Jiang Han hadn't tricked him, and they were indeed going to make a fortune. This scene made the nearby gamblers even more frustrated. If experienced stone gamblers had made a profit, they would have been impressed. But these 2 seemingly clueless youngsters had struck it rich by sheer luck, which was simply unbelievable. A few gamblers quietly slipped away, hurrying to various gambling halls to start scooping up cheap stones. Clearly, they intended to imitate Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's strategy of buying a lot of inexpensive stones. They calculated, spending a few thousand Xian stones. If they could uncover a Xian crystal worth tens of thousands, wouldn't that be wonderful? As expected, the next few stones were all empty inside when cut open. Despite this, Jiang Lang and Jiang Han were all smiles. They had spent 3,000 Xian stones but ended up with goods worth 70,000, a return over 20 times their investment. It was a massive windfall. The casino staff approached them, asking if they were willing to sell the Jinyao stones and Xian crystals. Seeing them nod in agreement, the casino quickly offered a reasonable buyback price. Soon, a dark card was handed to Jiang Lang. This dark card was accepted throughout all the dark cities and could be used for purchases at any store, making it far more convenient than carrying a large amount of Xian stones. Holding the dark card, Jiang Lang was immediately filled with bravado. He slapped Jiang Han's shoulder forcefully and said loudly, "Second brother, let's split up and pick stones. We're going to spend all 70,000 Xian stones. Let's aim for a tenfold return and bring back 1,000,000 Xian stones to show the old man what we're capable of." As soon as Jiang Lang finished speaking, there was an uproar around them. Many people sneered, thinking the brothers were setting themselves up for failure. This fat fool thinks he can get lucky every day? Does he really see himself as a gambling master? Xian stones won by luck will eventually be lost by skill. Young man, know when to stop. You've already made quite a bit. Don't buy any more. Yeah, a few thousand Xian stones are already pretty good. Don't lose all your hard-earned money in an instant. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward and advised earnestly, listen to an old man's advice. I once saw someone who won 18 times in a month, making millions of Xian stones. And guess what? 6 months later, he lost everything and jumped into a river to end his life. However, these well-meaning warnings fell on deaf ears for Zhang Lang. Instead of reigning in his enthusiasm, he became even more spirited, declaring that he would open exceptional or today and wouldn't go home without a million Xian stones. Zhang Han watched in astonishment. This was completely against their original plan. They had agreed to make a quick profit and leave, staying out of sight for 3 to 5 days. Each dark city would be a quiet operation, keeping a low profile to avoid attracting attention. But Zhang Lang's high-profile behavior was bound to draw notice. Seeing Zhang Lang swaggering off to inspect more stones, Zhang Han had no choice but to follow. Seizing the right moment, he asked in a low voice, "Big brother, what's going on?" Zhang Lang leaned close to Zhang Han's ear and whispered, "We've built up a reputation. It's a rare opportunity. Let's make another big score before we leave." Zhang Han instantly understood Zhang Lang's intention. To the onlookers at the casino, they were just two clueless kids who got lucky. Such occurrences were common enough at the casino and wouldn't attract much attention. In fact, it could even serve as good publicity. "Let's do it." A glint of determination flashed in Zhang Han's eyes. He then told Zhang Lang, "You pick 40 medium-sized stones, and I'll pick 10. Just buy whatever you like." Zhang Lang nodded and began wandering around the casino. Since Zhang Han told him to pick freely, he really just bought whatever caught his eye. "This stone looks festive. I'll take it. This one's big. It might have something good inside." Bought. "This stone's color is a bit odd, with a hint of yellow." Bought. "This stone's shape looks a bit like a certain something." Bought. Zhang Lang bought stones without any hesitation, making rounds and having the attendants note down his purchases immediately. His behavior left the surrounding gamblers dumbfounded. Is he just plain stupid? What a spendthrift. These 70,000 Xian stones haven't even warmed up in his hands, and he's already giving them back to the casino. More and more people were drawn to Zhang Lang's antics, crowding around to watch the spectacle. The more onlookers there were, the more excited Zhang Lang became, as if their presence fueled his energy. After all, he was just making random purchases. The real expert was Zhang Han. Even if they all turned out to be duds, it didn't matter. Zhang Han also appeared nonchalant while inspecting the stones, but his hands subtly brushed over each one. Using his spiritual sense, he easily determined whether the stones contained anything valuable. Soon, he had selected his 10 stones. He was a bit nervous because 9 of the stones he picked were empty, with only one containing a head-sized brown bloodstone. Normally, such a large brown bloodstone could be worth 50 to 60,000 Xian stones, but its exact value was still uncertain. With 30 stones selected, the total came to exactly 70,300 Xian stones. Without a second thought, Zhang Lang pulled out the dark card and an additional 3,000 Xian stones, boldly declaring, "Bring these 30 stones over and start cutting them right away." The surrounding gamblers rolled their eyes and sighed. The 70,000 Xian stones had barely been in their hands for half an hour, and now they were about to be wasted. No one believed these 30 stones would yield anything valuable. They were convinced this was a sure loss. The 30 stones were brought to the cutting area, immediately drawing a large crowd. It wasn't because the stones were particularly valuable, but because Zhang Lang and Zhang Han's betting strategy was so audacious and unconventional. Buying indiscriminately in bulk to win by volume? Most gamblers fancied themselves as experts, believing their methods were the best, and saw everyone else as fools. The same 2 stone cutters were responsible for the cutting. This time, they were even more cautious, as the stones were larger and required a layer-by-layer approach to reveal their contents. 1, 2, 10. Zhang Lang cracked open 10 stones in a row, but found nothing. In the gambling house, many gamblers couldn't hide their mocking smiles and whispered among themselves. Some seasoned gamblers shook their heads and began to lecture Zhang Lang with expressions that said, "If only you had listened to the old-timers, you wouldn't be in this mess." 11, 12, 18. Finally, the 18th stone revealed something, but it was just an ordinary crystal the size of a fingernail, worth a mere 500 Xian stones. Zhang Lang's face couldn't conceal his anxiety any longer. He noticed that Zhang Han had also cut open 7 stones with no luck. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Could it be that their 70,000 Xian stones were truly wasted? 23, 24, 27. The surrounding gamblers gradually lost interest and began to turn away. They had seen enough of the spectacle and exhausted their taunts. To them, Zhang Han and Zhang Lang were just lucky fools who fancied themselves as stone gambling masters after a single stroke of fortune. Just as everyone was about to give up hope, the 28th stone was split open. The stone cutter had barely scraped away a few layers when a dark red light suddenly burst forth. The entire exposed surface of the stone turned crimson. Bloodstone, someone exclaimed. And such a large one? It must be the size of a human head. The gambling house erupted into chaos. A top-grade find. Come and see. Countless people swarmed over. Even the managers of the gambling house hurried to the scene. Such top-grade stones were rare, and it was a good month if 2 or 3 were found. As the stonecutter carefully peeled away the outer layer, a bloodstone the size of a human head emerged in its entirety. The surrounding gamblers were stunned, some even with eyes turning red with envy. My God, such a large bloodstone. It's worth at least 600,000 Xian stones, someone marveled. They turned 70,000 into 600,000, almost a tenfold increase. What kind of luck did these two have today? Absolutely maddening. Another gambler lamented. I had my eye on that stone for a while, but I didn't have enough Xian stones to buy it. Amidst the envy and jealousy, an old man suddenly cried out, Wait, everyone look. There's purple liquid inside the bloodstone. This is stone marrow. This is a top-grade bloodstone, worth at least 10 times more. 10 times? 6 million? Hearing this number, Jiang Han and Jiang Lang were both stunned, exchanging a look of sheer disbelief. At that moment, they realized that this stone gambling game had escalated far beyond their expectations. 6 million Xian stones isn't an astronomical figure in the stone gambling world. Martial artists at the Shanghai level, or heads of small families, can easily come up with that amount. In the first gambling hall of the Qiling gambling house, some top-quality raw stones even go for tens of millions of Xian stones. But this is the 5th gambling hall, the cheapest area in the house. The raw stone that Jiang Han and Jiang Lang just opened was priced at only 5,000 Xian stones. If it had produced an ordinary brown blood stone, a 120-fold increase would have been considered good. However, they opened a top-quality brown blood stone, and its value skyrocketed to 6 million, a staggering 200-fold increase. What's even more astonishing is that the two started with just 3,000 Xian stones, bought 2 rounds of raw stones, and turned those 3,000 into 6 million in a little over 2 hours. This not only makes people envious, but is practically legendary in the stone gambling world. In the stone gambling circle, it's not uncommon to open top-quality crystals worth billions or even tens of billions. But the real legend lies in the multiplier effect. Spending 90 million to get 100 million worth of goods wouldn't impress anyone. In fact, it might be seen as a loss because the initial investment is too risky. The allure of stone gambling lies in the word gamble, chasing the thrill and the dream of immense profit from a small investment. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's transformation of 3,000 Xian stones into 6 million, a 2,000-fold increase, perfectly embodies this allure. It's also the fundamental reason why stone gambling remains popular across the 9 provinces. However, at this moment, Jiang Han felt no excitement at all. Instead, he was anxious and even a bit regretful. This was completely out of his and Jiang Lang's plan. They had played it too big and lost control. If he were a powerful figure or had strong backing, he might have been fearless. But he was just a recently advanced small martial artist in the Xinyu realm. In this gambling hall, many people could crush him as easily as an ant. Their original plan was to make small gains, earning tens of thousands here and there, hitting each dark city only once to avoid attracting attention from the gambling house or powerful figures. Now, this event would surely shake the entire dark city. The gambling house owner would definitely keep an eye on them, and it might even attract those with ulterior motives. If their true identities were discovered, not only would they be unable to continue, but they might also lose the 6 million they had just earned. Worse, their lives could be in danger. Taking 6 million from Qiling gambling house could have dire consequences if the owner took offense. Such a large gambling house must have powerful backing. In a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Han's mind. He glanced at Jiang Lang and found him equally shocked, seemingly too stunned to speak. Suddenly, Jiang Lang burst into laughter, jumping up in excitement. He leaped to Jiang Han's side, slapped the back of his head and shouted, I'm a stone gambling genius. Second brother, do you admit it? Ha ha ha. 6 million. 6 million. Even the old man can't craft a top-grade divine talisman worth this much. Ha ha ha. Let's see if he dares to call me a wastrel now. Jiang Lang seemed so overwhelmed that he forgot himself, pulling Jiang Han into his laughter and even kissing him on the cheek, looking every bit like a nouveau riche. Jiang Han was a bit confused, not understanding what Jiang Lang meant by old man. But since Jiang Lang wanted to put on a show, Jiang Han had to play along. He forced himself to act excited, giving a thumbs up and saying, Big brother, you're amazing. You're a stone gambling genius, and you'll definitely become the greatest stone gambling master in Yunzhou. Laughter erupted around them. Someone mocked, these two fools just got lucky and now dare to boast? Stone gambling genius? The greatest gambling master in Yunzhou? However, some people started whispering, exchanging glances, and were secretly shocked. Although Jiang Lang hadn't finished his sentence, His tone suggested that his grandfather could craft divine talismans worth 5 or 6 million each. For a talisman to fetch that price, it would have to be at least Earthgrade. And an Earthgrade talisman maker is no ordinary person. There wouldn't be more than 100 in all of Yunzhou. If true, these seemingly foolish young men must have significant backgrounds, likely from prominent families. Some individuals who had initially planned to steal their Xian stones now showed signs of hesitation. 6 million is no small amount, and they were starting to reconsider their plans. In Dark City, no one is allowed to use force, but Zhang Lang had countless ways to get the mysterious stones from the two men. Theft, seduction, deceit, poisoning. All kinds of sinister methods spun through his mind. He suddenly snapped out of it and shouted, "Manager! Manager! Do you accept this top-grade brown bloodstone? How about giving us the market price? With such a big casino, surely you won't cheat us, right?" The manager of betting hall number 5 had been waiting nearby, his face dark as if he had lost a loved one. The hall he was in charge of had let someone pick up such a huge bargain. Although the main responsibility lay with the stone appraiser, he couldn't escape blame. He thought to himself that his position as manager might not last through the night. Forcing a bitter smile, the manager clasped his hands and said, "Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I need to get approval first." With that, he turned to leave, intending to report this sudden situation to his superiors. At that moment, a middle-aged man in luxurious robes, exuding an air of authority, strode over. This man had a conspicuous mole on his left cheek. He was none other than Qin Rong, the chief manager of Qilin Casino. He bowed to Zhang Lang and Zhang Han and said in a booming voice, "No need to seek approval, gentlemen. I am Qin Rong, the chief manager of Qilin Casino. Congratulations to both of you on your incredible luck today, uncovering a legendary stone in the Yunzhou gambling scene. We will buy this brown bloodstone for 6 million, and additionally, we will gift each of you a VIP card. From now on, you can enjoy a 10 discount on raw stones at any of our Qilin Casino branches." Qin Rong's generous offer immediately drew a wave of admiration from the surrounding gamblers. Wow, Manager Qin is truly magnanimous. Qilin Casino deserves to be one of the top 5 casinos in Yunzhou. Such generosity. Manager Qin, I'd love to be friends with you. Praises echoed from the crowd. Everyone was impressed by Qin Rong's magnanimity. After all, casinos and gamblers are naturally at odds. When gamblers win, the casino loses. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang made 6 million with just 3,000 mysterious stones. In a smaller casino, not only would they not receive VIP cards, but they'd be lucky to get even a friendly face. Some might even harass the gamblers and force a lower buyback price to mitigate losses. Qin Rong's gesture of kindness not only didn't make things difficult for the two, but was so generous that it made the other gamblers yearn for such treatment. They thought to themselves that if they ever uncovered a top-grade stone, they might receive the same excellent treatment. Zhang Lang gave a thumbs up and clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you, Manager Qin. If I ever gamble on stones again, they'll definitely come to Qilin Casino." Qin Rong laughed heartily. "Ha! Welcome, welcome. We at Qilin Casino are never afraid of gamblers finding top-grade stones. If you have the skill and luck to increase your value by 10,000 times, we'll give you a gold VIP card with a 20 discount on raw stones. If you can increase by 100,000 times, we will give you a Supreme VIP card with a 40 discount." This bold statement set the scene abuzz. The gamblers were highly enthusiastic, their minds filled with visions of uncovering top-grade stones. Some couldn't hold back and started wandering around the casino, searching for raw stones that might contain treasures. Soon, the manager handed Zhang Lang a dark card and a VIP card. Zhang Lang cautiously infused some mysterious power to verify the amount, and then excitedly put his arm around Zhang Han's neck, saying, "Let's go, brother. Tonight, we'll reserve all the courtesans at Ichuan Pavilion." Turning to wave goodbye to everyone, he said, "Good luck to you all. Manager Qin, we're off to have some fun. We'll visit your casino again another day." Qin Rong smiled as he watched them leave. Once they were out of sight, the manager from betting hall number 5 immediately approached, speaking in a low, submissive tone, "I am guilty, Chief Manager. Please punish me." Qin Rong glanced at him without a word. The manager bit his lip and spoke again, "Chief Manager, should I arrange for someone to deal with them? Or maybe investigate their backgrounds first?" Manager Qin remained silent, hands clasped behind his back, as he strode out. Zhang Su, the supervisor of the 5th gambling hall, hurriedly followed. They reached a secluded back room, and just as Zhang Su stepped over the threshold, Manager Qin suddenly turned and delivered a powerful slap. The force sent Zhang Su sprawling against the wall. Scrambling to his feet, Zhang Su knelt and pleaded, "I'm guilty, Manager Qin. Please calm your anger." Manager Qin stared at him coldly, expressionless. "Zhang Su, do you know what you did wrong?" Zhang Su's cheek burned, the red handprint stark. He dared not touch it, answering honestly, "I failed in my duties, allowed a massive oversight that cost our gambling house dearly. I deserve to die. Bang! Manager Qin kicked him again, sending him crashing into the wall once more. Curled up in pain, Jiangsu felt at least 2 ribs break. Yet, he dared not complain, gritting his teeth and kneeling again. Please, Manager Qin, spare my life for the sake of my years of loyal service. Fool! Manager Qin's face darkened. You still don't know your mistake? Stunned, Jiangsu bowed and said, Please, enlighten me, Manager Qin. Manager Qin's voice was icy. A 2,000-fold increase, turning 3,000 into 6 million. You think that's a big loss? 6 million is nothing to our gambling house. The problem lies with the gem appraiser, not you. Your mistake was trying to confront those 2 customers and doing so in the gambling hall. What if someone powerful overheard you? Are you an idiot? He continued, 6 million is nothing. This isn't a loss for us. It's a golden opportunity to make our gambling house famous across Yunzhou. Those 2 customers shouldn't be harmed. They need protection, not a scratch on them. Imagine the buzz 2 inexperienced young men, betting blind at Qilin Gambling House, turning 3,000 into 6 million overnight. Do you know how much attention that would draw? Excited, Manager Qin added, Is 6 million too much for our name to spread throughout Yunzhou's gambling circles? How many gamblers would flock to us? What profits could we reap? Why do you think I issued VIP cards? Can your pig brain comprehend that? Realizing his foolishness, Jiangsu slapped himself, bowing his head in remorse. Manager Qin, your wisdom is unparalleled. My stupidity nearly ruined everything. Black Eagle. Manager Qin ignored Jiangsu, calling out. A middle-aged man in black entered the room immediately. Manager Qin ordered. You heard everything, right? Arrange for people to protect those 2 young men. They mustn't come to any harm in this city. Also, spread the word about this incident. Make it as sensational as possible. I want every gambler in Yunzhou to know about it within 2 days. And for the next half-month, let some big wins slip through, even at a loss. I want Qilin Gambling House to become a household name in Yunzhou within this period. Understood. The man in black departed to carry out the orders. Manager Qin, facing the window, frowned and thought, Are those 2 young men incredibly lucky, or are they gambling prodigies putting on a show? Meanwhile, the so-called gambling prodigies were in the city's most luxurious restaurant, occupying the largest private room. They had ordered the most expensive dishes and wines, spending 30,000 yuan stones in one go. Zhang Lang was devouring the feast, while Zhang Han sat in stunned silence. With his mouth full, Zhang Lang mumbled, Eat up, don't waste these expensive dishes. Zhang Han sighed, You have a big heart. What's the plan next? Leave after a few rounds in the morning? This has caused too much attention. Continuing is too risky and could cost us our lives. After much thought, he decided to abandon this money-making route for now and return when the heat died down, and their strength had grown. Leave. Zhang Lang spat out a bone and grinned. We're not going back until we make a few billion yuan stones. We didn't come all this way to leave empty-handed. Let's stay out here for half a month. What? Zhang Han stood up in shock. Are you crazy? Are you willing to die for money? Calm down, little brother. Zhang Lang wiped his mouth and spoke seriously. I'm telling you, we're definitely being watched, probably by more than one group. Going back now would be suicide. Our identities would be exposed quickly. Then surviving would be a challenge, and would endanger Yunmeng Pavilion too. Zhang Han was taken aback by the suggestion. He furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then said, We can try moving through a few more cities. If that doesn't work, we can buy a couple of masks. That should keep us from being discovered, right? Zhang Lang shook his head, his expression grave. That won't help. Unless you get a heaven-ear mask, those expert trackers can easily pinpoint you just by your scent. An earth-tier mask might fool ordinary warriors, but it won't stand a chance against professional trackers. Things have blown up tonight. We can't leave the city for now. We have to stay put. A hint of worry flashed in Zhang Han's eyes, clearly concerned about Zhangli. He clenched his teeth and asked, How much for a heaven-ear mask? Can we buy 2? Zhang Lang let out a mocking laugh. Forget 2. You can't even afford one. They start at 1 billion Xian stones. 1 billion. Zhang Han was struck as if by lightning, collapsing into his seat, his face darkening with regret. Zhang Lang sat down beside him, patting his shoulder in comfort. Don't be so down. No one could have predicted we'd hit a jackpot. Now that things are like this, we have no choice but to see it through to the end. See it through to the end? Zhang Han looked at Zhang Lang, puzzled. Zhang Lang's expression turned serious, a hint of determination in his eyes. That's right. I've got a new plan. We're going to stay here in this dark city and hit the Qilin Casino hard for the next 3 to 5 days. We'll grab a few billion Xian stones and then make our escape. Zhang Han was shocked, his eyes wide. A few billion? Are you crazy? Qilin Casino is one of the top 5 in Yunzhou, and the forces behind it are terrifying. Are you tired of living? Hitting a casino for a few days straight and aiming for billions? Even if the casino owner is an idiot, they get suspicious. If they can't catch you cheating, they'll trace it back to Yiming Pavilion. When that happens, it's not just us. The entire Yiming Pavilion will be wiped out. Zhang Lang, however, wore a confident smile. Don't worry, Han. This is our only chance. After this, we won't be able to make a move for at least 3 to 5 years. So, we have to make it count. Trust me, I have a way to get us out safely, and no one will dare to investigate us. I promise I'll get you out of here without exposing our identities. A top-grade brown-blood stone catapulted Zhang Lang and Zhang Han into the limelight of the stone-betting world. Their legendary tale of turning 3,000 into 6 million spread like wildfire, drawing immense attention. Realizing they couldn't easily slip away in the short term, the two decided to seize the opportunity and make another big bet. Since we've already been noticed, why not make a big haul? Zhang Lang suggested. With this money, we won't have to worry about our cultivation resources for the next few years. Zhang Han remained silent for a while before slapping the table with determination in his eyes. Let's do it, even if it means risking our lives. Just taking 6 million won't be enough in the long run. We might as well go all in. Zhang Lang patted Zhang Han on the shoulder and grinned. Trust me, brother. I'll get you out safely. We're still young, and there are many beautiful girls waiting for you to save them. With their decision made, the two first indulged in a lavish meal before heading to the most luxurious Dragon and Phoenix Inn, where they booked a top-tier room for 5,000 spirit stones a night. Although Zhang Han felt the pinch of such extravagance, Zhang Lang insisted on it to maintain their image as newly rich gamblers. After nightfall, Zhang Han returned to his room to cultivate and rest, while Zhang Lang headed straight for the Yichuan courtyard. He extravagantly ordered 5 courtesans and reserved the best private room, flaunting his wealth. Meanwhile, the legendary story of the Brown Bloodstone was rapidly spreading throughout the Dark City, thanks to the efforts of manager Qin. In just half an hour, the tale had reached every corner of the city, and it was expected to spread across most of Yunzhou within a few days. The next day, the Qilin gambling house was packed with curious visitors. Manager Qin had deliberately displayed the top-grade Brown Bloodstone, along with its stone skin in hall number 5 for people to study. Under his orchestration, hundreds of people experienced significant gains, some even seeing returns as high as several hundred times their initial bet. This news spread quickly, drawing gamblers from nearby establishments and even attracting people from other parts of the Dark City. By the afternoon, Zhang Lang and Zhang Han reappeared at the Qilin gambling house. Despite a night of indulgence at the Yichuan courtyard, Zhang Lang showed no signs of fatigue and seemed even more energetic. He handed Zhang Han a voice-altering pill to prevent their identities from being exposed to acquaintances. Their arrival caused an immediate stir, with many eager to catch a glimpse of the so-called stone-betting prodigies. However, seeing Zhang Lang's flamboyant demeanor, many were disappointed, dismissing him as a lucky fool. Ignoring the stares, Zhang Lang swaggered into hall number 3 with Zhang Han in tow. The stones here were 10 times more expensive than those in hall number 5, each costing tens of thousands of spirit stones. Zhang Lang boldly declared, "I'm a stone-betting genius, and today I'm going to make 30 million. Though his altered voice reduced the impact, it drew even more people into hall number 3. Manager Qin personally oversaw the proceedings, secretly instructing his staff to continue allowing some winning stones to slip through. Even if it meant losing billions, he was determined to use this opportunity to cement Qilin Gambling House's reputation and pave the way for future profits. Zhang Lang and Zhang Han began their unique stone inspecting routine. They touched, examined, knocked, shook, and even listened to the stones, occasionally splashing water on them. Their peculiar actions sparked widespread discussion among the onlookers, with some beginning to believe that the duo might indeed possess a special technique, and that their astonishing success the previous day was no mere fluke. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang followed the strategy they had devised the previous day. After observing carefully for over an hour, they decisively purchased 50 relatively inexpensive raw stones. Their philosophy was to cast a wide net and catch more fish. The total price for this batch of stones was around 600,000 Xian stones, but with a 10% discount, they ended up paying just under 600,000. That's it. Take them over and cut them open. Zhang Lang commanded with great enthusiasm. Manager Huang immediately arranged for staff to transport the stones to the stone-cutting area outside. Manager Qin had already planned ahead, specifically arranging for the stones to be cut in the outer plaza to attract the attention of the crowd in the gambling halls and create a sensational effect. Standing in a corner, Manager Qin quietly instructed Black Hawk, "Go and ask Mr. Su to estimate whether their stones will yield a profit or a loss." He hoped that the stones would yield a profit, as a return of several times, or even dozens of times, would be the best advertisement. Witnessed by numerous gamblers, the effect would be even more pronounced, greatly boosting the reputation of the Qilin gambling house. Moments later, Black Hawk returned with a grave expression, "Manager, Mr. Su predicts that this time, it's likely to be a significant loss. Hearing this, Manager Chen's face changed drastically. He had introduced many favorable conditions today, yet the stones still seemed likely to yield a loss. This would undoubtedly dampen the enthusiasm of the gamblers and leave them deeply disappointed. Gamblers came in search of the dream of getting rich overnight, of reaping huge profits from small investments. Zhang Lang and Zhang Han's legendary win yesterday from 3,000 to 600,000 was the perfect example to inspire other gamblers. If today they lost everything they gained yesterday, they would become cautionary tales instead of role models. However, the stones had already been selected, and hundreds of spectators were gathered in the plaza. Manager Chen had no choice but to proceed. He couldn't forcibly take back the stones and let them choose again. The plaza was buzzing with excitement as the stone-cutting process began in full swing. Empty. Another loss. Still nothing. The first 8 stones were all empty, causing the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Ha ha ha, stone gambling geniuses? 8 consecutive empty stones? Zhang Han and Zhang Lang's faces grew increasingly grim, and they remained silent. 15 stones. 30 stones? Finally, on the 30th stone, they found something. But it was only a tiny grain-sized Xian crystal, worth a few thousand Xian stones. After cutting 40 and 50 stones, they found 2 more mineral crystals, but their value was still low, totaling only 2 or 3,000 Xian stones. 600,000 spent for 3,000 in return, a massive loss. The crowd buzzed with chatter. What a disaster! I told you so. Where's the genius? Just got lucky once. They have no idea how to evaluate stones. Just buying randomly won't yield profits. These two are idiots, right? Even my grandson can do better. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang's faces grew darker. Zhang Lang gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Second brother, let's go. We'll head to gambling hall number 2. Maybe hall number 3 is out of stock. Today, we'll go big. After all, we found this 600,000 by luck. Let's gamble it all. Who knows, maybe we'll hit a jackpot worth billions." Zhang Lang's words were like a heavy hammer, causing a stir among the onlookers. For many gamblers, several million Xian stones were no small amount. Many thought to themselves, could these 2 young men really consider themselves stone gambling prodigies? The crowd began to murmur with well-intentioned advice. Young man, listen to an old man's advice, don't play like this. No one's luck lasts forever. An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles sighed, shaking his head. Exactly, the money you earned by luck. Are you going to lose it all by skill? Another middle-aged man in a wide-brimmed hat interjected. Young man, take what you have and leave. To be honest, you don't understand stone gambling at all. It's much deeper than you think. A burly man patted Zhang Lang on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. However, Zhang Lang and Zhang Han ignored the well-meaning advice and walked straight towards hall number 2. Just then, a piercingly sarcastic voice caught their attention. 2 idiots, got lucky once and now think they're stone gambling experts? They don't even know the basics of looking at stones. Haha, that 6 million is as good as gone today. The voice wasn't loud, but it was all too familiar, especially to Zhang Han. His face suddenly darkened, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. They followed the voice and quickly spotted an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a jade crown. Han Shiqi. Zhang Han was secretly alarmed, realizing that Zhang Lang's precaution had paid off. Before coming, Zhang Lang had given him a pill to change his voice, just in case they ran into someone familiar. Unexpectedly, they really encountered Han Shiqi in this dark city. It turned out that since Han Shiqi returned to Yunming Pavilion, he had been living in seclusion. His pedestal was shattered, and his realm fell from the Mountain Sea realm to the Xianyu realm. He gave up martial arts altogether, indulging in wine and women. Unable to act ostentatiously in Yunming Pavilion, he sneaked into the dark city for pleasure. As the son of Yunming Pavilion's deputy master Han Jinmao and the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, he never lacked Xian stones. Hearing about the excitement at Qiling Gambling House, he came to join the fun. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus it was time to take Han Shiqi for a ride and vent their anger. A hint of fierceness flashed in Zhang Lang's eyes. He suddenly pointed at Han Shiqi, his voice full of provocation. Old man, who are you calling an idiot? Han Shiqi was taken aback, thinking everyone was talking. Why single him out? But being called out, he didn't back down, sneering, young man, no need to get so worked up. I was just stating a fact, for your own good. Good my ass. Zhang Lang shouted harshly. Who do you think you are? Do you even qualify to talk to us? Have you ever made a stone appreciate by 2,000 times? Zhang Han also chimed in, his voice lowered. Old man, we don't understand stone gambling, do you? Forget 2,000 times. Can you even make it appreciate by 200 times? You old fool, pretending to be wise when you know nothing. The crowd's eyes focused on them, and Han Shiqi's face turned from blue to white, looking extremely ugly. He suppressed his anger, saying coldly, I've been gambling stones for decades. I may not be an expert, but I've had more wins than losses. Making a stone appreciate by 2,000 times is indeed impressive, but it's just luck. Can you do it every time? Han Shichi paused, then continued, young men, it's not that I'm being harsh, but you really don't understand stone gambling. Do you know what veins, python, species, momentum mean? Have you seen heavenly water veins, earth wave veins, divine python, nine suns python, dongling species, nine dragons momentum? Do you know the real techniques of stone gambling? Jiang Han looked bewildered, blinking. What are you talking about? Ha ha ha. Han Shichi laughed heartily, and the surrounding gamblers shook their heads with wry smiles. Many people started whispering. It seemed these two young men were indeed clueless. Stone gambling had been popular on the Jojo continent for 1,000 years. Generations of people had studied and summarized techniques, and there were some technical skills to it. Looking at stones required examining four aspects: veins, python, species, and momentum. What kind of patterns yield high-quality stones? What snake skin patterns indicate rich mineral deposits? Which types of jade are more likely to contain treasures? How can one assess the potential of a stone to reveal a gem? Jiang Han and Jiang Lang knew nothing about these fundamental techniques of stone gambling. Their 2,000-fold increase last night was purely a stroke of extraordinary luck. Han Shichi glanced around and saw the disdain on everyone's faces, feeling a bit smug. With his hands behind his back, he spoke in a tone befitting an elder. Young men, listen to my advice. You know nothing about stone gambling. Quit while you're ahead. If you keep going, you'll lose your shirts. Bah. Jiang Han spat and said coldly, old man, you seem to know a lot. Want to place a bet with us? Yeah. Jiang Lang chimed in, pointing his finger at Han Shichi's nose. Old guy, dare to join us in an outside bet? How about 5 million Xian stones? Jiang Lang's words caused an uproar. The gamblers present loved such spectacles. A 5 million Xian stone bet was quite the show. Han Shichi was stunned. 5 million Xian stones was no small amount. Although he had the wealth, what if he lost? Despite his confident talk, he wasn't particularly skilled at stone gambling. Over the years, he had lost more than he had won, and the techniques he mentioned were just hearsay. Seeing Han Shichi hesitate, Jiang Han grew impatient and, mimicking Jiang Lang, pointed at Han Shichi's nose. Old dog, aren't you supposed to be an expert? If you don't dare to bet, then get lost and stop making a fool of yourself. Being publicly insulted by a young man in front of hundreds of people, Han Shichi couldn't save face. Moreover, some knew him as the head of Yunming Pavilion's internal affairs. How could he afford to lose face here? Gritting his teeth, Han Shichi said, fine, let's bet. But don't renege on your debt when you lose, you two brats. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. After all that effort, the fish had finally taken the bait. At the moment Jiang Han saw Han Shichi, a sly glint flashed in his eyes as he started scheming on how to trick him. Although killing was prohibited in Dark City and they couldn't eliminate Han Shichi, it didn't prevent them from giving him a hard time. 5 million Xian stones was no small amount for Han Shichi, and if Jiang Han could swindle that sum from him, he'd probably laugh himself awake in the middle of the night. First things first, how are we gambling? Han Shichi asked cautiously. Since they were betting, the rules needed to be clear to avoid any confusion that might lead to losing 5 million Xian stones. Jiang Lang's eyes gleamed as he smiled. It's simple. Each of us puts down 5 million to buy stones, and the winner is the one whose stones turn out to be more valuable. Whoever makes the most profit wins. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar from the crowd. Betting 5 million on stones, and another 5 million on the outcome meant a total gamble of 10 million Xian stones. If someone spent 5 million and got nothing in return, it would be a pure loss of 10 million. Although Han Shichi had 10 million Xian stones, this was almost his entire fortune. If he lost this bet, it would severely damage his finances. He hesitated, as he was no stone gambling master and wasn't confident about such a high-stakes gamble. Seeing Han Shichi hesitate, Jiang Han taunted, what's the matter, old man? Chickening out? If you don't dare to bet, just bark like a dog 3 times and get out of the Qilin gambling house. This was a blow to Han Shichi's pride. He glared angrily and said coldly, do you think I would back down? I can afford to lose 10 million Xian stones. But then he realized something. Wait, you only have 6 million Xian stones. If you spend 5 million on stones, how will you cover the other 5 million if you lose? Jiang Han was momentarily speechless. Han Shichi was right. They only had 6 million Xian stones left after spending some last night and earlier. Even though they were confident of winning, they didn't have enough betting funds. At this moment, Jiang Lang laughed heartily and looked at Manager Qin, who was watching the commotion nearby. Manager Qin, could you help verify our funds? Manager Qin quickly approached. These young men were practically a blessing for him, stirring up such excitement at the gambling house. Regardless of the outcome, it would elevate Qilin Gambling House's reputation. He cupped his hands and said, I am Qin Rong. If both of you trust me, I can witness this bet. Han Shichi handed over a dark card. which Qin Rong inspected with a surge of Xian energy before nodding. This gentleman's funds are in order. He then turned to Zhang Lang, who smiled and said, we have a bit over 5 million Xian stones, but I also have a valuable item worth 5 million. Would you care to examine it privately? After a moment's pause, Qin Rong agreed. They quickly went to a side hall and returned shortly. Qin Rong announced, this gentleman indeed possesses an item worth over 5 million. If he loses and can't pay the 5 million, our gambling house will cover it. With Qilin Gambling House backing the bet, Han Shiqi had no objections. The surrounding gamblers were thrilled. A 10 million Xian stone bet was a rare spectacle, especially in stone gambling. Second brother, let's go. Zhang Lang waved his hand. We'll head to gambling hall number 2. We need to choose wisely this time. Tomorrow is the old master's birthday, and we need to earn enough to buy him some valuable gifts. Zhang Lang's words had a deeper meaning, which Zhang Han understood immediately. Their original plan was to gamble for a few days, but now they were going for one big score before leaving. Although Zhang Han didn't fully grasp the change in plans, he trusted Zhang Lang's decision. Get a big haul and leave. The two entered gambling hall number 2, with Han Shiqi hesitating briefly before following. The crowd surged in, quickly filling the hall to capacity. Manager Qin had to send staff to prevent more people from entering, as there was no more space inside. This level of excitement hadn't been seen in this Silver City-level dark city for years. People gathered outside, discussing and speculating on the outcome of the bet with eager anticipation. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang didn't say much, splitting up to choose stones. They exchanged glances several times, having already planned their strategy. The average price of each raw stone here was 10,000 Xian stones, and they planned to select around 50 stones, Zhang Lang picking 30 and Zhang Han 20. While Zhang Lang's selections were random, Zhang Han's choices were critical. Beating Han Shiqi wasn't the main goal. Zhang Han aimed to earn at least several hundred million Xian stones in this single bet. This was their only shot, and they would need to lie low for years afterward, making this move crucial. On the other side, Han Shiqi was visibly tense, surrounded by a few enthusiastic gamblers offering him advice. The chatter was incessant at the stone gambling market. One moment, someone would claim a stone held a rare treasure, and the next, another would insist it had extraordinary patterns that would make its value skyrocket. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang stood before a pile of raw stones, surrounded by self-proclaimed experts eager to offer their advice. Zhang Lang, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Everyone back off. Zhang Han also frowned, signaling for the crowd to step away. Their attitudes immediately irritated many onlookers, who retreated to a distance, whispering amongst themselves. These fools really think they're stone gambling prodigies? Exactly. Watch them lose everything this time. They know nothing. If they succeed, I'll eat 3 pounds of dirt. Make that 5 pounds for me. Ignoring the jeers and taunts around them, Zhang Lang and Zhang Han continued their usual act of meticulously examining the stones. Zhang Lang hefted one stone and shook it vigorously, while Zhang Han tapped and knocked on another. They occasionally sprayed water on the stone's surfaces or rolled them over, appearing professional to a casual observer, but amateurish to those in the know. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Master Lu is here. Make way, Master Lu is here. An elderly man in a white robe, short and lean but with a radiant vigor, entered the market, surrounded by admirers. This man is a true master, someone exclaimed. In the Yunzhou stone gambling community, he's legendary, having a record of 32 consecutive wins. Han Shiqi perked up at the sight and hurried to greet him. He had met Master Lu once before and was eager for his guidance. Master Lu, smiling warmly, cupped his hands in greeting. I heard there's an extraordinary gamble happening here today, so I came to take a look. Please carry on. Don't mind me. Han Shiqi's eyes showed a plea. Master Lu, you have to help me out here. From afar, Zhang Lang sneered. Bringing in help, are we? Shopkeeper Qin interjected at the right moment. Since the bet has already started, no external aid is allowed. Everyone must rely on their own skills. Master Lu nodded with a smile. My skills aren't worthy of the spotlight. Han, your abilities rival mine. Be bold in your choices. Surely, you can handle these two youngsters? Han Shiqi sighed but focused back on the stones. Master Lu wandered the market, occasionally stopping to examine certain stones. When Master Lu paused to tap twice on a green stone, Han Shiqi's eyes lit up. After the master moved on, Han Shiqi rushed over to scrutinize the stone. Seeing it was priced at 10,000 xianshi, he decided immediately. Mark this one down. I'm buying it. The onlookers exchanged glances, suspecting Master Lu was subtly assisting Han Shiqi. Soon after, Master Lu stopped before a camel-shaped stone and tapped it 3 times. Han Shiqi followed again but hesitated upon seeing the pricey steep 2 million. He glanced at Master Lu, seeking confirmation, but the elder didn't look his way. With a determined grit, Han Shiqi made up his mind. I'll buy this one too. Master Lu turned around, sat in the corner, and sipped his tea, offering no further hints. Han Shichi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to select the stones on his own. After much deliberation, he finally chose 20 stones. Meanwhile, Zhang Lang was nearly finished. He selected his stones purely on intuition, sometimes making a decision with just a glance. Zhang Han had also made his choices, picking 16 stones in total. One particularly ugly, pockmarked stone was priced at 700,000 Xian stones, the most expensive of his selection. Inside, it held a purple Xian crystal the size of a fist, worth at least 1 billion Xian stones. Zhang Han calculated in his mind that the number 2 betting hall indeed had many good stones. His hesitation wasn't about what to choose, but how much to earn. After some thought, he decided that earning 1 or 2 billion would be enough, allowing him to live lavishly for years and easily cultivate to the 9th level of the Xianyu realm. With his decision made, Zhang Han selected 3 more stones with no visible goods and 1 Yoto stone containing minerals worth several million. Take them away, he ordered with a wave of his hand. Zhang Lang walked over with a big smile and said, Second brother, I've finished my selection. This time, I feel confident I should be able to make at least 5 billion. Zhang Han responded supportively, Big brother, you're a genius at stone betting. No doubt you'll succeed. I think my picks aren't bad either. Should yield at least 1 billion. The surrounding gamblers rolled their eyes at their conversation, especially scoffing at Zhang Lang's bold claims. Every gambler dreams of making thousands or millions after buying stones, but reality often shatters those dreams, leaving them with nothing but losses. Manager Qin appeared and asked, Have you all made your selections? After receiving confirmation, 2 stewards stepped forward to calculate the prices. The total cost of stones on both sides was around 5 million, with Han Shichi's side slightly higher by tens of thousands, which was negligible. Take them out and start cutting. Manager Qin ordered. A dozen attendants quickly moved the selected stones to the square. By this time, nearly 1,000 people had gathered outside the number 2 betting hall. Seeing the stones being brought out, the crowd surged towards the stone-cutting area to secure a good spot. Han Shichi didn't go out immediately but walked to the corner to ask Master Lu, Master Lu, did you see their stones? Master Lu just smiled and patted Han Shichi on the shoulder before turning to leave the betting hall. Great! Han Shichi trembled with excitement. Although Master Lu didn't speak, his gesture gave Han Shichi immense confidence. 5 million. Han Shichi calculated if he won this money, should he spend half a month in the largest pleasure house in the Golden Dark City? It was said to have not only human beauties, but also enchanting beings from other races. If he earned even more, perhaps he could make millions. With slightly trembling hands, Han Shichi quickly walked towards the hall's exit. As he crossed the threshold, his slightly hunched back straightened, and his face flushed with excitement. As the main participant, the onlookers naturally made way for him. Walking through the crowd, Han Shichi felt at the pinnacle of life, his steps light and buoyant. Old man, what are you doing? Stop dawdling. Zhang Lang's impatient voice snapped him out of his reverie. Han Shichi sneered and said, What's the rush? Can't wait to lose to me? You fools, you'll be crying soon enough. Start cutting. Zhang Lang waved his hand dismissively. The 3 stonecutters on each side began their work. Zhang Lang and Zhang Han had 50 stones, more than double their opponents, so they had 2 stonecutters. Following Manager Qin's instructions, the stonecutters worked carefully, meticulously cutting the stones to avoid damaging the valuable contents inside. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang's side had more stones, many of which were cheaper and smaller, making the cutting faster. Quickly, 3 stones from Zhang Han's side and 1 from Han Shichi's side were cut open, all revealing nothing of value. The cutting continued, and 6 or 7 more stones were opened with the same disappointing result. The crowd began to murmur, with some questioning what would happen if neither side found anything valuable. Just then, a breakthrough occurred. We got something. Han Shichi's 5th stone revealed a thumb-sized Xian crystal worth 200,000 Xian stones. This discovery immediately dispelled the crowd's doubts, and the betting continued. Congratulations, old Han. This congratulatory shout was like a heavy blow to Zhang Han and Zhang Lang. Although the unpleasant expressions on their faces were feigned, the reactions of those around them were genuine. Those who disliked the Zhang brothers eagerly offered their congratulations to Han Shichi, their words dripping with sarcasm directed at Zhang Han and Zhang Lang. The atmosphere at the stone gambling site was tense. Zhang Han's side had already cut 9 stones without any gains. Manager Qin frowned slightly and whispered to the elderly expert beside him, Master Su, with your expertise, who do you think will win? Master Su, the chief stone appraiser, scanned the scene with his sharp eyes. He replied softly, Manager, I believe both sides have the potential for a good yield. However, it's hard to predict the winner because some of these stones are beyond even my judgment. Manager Qin nodded slightly. This was the allure of stone gambling. No one knew what surprises lay hidden within the stones. The stone cutting continued. Finally, On Jiang Han's 14th stone, there was a result, but it was just a piece of yellow scale stone worth a few thousand. Meanwhile, on Han Shiqi's side, they began cutting the green stone recommended by Master Lu. As soon as the blade touched the stone, a gentle green light emerged. When a green crystal, about the size of 2 fingers, was extracted, the entire square erupted in excitement. Green profound crystal. And it's this big. It's skyrocketing in value. This green profound crystal is worth at least 1 million. Congratulations, old Han. The original stone cost 10,000, and now it's worth 10 times that. Haha, old Han has this round in the bag. That expensive camel stone is sure to yield a fortune. Everyone was talking about how Master Lu had secretly given Han Shiqi 2 pointers. Besides the green stone, the other was the camel stone, valued at 2 million. The green stone had increased tenfold from just 10,000, proving Master Lu's expertise. If the camel stone could increase 3 to 5 times, Han Shiqi would make a huge profit and win 5 million over Jiang Han and his group. Han Shiqi's body trembled slightly, his eyes burning as he stared at the camel stone. He started to fantasize. If it could increase more than tenfold, he'd make over 10 million just from stone gambling. Then, he could go to Jin City and find a few enchantresses. Better stock up on some Lokyang fruit. Thinking of this, Han Shiqi couldn't help but swallow a few times, his body heating up with excitement. The unwritten rule of stone cutting at the gambling stone market is in full swing. Start with the cheap ones and save the expensive ones for last. Jiang Han's selection of inexpensive stones was mostly to make up the numbers, and sure enough, the first 30 stones yielded nothing. The only gain was a Yunshui stone that Jiang Lang picked by sheer luck, worth a mere tens of thousands of Xinjing. The saying, 9 out of 10 bets are losses, is particularly true in the world of stone gambling. Every gambling house has experienced stone appraisers who set precise prices to ensure the house always makes a profit. Even if there are occasional losses, the reputation attracts more gamblers, making it a profitable business in the long run. This explains why gambling houses have been flourishing for thousands of years. Meanwhile, Han Shiqi had already cut his 13th stone, revealing 2 valuable pieces, bringing his total worth to 1.3 million Xinjing. Although still at a loss, it was a stark contrast to Jiang Han's dismal return of tens of thousands from a 5 million investment. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. When Jiang Han's team reached their 38th stone, fortune's finally turned a piece of obsidian worth 800,000 Xinjing emerged. What seemed like Jiang Lang's luck was actually a calculated move by Qin Rong, who had strategically placed a few sweet spots among the tens of thousands of stones. Congratulations, old Han. Another hit, someone shouted. Han Shiqi had just uncovered another stone worth 400,000 Xinjing, bringing his total to 1.7 million, far ahead of his competitors. However, Han Shiqi's face remained tense because he only had 3 stones left. Suddenly, Han Shiqi spoke up. Cut the camel stone first. He decided to go all in, pinning all his hopes on this stone. The stone cutter got to work, and 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixated on this stone, valued at 2 million and resembling a landscape in its appearance. As the blade made its first cut, a blue hue appeared, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Han Shiqi's body trembled slightly, his eyes instinctively searching for confirmation from Master Lu. The latter stood confidently, as if victory was assured. Could it be blue Xinjing? Qin Rong asked Master Su in a low voice. Almost certainly, but it depends on the size, Master Su replied, frowning in thought. Jiang Lang looked anxiously at Jiang Han. If a large blue Xinjing was indeed found, its value could reach tens of millions or even billions. This would not only ruin their plan, but also allow Han Shiqi to make a massive profit. The stone cutting continued, and as the outer layer was completely peeled away, a human-sized deep blue stone was revealed. It was flawless, and even a layperson could tell it was valuable. Han Shiqi was so excited he was on the verge of tears, watching the stone cutter's every move intently. Rise, rise, rise. Blue Xinjing, blue Xinjing. The crowd began to murmur softly, and Han Shiqi's heart pounded fiercely. The stonecutter's knife moved with the precision of an artist's brush, peeling away layer by layer. When the stone was reduced to the size of a human head, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire gambling house and causing the onlookers to squint in amazement. Wow, blue Xinjing! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. We're rich. Such a big piece of blue Xinjing. This must be worth at least 5 billion. The entire Qilin gambling house erupted in excitement. Although the stone was not fully cut open yet, the brilliant blue light was enough to tell the story. With such intense light emanating from a stone still the size of a human head, it suggested that the blue Xinjing inside was at least half the size of a head, clearly worth over 5 billion. Han Shiqi's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Master Lu lifted his head proudly, though a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. Why hadn't he bought this stone himself? Master Zu's eyes showed guilt and unease, while Qin Rong smiled, showing no signs of distress. For Qiling Gambling House, a payout of 5 billion was manageable. The higher the stakes now, the more they could earn in the future. Zhang Lang and Zhang Han exchanged a glance, both feeling a sinking sensation. Even though they would still make 1 or 2 billion from the bet, the outcome left them displeased. Just as the crowd was immersed in excitement, the stonecutter suddenly let out a surprised exclamation, instantly silencing the plaza. He picked up the blue stone, and black liquid began to drip from its base. Is there black water inside this stone? The stonecutter said in astonishment. Could it be that the blue Xianjing has been hollowed out by gold-eating insects? The words struck like a thunderbolt, plunging the scene into dead silence. Countless eyes stared at the black water dripping from the stone's base, exchanging bewildered glances. Han Shiqi scrambled to his feet, staggered forward a few steps, and kept shaking his head. Impossible! Impossible! Cut it open now. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the stonecutter swiftly made 2 cuts. A piece of blue Xianjing, as large as half a human head, appeared before them. However, the center of this massive blue Xianjing had a large hole, revealing a hollow interior filled with murky black liquid, leaving only a thin blue shell. Thud! Han Shiqi took a closer look, his legs gave out again. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, hitting the ground with a heavy thump. From heaven to hell, it took Han Shiqi only a few seconds. The blue crystal in front of him, which should have been worth 500 million, was completely devoured by gold-eating insects. Han Shiqi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the now worthless stone. His body swayed a few times before he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. The gamblers, who had been green with envy just moments before, now gasped in shock, their faces shifting from jealousy to sympathy. However, Mr. Liu remained unperturbed, his head held high without a trace of regret. In his view, his judgment was not wrong. It was simply Han Shiqi's bad luck. Mr. Su nodded slightly and whispered to Qin Rong, "No wonder we couldn't see through this stone. The problem lay here." Although Qin Rong felt regretful for missing out on a 500 million deal, he quickly realized that this dramatic outcome might actually serve as great publicity. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang secretly rejoiced as they looked at the unconscious Han Shiqi. As his arch-rivals, they felt immense satisfaction at his misfortune. When Han Shiqi regained consciousness, the stonecutter asked if he wanted to continue with the remaining 2 stones. A faint glimmer of hope flashed in Han Shiqi's eyes, but he eventually waved his hand weakly and said, "Go ahead." On Zhang Han's side, the stones were cut one after another, all turning out to be worthless. This made Han Shiqi feel slightly better, as he was still far ahead at that moment. However, his remaining 2 stones also yielded nothing valuable, producing only a crystal worth 200,000. All eyes were now on Zhang Han's remaining stones. Han Shiqi's heart was in his throat. If Zhang Han's stones didn't produce anything valuable, he could still make a small profit. Otherwise, he was completely doomed. When the bullhead stone chosen by Zhang Han was cut open, a brilliant golden light shot out. Han Shiqi's legs gave way, and he fainted again. It was a gold lithium stone the size of an egg, worth at least 20 million. This meant that Han Shiqi not only lost 3,100,000 in the stone gamble, but also had to pay an additional 500,000 from the bet. Most of his life savings were gone just like that. The crowd erupted once more. Some sympathized with Han Shiqi's plight, but many were envious of Zhang Han and Zhang Lang's luck. Zhang Lang, still in disbelief, kept asking what the treasure was and how much it was worth. When he learned it was valued at 20 million, he burst into excited laughter. "Ha ha! We won 500,000 from that old dog. Ha!" Zhang Han, on the other hand, stood there grinning foolishly, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Han Shiqi, seemingly stunned by the sudden windfall. The gem cutter swiftly and skillfully extracted the valuable golden lithium ore. Manager Qin's face lit up with a confident smile as he loudly proclaimed, 20 million. I am the genius of stone gambling. Admit it or not. His voice was brimming with pride and triumph. Zhang Lang maintained his enigmatic demeanor. Pointing at the discarded stone skin, he pretended to ponder. I knew at first glance this stone had potential. From every angle, it exudes an invisible force. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned to Zhang Han and asked, "Wait, didn't you pick this stone, second brother?" He then flashed a knowing smile. Zhang Han stood nearby with a foolish grin on his face, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around him. The crowd erupted in boos and exasperated murmurs. These 2 idiots know nothing, yet they struck it rich again? 5 million turned into 20 million? 3 gambles in 2 days. 3,000 to 20 million. How many times is that? The people buzzed with a mix of envy and frustration. The gem cutter continued his work, but the crowd's focus had shifted entirely to the recently revealed golden lithium ore. The remaining 3 stones looked unremarkable, especially the most expensive one, which was rugged and ugly, typically deemed worthless in the stone gambling world. As expected, the next 2 stones yielded nothing valuable. However, for Zhang Han and Zhang Lang, it no longer mattered. Turning 5 million into 20 million was already an impressive feat. Besides, they had also won 5 million from Han Shiqi, making the spectacle more than worth it. Ignoring the last stone, Zhang Han and Zhang Lang huddled together, discussing where to celebrate next. Of course, this was just a facade. Both knew the grand finale was yet to come, centered around that ugly, expensive stone. The gem cutter began working on the final stone. Not expecting anything worthwhile, he carelessly sliced it down the middle. But as soon as his blade struck, a streak of purple light shot skyward, accompanied by a strange roar from within the stone, as if it housed a mythical beast. With a loud thud, the gem cutter stumbled back in fear, falling to the ground with wide, terrified eyes. The previously scattered onlookers were startled by the sudden purple light and beastly roar, their attention snapping to the scene. Old Master Lu's eyes widened, and his lips quivered as he exclaimed, "Purple chi from the east, dragon's roar, tiger's howl? This is a heavenly grade mystic crystal. A heavenly grade mystic crystal?" Old Master Su murmured, staring at the dissipating purple light, his face a mix of despair and remorse. Pale and trembling, he lamented, "To think I missed a raw stone containing a heavenly grade mystic crystal. What a fool I've been, wasting 60 years as a stone appraiser." Heavenly grade mystic crystal? Qin Rong's body shook violently, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His lips trembled as he gazed at the fading purple light, muttering, "It won't be long before I become the chief manager at the main store." The treasures of the 9 provinces continent are classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Among them, the heaven grade is the most precious, while the yellow grade is the most common. The battle blade in Zhang Han's hand is a profound grade weapon, his 7-fold blade technique is of the earth grade, and the profound spirit pill is of the yellow grade. This classification applies to various treasures, including weapons, techniques, pills, talismans, and materials, with some further divided into upper and lower ranks. Profound crystals, used to construct divine altars, also follow this grading system. Each layer of the divine altar after entering the profound nether realm requires refined profound crystals, whose value increases with their grade. Heaven-grade profound crystals are incredibly valuable, often accompanied by extraordinary phenomena upon their discovery. At this moment, a heaven-grade profound crystal was unearthed, emitting a purple aura and the roar of beasts, showcasing its extraordinary nature. The crowd was left speechless, stunned by the sight. Zhang Han was also taken aback by the scene. He discovered a fist-sized purple profound crystal and thought it must be worth a lot, but he hadn't expected such a commotion. Turning to Zhang Lang, he swallowed hard and asked, "Big brother, how much is this worth in profound stones?" Zhang Lang took a deep breath, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "At least 10 billion. Zhang Han was stunned, not by the value of the purple profound crystal, but by Zhang Lang's reaction. According to their previous agreement, shouldn't Zhang Lang be ecstatic? Why did he seem somewhat pained? Just then, Han Shiqi regained consciousness, rubbing the back of his head as he sat up. He looked around in confusion, trying to recall what had happened before he fainted. Realizing he had lost the bet and was down 8 million, his face turned pale. Struggling to stand, he glanced at the stone-cutting area and saw the purple glow from the ugly stone. His face grew even more ashen. "Another good find?" he asked with difficulty. Someone nearby explained, "Old Han, you lost fair and square." They unearthed a heaven-grade profound crystal worth an estimated 10 billion. Upon hearing this, Han Shiqi trembled, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted again. This was his 3rd time losing consciousness, now accompanied by vomiting blood. The crowd's attention quickly returned to the ugly stone. The stone cutter carefully continued his work, and moments later, a fist-sized purple profound crystal was fully revealed. Elder Su examined it closely, then solemnly said, "No doubt about it, it's a lower heaven-grade profound crystal." Qin Rong nodded in confirmation and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. He loudly announced, "Congratulations to the 2 young men for unearthing a miraculous stone at our Qilin gambling house. We offer 14 billion to buy this heaven-grade profound crystal." 14 billion. The crowd erupted. This ugly stone, originally priced at 70,000, had revealed a heaven-grade profound crystal worth 14 billion, a 2,000-fold increase. Even more staggering, Zhang Han and his companions had only invested 3,000 profound stones and now stood to gain 14 billion, a return of 46,000 times. The crowd began to calculate in their minds, some casting unfriendly glances. For many, 14 billion was an unimaginable fortune. Some were already plotting how to deal with Zhang Han and Zhang Lang, who appeared to be only at the profound nether realm. As time passed, The murderous intent in some eyes grew more evident. Jiang Han keenly sensed the change in the crowd but felt helpless, placing his hopes on Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang had previously promised to ensure their safe escape. However, Jiang Lang's expression showed neither worry nor much joy. He calmly looked at Qin Rong and said, "We'll sell the stone. Please, Manager Qin, exchange it for 14 dark cards, each worth 1 billion. As for the 2 million or so in gold lithium stones, consider it a gift for your tea." Qin Rong gave a thumbs up and praised, "You two are generous. But at Qiling Gambling House, we have our rules. We never take advantage of our guests. The price is the price." Qin Rong's voice echoed through the Qiling Casino. "Even if you pull out a supreme divine stone worth billions today, we will still buy it back at market price." He waved his hand and commanded, "Come, calculate the price for these two gentlemen immediately and prepare 10 dark cards as requested." Qin Rong paused for a moment and added, "Also, get me a gold VIP card. These two gentlemen have drawn a heaven-defying divine stone at our Qiling Casino, which means they are fated with us. From now on, they will receive a 20% discount on all raw stones purchased here." This statement caused a stir within the casino. The surrounding crowd displayed a range of emotions. Some were shocked, others puzzled, and some showed a hint of admiration. Qiling Casino is taking a huge loss this time. "A bloodbath," someone whispered. "They turned 3,000 into 14 billion. And not only did Qin Rong not get angry or cause trouble, but he also settled the amount for Jiang Han and his companions so readily. The most important part is he even gave them a gold VIP card with a 20% discount. Is Qin Rong out of his mind?" However, those who admired Qin Rong believed he was righteous and that Qiling Casino had principles. This was the demeanor expected of a top-tier casino. Soon, the managers arrived carrying a stack of cards, including several dark cards and a shimmering gold VIP card. Jiang Lang carefully verified the amount on each card, confirming the total reached over 14 billion Xian stones, then collected them all, including the gold VIP card. Jiang Lang turned to Qin Rong, cupping his hands respectfully. "Old Qin, you've earned a friend in me. Qiling Casino is righteous, and it will surely become the #1 casino in Yunzhou." Qin Rong replied with a smile, "Meeting both of you is my good fortune." He then cupped his hands toward the surrounding crowd and said, "In business, there are gains and losses. Qiling Casino has always conducted itself with integrity. As I've said before, we're not afraid of your winnings. If you can win 10,000 times your bet, that's your skill. If you draw out treasures worth billions, we'll buy them back at market price just the same." Jiang Lang didn't engage in further pleasantries with Qin Rong. After pocketing the dark cards, he strode over to the unconscious Han Shiqi. Squatting down, he suddenly raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap to Han Shiqi's face, waking him up. This scene startled the surrounding people. Someone murmured, "Jiang Lang is quite bold, daring to strike someone in Dark City? Actions like that here incur heavy penalties. This slap could cost him at least tens of thousands of Xian stones." Quickly, someone else realized, "Wait, Jiang Lang just earned over 10 billion. Does he really care about a few thousand Xian stones?" Han Shiqi, awakened by the slap, opened his eyes to see Jiang Lang looming over him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and recalling the previous events, he sat up abruptly and glared angrily at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang said coldly, "What are you glaring at? Old man, you lost. Pay up, 500,000 Xian stones." "I wish I could join in," Jiang Han thought, standing aside with a complex look in his eyes. He not only wanted to slap Han Shiqi but also wanted to understand Jiang Lang's intentions. Opening a Heaven-tier Xian crystal should be a cause for celebration. Yet Jiang Lang remained unusually calm, even abnormal. Jiang Han wondered what clever plan Jiang Lang had to get them out of this situation unscathed. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on them, and the air was thick with danger. Jiang Han realized that things had escalated. The number of Xian stones they possessed had drawn too much attention, and many were likely plotting their next move. Han Shiqi's cheek burned with pain, but he hadn't yet realized he'd been slapped by Jiang Lang. His eyes flickered, his mind racing with schemes. Suddenly, he spoke in a cold voice, "Lose? How could we lose? You must have cheated. How can two amateurs have such good luck for days straight and even open a Heaven-tier Xian crystal? It's a scam. This bet doesn't count." As soon as Han Shiqi finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with whispers. Many eyes were filled with doubt. If Jiang Lang and Jiang Han were experts in stone gambling, it might be believable, but for two obvious outsiders to hit the jackpot repeatedly was indeed suspicious. Amid the murmurs, Jiang Lang suddenly raised his hand and slapped Han Shiqi hard across the face. The slap was swift and fierce, leaving a bright red mark on Han Shiqi's face before he could react. The scene fell silent instantly. Jiang Lang had dared to strike in the Dark City, a blatant provocation. Everyone knew that the Dark City's enforcers were likely nearby. How could they tolerate such behavior? Han Shiqi, recovering from the shock, touched his burning cheek. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He roared, "How dare you hit me? How dare you act in the Dark City? Do you have a death wish? At that critical moment, the space ring on Jiang Lang's hand suddenly glowed. A pitch-black token appeared in his hand, bearing a single blood-red character. Jiang? The atmosphere changed dramatically as the token emerged. Many were stunned, especially upon seeing the blood-red Jiang character, which seemed to possess an invisible, oppressive power. Elder Lu quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. Elder Su looked sharply at Qin Rong, his eyes full of questions. Qin Rong examined the token closely and nodded solemnly. The token is real. This declaration was like a bombshell, causing the crowd to gasp in disbelief. Fear filled the eyes of those looking at the token, especially those who had spoken disrespectfully earlier. They were terrified and quickly hid in the back. In a corner of the plaza, two warriors dressed in black armor and helmets, ready to intervene, silently retreated upon seeing the token. They were the enforcers of the Dark City. Jiang Han didn't understand the token's significance, but from the crowd's reaction, he sensed that this was likely Jiang Lang's trump card, their guarantee of safety. Han Shiqi's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he asked, "Are you from the Jiang family of Wulong Mountain?" Jiang Lang squatted in front of Han Shiqi, staring at him with a cold, knife-like gaze that made Han Shiqi's whole body go weak with fear, sweat pouring down his face. Jiang Lang stared for a long moment before he slowly spoke. "No." These simple words shattered everyone's assumptions like a sledgehammer. Han Shiqi was left bewildered, and the surrounding crowd was equally stunned. Jiang Lang wasn't from the Jiang family? How did he dare flaunt the Jiang family's token so brazenly? Han Shiqi felt a surge of anger at being deceived and was about to speak when Jiang Lang continued. "I may not be from the Jiang family, but my grandfather is Jiang Busi." The name struck like thunder, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Elder Lu instinctively stepped back a full yard before stopping, fully hidden within the crowd. Elder Su, who was unfamiliar with the name, looked to Qin Rong for clarification. Qin Rong explained in a grave tone, "Jiang Busi isn't a member of the Jiang family, but he is the younger brother of the current Jiang family head, Jiang Changsha. Jiang Busi left the Jiang family 50 years ago and rarely uses his real name. He's known by the moniker Undying Taoist Master." Undying Taoist Master. The crowd erupted in astonishment. While the name Jiang Busi might be obscure, the title Undying Taoist Master was legendary. He was one of the few master talisman creators in Yunzhou. The crowd finally understood, recalling Jiang Lang's words from the previous night. "My grandfather can make a talisman in just..." They had thought Jiang Lang meant his grandfather could make a talisman worth 5 to 6 million Xian stones, but it turned out they had underestimated. A master talisman creator's work was worth at least 50 to 60 million. Although Jiang Lang's identity had been clarified, the crowd now looked at him with even more reverence. The Jiang family was formidable, but Jiang Busi was even more terrifying because he was a madman. He had killed many within the Jiang family and countless powerful figures across Yunzhou. The Jiang family might be reasonable, but Jiang Busi was utterly ruthless. Cold sweat dripped down Han Shiqi's forehead, his face pale, lips trembling, and body shaking uncontrollably. Jiang Lang slapped Han Shiqi's face with the token and said coldly, "Old fool, do you think I need your measly Xian stones? Do you think I'd cheat in a stone gambling game with you?" Each slap of the token made Han Shiqi shudder. He even felt a pressure below, nearly unable to hold his bladder. The crowd finally realized that Jiang Lang had shown the token not to flaunt, but to prove he hadn't cheated. Indeed, why would the grandson of Jiang Busi need to cheat? His grandfather could sell a single heavenly talisman for billions of Xian stones. At that moment, Jiang Han suddenly shouted, "Ada!" He leaped into the air, his leg whipping down heavily towards Han Shiqi's head. Han Shiqi instinctively wanted to dodge, but seeing the token in front of him, he didn't dare move and could only watch as the leg came crashing down. Boom! Han Shiqi's head was smashed into the ground, bleeding profusely. Jiang Han, still not satisfied, stomped on Han Shiqi's chest, cursing, "Old dog, you dare accuse us of cheating? You blind fool. You make me so mad. I'll stomp you to death. Stomp you to death." Jiang Lang watched in shock. Jiang Han, however, paid no mind and continued to stomp, half burying Han Shiqi in the ground. Jiang Han didn't understand many things, but he knew one thing: if Jiang Lang could beat Han Shiqi, so could he. After all, he was Jiang Lang's brother and the grandson of Jiang Busi. Han Shiqi wouldn't dare fight back, and the Dark City had no reaction. Such a good opportunity couldn't be wasted. If he didn't hit now, when would he? Jiang Han and Han Shiqi are mortal enemies, their hatred as deep as the ocean and impossible to reconcile. If given the chance, Han Shiqi would not hesitate to take Jiang Han's life. Similarly, Jiang Han would show no mercy if he had the opportunity. At this moment, if they weren't in the Dark City, Han Shiqi's head might have already been crushed by Jiang Han. "Enough, second brother." Jiang Lang looked at Han Shiqi's pitiful state, with who knows how many broken ribs and half his body buried underground. He quickly grabbed Jiang Han and said urgently, "If you continue, Someone's going to die. The people from Dark City have already intervened. I showed them the Jiang family token, and that's the only reason they're giving us this much leeway. If you kill Han Shichi, Dark City will have to step in. Don't forget the iron rule of Dark City: anyone who kills within the city must die. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Han stomped heavily again, and the sound of another rib breaking was clearly audible. Only then did he withdraw his foot, looking around at the stunned crowd. He clasped his hands and said, "Everyone, I apologize for being a bit impulsive." The onlookers were speechless. A bit impulsive? If not for being Jiang Buddy's grandson, who would dare act so recklessly in the city? Even if they survived, they'd face severe punishment from Dark City, possibly even decades of imprisonment. Zhang Lang and Zhang Han's audacity in beating Han Shichi half to death in public, with Dark City taking no action, only confirmed their identity as Jiang Buddy's grandsons. Some whispered that Dark City was not just giving face to Jiang Buddy, but also considering the Jiang family. Despite Jiang Buddy having left the Jiang family and being disowned, he was still the only younger brother of the Jiang family patriarch, Jiang Changsha. Zhang Lang looked down at the half-buried Han Shichi and said coldly, "Old man, I know you're not unconscious. Stop pretending. Hand over the mysterious stones, or my second brother might lose control." Zhang Han lifted his leg again, and Han Shichi, with his bloody hands supporting himself, struggled to sit up. Blood filled his mouth as he mumbled, I'll give. A flicker from his space ring revealed a dark card in Han Shichi's hand. He said with difficulty, "This has 6.3 million mysterious stones. The extra. Consider it an apology to the two young masters." Zhang Lang took the dark card and handed it to Qin Rong beside him. "Old Qin, please help exchange it for a 5 million dark card. That's what we deserve. As for the extra, do you think I, a young master of the Jiang family, need that many mysterious stones?" The onlookers were secretly impressed. The young master of the Jiang family indeed had an extraordinary demeanor, disdainful of an extra million mysterious stones. Qin Rong arranged for the exchange, and soon 2 dark cards were delivered. Zhang Lang threw the extra dark card back to Han Shichi and then handed a 1 million dark card to Qin Rong. "Please give this to the Dark City authorities. My second brother was a bit impulsive earlier. This is the fine." "All right." Qin Rong smiled. Zhang Lang's gesture was a way of showing respect to Dark City while also making amends. "Farewell." Zhang Lang clasped his hands towards Qin Rong. "The world is vast, old Qin. We'll surely meet again." Qin Rong returned the gesture with a smile. "It's an honor for me, Qin Rong, to have friends like the Jiang brothers." Zhang Lang then bowed to the surrounding crowd and left with Jiang Han. As they walked away, the spectators in the gambling hall were left in awe. Today's gambling session had far exceeded expectations, becoming a thrilling spectacle. The Jiang brothers had turned 3,000 mysterious stones into 1.4 billion. A legendary gamble that would be talked about in the stone gambling world. Those present felt honored to have witnessed it. "Everyone," someone suddenly spoke up, "do you think it's possible that Jiang Buddy's grandsons were actually playing dumb and are true stone gambling masters?" This suggestion led the crowd into deep thought. Their eyes sparkled with contemplation as they began to analyze the possibility. Who is Jiang Buddy? He's one of the few divine rune masters in Yunzhou. To become a rune master, one must be proficient in divine formations. There is a saying on the 9 states continent: every crystal formation in a stone originates from a natural divine formation within, continuously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth until it crystallizes. Stone gambling techniques focus on patterns, types, and momentum. The patterns are essentially a form of formation. Every grand formation has formation patterns. Types also reflect formations externally, and momentum is an inexplicable pressure formed by the formation. Observing these aspects, 3 of the 4 are closely related to divine formations. While not all stone gambling masters are divine formation masters, a divine formation master would undoubtedly excel in stone gambling, especially a divine rune master. Recalling Zhang Lang and Zhang Han's performance when opening the stones earlier, from shock and ecstasy to madness, their emotions were rich. However, when the final heavenly mysterious crystal appeared, the 2 were exceptionally calm, with almost no emotional fluctuation. "Something's definitely off here," a gambler suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around him. His brows were furrowed as if he were trying hard to recall something. "Possible," another person chimed in. "Maybe these 2 are master stone gamblers." But before he even finished his thought, he quickly shook his head in denial. "No, that can't bite. Should be the second son of their family who's the master." This sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Suddenly, a voice rose from the throng. "Last night and today, all the stones that skyrocketed in value were chosen by their second son. I remember it clearly." "That's right. I remember now too," another gambler agreed, his eyes lighting up with sudden realization. That exceptional brown bloodstone, the gold lithium stone. and this heavenly grade black crystal they were all picked by their second son. People began to whisper amongst themselves, recalling the events of the previous night and today. Several gamblers claimed to have witnessed everything firsthand. Jiang Lang had been so high-profile that he drew everyone's attention, leaving few to notice Jiang Han. Now, it dawned on the crowd that all the valuable stones had been chosen by Jiang Han. Coincidence? Someone questioned. Unlikely. How many coincidences can there be in this world? As various pieces of information were pieced together, the possibility that Jiang Han was a stone gambling expert grew in everyone's minds. At this point, Qin Rong turned his gaze to the elderly man beside him and asked, "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Mr. Su lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before slowly responding. When the young master was examining the stones, I paid attention. It didn't seem very professional. So, either he doesn't know what he's doing, or he has a technique for evaluating stones that is beyond our understanding. Qin Rong rolled his eyes at this. That's as good as saying nothing. Which do you lean towards? Mr. Su fell silent again, and after a long pause, he finally said, "My intuition tells me the young master might indeed be a stone gambling prodigy, just hiding his true skills." Exactly. Qin Rong nodded slightly and muttered, "I feel the same." The way they presented that token seemed deliberate. Mr. Su looked puzzled, and seeing this, Qin Rong smiled faintly and explained, "Would the grandson of Jiang Buddy need to resort to intimidation for 5 million black crystals? Even without revealing their token or identity, they could still get the 5 million. So, what was their purpose?" Qin Rong's words made Mr. Su thoughtful. Qin Rong continued, "When something unusual happens, there's always a reason. These two are not simple, so it's highly likely they're hiding their true capabilities." Mr. Su frowned and asked, "Should we investigate further?" "No need." Qin Rong shook his head with a smile. "The token is genuine, and that's enough. If they are stone gambling prodigies, they'll reveal themselves sooner or later. I bet the next time they make a move, it won't be small scale, it'll shake the entire stone gambling world of the 9 provinces. In just one day and night, 3,000 turned into 14 billion. The legend of the Qilin gambling house spread like wildfire through the dark city of Yunzhou. Gamblers eagerly recounted the astonishing feat of 2 young men, starting with 3,000 in capital, 3 rounds of betting, and ultimately winning a heaven-grade Xian crystal worth 14 billion. Although this rare crystal wasn't entirely unique, its dramatic acquisition made it famous. The bet between Han Shiqi and Jiang Han added a touch of legend to the stone gambling event. When Jiang Lang revealed the Jiang family token, claiming to be the grandson of the rune master Jiang Busi, the allure of the story skyrocketed. The tale of a scion from Yunzhou's ruling family, turning 3,000 into 14 billion, was simply irresistible. Qin Rong secretly fanned the flames, leading to a surge in visitors to the Qilin gambling houses across the dark city. In taverns and tea houses, people heatedly debated. Were Jiang Lang and Jiang Han truly skilled, or was it all just blind luck? Eyewitnesses insisted that the duo had no stone gambling skills and picked stones purely on intuition. Others argued that the descendant of a rune master must have some real abilities. Some even speculated that the whole event was a meticulously orchestrated act. In reality, the gem appraisers at the Qilin gambling house faced severe penalties for their negligence. As the biggest beneficiary of the incident, Qin Rong was urgently summoned back by the Qin family patriarch, signaling a bright future ahead for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang and Jiang Han quietly left Silver City and arrived at Yunzhou's largest golden dark city. They checked into the most luxurious inn, where Jiang Lang indulged in a feast while Jiang Han observed him quietly. "What are you looking at?" Jiang Lang teased with his mouth full of food. "Falling for my good looks? Well, let me tell you, no amount of Xian crystals will make me sell myself." Jiang Han spat and stared at Jiang Lang, asking directly, "Don't you have anything to tell me?" Jiang Lang chewed and replied, "Just ask whatever you want to know. I'll tell you everything." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han posed 3 questions. "Is the Jiang family powerful? Is Jiang Busi powerful? Are you really Jiang Busi's grandson?" Jiang Lang answered without hesitation, "Yunzhou is divided by 3 superpowers, and the Jiang family is the strongest among them." "Do you think that's powerful?" Jiang Busi, the brother of the Jiang family patriarch, was expelled from the family but is a terrifyingly powerful rune master. There are fewer than 10 such individuals in all of Yunzhou. As for the last question, Jiang Lang paused. "I am not Jiang Busi's grandson." Upon hearing Jiang Lang's final words, Jiang Han abruptly stood up, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. He stared at Jiang Lang, his voice trembling slightly with tension. "Are you insane? How dare you impersonate the grandson of such a powerful figure?" Jiang Han's mind was flooded with dreadful consequences. If this reaches Jiang Buddy's ears, he could obliterate Yunming Pavilion with just a word. The dignity of a powerful figure cannot be challenged, let alone by pretending to be his grandson. He paced back and forth anxiously. This matter has blown up so much. It will soon spread across Yunzhou. By then, Before Zhang Han could finish, Zhang Lang interrupted with a grin. Don't worry. Zhang Buddy won't pursue this matter. He lowered his voice mysteriously, because the old man left the 9 provinces continent years ago and won't even know about this. Seeing Zhang Han's skeptical look, Zhang Lang added, my grandfather was a loyal servant to Buddy for decades. Otherwise, how could I have the Zhang family's token? Zhang Han relaxed a bit and exhaled deeply. But then, he frowned again. Even if Zhang Buddy has passed away, he was still the clan leader's brother. The Zhang family must be well aware of his situation. If we misuse his name, won't the Zhang family come after us? Zhang Lang waved dismissively. The Zhang family won't bother. He explained seriously. Although Buddy was the clan leader's brother, do you know what he did when he left the Zhang family? He killed 3 elders and dozens of clan members. The entire Zhang family holds a grudge against him. Who would keep tabs on his affairs? He paused before continuing. Moreover, Buddy indeed had a son and 2 grandsons. But they are not on the 9 provinces continent and likely won't return. So, rest assured, this identity is flawless, and we can be at ease. Zhang Han sat down, still somewhat skeptical. Zhang Lang's explanation seemed perfect, and if true, they could indeed evade all trouble by leveraging Zhang Buddy's reputation. However, a trace of doubt lingered in Zhang Han's mind. He stared at Zhang Lang for a moment and suddenly asked, are you hiding something from me? Or, is everything you said a lie? Zhang Lang rolled his eyes at the question. Why would I lie to you? What would I gain? Are you going to give me all 14 billion Xian stones? Zhang Han immediately became vigilant. No way, he said firmly. I risked my life for those. If you dare to take my Xian stones, I'll tell Zui Yi that you tried to steal the pavilion master's undergarment. Zhang Lang spat out his drink, waving his hands in surrender. Please, don't say such things. Zui Pingping would crush me with a single blow. Zhang Lang flicked his wrist, and his spatial ring glowed as 10 dark cards appeared out of thin air. Casually tossing the cards to Zhang Han, he said lightly, divide this up. That's 10 billion. The rest is mine. Zhang Han caught the cards, frowning slightly. Without hesitation, he pulled out 3 cards and handed them back to Zhang Lang. Let's split it evenly. We're brothers. No need for back and forth. Without you, I couldn't have gotten the Xian stones out and might have lost my life. Zhang Lang shot Zhang Han a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with displeasure. What do you mean by that? Got money and now you're acting all high and mighty? Pitying me? Zhang Han looked sincere as he met Zhang Lang's gaze. You know that's not what I mean. Zhang Lang waved his hand dismissively, cutting Zhang Han off. Enough with the talk. Brothers are for life. We'll have more jobs in the future. This isn't a one-time thing. Keep talking, and I'll leave right now. You can make your own way back. Zhang Han didn't argue further and silently accepted the cards. His respect for Zhang Lang grew, realizing that not everyone could remain unfazed by 3 billion Xian stones and refuse so resolutely. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Lang's expression turned serious. When we get back, we'll probably need to lay low for a while. Think about what Xian artifacts, materials, pills, or techniques you need and buy them all at once. We don't want to be targeted next time we go out. Also, I recommend getting a high-level concealment technique. Otherwise, your rapid progress will draw suspicion. Zhang Han nodded in agreement, already planning his purchases. Cultivating in the Xian Yu realm required a vast amount of Xian materials. Each layer of the divine altar needed to be constructed with refined Xian materials. The human body required the activation of 9 hidden reserves, each stabilized by a divine altar. The further one progressed, the harder it became to construct these altars, necessitating diverse Xian materials for stability. More importantly, it was about awakening divine abilities. In the Zifu realm, awakening divine abilities was difficult, but it became possible in the Xian Yu realm as the divine altars refined with Xian materials could awaken such abilities. Xian materials, treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, contained unique elements that bridged the gap between a warrior and the world and the Tao. Zhang Lang interrupted Zhang Han's thoughts. Have you decided what type of Xian materials to refine? Zhang Han shook his head. I'll go with whatever's available. I'll buy a variety of attributes. Zhang Lang's expression grew serious. Actually, I suggest you focus on a single attribute. Like how Qi Bing only refines ice attribute materials. Zhang Han frowned. If I stick to one attribute, the path ahead will be tough. Single attribute materials are hard to come by, and awakening divine abilities will be challenging. What's the difference between refining one attribute and multiple attributes? Zhang Lang explained that Xian materials came in many attributes, including the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth and others like ice, thunder, wind, darkness, and light. Mixed attributes were easier to acquire, while single attributes were rarer and more expensive. He then smiled. Do you lack divine abilities? Though I don't know how you awaken yours, you probably don't. So for you, refining multiple attributes or a single attribute makes no difference. Anyway, Awakening some useless abilities won't do you any good, right? Jiang Han questioned, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Jiang Lang, unwilling to back down, immediately retorted, then give me a reason to refine single attribute celestial material. Just as Jiang Han was about to respond, he noticed a spark of longing in Jiang Lang's eyes. Because Jiang Lang's voice was filled with anticipation. It said that refining single attribute celestial material has the potential to achieve a sacred body. For instance, if Qi Bing continually refines ice attribute material and reaches a level beyond the celestial realm, she might attain the sacred ice body. Sacred body? Jiang Han's interest was piqued, his eyes lighting up. Is it that powerful? Jiang Lang nodded emphatically. Unmatched at the same level, with unparalleled destructive power, Jiang Han suddenly understood Jiang Lang's reasoning. Refining multi-attribute celestial material might speed up cultivation, but it also risks awakening some useless abilities. In contrast, refining single-attribute celestial material may not easily awaken abilities, but achieving a sacred body could make one invincible at the same level. Jiang Han pondered. He didn't lack abilities. The heavenly beast cauldron in his mind contained over 20 demonic beasts. By hunting these beasts, he could gain numerous powerful abilities. Given this, why not try the path to a sacred body? Sensing Jiang Han's hesitation, Jiang Lang added, you can start by refining one type of celestial material. If it doesn't work out, you can always switch to multi-attribute material later. It's not conflicting. All right. Jiang Han slapped the table, making up his mind. Let's go buy the materials, then head home for secluded cultivation. Jiang Lang grinned. No need to go out. This inn is run by a major commercial association. Just list the materials you need, and they can deliver them directly. I brought you here so we wouldn't have to run around buying materials, which is much safer. As he spoke, Jiang Lang took out a heavy book from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Make your selections and list them out. I'll talk to the manager here, who I know, and see if we can get a discount. Discount? Jiang Han looked at Jiang Lang skeptically. This was the largest dark city, and this inn was run by a major commercial association. Could Jiang Lang really know the manager? Before Jiang Han could voice his doubts, Jiang Lang had already left the room. Watching his departing figure, Jiang Han was filled with curiosity, but turned his attention to the celestial material catalog in front of him. An hour later, Jiang Lang stepped into the room with a steward. Jiang Han had already prepared a list, ready to spend 9 billion Xian stones in one go. His shopping list included 3,000 bottles of Xian Shendan, over 10,000 pieces of lightning attribute Xian materials, a ground-level concealment technique, a defensive ground-level Xian technique, 2 sets of ground-level battle armor, a ground-level battle blade, and a guide to constructing divine altars. To Jiang Han's surprise, the steward gave him a discount, charging only 8.5 billion Xian stones in total. This gesture made Jiang Han further appreciate Jiang Lang's capabilities. Jiang Lang didn't even check the list. He simply stated that the purchase was complete. They stayed at the inn for another 2 days, then changed into new clothes, altered their appearances, and left separately. Following Jiang Lang's prearranged route, they embarked on a complex journey using teleportation. They kept changing their disguises, shuttling between several hidden cities near Yunzhou, using the low-cost teleportation fees to create a tangled web of movements. After a dozen teleportations, they finally reunited in a small hidden city near Yunming Pavilion, and then teleported back to Yunming City. Standing on the familiar streets of the southern part of the city, Jiang Han felt as if an eternity had passed. In just a few days, he had gone from being penniless to becoming a wealthy man with treasures worth 9 billion and 1.5 billion Xian stones in hand. The twists and turns of life filled Jiang Han with ambition. He made a silent vow. Once he returned, he would go into seclusion. With these Xian materials and elixirs, he was confident he could quickly break through to the 9th level of the Xian Yu realm. Shortly after they left, an exclamation of surprise echoed from a private room on the 2nd floor of a nearby tavern. Inside the room sat Han Shiqi and Steward Chen. Han Shiqi's injuries had mostly healed, clearly thanks to top-grade elixirs. They had been drinking when they accidentally glimpsed the backs of Jiang Han and Jiang Lang through the window. At first, Han Shiqi didn't pay much attention, but as he took a few more glances, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. The figures, especially the chubby one, closely resembled the two who had won 5 million from him and injured him at the Qiling gambling house. Although Jiang Han and Jiang Lang wore masks and had changed clothes, their body shapes were hard to disguise. Knowing they had returned from a hidden city further, deepened Han Shiqi's suspicions. He paced the room for a good while, pondering. Chunzhong, Han Shiqi finally spoke. I need you to do something for me? Yes, sir. What are your orders? Steward Chun responded immediately. Han Shiqi instructed. Investigate Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's whereabouts over the past half-month. Focus on the times and frequency of their visits to hidden cities. Also, spend some Xian stones to gather information on their activities and purchases in those cities. I want to know their every move during this period. Despite his curiosity, Steward Qin didn't dare to ask questions and promised to give it his all. Han Shichi waved him off to get started immediately. Once Steward Qin left, Han Shichi continued to ponder. His expression grew colder as he muttered to himself. If it really is you too, this could get interesting. Pretending to be Jiang Buddy's grandson your nerve is astounding. If this news reaches the Jiang family, not even 10 Yunming pavilions could protect you. Thinking about the potential 14 billion Xian stones, a greedy glint appeared in Han Shichi's eyes. He downed his drink in one gulp, chuckling coldly. If it really is them, then great. That 14 billion would be enough for me to live lavishly for decades. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang quietly entered the small courtyard of the God of Slaughter, unaware that Han Shichi's eyes were already fixed on them. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed through the courtyard, drawing their attention. They saw Zhua Yi instructing Jiang Li in swordsmanship. The young girl's movements with the long sword were still awkward, clearly indicating she was a novice. Brother! Jiang Li cheered and ran over as soon as she saw Jiang Han return. Jiang Han crouched down to embrace his sister and gently asked, Xiao Lier, what sword technique is Sister Yi teaching you? Jiang Li looked up, her big eyes pure as pearls, and innocently replied, Sister Yi said it's called the willow leaf sword technique. The willow leaf sword technique? Jiang Lang frowned and turned to Zhua Yi with suspicion. Ping Ping, that's an earth-level mystical skill. Is it appropriate to teach such a profound technique to Xiao Liu, who just started learning martial arts? Before he could finish speaking, a gigantic hammer appeared in Zhua Yi's hand out of thin air. She flashed forward, swinging the hammer down towards Jiang Lang with a fierce wind. Are you crazy? Jiang Lang exclaimed, hastily pulling out a talisman and crushing it. A massive light shield appeared just in time to block the ferocious attack, but the force still sent Jiang Lang flying into the courtyard wall. Zhua Yi glared at Jiang Lang, her eyes blazing with anger, and shouted, Jiang Fatty, I warned you. Call me Ping Ping one more time, and I'll smash you to pieces. She is flat though, flatter than me. Jiang Lang muttered as he struggled to his feet, rubbing his sore back. Zhua Yi put away the hammer and turned her concerned gaze to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, where have you been with this dead fatty these past few days? I'm telling you, this guy is bad news. Don't let him lead you astray. Jiang Han laughed awkwardly, unsure how to respond, but Jiang Lang protested. What do you mean? Lead him astray? I took Xiao Hen in to gather mystical materials. The people in the Inner Affairs Hall are so stingy. Xiao Henin didn't even have enough materials for cultivation. We worked hard for several days and finally got tens of thousands of mystical stones. Now he has enough resources for a few months of training. Tens of thousands of mystical stones? Zhua Yi eyed them suspiciously, then leaned in close to Jiang Han and whispered, Jiang Han, Jiang Lang didn't introduce you to some rich old women, did he? We may be poor, but we must have dignity and pride. What are you talking about? Jiang Han's face turned red as he quickly explained, Captain, I don't like old women. Zhua Yi blinked, and suddenly her expression changed dramatically. Pointing at Jiang Han, she exclaimed, Then you didn't become a male escort, did you? Oh no. Jiang Han, you're tainted. You're completely tainted. Stop, stop, stop. Jiang Han was utterly speechless and hurriedly clarified. Jiang Lang and I just went to the mountains to gather herbs and hunt monsters. We were lucky and found a dozen good herbs and killed hundreds of monsters. So we earned several thousand mystical stones. That's good. Zhua Yi breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly advised, in any case, you must walk the right path and maintain your dignity. I've heard those old women in Dark City are perverts. They have all sorts of tricks. Your small frame wouldn't stand a chance. Jiang Lang, listening with sparkling eyes, eagerly interrupted. How do you know so much? Do you have connections? Introduce me. Jiang Han might not handle it, but I can. As long as the price is right, I'm game for anything. Jiang Han was ecstatic, holding a vast amount of elixirs and rare materials, and immediately threw himself into intense cultivation. He first consumed 2 bottles of Xian Shindan, a Xian-level elixir that was dozens of times more potent than ordinary Xian Shindan, thoroughly stabilizing his Xian Yu secret storage. Next, Jiang Han began constructing the divine altar. The Xian Yu altar differed from the Zifu altar, requiring the refinement of rare materials, which had relationships of mutual reinforcement and restraint. If the materials did not harmonize, the altar would be unstable and prone to collapse. Each layer of the altar required an increasing amount of materials, making the process progressively more difficult. Normally, it would take months of repeated trials, but Jiang Han couldn't wait. He spared no expense, diving straight into construction. If the materials clashed, he discarded them and started over. If the quantities were off, he continued to discard and retry. Although he wasted 2 to 3 times the resources, he saved several months of time. In just half a month, Jiang Han successfully constructed the first layer of the altar, reaching the first level of the Xian Yu realm. Zhang Han's past experiences with poverty had taught him that combat power was paramount. Even if his cultivation methods were wasteful, he didn't hesitate. With Han Shiqi and Han Jinmao hanging over him like a sword, Zhang Han urgently needed to increase his strength to protect himself and Jiangli. After completing the first layer of the altar, Zhang Han spent only half a day with Jiangli, giving her some Xianling Dan before retreating again. This time, he prepared to practice the concealment technique, a high-level skill capable of hiding his realm even from powerful beings at the reincarnation stage. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the southern part of Yunmeng City, Han Shiqi was listening to Chen Jishi's report. Upon hearing that Zhang Han had mined Xian crystals in the Tianyuan Mountains and had been frequently visiting the Dark City and Tianyun gambling house with Zhang Lang, Han Shiqi's expression turned unreadable. He asked for detailed information, becoming almost certain of his suspicions. Han Shiqi decided that regardless of the truth, he would eliminate Zhang Han and Zhang Lang. He ordered Chen Zhong to find an excuse to send the Killing God squad out of the city on a mission, intending to strike in the wild. After returning, Chen Zhong issued a high-reward task under the name of the Internal Affairs Hall, but only allowed elite squads to accept it. However, several days passed with all other elite squad applications being rejected for various reasons, and the Killing God squad remained inactive. Zhou Yi was in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 7th layer of the altar, and Qi Bing, known for his reclusiveness and aloof personality, showed no interest. Niu Meng led a monotonous life, repeating the same routine of training, napping, and eating every day, showing no interest in the affairs of the Internal Affairs Hall. In stark contrast was Zhang Lang, who wandered around like a gust of wind, showing little enthusiasm for tasks despite recently acquiring 3 billion Xian stones. 10 days passed, and under Han Shiqi's urging, Chen Zhong had no choice but to issue 2 high-reward tasks again, requesting the Killing God squad to undertake them in the name of the Internal Affairs Hall. However, Zhou Yi was in seclusion and refused to come out, while Qi Bing declined the request, citing that both Zhou Yi and Zhang Han were in seclusion. Chen Zhong found himself in a predicament because, as an elite squad, the Killing God squad had the right to refuse routine tasks. Unless Yunmeng Pavilion faced a major crisis, they couldn't be compelled to act. Han Shiqi realized that frequent requests might arouse suspicion and decided to wait for the right moment. Thus, for months passed quietly. Including the previous month, Zhang Han had been in seclusion for a total of 5 months. Today, he was urgently summoned out of seclusion. As soon as Zhang Han emerged, he saw all the members of the Killing God squad present. Zhou Yi, with a serious expression, announced, "A beast tide has appeared at the Longyun mine vein. The 5th Elder has ordered the mobilization of 5 elite squads to eliminate the monsters. Zhang Han, the Longyun mine vein is crucial to us and cannot be lost, so we have to interrupt your seclusion." Zhang Han nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Yunmeng Pavilion had once sheltered him and his sister, and now that it was in trouble, he couldn't just stand by. Suddenly, Zhou Yi squinted her eyes and asked in surprise, "Zhang Han, have you been practicing the breath concealment technique? I can't sense your realm. Have you successfully constructed the first layer of the Xianyu Divine Altar?" Qi Bing also looked over with a probing gaze, clearly unable to sense Zhang Han's realm either. Zhang Han casually explained, "Yes, it's a breath concealment technique that Lang gave me. I've successfully constructed the first layer." "Thanks for your concern, Captain." Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Get ready. We depart for Longyun Mine tomorrow." With that, she pulled Qi Bing aside to discuss the details of the monster eradication. Niu Meng quietly returned to his usual spot under a big tree, while Zhang Lang sneaked up to Zhang Han and whispered, "Come on, be honest. Have you constructed the 2nd layer of the Divine Altar? 5 months, plus all those endless Xian materials and pills. I don't believe you've only completed 1 layer." Zhang Han's lips curved into a slight smile as he whispered back, "I've constructed 3 layers already." Zhang Lang's eyes widened as he suppressed his anger and said, "Damn, are you even human? You've reached the 3rd level of the Xianyu realm in just 5 months? I've been training for so long, and I'm only at the 4th level, and you're already catching up to me?" Zhang Han grinned proudly, "Heh. If I hadn't been interrupted, I might have completed the 4th layer in another half-month." Zhang Lang couldn't help but curse, "Freak, you're not human. Monster." Yunmeng Pavilion is a massive organization with over 1,000 members, and its monthly expenses are staggering. The tributes from the hundreds of villages and towns under its control are far from enough to sustain such enormous costs, let alone satisfy the numerous experts craving for vast cultivation resources. The main source of income for Yunmeng Pavilion comes from 5 mines and several herb mountains. Among them, the Longyun mine is the lifeline of Yunmeng Pavilion, contributing 1/3 of the organization's revenue on its own. Longyun mine is located deep within the Tianhu mountain range, surrounded by dangerous beast nests. Despite the mine being protected by a massive divine array that ordinary beasts cannot breach, daily maintenance and operations still require thousands of people stationed there. The daily food and supply costs are astonishing. More importantly, the Longyun stones produced by the mine are massive in volume, making transportation via spatial rings inefficient. Therefore, large transport convoys travel between the mine and Yumeng City daily, escorted by dozens of disciples and 2 stewards to ensure safety. However, a recent beast tide near the mine has made it impossible for the transport convoys to enter, posing a disaster for Yumeng Pavilion. If this continues, the miners will face starvation, and the vast quantities of Longyun stones will remain untransported. The fifth elder, overseeing the mine, made a decisive order to dispatch 5 elite squads and 10 regular squads to clear out the beasts. The Killing God Squad is one of them. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard in the southern part of Yumeng City, a secret meeting is taking place in Han Shichi's residence. Has the Killing God Squad set off? Han Shichi asked, his gaze sweeping across the 5 people in the room. Chunzhong nodded and replied, "They left this morning. I saw them with my own eyes." "Good," Han Shichi said with satisfaction. The 5 people in the room were all experts at the Xinyu level. Among them were 2 stewards from the Internal Affairs Hall, Chen Zhong and Lu Jun, who were at the 9th and 8th levels of the Xinyu realm, respectively. The other 2 were family heads from Yumeng Pavilion's vassal forces, Kai Jin of the Kai family and Zhou Jianliang of the Zhou family, both at the 6th level of the Xinyu realm. The last person was Han Shichi's grandson, Han Linfeng, who had just broken through to the 5th level of the Xinyu realm. Despite the fact that the 4 present had higher cultivation levels than Han Shichi, they clearly followed his lead. The reason behind this was Han Shichi's son, Han Jinmao, the vice pavilion master of Yumeng Pavilion. As a powerful expert at the 7th level of the Shanhai realm, Han Jinmao's influence made these people eager to align themselves with Han Shichi. Chen Zhong glanced at Han Linfeng and tentatively asked, "Master, we 4 can handle this task. Is it really necessary for Linfeng to go?" "No." Han Linfeng said firmly, "I must go. Zhang Peng and Gan Mao have been missing for so long. It's clear they are likely dead. I've been holding this grudge, and I can't miss this chance to target Zhang Han." Han Shichi waved his hand and said earnestly, "Let him go. Young people need to experience things to grow." He then turned to the others and instructed, "Your task is simple. Capture Jiang Lang and Jiang Han, especially Jiang Han. He must be taken alive." Chunzhong smiled confidently, "Don't worry, Master. Our combined strength surpasses the Killing God Squad. Besides, we don't plan to target Zhou Yi and Qi Bing. We'll just lure them away. With Jiang Han and Jiang Lang's low cultivation levels, we can easily capture them." Han Shichi nodded in agreement. In his view, although Zhou Yi and Qi Bing were at the 7th level of the Xinyu realm, the 2 stewards could handle them. As for Jiang Han, Jiang Lang, and Yao Ming, they were of no concern to him. "Go." Han Shichi reminded them one last time. "Remember, you must not reveal your identities. If you do, I won't be able to protect you." The 5 of them responded respectfully and quickly left the courtyard. As they stepped outside, Han Linfeng's face twisted into a sinister smile as he looked towards Longyun Mine, muttering, "Jiang Han, let's see who can save you this time. I'll make you wish you were dead." Meanwhile, on a mountain peak a few miles from Longyun Mine, the Killing God Squad was overlooking a dense mass of beasts below. Everyone felt overwhelmed. Although they had anticipated encountering many beasts, the scene before them was beyond their expectations. There were at least several thousand beasts below, most of them being first-tier beasts, but the number of second-tier beasts was also significant. Zhou Yi, riding on a white tiger and holding a giant hammer, turned to Niu Ming and issued the combat order. "Let's get to work. Niu, as usual, you charge first, and we'll follow and kill." Without a word, Niu Ming swung his 2 giant axes and charged down the mountain. Zhou Yi then turned to the leaders of the 2 nearby regular squads and instructed, "Follow our squad closely and focus on clearing out the first-tier beasts. Avoid engaging the second-tier beasts." The 2 squad leaders nodded vigorously like pecking chickens. Their captains were all at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Xinyu realm, while the rest of their team members were at the 8th or 9th level of the Zifu realm. They wouldn't dare to provoke them even if they had 10 times the courage. "Attack!" Qi Bing commanded, as an icy sword materialized in her hand. She emanated a chilling aura and charged downward, closely followed by Niu Ming. Zhou Yi was right behind them, but Jiang Lang stayed put and said to Jiang Han, "Han, my combat skills aren't great. You take the front and I'll cover you." Jiang Han rolled his eyes and chuckled inwardly. "Usually, he calls me Little Han Han, but in a fight, it's Han? Jiang Lang really is something else." "Attack!" Jiang Han didn't waste any more time. A black long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was an earth-tier weapon he had bought at a high price in Dark City, and he wore a similarly graded soft armor to protect his body. He charged down with the team, with Jiang Lang closely following. The sudden invasion alerted the beast horde below. Roars echoed as hordes of beasts, bearing their fangs and claws, charged up at them. Niu Ming led the charge, surrounded by a yellow glow. His skin was instantly covered in yellow scales, transforming him into a yellow-scaled beast. Several monsters lunged at him from different directions, their jaws snapping and claws striking. But they couldn't leave a single mark on him. Even a second-tier beast couldn't harm him. Get lost! Niuming roared, throwing off two giant beasts biting his arms. His large axe swung down, instantly smashing two beasts into pulp. Jiang Han watched from afar and couldn't help but admire. Impressive. Niuming's abilities were overwhelming, with defense so strong it was like he was invincible. Meanwhile, Qi Bing broke through from Niuming's left. Her sword glowed brightly, and a wave of cold air swept out like an ice dragon. Wherever the sword light reached, dozens of beasts were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Damn! Jiang Han was stunned, thinking Qi Bing's powers were terrifying. If he faced her, being turned into an ice statue would mean certain death. Zhang Lang, seeing this, smirked and said, "Impressive, right? Qi Bing's following the Ice Saint body path. Little Han Han, don't even think about making a move on Ice Sister. You can't handle her. Let me take over. I'm planning to switch to the Fire Saint body path. Otherwise, I'll turn into an ice pop before I even get my clothes off." Zhuai was the third to take action. Riding a white tiger, she charged forward like a bolt of white lightning, swinging a massive iron hammer from side to side. Each strike was powerful and relentless, reducing any nearby beast to pulp in an instant. Her ferocity was astonishing. Zhang Lang followed closely behind Jiang Han, muttering under his breath, "That woman is too violent, with a fiery temper. If you marry her, you won't have a peaceful life. Besides, she's flat-chested, not even as big as mine. Big brother." Jiang Han turned around with a sigh, saying sternly, "We're here to kill beasts. Can you focus?" Before he finished speaking, a small red snake suddenly shot out from the ground. Jiang Han's long sword flashed, and the snake was cut in two. Immediately, two more beasts attacked from the sides. Jiang Han didn't dare to use his full strength, fearing he would reveal his true level. He used a shadow-shifting technique, his figure flickering as he concentrated on eliminating the first-tier beasts. Ahead, Qi Bing, Niuming, and Zhuai were already engaging the approaching second-tier beasts. With his dual physical transformations and his level in the Xianyu realm, Jiang Han found it easy to hunt first-tier beasts without exerting himself. Zhang Lang followed behind Jiang Han, one hand holding a talisman and the other wielding a shield. He attacked cautiously, using talismans to strike the beasts. His talismans were quite potent. Explosion talismans could severely injure first-tier beasts, flame talismans could set them ablaze, and gravity talismans could immobilize them. Jiang Han shook his head, thinking, "This wastrel. These low-level talismans may not be expensive, but each one costs hundreds of Xian stones. He's just throwing them away." For first-tier beasts, with his 4th-level Xianyu strength, he should be able to fight them up close. He's just too afraid of dying. With the Killing God squad leading the charge, the other two ordinary squads had an easier time. They advanced in formation, steadily clearing out the beasts. Nearby mountains were also embroiled in battle, with a total of 5 elite squads and 10 ordinary squads participating. Each elite squad was paired with 2 ordinary squads, reducing casualties and speeding up the clearing process. After battling for over 3 hours, dusk was approaching. Zhuai saw more beasts pouring out from the distant forest. She exchanged a glance with Qi Bing and shouted, "Everyone, gather around me. We're cutting a bloody path to the Dragonfall mine. There are too many beasts. We can't finish them all today. If we delay until nightfall, it'll be too dangerous outside. Let's break through and head to the mine first." Niuming and Zhuai led the charge, with everyone else following closely, including the 2 ordinary squads. Qi Bing stayed at the rear to cover their retreat. Zhang Lang pushed through the crowd to reach Qi Bing, yelling, "Bing Bing, I'll help you." Rearguard duty was no easy task, with countless beasts in pursuit. Although Qi Bing was strong, the pressure was immense. "Get lost." Qi Bing spat coldly, but Zhang Lang stubbornly stuck by her side, forcing her to ignore him. With Zhang Lang's support, Qi Bing found it easier, not having to worry about sneak attacks as his talismans kept her well protected. Jiang Han rushed to the front to help Zhuai and Niuming relieve some pressure. He cleaved a strong first-tier beast with one strike. Zhuai glanced at him, frowning slightly, and asked, "Jiang Han, your strength seems unusually high for a first-level Xianyu." Jiang Han smiled and replied, "I have a special ability that boosts my strength." "Oh, I see." Zhuai didn't ask further, focusing on clearing the beasts. Suddenly, a giant ape with blood-red fur charged from the left, standing over 2 meters tall like a small mountain. Its claws were blood-red, surrounded by a red aura that was intimidating. "Rending ape?" Zhuai's expression changed slightly. She warned Niuming and Jiang Han, "This is a second-tier beast. It has a special ability. Its claws can easily shred low-grade Xian weapons. Don't get too close, or your weapons will be destroyed." "Bing, come help." "Got it." Qi Bing gracefully approached, leaving a trail of frost in her wake. She called back, "Fatty, hold them off for half an incense stick's time." "What?" Zhang Lang's face turned pale as he saw the beast tide surging from behind. He yelled, "Bing Bing, you're setting me up for death. Come back, I can't hold them off." "Zhang Han, go help Fatty Zhang," Zhua Yi shouted, charging at the rending ape on her white tiger. Qi Bing moved swiftly, and as she neared the rending ape, she swung her sword, releasing a wave of cold that froze the ape into an ice sculpture. Boom! Zhua Yi's petite figure leaped high, and her massive hammer came crashing down on the rending ape's head. The ape fell with a thud, but its head didn't shatter, only cracking and bleeding. Its defense was astonishingly strong. The raging ape, furious after being injured, let out an earth-shaking roar. Its blood-red claws glowed menacingly as it slashed wildly at Qi Bing and Zhua Yi, forcing them to retreat and dodge. Qi Bing's divine power required time to recharge, making it impossible for him to launch continuous attacks, and without the ice seal to bind the beast, Zhua Yi dared not approach recklessly. In this dire moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the raging ape's head. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was Zhang Han, who had teleported there using his shadow shift ability. Zhua Yi and Qi Bing were shocked, and in her panic, Zhua Yi shouted, "Zhang Han, are you crazy?" But Zhang Han ignored her. With steady feet planted on the raging ape's broad shoulders, he drove his long blade, which gleamed with a cold light, straight into the wound on the beast's head. This strike contained all of Zhang Han's strength, and the high-grade blade sank deep into the raging ape's skull. With a thunderous crash, the massive raging ape fell to the ground, convulsing violently before finally going still, its claws' red glow fading away. Zhua Yi and Qi Bing exchanged astonished glances. Despite the extreme risk of Zhang Han's actions, his precise timing, lethal strike, and extraordinary teleportation ability left them in awe. "Help Bing! Help!" came a cry from Zhang Lang at the rear. He was desperately throwing talismans to fend off the approaching beasts, but the overwhelming numbers put him in a precarious situation. Hearing this, Qi Bing frowned and, without a second thought, dashed towards the back of the team. Zhua Yi also had no time to dwell on it, as more beasts were swarming in. She needed to lead everyone through the onslaught and reach the Longyan mine as quickly as possible. While no one was watching, Zhang Han continued to fend off nearby beasts with his blade, swiftly plunging it into the raging ape's chest. He had another purpose in mind: extracting the beast's inner core. The raging ape was the fifth beast on his celestial beast cauldron, and he needed to kill it personally to awaken the corresponding divine power, which was the real reason for his risky move. After quickly storing the inner core in his spatial ring, Zhang Han rushed to join Zhua Yi in the battle against the beasts. Seeing this, Zhua Yi sternly said, "Zhang Han, don't do that again. If you'd waited a bit longer, until Sister Bing unleashed her power, I could have easily killed the raging ape. There was no need for you to take such a risk." Zhang Han smiled calmly and replied, "I just wanted to help out." "Don't worry, Captain. I know what I'm doing." Zhua Yi said no more and focused on leading everyone through the encirclement towards the Longyan mine. Half an hour later, as the sky darkened, they finally arrived at the Longyan mine. Zhang Han gazed at the mountain peak in awe. A massive ice fortress stood majestically, its walls towering 100 feet high, thick, smooth, and snow-white. The entire city was grand and imposing, making humans seem as small as ants in comparison. Proudly, Zhua Yi introduced, "This is actually a divine array. Years ago, the Tianlang Hall tried multiple times to seize this mine, leading to many battles. Later, my father invited a master of divine arrays, who spent 6 months constructing this formation. Since then, the Tianlang Hall has given up completely. Even a Tier 3 beast cannot breach these ice walls. Only a Tier 4 or higher beast could pose a threat. Otherwise, Longyun City is impregnable." On the city wall, disciples of Yuming Pavilion stood guard vigilantly. When they recognized the approaching figures as Zhua Yi, Qi Bing, and their companions, a heavy iron gate slowly lifted. Leading her team into the city, Zhua Yi was greeted by a scene that resembled an ordinary mining town. A massive mining pit at the center, surrounded by densely packed houses, with only a spacious area near the gate. A steward had been waiting at the entrance. After greeting Zhua Yi respectfully, he arranged for the group to be led to their quarters. Exhausted and famished after a day of travel and hours of fierce battle, everyone welcomed the chance to rest. As an elite squad, the Killing Gods team was assigned quite decent accommodations, a courtyard villa with individual rooms for each of the 5 members. Although the conditions were not as luxurious as those at Yuming Pavilion, Zhua Yi and Qi Bing showed no signs of being spoiled. They dined together with the group. Despite her petite frame, Zhua Yi had an astonishing appetite, while Qi Bing ate sparingly. "Rest well," Zhua Yi instructed after the meal. "Judging by the situation, it will take at least 10 days to half a month to clear everything out. Conserve your energy and prepare for the battle tomorrow." Everyone retired to their rooms for the night. Throughout the night, more teams entered the city, all bearing varying degrees of battle damage. By midnight, All 5 elite squads and 10 regular squads had arrived. The casualty report was grim. 7 dead, over 30 injured, with 9 severely wounded. Fortunately, the losses were primarily among ordinary Zifu disciples, which was not a major issue for Yiming Pavilion. With hundreds of villages and towns and a population nearing 10,000, the pavilion could easily replenish its ranks, as long as the elites remained unharmed. The next morning, a deep bell rang throughout the city, signaling assembly. Zhang Han and the others quickly got up and gathered in the open area. Zhang Pengzi started introducing the elite squads to Zhang Han. That's the Demon Slayer squad, led by Yun Fei, the grandson of the second elder, at the 8th level of the Xianyu realm. Over there is the Heavenly Fiend squad, led by Lu Hong, the grandson of the 5th elder, also at the same level as Bing Bing, both at the 8th level of the Xianyu realm. The 5th elder oversees the Dragonfall mine, and you'll meet him soon. Then there's the Wind Chaser squad, led by that twin-tailed beauty, Xiong Jingjing, the granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the Punishment Hall, at the 7th level of the Xianyu realm. She and Bing Bing are the 2 goddesses of Yunming Pavilion. Zhang Pengzi's tone shifted as he teased Zuari. Ahem. Zhua Pingping thinks highly of herself, shamelessly claiming she, Qi Bing, and Xiong Jingjing are the 3 prides of Yunming Pavilion. With her plain looks, she dares to call herself a woman. Zhang Han glanced around casually, noting that Xiong Jingjing was indeed stunning and seemed friendly. She greeted many people with a smile, a stark contrast to Qi Bing's perpetually cold demeanor. Little Han Han, Zhang Pengzi whispered as he noticed Zhang Han looking at Xiong Jingjing. If you're thinking of pursuing her, be prepared. Marrying Xiong Jingjing means you'll have to stay faithful. Her grandfather, the Punishment Hall's head, is known as Cold-Face Xiong. If you mess around, he'll make sure you regret it. Zhang Han was speechless. He had only glanced at Xiong Jingjing, and Zhang Pengzi had already spun an elaborate tale. Silence, a steward suddenly commanded. The crowd fell silent as an elder emerged from a courtyard and approached. Greetings, 5th elder. The crowd chorused, and Zhang Han quickly bowed. The 5th elder surveyed the crowd and spoke solemnly. The importance of Dragonfall Mine to our pavilion needs no explanation. The surrounding area is teeming with beasts, providing you with an excellent training opportunity. Starting today, each squad will disperse and clear out the nearby beasts, using Dragonfall City as a base. Record your achievements and keep any materials you gather. Remember, do not act recklessly. Progress slowly and clear the area bit by bit. Staying alive is the key to becoming stronger. If you die, it's all over. Each squad will receive a signal flare. Do not use it unless you encounter a 3rd-tier beast. Now move out. With the 5th elder's order, signal flares were distributed, the city gates opened, and the squads set out. While the elite squads remained unfazed, the regular squads showed signs of concern. The 5th elder's directive for each squad to operate independently meant that regular squads could be in serious danger if they encountered 2nd-tier beasts. However, as long as they cleared the area gradually, the risk was manageable. In case of emergency, they could retreat to the city, where Xianyu realm stewards guarded the walls and would not let them perish. Let's get to work. Zhua Yi commanded, summoning her white tiger with a flash of light from her beast ring. She gracefully leaped onto its back and led the team westward. Zhang Han and the others followed closely, feeling relatively at ease. Despite the large number of beasts, there were no 3rd-tier threats. For them, 2nd-tier beasts were merely training targets, not significant dangers. This place is very close to Longyun City, where the 5th elder of the Shanhai sect resides, surrounded by disciples of the Yiming Pavilion. The formidable combat strength of the group put Zhang Han at ease, significantly lowering the danger level. The experience of hunting a ripping ape yesterday had him excited, hoping to encounter 9 more to gain new divine powers. The team had just advanced a few hundred feet when beasts suddenly charged at them. Zhua Yi led the charge, riding a majestic white tiger into the throng of beasts. Her massive hammer swung like a whirlwind, leaving none of the beasts unscathed, either dead or injured in her wake. Zhang Han watched Zhua Yi's back intently and curiously asked Jiang Lang beside him, Brother Jiang, has the captain gained some powerful divine ability? Her attack power far exceeds that of a typical 7th-level Xianyu practitioner. Jiang Lang grinned and lowered his voice. You noticed? Zhua Pingping has been focusing on refining soul-based Xian materials and has now grasped a soul-based divine ability. Her hammer attacks carry a soul impact that can stun enemies. Coupled with her top-tier Earth-grade Xian weapon hammer and several power-boosting Xian techniques she practices, her attack power is naturally terrifying. One hit from her hammer, and even if you don't die, you'll be dizzy. The second hit might just finish you off. Zhang Han was secretly alarmed, realizing that soul attacks were indeed hard to defend against. Once stunned by a blow, one could only wait for death. Jiang Lang suddenly remembered something and continued. Speaking of which, Xiao Zhongli is also well suited for the soul path. Her soul is exceptionally pure and might be an immaculate soul body. When she reaches the Xinyu stage, she can specialize in soul-based techniques. Soul practitioners are comparable to saint bodies, with their attacks being bizarre and ruthless, and their future prospects limitless. Zhang Han frowned and asked, how can you tell Zhang Li's soul is pure? What is an immaculate soul body, and how is it determined? Zhang Lang rolled his eyes and explained, look at her eyes. Generally, newborns have particularly pure eyes, which become murkier with age. But Zhang Li is almost 12, and her eyes are still clear and bright, black and white, which is a characteristic of an immaculate soul body. Of course, I can't be 100% certain. This needs to be confirmed by a soul practitioner. Zhang Han nodded thoughtfully, recalling Zhang Li's eyes, which were as pure and beautiful as pearls. Zhang Lang suggested, in the future, find an opportunity to take her to visit a soul practitioner. With that, he quickened his pace and called back to Zhang Han, stop daydreaming and get to work, or Zhua Pingping will lose her temper. Before he finished speaking, Zhua Yi, who was fiercely battling the beasts, suddenly glared and raised her giant hammer, shouting, Fatty, call me Zhua Pingping one more time, and I'll knock you out and throw you into the beast's den. Zhang Lang instantly cowered, nodding and bowing with a smile. Great Zhua, I was wrong. I'll never call you Pingping again. How about Great Zhua? Too plain? How about Mighty Zhua? Big Zhua? Rolling Zhua? Before he could finish, Zhua Yi leaped into the air, her giant hammer smashing down. With a loud boom, Zhang Lang was hammered into the ground. At the peak of Longyan Mountain, a massive ice fortress stood tall. From the center of this ice fortress, 300 disciples of Yunming Pavilion dispersed into over 20 squads, spreading out like a swarm of bees. The cries of beasts echoed through the wilds, and blood stained the nearby mountains. On one side of the mine, more than a dozen people were busy burning the corpses of the beasts to prevent the spread of disease. Most squads acted cautiously, only targeting first-tier beasts. This strategy significantly reduced casualties, with no further loss of life. However, the elite squads actively sought out second-tier beasts, disregarding the first-tier ones. In just one day, the killing squad had slain over a dozen second-tier beasts and more than 100 first-tier ones. Zhang Han hunted down 2 more rift apes, obtaining 2 precious drops of essence blood. The 3 of them coordinated seamlessly. Qi Bing cast spells to freeze the beasts, Zhua Yi struck with her heavy hammer, and Zhang Han dealt the killing blow with his shadow-shifting technique. This teamwork proved effective against other second-tier beasts as well. As dusk approached, Zhua Yi waved her hand, signaling the team to return. She knew the key to sustained combat was maintaining good physical and mental condition. After they left, several figures appeared silently on a distant mountain. A handsome young man watched Zhang Han and his team with a frown. This won't work. Are we just going to wait out here? Chun Zhong reassured him with a smile. Young Master Lin Feng, don't be impatient. The 5th Elder has ordered each squad to act independently. At this rate, the squads will spread out further in 2 or 3 days, and then we can make our move. Lu Jun added, we're too close to Longyan City right now. Acting rashly is too risky. If they fire a signal flare, reinforcements from the city would be troublesome. Zhou Jinliang suggested obsequiously, why don't you return for now, young Master Lin Feng? Come back in 3 days. By then, the squads will be dozens of miles from the city, and even if reinforcements arrive, we'll have enough time to complete our task and escape. Han Linfeng waved dismissively, forget it, it's just a few days. I'll find a cave to train in. I can endure this. I won't be satisfied until I personally capture Zhang Han and make him suffer. He then asked, by the way, why is this beast tide so intense? There's never been such a large gathering of beasts in history. Qin Zhong frowned, it's indeed strange. Could something significant have happened deep in the Tianhu Mountains, driving the beasts out? But why are they all converging on Longyan Mountain? Lu Jun shrugged. Who cares? The higher-ups in the pavilion will worry about that. We just need to focus on our task. It's getting dark. Let's head back to the cave we stayed in last night. The 5 of them quickly left, repelling any beasts they encountered without leaving a trace. Over the next 2 days, each squad continued their independent operations, clearing out the surrounding beasts. Zhang Han had good luck, encountering 6 more rift apes, which he easily hunted down with Qi Bing and Zhua Yi. Having slain 8 rift apes, Zhang Han was eager to continue hunting even as nightfall approached. After 3 days of clearing, there were no beasts left within 100 miles of Longyun City. Given the scale of the operation, a thorough sweep was necessary. The squads reaped significant rewards. They earned merits for killing beasts, which could be exchanged for resources, and the beast materials were theirs to keep. Every disciple made a small profit. Zhua Yi and Qi Bing generously gave all the beast materials to Zhang Han, Zhang Lang, and Yao Ming. The 3-day toll, 14 dead, over 20 seriously injured. Considering the number of beasts and the intensity of the battles, this casualty rate was within expectations. On the 4th morning, Zhang Han and his team set out again. Zhang Han insisted on heading in the same direction as the previous day. needing just 2 more rift apes to reach a total of 10. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he could already see the moment his strength would significantly increase. Sure enough, Jiang Han encountered 2 split soldiers in just one morning. He placed the 2 inner cores into his spatial ring, feeling quite exhilarated. He didn't immediately start refining them but decided to wait until evening to refine 10 drops of essence blood all at once. By the afternoon, the Kill God squad ventured into a dense forested mountain. The area was teeming with beasts, and the team soon found themselves in another intense battle. The mountain was home to a peculiar type of beast, the goat-faced spiders. These spiders could produce extremely tough silk, which, when bundled together, was hard for even Jiang Han to cut through without exerting full strength. Although the spiders' attacks weren't particularly strong, their webs were a significant hassle. After over an hour of fierce combat, the team finally cleared out the nearby spider swarm. Exhausted, they slumped against the trees to rest. Suddenly, 2 whooshing sounds came from the left. Qi Bing and Zhua Yi were the quickest to react, their eyes swiftly scanning the source of the noise. Their faces changed immediately. Qi Bing leaped into the air, her sword dancing as a wave of cold air surged forward. In midair, 2 arrows gleaming with a sinister glow were frozen by the cold. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang exchanged a glance, their eyes burning with anger. The arrows were clearly poisoned, indicating someone wanted them dead. 2 more whooshing sounds followed, with arrows targeting Zhua Yi and Qi Bing. This time, Qi Bing was prepared. She didn't use her powers, but simply deflected the arrows with her sword. Zhua Yi, enraged, shouted, "Who dares attack me? Show yourself!" She saw figures moving in the distance and charged without hesitation. Qi Bing was also furious. Had she not reacted quickly, the first round of arrows could have killed them with poison. Someone wanted her and Zhua Yi dead, and she couldn't let that slide. Qi Bing followed closely behind, sprinting forward. Niu Meng roared, revealing his true form covered in earth-colored scales, and charged ahead with a roar. Chase them! Jiang Han and Jiang Lang exchanged puzzled looks. Zhua Yi and Qi Bing held esteemed positions. An assassination attempt on them was tantamount to declaring war on Lingyun Dream and the Great Elder. Who could be so bold? Jiang Lang instantly produced a handful of talismans and shouted, "Damn it! Whoever dares to assassinate my Bing Bing will die today, no matter who they are." A silver talisman suddenly appeared in Jiang Lang's hand, and in a flash of light, his figure vanished into the distance. Jiang Han frowned deeply, puzzled. How many talismans does this kid have? If he were merely a yellow-rank talisman master, how could he possess so many high-level talismans? In just a few days, he had already used up hundreds, which was truly baffling. Qi Bing and Zhua Yi moved with equal swiftness, and the 3 disappeared in an instant. Jiang Han had no choice but to follow closely with Niu Meng. Suddenly, a large number of sheep-faced spiders appeared ahead, spraying webs everywhere and severely hindering their progress. Jiang Han and Niu Meng had to clear the webs as they struggled forward. The further they went, the more spiders there were. Having lost sight of Qi Bing, Zhua Yi, and Jiang Lang, Jiang Han hesitated. He considered using his earth penetration technique to advance underground, but worried that the less intelligent Niu Meng might encounter danger if left alone. Niu Meng was swinging his giant axe, slashing at the webs, but he couldn't fend off the swarm of spiders. Suddenly, Jiang Han's vision blurred, and the surroundings turned dark. His heart tightened as he thought of Han Shiqi's night veil ability. However, upon closer sensing, he felt something was different. Han Shiqi's ability would plunge the area into complete darkness, but now he could still vaguely see his surroundings, just much dimmer. What worried him even more was that Niu Meng's figure had vanished without a trace. Realizing it was a trap, Jiang Han didn't know if it was aimed at him or Zhua Yi and the others. He made a quick decision, his hand glowing with dark golden light, and he used his earth penetration technique to burrow underground. No matter what happened above, the underground was temporarily the safest hiding place. Meanwhile, Niu Meng's environment changed as well. Roaring and swinging his giant axe, he unknowingly ran back in the direction they had come from and soon disappeared into the distance. 3 figures then leaped down from a nearby tree: a bald man, a handsome young man, and a middle-aged man with a goatee. They were Zhou Jinliang, Han Linfeng, and Kai family patriarch Kai Jin. Han Linfeng praised Kai Jin's illusion technique, and Kai Jin smiled smugly. Zhou Jinliang's ring flashed, and 2 long swords appeared out of thin air. He stared at the hole Jiang Han had left and said in a deep voice, "All right, let's get to work. We can't let this guy escape, or we won't be able to explain to Lord Han. I'll go down and chase him. You 2 follow from above." Underground, Jiang Han heard everything clearly, his face darkening with anger. He finally understood that today was indeed a trap set for him. Han Shiqi wanted to deal with him. Zhua Yi and the others had been lured away, and Niu Meng had been bewitched and fled. Now, he was alone, facing 3 enemies. As he quickly dug forward, he occasionally sent a palm strike backward to collapse the tunnel behind him. At the same time, he took out the inner core of the rift ape and began refining its essence. Zhou Jinliang entered the tunnel alone, his hands glowing with golden light. Two daggers easily shredded the collapsed earth and rocks, quickly closing the distance between him and Jiang Han. Above ground, Kai Jin and Han Linfeng sensed the movements underground and followed closely. Zhou Jinliang's speed was incredible, and he was on the verge of catching up to Jiang Han. Realizing the urgency, Jiang Han accelerated the refining of the rift ape's essence while thinking of a strategy. He had considered digging deeper like he did last time to deal with the Dark City assassins, using the thinning air to force the enemy back. But he quickly dismissed the idea his pursuers were at least at the 5th or 6th level of the profound nether realm and might have techniques similar to turtle breath. This time, he wouldn't be as lucky. There would be no golden coffin or killer vines to aid him in the depths. Jiang Han could only keep moving forward, mentally preparing for a fight to the death. Although he was only at the 3rd level of the profound nether realm, his body had undergone multiple transformations, and he had mastered skills like berserk power and shadow shift. With the 7-fold blade that could boost his strength, he might still stand a chance. Jiang Han calculated in his mind. Although his opponent was formidable, he was not without a chance of winning. If he could cleverly use his own advantages, there might still be a sliver of hope. He dared not delay and concentrated fully on accelerating the refinement of the essence blood. Having resolved to fight to the death, mastering one more divine ability could always increase his odds. He only hoped that this newly acquired ability would not be as useless in combat as the spirit-seeking technique. As the 8th, 9th, and finally the 10th drop of essence blood was refined, the heavenly beast cauldron in Jiang Han's mind suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The relief of the splitting ape turned into a wisp of green smoke and silently merged with his soul. At the same time, an inexplicable energy surged from the cauldron, sweeping through his entire body in an instant. A piece of information suddenly flashed in Jiang Han's mind. He quickly sorted through it, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The 5th divine ability Weapon Shatter had finally emerged. As he had guessed, this ability stemmed from the bloodline of the splitting ape. Although it could not directly kill, it provided strong support for killing enemies. With this new trump card, Jiang Han felt a surge of confidence. His gaze shifted, and he stopped running. Instead, he quickly waved his arms, expanding the surrounding space and transforming the narrow tunnel into a spacious cave. Having decided to fight to the death, he naturally had to create favorable conditions. The tunnel was too narrow, making it difficult to use his shadow shift technique. He frantically dug around, soon opening up a cave several meters wide. Almost simultaneously, a bald head appeared from the tunnel behind him. Holding 2 golden daggers, the figure illuminated the entire cave. Zhou Jinliang looked at Jiang Han, who was hiding in the corner, and flashed a sinister smile. His triangular eyes fixed on his opponent as he spoke coldly, "Kid, not running anymore? Be sensible and don't resist. I'm only here to capture you. If you dare resist, I'll have to sever your tendons and smash your 2 altars." Hearing this, Jiang Han's spatial ring lit up instantly, and a pitch-black long blade materialized in his hand. He slowly raised the blade, pointing it directly at Zhou Jinliang. His tone tinged with mockery, "Old Baldy, I dug this grave just for you. Do you like it? If you're not satisfied, I can always make some improvements." Jiang Han's arrogant words left Zhou Jinliang momentarily stunned, but he quickly burst into laughter. Shaking his head, he said, "Kid, don't think mastering a couple of supernatural abilities makes you invincible. I've seen more in my life than you've ever eaten." Jiang Han sneered coldly and retorted, "Old Baldy, you're still stuck at the 5th or 6th level of the Xianyu realm at your age. Your life must have gone to the dogs. Use that bald head of yours and think, why would Han Shichi go to such lengths to deal with me? He wields immense power in Yiming Pavilion, while I have no background. Yet, he doesn't dare to openly attack me. Have you ever wondered why?" These words left Zhou Jinliang taken aback. He had never considered this before. In his eyes, serving Han Shichi was a great honor, and the more he helped, the more benefits his family would receive. As Zhou Jinliang was lost in thought, Jiang Han seized the opportunity and dashed forward. The distance between them closed in an instant, and Jiang Han was suddenly in front of Zhou Jinliang. He roared, "Old Baldy, take my 7-layered blade." Despite his age, Zhou Jinliang, as the patriarch of the Zhou family, was no ordinary person. Reacting quickly, he drew 2 gleaming daggers and crossed them to block the attack. The golden glow wasn't from the dagger's quality, but from his sharpness ability, a metal-based supernatural power that enhanced the weapon's sharpness manifold. With this ability, his Earth-tier weapons could rival Heaven-tier ones. Zhou Jinliang sized up Jiang Han's long blade, thinking that with 2 strikes, he could break it in half. Without his weapon, what could Jiang Han do? However, just as Zhou Jinliang swung his daggers, Jiang Han's body suddenly paused. The next second, a whooshing sound came from behind Zhou Jinliang. Teleportation. Zhou Jinliang's hair stood on end, as he remembered Han Shiqi mentioning Jiang Han's teleportation ability. He cursed himself for being careless. Zhou Jinliang quickly reacted, reversing his left dagger to block behind him while slashing upward with his right, aiming to force Jiang Han back. Weapon breaker. This was the moment Jiang Han had been waiting for. His right hand glowed red, his fingers becoming sharp as blades. He grabbed Zhou Jinliang's dagger with his right hand while using his long blade to block downward. Zhou Jinliang turned his head and saw Jiang Han daring to grab his dagger with his bare hand. He sneered. His daggers, enhanced with sharpness, could pierce through earthier shields easily, let alone flesh. But to Zhou Jinliang's shock, as soon as Jiang Han's red glowing hand touched the dagger, it shattered into dust. How is this possible? Zhou Jinliang couldn't believe his eyes, his face full of horror. Jiang Han had crushed his enhanced dagger with his bare hand. Was Jiang Han's hand a Heaveneer artifact? At the same time, Jiang Han's warblade clashed with Zhou Jinliang's other dagger, producing a loud clang. Jiang Han looked down and was shocked to see a notch in his earthier warblade. The dagger's sharpness far exceeded his expectations. Jiang Han quickly used his teleportation ability to retreat, looking at his long blade with distress. Earth-tier artifacts were expensive, and he didn't want it to be ruined. On the other side, Zhou Jinliang, holding his remaining dagger, lunged at Jiang Han's afterimage but missed. Looking at the handle of his shattered dagger, his shock deepened. Jiang Han launched another attack, teleporting twice in quick succession. Finding the right moment, he crushed the remaining dagger with a claw. Seizing Zhou Jinliang's moment of distraction, he slashed a deep wound in Zhou Jinliang's thigh with his long blade. Zhou Jinliang finally snapped out of it, terrified. Although he had other weapons in his spatial ring, they were all only profound tier, unable to withstand Jiang Han's attacks. Without hesitation, he turned and fled into the tunnel behind him. But just as he turned, a blade light slashed towards his face. In a life-or-death moment, Zhou Jinliang unleashed incredible potential, kicking upwards and slamming his hands against the tunnel walls to force himself back into the entrance. Jiang Han stood at the tunnel entrance, coldly watching Zhou Jinliang. "Old Baldy, I told you this was your grave. Stay put and stop running." Furious, Zhou Jinliang's spatial ring glowed as he drew a long blade. With a roar, the blade shone brightly and slashed towards Jiang Han with thunderous force. This time, Jiang Han didn't use his teleportation ability. As the blade descended, his left hand glowed red, catching the strike hidden, while his right hand slashed towards Zhou Jinliang's calf. The sound of shattering echoed as Zhou Jinliang's long blade was crushed to dust by Jiang Han's glowing hand. Simultaneously, Jiang Han's long blade sliced deeply into Zhou Jinliang's calf, causing blood to spurt out. If Zhou Jinliang hadn't dodged quickly, his calf would have been sliced off. He gasped in pain, his eyes filled with panic. Jiang Han's abilities were incredibly overpowering. He could effortlessly crush Zhou's weapon, which left Zhou feeling a sense of despair. How could he possibly win? Jiang Han, with a steady gait and holding his blade, walked towards Zhou Jinliang. Gritting his teeth, Zhou pulled out another long sword and thrust it towards Jiang Han. However, Jiang Han didn't even flinch. With a single hand, he caught the blade, which shattered into fragments like fragile glass. Swish! Jiang Han's blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash in Zhou Jinliang's abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Zhou desperately tried to stem the flow with his hands, but it was futile. Despair engulfed Zhou Jinliang like a tidal wave. He knew his combat skills weren't particularly strong. His only asset was his sharp abilities. Yet, in front of Jiang Han, those abilities seemed laughably inadequate. Jiang Han continued to approach, but his steps were cautious. He didn't want to push too hard, fearing that Zhou might retaliate desperately in his final moments. After all, Zhou was already trapped. Jiang Han could afford to take his time. "Young master." Zhou Jinliang retreated slowly, forcing a flattering smile. "I've only been misled by Han Shiqi. If you spare my life, the Zhou family will be at your service for any command." "Oh." Jiang Han's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Then he asked seriously, "You want to surrender? You'll follow any order I give? If I ask you to kill Han Linfeng, would you do it?" "Of course." Zhou Jinliang replied without hesitation, bowing respectfully. "Young master, whatever you command, I will do, even if it means killing Han Shiqi." "Good." Jiang Han suddenly shouted, raising his blade and unleashing a powerful attack towards Zhou's bald head. Zhou Jinliang, still in a bowing posture, did not expect Jiang Han to strike suddenly. Cornered against a mud wall with no way to retreat, he could only raise his hands to block the attack. Zhou Jinliang's hands were chopped off, and he rolled on the ground, screaming in agony. His eyes turned venomous, glaring at Jiang Han as he roared, "You little bastard! You have no honor! You deserve a wretched death." Jiang Han sighed slightly and said, "You claim to have more experience than me, but it seems you've lived in vain. Did you really believe everything I said? Stop cursing and rest in peace." With that, Jiang Han's blade continued to chop down, slicing 7 or 8 times until Zhou Jinliang was dead. The ground was eerily silent, and there was no sign of Jiang Han and Zhou Jinliang. Han Linfeng's expression was grave as he swung his sword, slicing a nearby goat-faced spider in half. Frowning at the ground, he spoke uneasily. Could old Zhou have been tricked by that kid? Kai Jin shook his head, his goatee trembling slightly. Impossible. Old Zhou is at the 6th level of the Xinyu realm. His sharp abilities are extraordinary. When it comes to moving underground, he's just as fast as Jiang Han. Jiang Han just recently broke through to the Xinyu realm. There's no way he could be a match for old Zhou. Han Linfeng furrowed his brows even deeper, recalling how Zhou Jinliang had been tracking Jiang Han, occasionally hitting the tunnel walls to help them sense underground vibrations and locate their positions. Yet, several moments had passed without any sign of movement, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. Kai Jin, however, remained confident in Zhou Jinliang. He released a black light from his hand, causing the nearby goat-faced spiders to fall into an illusion, spinning in place. Smiling reassuringly, he said, "Young Master Linfeng, don't worry. Old Zhou might have already captured him and could be on his way back any moment now." No sooner had he spoken than a faint noise came from underground. Han Linfeng's eyes lit up, but just as he was about to speak, the ground exploded. A black longsword shot out like lightning, aiming straight for his left leg. The blade moved with the speed of a thunderbolt. Han Linfeng had no time to react before it cut a deep gash in his calf, down to the bone. He let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted out. Kai Jin reacted quickly, striking Han Linfeng in the chest and sending him flying. This move saved Han Linfeng's life, as the longsword continued its trajectory. Without Kai Jin's timely intervention, Han Linfeng's other leg would have been in jeopardy. "Illusion realm, manifest!" Kai Jin shouted, sending Han Linfeng flying with one hand while a black light shone from the other, aimed at Jiang Han, who was emerging from the ground. As Jiang Han burst out from the ground, his vision suddenly darkened, and Kai Jin and Han Linfeng's figures vanished. Even Han Linfeng's screams were abruptly cut off, as if they had been transported to another world. What an incredible ability! Jiang Han thought, but remained calm. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and focused all his attention on sensing his surroundings. After casting his illusion, Kai Jin conjured a long sword out of thin air and moved like a ghost, thrusting it toward Jiang Han's face. "Here it comes." Jiang Han's instinct screamed danger as he sensed the killing intent in front of him. Without hesitation, he activated his fragmented blade technique. His left hand morphed into a claw, surrounded by a red aura, and he swiped fiercely in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, Kai Jin's longsword shattered in Jiang Han's grasp. Kai Jin was shocked. This was a high-level weapon, yet it had been destroyed so easily. Jiang Han's right hand swung his longsword fiercely, forcing Kai Jin to retreat hastily, nearly being cut in half. As the illusion began to fade, Jiang Han's vision cleared. He moved like lightning, his longsword creating multiple afterimages as he slashed at Kai Jin. Kai Jin quickly conjured another longsword, intending to block. However, Jiang Han's figure suddenly froze, and in the next instant, a fierce killing intent surged from behind Kai Jin as the longsword aimed for his back. Teleportation? Kai Jin was horrified, rolling forward to evade while sending another black light to envelop Jiang Han in an illusion. Retreat. Kai Jin glanced at the wailing Han Linfeng on the ground, gritted his teeth, and decided to flee, grabbing Han Linfeng and running. Jiang Han had emerged from underground, but Zhou Jinliang was nowhere to be seen, indicating that Zhou Jinliang had likely been defeated by Jiang Han. Jiang Han had effortlessly destroyed a high-level weapon and possessed a mysterious teleportation ability, instilling fear in Kai Jin. Kai Jin's strongest attack was his illusion technique, which, while tricky, wasn't particularly powerful. In close combat, experienced opponents could sense his attack trajectory from his killing intent. Jiang Han had already easily pinpointed his attack route, making it extremely difficult to kill Jiang Han, and risking his own life in the process. With Han Linfeng severely injured, Kai Jin dared not linger. Taking Han Linfeng back alive would at least count as a meritorious act. 2 breaths later, Jiang Han broke free from the illusion and saw Kai Jin's fleeing figure in the distance. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and gave chase. Han Linfeng was Han Shiqi's grandson. Would killing him completely enrage Han Shiqi? Would it lead to Han Jinmao taking action against him? Jiang Han didn't consider these questions. That was just his nature. If someone tried to kill him, he would fight back without hesitation. People face death without fear. No matter who tries to kill him, even a king can't stop him. Jiang Han ran wildly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Suddenly, a massive spider with a sheep's face descended from the tree, its 8 hairy legs reaching for him. Jiang Han, quick on his feet, instantly used his shifting technique to dodge the deadly attack. Not far ahead, Kai Jin was struggling to drag a figure with a broken leg. That person was Han Linfeng, whose agonized screams pierced the forest's silence. To make matters worse, several sheep-faced spiders were menacingly surrounding them, significantly slowing their escape. In just a few breaths, Jiang Han caught up with them. Kai Jin turned around, his face instantly paling. He saw Jiang Han holding a long blade, exuding a suffocating aura of killing intent. Jiang Han, Kai Jin's voice trembled. Show some mercy. You've already severed Linfeng's leg. If you kill him, can you bear the wrath of the deputy leader? Mercy? Don't make me laugh. Jiang Han sneered, stepping closer. His eyes were cold as he stared at Kai Jin. I'll deal with the deputy leader's wrath later. First, you deal with mine. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Han shot forward like an arrow. He lightly tapped a tree trunk midair, gaining momentum to launch himself at Kai Jin like a diving eagle. Kai Jin's hand glowed with a dark light, but Jiang Han was prepared this time. His body suddenly halted in midair, and in the next instant, he flashed beside Kai Jin. The long blade, carrying the force of a thunderstorm, swept towards Kai Jin's neck. Kai Jin hastily pushed Han Linfeng aside and raised his sword to block. However, Jiang Han's left hand glowed red, and he struck from below. Kai Jin's sword instantly shattered into dust, and Jiang Han's blade sliced towards Kai Jin's neck with unstoppable force. With a dull thud, Kai Jin's head flew high, blood gushing from his headless body like a fountain. His body twitched a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground. Han Linfeng was just a step away, and Kai Jin's head landed on him, the eyes still wide open as if staring at him. Terrified, Han Linfeng pushed the head away, his face pale as ash. He looked at Jiang Han, who was slowly approaching, and momentarily forgot the excruciating pain of his broken leg. Don't kill me. Han Linfeng crawled backward on the ground, dragging his broken leg. His voice trembled as he pleaded, Jiang Han, if you kill me, my uncle won't let you go. Even Ling Yun's sect won't be able to protect you then. Jiang Han remained silent, his steps steady, the killing intent around him growing stronger. Han Linfeng was utterly terrified, shouting once more, Jiang Han, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Please, I don't want to die. Too late, Jiang Han coldly uttered. With a swift swing of his blade, blood splattered. Han Linfeng's head rolled to the ground, colliding with Kai Jin's. Both pairs of eyes remained wide open, dying with unresolved grievances. The act of killing was straightforward, but dealing with the aftermath proved tricky. Jiang Han stared at the two headless corpses on the ground, his brows furrowed. The rustling of sheephead spiders in the surrounding woods grew closer, and he knew these dreadful creatures would soon devour the bodies. However, they couldn't digest bones, especially those with the conspicuous marks left by his warblade. Any investigation would quickly uncover the truth. As he pondered his next steps, the sound of something flying through the air caught his attention. Looking up, he saw three figures rapidly approaching. Despite the dim light in the forest, he instantly recognized Zhua Yi, Qi Bing, and Jiang Lang. They quickened their pace upon seeing Jiang Han from a distance. Zhua Yi was the first to speak, her voice tinged with concern. Jiang Han, were you attacked? Are there any enemies nearby? Jiang Han calmly wiped his bloodied war blade on Han Linfeng's white robe before sheathing it. No, I killed them all, he replied evenly. Qi Bing, light as a feather, used a tree branch to propel herself and landed gracefully beside Jiang Han. Her eyes scanned the bodies, and her face turned pale at the gruesome sight clearly. It was her first time witnessing such bloodshed. Zhua Yi and Jiang Lang arrived shortly after. In contrast, Zhua Yi remained composed, giving the corpses only a cursory glance. Jiang Lang seemed unfazed, as if such scenes were familiar to him. Suddenly, Zhua Yi's gaze fixed on the severed heads. Her eyes widened in shock. Isn't that Han Linfeng? Jiang Han nodded in confirmation. Yes, after you left, they ambushed me. Those two were likely meant to distract you. Their real target was me. He paused, then added firmly, don't worry, Captain. I'll take full responsibility and report to the disciplinary hall myself. Zhua Yi immediately scolded him. What nonsense are you talking? Good riddance. I've wanted to kill him for ages. Besides, they attacked us first. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Lang shifted his gaze to the other corpse and scrutinized it. This looks like Kai Jin, the patriarch of the Kai family and a lackey of Han Shiqi. It seems Han Shiqi set this trap. The other two must have been Chen Zhong and his men. That old dog Han Shiqi. Zhua Yi seethed with anger. We agreed to let bygones be bygones in Jiangjia town, and he still dared to send assassins? No way. I need to inform my mother. Fatty, give me a message talisman. Jiang Lang retrieved a talisman from his storage space and handed it to Zhua Yi. She quickly infused it with her energy, turning it into a blank sheet of paper. After scribbling a message, she tossed it into the air, where it transformed into a paper bird and flew away. Jiang Han watched in amazement, intrigued by the magical communication method. Qi Bing's complexion had slightly recovered, but she couldn't help but glance again at Kaijin's head, frowning as she asked, Zhang Han, I remember Kaijin was at the 6th level of the Xianyu realm and had an illusion technique. How did you manage to kill him? Zhua Yi snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes blinking in surprise as she looked at Zhang Han. Yeah, you're only at the 1st level of the Xianyu realm. How could you possibly kill someone at the 6th level? Zhang Han rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, I got lucky. My innate perception is extraordinary. Kaijin tried to ambush me with his illusion, but I turned the tables and killed him instead. Amazing! Zhang Lang gave him a thumbs up. Little Han, your combat skills are incredible. You're a born killer. Qi Bing still looked skeptical, clearly finding it hard to believe his explanation. After all, the gap between the 1st and 6th levels of the Xianyu realm was substantial, with significant differences in strength, speed, and reflexes. Even in a sneak attack, landing a fatal blow would be challenging. Moreover, Kaijin, as a clan leader, had rich combat experience, unlike the pampered Han Linfeng. Zhang Han changed the subject. What should we do with the bodies? How do we clean up this mess? That's easy. Zhang Lang grinned and pulled out a small white bottle from his spatial ring. This is corpse-dissolving powder. It can turn bones into blood, leaving no trace or evidence. Even if Han Shiqi suspects us, without proof, there's nothing he can do. They initiated the attack, so they'll just have to swallow their loss. Dispose of the bodies? Zhua Yi hesitated, then looked at Qi Bing. Shouldn't we take the bodies to the disciplinary hall and let Grandpa Xiong handle it? We were just defending ourselves. What could Han Jinmao say? Qi Bing shook her head and admitted, I'm not sure. Maybe you should ask the sect leader for guidance. Right, I'll ask my mother. Zhua Yi turned to Zhang Lang, who handed her another message talisman. She quickly wrote her message, and the talisman transformed into a paper bird and flew away. At that moment, the sound of sheephead spiders approaching grew louder. The group had to remain vigilant, fending off the encroaching spiders while waiting for Ling Yunming's response. Meanwhile, in a nearby thicket, the ground shifted slightly, and a strange little head emerged. It was the size of a child's, but had the face of a middle-aged man with a mustache. His eyes scanned Zhang Han and the others from a distance, and he muttered to himself, Han Linfeng is dead? This might alarm Ling Yunming and Han Jinmao. I must warn the young wolf master to act quickly, or it might be too late. The head spoke and then slowly sank into the ground. Strangely, no hole appeared on the surface. Instead, the earth naturally covered it up, as if the head had never existed, disappearing without a trace. Time passed, about the duration of an incense stick burning, and the kite had still not returned. Instead, Niuming came back up the mountain first. His not-so-bright mind had him wandering at the foot of the mountain for quite a while before he found his way back. Zui Yi couldn't help but scold him, calling him stupid, but Zhang Han didn't mind. As long as Niuming returned safely, that was all that mattered. Another incense stick's time later, a streak of light shot across the sky. It was the kite returning. Zui Yi, quick as a flash, grabbed it with one hand. She examined it closely for a moment, then her mystical power flared, and the kite dissipated into a puff of smoke. Zui Yi turned to Zhang Lang and waved, saying, My mother wants you to deal with the body. She told us to keep quiet about this, as if it never happened. She'll handle the rest. Zhang Lang grinned. Heh, you guys turn around. This might be a bit gruesome. Zui Yi immediately turned around at his words, but Qi Bing shook his head and refused. Though his face was pale, he insisted, No, I need to see this with my own eyes. It's a necessary step on the martial path. Hearing this, Zui Yi also changed her mind. Then I'll watch too. But Zhang Han suddenly raised his hand to signal. Wait a moment. With that, he used his tunneling technique to burrow into the ground. Moments later, he dragged out a corpse and 2 severed hands. Placing Zhou Jianliang's body next to the earlier remains, he said, Let's burn them together. This guy was in league with Han Linfeng. The 3 of them stared at the glaring bald head, exchanging looks. Qi Bing glanced at Zhang Han with a complicated expression inside. Zhou Jianliang, patriarch of the Zhou family, 6th level of the Xianyu realm, possessing the sharpness divine ability. Zhang Han, did you accidentally kill him while ambushing? Zui Yi was full of admiration. Wow, Zhang Han, you're amazing. You managed to counterattack and kill not just 1 but 2 6th level Xianyu realm fighters, plus 1 at the 4th level? I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're a born war god. Bringing you to Yunming Pavilion was the best decision I ever made. Zhang Lang looked at Zhang Han with admiration. Zhang Han, you're really something. From now on, I'll follow you. Brother Han, take me under your wing. Zhang Han, hearing this, coldly spat out a single word, scram. The scene where Zhang Lang dissolved the 3 corpses was chilling. He sprinkled some powder from a bottle, and the corpses began to emit white smoke, slowly turning into pools of blood, even the bones dissolving completely. Zhang Han watched the entire process, a greedy glint in his eyes. Good stuff. Give me 2 bottles later. He was already imagining the use of this corpse-dissolving powder in combat. Jiang Lang generously tossed 2 bottles to Jiang Han but sternly warned, "You'd better not use this against enemies. Many powerful individuals recognize it. If it accidentally gets on you, the consequences could be dire." Jiang Han shuddered, realizing it was indeed a double-edged sword that could backfire if used improperly. Zhou Yi and Qi Bing struggled to suppress their nausea as they witnessed the process. Once the corpses had completely turned into blood, they couldn't hold back any longer and started vomiting. Jiang Lang took the opportunity to walk over and pat Qi Bing on the back, only to be slapped away. Jiang Han calmly observed the blood on the ground, suddenly leaping into action to strike down a sheep-faced spider. He swiftly killed the spider, mixing its blood with the blood on the ground. Then, he burrowed into the ground, collapsing the tunnel behind him and carefully erasing any traces. After finishing, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We're heading back." As dusk approached, the group had no interest in hunting more beasts and quickly made their way towards Longyun City. On the way, an orange flare suddenly shot up from the northwest, exploding in the sky. Everyone's expressions changed. It was a distress signal indicating a Tier 3 beast. Zhou Yi excitedly suggested they check it out, but Qi Bing and Jiang Lang, out of caution, insisted on returning to the city first. Reluctantly, Zhou Yi agreed. Along the way, they saw other Yunmeng Pavilion disciples also retreating towards the city. Half an hour later, night had fully fallen, and Longyun City was in sight. Over 20 disciples had gathered below the city, loudly calling for the gates to be opened. On the city wall, Steward Wang Cheng insisted on waiting for everyone to arrive before opening the gates, to prevent any spies from sneaking in. At this moment, Lu Hong, the grandson of the 5th elder, suddenly flew into a rage, demanding the gates be opened immediately. His unusual behavior aroused suspicion among Zhou Yi and the others. Jiang Han and Jiang Lang also sensed something was off, puzzled by Lu Heng's urgency to enter the city. Steward Wang Cheng looked troubled. Offending the 5th elder's grandson was no small matter, but his duty prevented him from opening the gates recklessly. As the situation grew increasingly tense, the atmosphere became more charged. According to the regulations, the gate guards must first verify the identity of all disciples. However, when the guard saw Zhou Yi and Qi Bing approaching, he momentarily neglected this procedure. After a brief consideration, he shouted loudly, "Master Hong, don't rush. Open the gate, men." With his command, the giant gears on the city wall began to turn, emitting a grinding noise. The massive iron gate slowly rose, revealing the scene inside the city. Qi Bing, Zhou Yi, and the others felt a twinge of unease, though they couldn't pinpoint the source of their discomfort. At that moment, Jiang Han's gaze locked onto the few individuals behind Lu Hong. His eyes suddenly turned cold. A strong sense of crisis hit him, and he swiftly drew his long blade, roaring, "Don't open the gate. There's something wrong with those people behind Lu Hong." As the gate was rising, Jiang Han sharply sensed the killing intent emanating from those behind Lu Hong. While the other disciples were entering the city, these individuals exuded a murderous aura, which was clearly out of place. Suddenly, the spatial rings of the 3 people behind Lu Hong lit up simultaneously. In an instant, weapons appeared in their hands, and their auras surged dramatically, revealing that they were formidable experts of the Xianyu realm, at levels 8 or 9. The 3 launched their attack, and the surrounding Yunmeng Pavilion disciples were instantly covered in blood, screaming as they scattered. "Kill them all!" one of them shouted, charging towards the city gate. Upon hearing Jiang Han's warning, Qi Bing moved like lightning. The temperature around her plummeted to freezing, and with a wave of her long sword, a fierce cold swept towards the gate. Simultaneously, Jiang Lang produced a silver talisman. Channeling his mystic power, the talisman transformed into a yellow beam, flying towards the gate and exploding there. An invisible force instantly enveloped the 3 enemies, surrounding them in a yellow glow. "Close the gate! Close the gate!" Wang Cheng on the city wall finally reacted, shouting loudly. Several Yunmeng Pavilion disciples hurriedly operated the mechanism, trying to lower the massive iron gate. At this critical moment, dozens of people suddenly emerged from the bushes at the foot of the mountain, charging towards them with loud shouts. Shockingly, the dozen or so individuals at the forefront were all Xianyu realm experts. The 3 attackers at the gate found their speed drastically reduced under the yellow glow. "Gravity talisman? This is bad," they exclaimed. Just then, Qi Bing's icy cold swept over them, instantly freezing the 3 into ice sculptures. Lefty then rushed in like a whirlwind, smashing one of them into pulp with a hammer. Jiang Han used his shadow step technique to appear in front of the remaining 2. With a flash of his blade, a bloodline appeared on their necks, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The cold on the 2 enemies had dissipated somewhat, and they struggled to raise their hands to cover their necks, but blood still gushed out from between their fingers. Their bodies slowly fell backward, their eyes filled with unwillingness. These three formidable Xianyu realm experts were killed in an instant by the combined efforts of Qi Bing, Jiang Lang, Jiang Han, and Zhua Yi. Their deaths were swift and unexpected. However, they couldn't be blamed entirely. Their focus was solely on breaching the gate of Longyun City, not anticipating that Jiang Lang would possess a powerful Earth-grade talisman, the Gravity Talisman. Once affected by the Earth-grade talisman, they were suppressed by immense gravity, slowing their movements and making it impossible to evade Qi Bing's ice magic. Frozen solid, they were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Did you kill them? Lu Heng's face turned pale as he stared at the three corpses. He staggered back and collapsed to the ground, muttering in despair, "It's over. They put a curse on me. If they die, I won't survive either." A cold glint flashed in Zhua Yi's eyes as she kicked Lu Heng viciously. With a loud bang, he flew like a broken kite and landed heavily on the ground. Several bloodied teeth flew out of his mouth, and blood streamed from the corners of his lips. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the mountain below. Dozens of fighters were rushing up, their battle cries echoing through the air. Zhua Yi grabbed her hammer and prepared to charge, while Qi Bing drew his sword, both exuding a murderous aura. "It's the wolves from the Tianlang Hall," Zhang Lang said coldly after a quick glance. He exchanged a look with Jiang Han, and they instantly reached an agreement. Jiang Han commanded in a deep voice, "The city gates are closed. Longyun City is secure. Let's retreat." With that, he used his earth-burrowing technique and disappeared into the ground. Jiang Lang shouted, "Don't just stand there. Get into the tunnel." Qi Bing and Zhua Yi suddenly realized the plan. With the city gates closed, these few dozen enemies couldn't break through. Even if a few powerful Shanhai realm fighters attacked, the gates could hold for hours. Since Longyun City was safe, there was no need for a desperate fight, especially with 10 or so Xianyu realm experts among the attackers. "Niumeng, get in," Zhua Yi ordered, and Niumeng immediately dove into the tunnel. Fortunately, Jiang Han had made the passage wide enough. Otherwise, Niumeng's large frame might have gotten stuck. Qi Bing and Zhua Yi followed closely behind. As for the rest of Lu Heng's team, Zhua Yi and her companions ignored them. After all, Lu Heng had colluded with Tianlang Hall to attack Longyun City. Who knew if the others had also betrayed them? Seeing the attackers closing in, the remaining members of Lu Heng's team panicked. One of them, eyes darting around, shouted and ran to the right. The others followed suit, fleeing in all directions, feeling both wronged and terrified. They had no idea about the three friends Lu Heng had brought, and now, without doing anything, they were labeled as traitors. The Tianlang Hall fighters reached the city gates, only to find them tightly shut. They looked at the three corpses on the ground, their faces twisted with rage. "What now, young wolf lord?" All eyes turned to a young man in a black robe with a golden tattoo on his left forehead. This Xianyu Realm 9th level youth, wielding a mountain-splitting blade, exuded a formidable presence. His sinister gaze swept over the tunnel entrance as he cursed, "Damn it, we planned for so long, and we were so close to success, but Zhua Yi and Qi Bing returned? What terrible luck." It turned out that the beast tide attacking Longyun Mine was no coincidence but a carefully orchestrated plan by Tianlang Hall. They had lured the fifth elder away from Longyun City for this very moment to seize the gates. Everything was going smoothly until the last moment when it all fell apart. Tianlang, Lu Heng, instead of fleeing, approached the youth while clutching his bleeding mouth. "I did as you instructed. You saw it yourself. It wasn't my fault. It was Zhua Yi and her team who ruined everything. Please, give me the antidote." "Don't worry, you'll get the antidote," Tianlang sneered, appearing before Lu Heng in a flash. He grabbed Lu Heng by the throat and lifted him, then looked towards Wang Cheng on the city wall. "Wang Cheng, open the gates, or I'll kill Lu Heng. If he dies, your fifth elder will eventually kill you in revenge." Wang Cheng's face turned icy as he scoffed, "Tianlang, go ahead. Lu Heng colluded with the enemy and is already guilty of death. If you don't kill him, he'll face the same fate back at the sect. You think you can take Longyun Mine? Dream on. This mine belongs to Tianlang Hall." Tianlang roared. "Years ago, Zhou Tianxing forcibly took our mine. We're just reclaiming what's ours." With a powerful throw, Tianlang sent Lu Heng flying over 10 feet away. He waved his hand and ordered, "Take Lu Heng back. Lu Heng, behave yourself. Once you're at Tianlang Mountain, you'll get the antidote. Otherwise, you're dead." To Tianlang Mountain? Lu Heng's face turned ashen. He knew that his survival was uncertain, and his grandfather, the fifth elder, would undoubtedly be implicated. With his grandson in Tianlang Hall, how could the Yunmeng sect's leaders ever trust the fifth elder again? Lu Heng realized that the wisest course of action was to commit suicide and proclaim his innocence, sparing his grandfather. Unfortunately, he had long lost the courage to end his own life. If he had such courage, he wouldn't have aided Tianlang Hall in their treacherous plot to open the city gates. Once a person falters in a critical moment, It's nearly impossible to muster the resolve to end their own life. It's just like a courtesan. Once she undoes her skirt the first time, it becomes second nature afterward. After Lu Hong was taken away, Tan Lang cast a vengeful glance at the city wall, his eyes gleaming with malice. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Fire the signal flare. Activate the ambush squads and kill all Yunming Pavilion disciples outside the city." Immediately, a signal flare shot into the sky, exploding midair with a blinding flash. Tan Lang turned his gaze to the tunnel and decisively commanded, "Old Chun, you five come with me. We're going after Zhua Yi and Qi Bing. The rest of you, spread out and hunt down any Yunming Pavilion disciples who haven't returned to the city." "Yes, sir." The group responded in unison, saluting before springing into action. Tan Lang led 5 powerful Xianyu realm warriors into the tunnel, pursuing Jiang Han, Zhua Yi, and the others. With the city gates closed, they had missed their chance to capture the city and now focused on eliminating the Yunming Pavilion disciples. Attack! With the signal flare in the sky, numerous ambush teams from the Tianling Hall surged out like a tidal wave, scouring the area for Yunming Pavilion fighters. Originally, hundreds of Yunming Pavilion disciples were outside hunting beasts. Only half had returned to the city, leaving over 100 scattered outside, now prey for the Tianling Hall disciples. Deep underground, Jiang Han swiftly dug through the tunnel, leading the group forward. Qi Bing covered the rear, continuously blasting the tunnel walls to collapse the path behind them. Apart from the carefree Niu Ming, the others wore grim expressions, especially Zhua Yi, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The sudden attack on Longyun City by Tianling Hall had left the situation uncertain. Although the city gates were closed, no one knew what would happen next. If Longyun City fell, Yunming Pavilion would suffer greatly, as the mine was crucial to their survival. "No way." After running for a while, Zhua Yi urgently said to Jiang Han, "Dig upwards. I need to send a message to my mother immediately about what's happening here." Jiang Han responded sternly, "It's too dangerous to go out now. Let's move a bit further." They had only been underground for a short time. Emerging now could lead them into an ambush, with dire consequences. "Zhua Yi, don't worry." Zhang Lang reassured from the rear. "Wang Cheng must have sent a message back immediately. The pavilion is likely already informed." "True." Zhua Yi felt slightly relieved. Wang Cheng and the others guarding Longyun City would surely carry message talismans. They wouldn't delay reporting such a significant event. "Where do we go now? We can't get back into Longyun City." Zhua Yi suddenly realized the problem. With the city gates closed, they couldn't just wander outside indefinitely. "Return to Yunming City," Jiang Han decisively said. "Staying here is pointless. We don't know the enemy's strength or numbers. Wandering around is just suicide. We need to save our strength, return, and wait for the pavilion master to devise a full plan. Then we'll act." Jiang Han is right. Qi Bing's firm voice came from the rear. "We can't run around aimlessly and throw our lives away. We need to go back, gather information, and then strike." Qi Bing and Jiang Han are right. Jiang Lang agreed. "If I'm not mistaken, Tianling Hall is gearing up for a full-scale war with us. This battle won't end in a few months. Don't worry, there will be plenty of chances to fight." "A full-scale war?" Zhua Yi's eyes filled with killing intent as she coldly said, "Then I'll make sure to take down those wolf pups of theirs. How dare they invade Yunming Pavilion? I'll make them regret it." "All right, we'll head back." Jiang Lang guessed correctly. Jiang Han led the group for over 10 miles through the underground passage before finally emerging into daylight. Suddenly, a kite dropped from the sky, landing steadily in Zhua Yi's hands. She quickly scanned the message, her expression turning grave as she nodded and said, "It's a message from my mother. She instructs us to protect ourselves, avoid conflict, and return to Yunming City immediately." Upon hearing this, the group wasted no time and set off for Yunming City at top speed through the night. When they encountered beasts along the way, they avoided combat whenever possible, and if they couldn't bypass them, they burrowed underground to escape. Not only Zhua Yi, but all the squad leaders received similar urgent messages, instructing them to abandon plans to return to Longyun City and head to Yunming City instead. If safe passage was impossible, they were to find a hidden place to stay. The core directive was clear: protect yourselves and survive. Within Yunming City, both the northern and southern parts were ablaze with lights, in a state of chaos. The news had already spread, and the wealthy merchants of the southern city were preparing to flee. At the Yunming Palace atop Ascension Peak, a stunning woman in a purple dress sat in the main seat. Despite her youthful appearance of being in her 20s, she was actually nearing 40. This was Ling Yunming, the leader of Yunming Pavilion. To her left were the Grand Elder Qi Tiandu, the Third Elder Xiongyu, and the Fourth Elder Yin Jun from the Hall of Justice. To her right were the Deputy Leader Han Jin Mao, the Second Elder Yun Shanyue, and the Sixth Elder Feng Qi. These 7 were all powerful figures in the Shanhai realm. Including the 5th Elder and a matron, Yunming Pavilion had 9 top-tier experts, forming the highest echelon and strongest force within the pavilion. Also present in the hall were over 80 martial artists from the Xianyu realm, including the heads, deputy heads, and numerous officials of various halls. Upon receiving the news from Longyun City, Ling Yunmeng immediately ordered the sounding of the long bell to gather all the strong members of Yunmeng Pavilion. With a calm yet commanding tone, Ling Yunmeng spoke. The Tianlang Hall covets our Longyun mine, which is the lifeline of our pavilion. If it is taken, none of us will have food to eat. What do you suggest we do? Han Jinmao stood up immediately, responding firmly, Leader, there's no need for more words. If Tianlang Hall wants a fight, we'll give them a fight. We'll battle to the last person. We cannot lose Longyun mine. The Grand Elder followed with a steadfast declaration, Leader, I support going to war. The other elders quickly stood up in agreement. Despite years of internal strife within Yunmeng Pavilion, the Longyun mine was fundamental to everyone. Without it, they would all be in dire straits. At this moment, both factions set aside their differences and united against the external threat. Fight to the death. Over 80 Xianyu realm martial artists shouted in unison, their resolve unwavering. Good. Ling Yunmeng stood up abruptly, her voice filled with determination. Deputy Leader, you, the Grand Elder, and the Third Elder will lead 50 officials to Longyun Mountain to provide reinforcements. Ensure the safety of Longyun City. Understood. Han Jinmao, the Grand Elder, and the Third Elder accepted their orders and quickly descended the mountain with 50 Xianyu realm martial artists, riding dragon-lion horses at full speed. Ling Yumeng continued to assign tasks. Second Elder, send word to all affiliated families. Any martial artist at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm or above, except those necessary for essential duties, must gather at the foot of Yunmeng Mountain within 3 days. Understood. The Second Elder, accompanied by 2 officials, left to contact hundreds of villages and towns. Ling Yumeng was preparing for an all-out war, summoning martial artists from hundreds of affiliated families, which would bring their numbers to at least 3,000 to 4,000. Fourth Elder, organized the storeroom to distribute 70% of the pavilion's elixirs, mystical weapons, and divine talismans. Distribute some as usual, and the rest based on merit. Also, instruct the alchemy and weaponry halls to work at full capacity to produce more supplies. Make sure to arrange all necessary procurements. Understood. The Fourth Elder departed, aware of the crucial role logistics play in a major battle as the chief of Yunmeng Pavilion's logistics. Sixth Elder, deploy scouts to gather intelligence and patrol our territory. Activate all hidden spies. I need detailed information on Tianlang Hall. After that, personally go to the Seven Fiends Mansion and report Tianlang Hall's aggressive actions to their leader, seeking justice for us. Understood. The Sixth Elder left with his team. Though they had failed to provide an early warning of Tianlang Hall's move, Ling Yumeng only gave a mild reprimand for now. As Ling Yumeng's orders were executed, Yunmeng City buzzed with activity. Martial artists on dragon-lion horses sped down the mountain, and warriors came and went within the city. The teleportation array to Dark City flashed continuously. That night, it was unlikely that anyone in Yunmeng City would find restful sleep. In the latter half of the night, reports started coming in, but they were all bad news. First, the Fifth Elder was ambushed by 2 elders from Tianlang Hall. Although he managed to escape back to Longyun City, he was severely injured, his Shanhai Divine Altar fractured, greatly diminishing his combat ability, leaving him unable to fight in the short term. The Sirius Hall has come with overwhelming force, and a large contingent has already reached the outskirts of the city. The situation for the small squads outside the city is dire, and most are unlikely to survive. However, there is still a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The Death Squad has successfully escaped and is rushing overnight to Yunmeng City. Although Xiong Jingjing and Yun Fei have lost some men, they have managed to get away safely. With Han Jinmao and his team arriving near Longyun Mountain, the warriors of the Sirius Hall quickly retreated upon seeing them, giving the surviving disciples a chance to be rescued. The next day, a decree from Yunmeng Pavilion sent waves through the region for hundreds of miles. Hundreds of affiliated families responded without hesitation, causing the entire area to boil with excitement. Ling Yumeng's order came with many enticing promises. The rewards would be directly tied to the number of enemies killed, and those who performed outstandingly could gain direct entry into Yunmeng Pavilion. If a family's war achievements were remarkable, they would not only receive abundant resources but also extra entry slots for Yunmeng Pavilion and even dividends from small mineral veins. These promises acted as a powerful stimulant, spurring the various families into action. Except for the necessary personnel left behind, all the martial artists at the 8th level of the Zifu realm and above were mobilized, heading grandly towards Yunmeng City. Among the hundreds of families, most had Xianyu realm martial artists, with an average of 6 or 7 8th level Zifu realm experts per family. Larger families like the Jiang and Du families boasted as many as 20 or 38th level Zifu realm martial artists. The Jiang family originally had 4 Xianyu realm powerhouses, but unfortunately, the Great Elder had passed away, and the Third Elder, Jiang Xiaotian, was killed by Jiang Han, leaving only 3 to 4,000 martial artists surged towards Yunming City like a tide, with various supplies and resources continuously being transported. Yunming City was bustling with activity, and the air was thick with a sense of oppressive tension. Meanwhile, the scouts sent by the Sixth Elder kept bringing back reports. The Sirius Hall had also mobilized all the martial artists from their affiliated families and forces, numbering around 4,000, with the hall's powerhouses gathering en masse towards Longyun Mountain. A great battle was imminent. By the time Zhang Han and his companions returned to Yunming City, the morning sun had already bathed the streets in light. After a night of traveling and continuous skirmishes with beasts, they were utterly exhausted and their clothes were in tatters. Before they could even return to the Killing God courtyard for a rest, they received a summons from Dingxian Peak. Ling Yuming wanted to see them. Despite their fatigue, they dragged their weary bodies up to the peak. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Yuming Palace, Zhang Han saw Ling Yuming for the first time. She sat gracefully at the head of the hall, flanked by two maidservants of the Xianyu realm. The group bowed in respect, while Zhuo Yi affectionately called out, "Mother," and hurried to Ling Yunming's side, anxiously inquiring about the situation in Longyun City. Rising from his bow, Zhang Han took a moment to observe Ling Yunming. She and Zhuo Yi looked strikingly similar, as if carved from the same mold, though Ling Yunming had a more enchanting allure, while Zhuo Yi's charm was more innocent. The most notable similarity, however, was their equally flat chests. Ling Yuming briefly answered Zhuo Yi's questions, then scanned the group before announcing that their efforts in saving Longyun City had earned them great merit, which had been duly recorded. Qi Bing and Zhang Lang quickly expressed their gratitude, while Niu Ming was a beat slower to react. Finally, Ling Yunming's gaze settled on Zhang Han. She praised him for his significant contributions and encouraged him to continue his diligent cultivation. Zhang Han respectfully replied that it was his duty, especially since both he and his sister owed their lives to Zhuo Yi. Nodding slightly, Ling Yunming suggested that Zhang Li serve as a maid in Yuming Palace. Overjoyed, Zhang Han quickly expressed his thanks. Afterward, Ling Yuming outlined the next steps and reminded everyone to take care in the upcoming battles. She subtly hinted that she was aware of the 3 murders and would handle the matter personally. The group took their leave, with only Zhuo Yi remaining behind. Back at the Killing God courtyard, Zhang Li greeted them with tearful eyes. Zhang Han comforted his sister, informing her about becoming a maid in Yuming Palace and his own plans to fight at the Longyun mines. Despite Zhang Li's worries, Zhang Han resolved to enter seclusion to prepare for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, at the foot of Yuming City, the area was bustling with people, tents stretching endlessly, and supplies being constantly gathered in preparation for the army's departure. In the North City's Internal Affairs Hall, Han Shiqi paced anxiously. He was near collapse upon learning that Han Linfeng, Zhou Jianliang, and Kai Jin were still missing. Despite Chen Zhong's attempts to console him, Han Shiqi was in despair. He could only temporarily conceal the news and calm the Zhou and Kai families. Finally, Han Shiqi gazed tearfully in the direction of Longyun Mountain. Gritting his teeth, he vowed that if Linfeng had indeed been killed by Zhang Han, he would stop at nothing to avenge his grandson. Zhang Li stood at the base of Ascension Peak, tears streaming down her face. Her brother, Zhang Han, was about to leave with the main force for Dragonfall Mountain, and they would be apart for at least a few months. With the impending full-scale war between the Celestial Wolf Palace and the Yunming Pavilion, where masters were gathering and danger lurked at every corner, Zhang Han was her only family. Her worry and fear were palpable. Zhang Han gently stroked his sister's hair, feeling a pang of guilt. Ever since he joined Yunming Pavilion, he had devoted himself almost entirely to training, leaving little time to spend with Zhang Li, not even for outings. Now, facing several months of separation, he was filled with reluctance. "Little Li, don't cry." Zhang Han comforted her softly. Zhang Lang patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, little Li. With your brother Lang around, your brother will come back safe and sound." Zhuo Yi glanced at Zhang Lang with a hint of disdain, then turned to Zhang Li, smiling, "Little Li, once the battle is over, I promise you'll have your brother back, safe and sound." Zhang Li stopped crying and followed an old nanny towards Ascension Peak. She kept looking back, waving goodbye continuously. Once Zhang Li's figure disappeared on the peak, Zhang Han waved his hand and leapt onto his dragon lion horse. Zhuo Yi, Qi Bing, and the others mounted their horses as well. They slowly rode out, joining the squad led by Xiong Jingjing and Yun Fei on the square, heading down the mountain together. At the foot of the mountain, martial artists from various families were already lined up, waiting. When Zhang Han and his group arrived, they saw a large open space filled with fully armed individuals standing straight. Many young men and women looked excited, their eyes burning with enthusiasm, especially when they saw Yuming Pavilion's elite talents like Qi Bing, Xiong Jingjing, and Yun Fei. Some bold young girls from smaller families even started flirting with Yun Fei and the others, their eyes filled with teasing glances. Zhang Lang was particularly flamboyant, his eyes sweeping over those young girls, winking and whistling occasionally. Zhang Han also noticed some girls looking at him with fiery eyes. As a member of Yunming Pavilion's elite squad and not bad-looking, it was no surprise he attracted their attention. The leading elder hadn't descended the mountain yet, so Zhang Han and his group rode to the side to wait. They had just stopped when people began approaching, mostly to greet Zhuai Yi and Qi Bing. Zhuai Yi, being the daughter of Ling Yunming, had a noble status, and the smaller families naturally wanted to establish connections. Suddenly, two riders approached. Zhang Han glanced casually and then frowned when he recognized them. The newcomers were an elder and a beautiful young girl, both well known to him. Elder Zhang Haiyun of the Zhang family and his youngest daughter, Zhang Yao. Zhang Haiyun and Zhang Yao greeted Zhuai Yi and Qi Bing. Zhuai Yi responded perfunctorily, while Qi Bing gave a slight nod. Then, Zhang Haiyun turned to Zhang Han, cupping his hands with a smile. Zhang Han, do you still remember your uncle? Zhang Haiyun, aged 50, had reached the 5th level of the mysterious darkness realm and was a skilled member of the Zhang family. He wasn't in the same faction as the third elder, Zhang Xiaotian, and had no grudges with Zhang Han's father, Zhang Hinshui. He hadn't oppressed Zhang Han before and was considered a neutral elder in the Zhang family. His approach and friendly gesture indicated a desire to build a connection. Zhang Han had lost all affection for the Zhang family, who had hurt him deeply. He wanted no more ties with them, so he merely cupped his hands coldly without speaking. Zhang Haiyun smiled awkwardly, about to say more to ease the tension, but Zhang Yao was already displeased. Growing up in Yunming City, she was adored for her beauty and martial talent. Seeing Zhang Han's cold treatment of Zhang Haiyun, her eyes turned cold, and she muttered, "Climbing up the social ladder and forgetting your roots? What a joke, humph." Her words caused everyone around to change their expressions, and Zhang Han's eyes turned cold as well. Before Zhang Han could respond, Zhuai Yi's eyes widened, and she glanced at Zhang Yao before turning to Zhang Haiyun with a cold smile. "Elder Zhang, Zhang Han is a member of my Killing God squad. If he's worthless, then are we worthless too?" Her words were sharp, and Zhang Haiyun panicked, repeatedly cupping his hands in apology. "Young pavilion master, please forgive us. Everyone, please forgive us. My daughter is ignorant and spoke out of turn. I will discipline her strictly." Zhang Lang eyed Zhang Yao with a mocking grin. "Such a pretty girl. Yet she has the gall to look down on others," he said, his words cutting like a knife, striking at her pride. Zhang Yao, young and hot-headed, couldn't bear such an insult. Her eyes reddened with anger as she pointed at Zhang Lang, shouting, "You're the one looking down on people. You're a dog, and your whole family are dogs." Her voice trembled with fury. Qi Bing, usually as cold as ice and rarely speaking to strangers, unexpectedly intervened. She fixed a sharp gaze on Zhang Haiyun, her tone laced with menace. "Elder Zhang, is this how you discipline your children? If you can't manage, I will." Before she finished speaking, Zhang Haiyun had already raised his hand and slapped Zhang Yao hard across the face. The sound echoed, and a bright red handprint appeared on her pale cheek. "Shut up and get out of here," he scolded. Crying, Zhang Yao held her face and rode towards the Zhang family's gathering spot. Zhang Haiyun, repeatedly bowing and apologizing, soon followed on horseback. The gathering spot of the Zhang family's warriors was sparsely populated. Once, the Zhang clan had many warriors at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion or higher, but Zhang Han had slain over 30 of them, leaving only about 20. The clan leader was in seclusion, so the second elder led the team. As they watched Zhang Yao return in tears, followed by Zhang Haiyun's humble apologies, they noticed Zhang Han sitting indifferently on his dragon lion mount, not even glancing their way. Their feelings grew complicated. The boy who once suffered at the hands of Zhang, who in Zhang Bao had become someone they could hardly reach. The second elder's attempts to console Zhang Yao were met with cold disdain, highlighting the unpredictability of fate. Back at the gathering spot, several Zhang family girls quickly surrounded Zhang Yao, comforting her. They sarcastically mocked Zhang Han, and after a while, Zhang Yao stopped crying. She glared hatefully at Zhang Han in the distance, muttering through gritted teeth, "Young Master Lin Feng wants to marry me. Sooner or later, Yunming Pavilion will belong to the Han family. When I become the pavilion mistress, I'll make sure Zhang Han pays, along with the others." Humph. Zhang Han sensed her hateful gaze and glanced at her indifferently. Zhang Lang also noticed and chuckled. "Little Han, that girl seriously hates us now. Why don't you go give her a few lashes? Help Zhang Haiyun discipline her." Zhang Han caught the hint in Zhang Lang's words, but only rolled his eyes without responding. Zhuai Yi, standing nearby, interjected, "If anyone's going to whip her, it should be me, not Zhang Han." Zhang Lang grinned, "You can't do it. You're not strong enough. Besides, it's not proper for a girl to use such tools." Zhuai Yi was infuriated. With a flash from her ring, a red whip appeared in her hand. She glared at Zhang Lang, teeth clenched. "Fatty, want to try a few lashes from me?" Half an hour later, the second elder, Yun Shanyue, led several stewards down the mountain. Standing before the crowd, His eyes were sharp and his voice resonant as he spoke about the significance of the upcoming battle. Yun Shangyue painted a grim picture of the consequences if Yunming Pavilion were to fall. Vital resources would be seized, clansmen enslaved, and women subjected to humiliation. His impassioned speech ignited a fire in everyone's heart. He also promised generous rewards, rallying everyone to unite against the enemy and fight valiantly. At Yun Shanyue's command, thousands of people prepared for departure and began their march towards Longyun Mountain. The grand procession stretched over several miles, with banners fluttering and a palpable sense of determination in the air. Supply wagons moved slowly at the rear, ensuring ample provisions. Throughout the journey, the troops remained highly vigilant, scaring off or swiftly eliminating any beasts they encountered to ensure an unobstructed march. 3 days later, the main force arrived outside Longyun City. This grand city had recently erected numerous wooden houses to accommodate the thousands of troops, albeit somewhat crowded. Upon arrival, Han Jinmao issued a military order. The city would be under martial law, and unnecessary movements were prohibited. Everyone was to stay in their rooms, training and awaiting further commands. Each warrior received a Shinling pill, with the promise of being able to exchange merits for various resources. As long as they could achieve glory on the battlefield, supplies would be abundant. The Killing God Squad continued to stay in their previous small courtyard. Meals were delivered daily, but Zhang Han and his companions paid no attention to external matters, focusing solely on their training. Zhang Han, in particular, neglected his meals and went into seclusion as soon as he entered the courtyard. He was on the verge of completing the 4th level of the Xianyu Divine Altar and hoped to break through before the battle to enhance his combat power. 5 days later, Zhang Han emerged from seclusion, successfully advancing to a 4th level Xianyu warrior. Despite taking pills to replenish his strength, 5 days without food or water left him ravenous. He quickly took a bath and eagerly devoured his meal. At this time, Zui and Qi Bing were still in seclusion, and Niu Ming was dozing in the courtyard. Only Zhang Lang was idly sitting around. Seeing Zhang Han emerge, Zhang Lang excitedly pulled him aside, chattering non-stop about the recent news. 3 days until the battle? Higher-level warriors won't participate. Zhang Han asked between mouthfuls, puzzled. Who made this rule? Why aren't the elders fighting? Are we supposed to risk our lives while they just watch? Zhang Lang explained. An envoy from the Seven Fiends Palace arrived. They issued the order. This battle will be fought within the nearby 33 peaks. Each side will send 200 fighters within 5 days, with no more than 10 Xianyu-level warriors. If one side suffers over 2,000 casualties, they lose, and the winner gets Longyun Mine. What? Zhang Han was even more confused. He put down his bowl and said, why does the Seven Fiends Palace get to make the rules? Longyun Mine belongs to Yunming Pavilion. It's unfair to use it as a wager. Seeing Zhang Han's bewilderment, Zhang Lang frowned and said, don't you know about the Seven Fiends Palace? Yunming Pavilion, Tianlang Hall, and the nearby Lei Hua sect are all under the jurisdiction of the Seven Fiends Palace, a marquee-level power. Just like your Zhang family is affiliated with Yunming Pavilion, the Seven Fiends Palace has many reincarnation realm experts and holds life and death power over Yunming Pavilion. What is a marquee-level power? Zhang Han admitted his confusion, having come from the countryside and never encountered such information. Since arriving at Yunming Pavilion, he had focused solely on his training and hadn't explored these matters. Zhang Lang sighed and decided to explain the power structure of the 9 provinces continent. Zhang Han sat up straight and listened attentively. Zhang Lang began. The 9 provinces continent doesn't have countries, only countless large and small powers scattered like stars. These powers are ranked by strength. The strongest are the immortal level powers, followed by sovereign level, king level, marquee level, and the weakest are lord level. Weaker powers depend on stronger ones, forming a pyramid structure. The 2 immortal level powers at the top only need to control a few sovereign level powers to dominate the entire continent. He continued, your Jiang family and the hundreds of families participating in this battle are the smallest, unranked powers. Yunming Pavilion and Tianlang Hall are the weakest lord-level powers. The Seven Fiends Palace is a marquee-level power, and the Zhang family that Zhang Busy belongs to is a king-level power, 1 rank above the Seven Fiends Palace. Zhang Lang added, different power levels have different types of experts. The strongest in a lord-level power are in the mountain and sea realm, like our Pavilion Master and Han Jinmao, who are high-level mountain and sea realm experts. The marquee-level Seven Fiends Palace has reincarnation realm experts. The king-level Zhang family has heaven and human realm experts. The sovereign-level powers have void-breaking realm experts, and the immortal-level powers have earth immortal experts. Of course, some large powers might also have 1 or 2 higher-level experts. It's said that the head of the Zhang family has reached the void-shattering realm, while 2 immortal-level factions possess experts at the divine descendants realm. As for the immortal realm, it hasn't been seen on the Kyushu continent for many years. Zhang Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly explained the power structure of the Kyushu continent to Zhang Han, who listened intently, gradually piecing together the grand landscape of this world. Imagine, Jiang Lang gestured with his hands, the Kyushu continent like two towering trees standing side by side. Immortal level factions are the trunks, dominator level are the branches, king level are the thick branches, marquis level are the small branches, and lord level are the leaves. Zhang Han furrowed his brow in thought and suddenly asked, since Sirius Hall and Yuming Pavilion both belong to the Seven Fiends Palace, why doesn't the Seven Fiends Palace stop them from waging war? It seems like these rules are encouraging slaughter, costing thousands of lives. Isn't this damaging the very foundation of the Seven Fiends Palace? Jiang Lang's lips curled into a knowing smile. What is the foundation? Why does the Seven Fiends Palace need so many Purple Mansion Realm and profound Netherrealm warriors? They have plenty in the Mountain and Sea Realm. The true foundation is those top-tier Reincarnation Realm experts. A single Reincarnation Realm expert can easily crush a group of Mountain and Sea Realm warriors. He stood up, walked slowly to Jiang Han, and looked down at him, saying, the Seven Fiends Palace needs geniuses. This war, which they tolerate to a large extent, is about scouting for talent. True geniuses aren't made by piling up resources. They are forged through countless life and death battles. The Seven Fiends Palace isn't short on resources. What they lack are promising talents. Do you understand? Jiang Lang paused, then continued to explain. In fact, hundreds of smaller family factions under Yuming Pavilion often go to war with each other. Whether it's for territory or resources, Yunmeng Pavilion rarely interferes, and sometimes even instigates conflict. The purpose is simply to discover geniuses. Jiang Han listened, his heart pounding, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's too cruel. These rules are too bloody, too inhumane. Thousands of warriors staining the mountains with blood. Corpses strewn everywhere, how can they bear it? Jiang Lang shook his head with a bitter smile. There's no other way. These rules have been passed down on the Kyushu continent for tens of thousands of years. Not only do Sirius Hall and Yuming Pavilion frequently go to war, but even the major factions above them, and sometimes even the Jiang family, are forced to fight against factions of the same level. Resources are limited. Warriors live long lives, and the younger generation keeps emerging. If you want to become stronger and control resources, it all comes down to whose blade is sharper and whose tactics are superior. His eyes grew distant as he sighed. The road to becoming a supreme power is paved with the bones of countless others. There's no other way. 3 days later, the first battle began. The atmosphere in Longyun City was tense, with warriors eager to prove themselves in this crucial confrontation that would determine the fate of Yuming Pavilion. However, the battle roster left many disappointed. The participating warriors were all handpicked by the upper echelon, leaving the family warriors and elite fighters from Yunmeng Pavilion's battle hall without even a chance to sign up. Surprisingly, even the renowned Kill Squad was not included in the lineup. Among the first batch of 200 warriors, 150 were contributed by subordinate families, while Yunmeng Pavilion sent 50 elite fighters. Notably, the roster included 10 formidable warriors at the Xianyu realm, comprising 6 stewards from Yuming Pavilion and 4 top fighters from the families, all at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm. Han Jinmao took this first battle very seriously. He personally saw off the fighters, accompanied by the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd elders. Han Jinmao reiterated his promise that killing enemies would earn merit points, which could be exchanged for precious resources. He also assured that if anyone fell in battle, their families would receive generous compensation, ensuring that the fighters had no worries on the home front. The 200 warriors, proudly bearing the Yunmeng Pavilion emblem, marched out of the city in grand fashion but quickly dispersed once outside the gates. The 10 Xianyu realm warriors each led 19 fighters, moving separately. The battlefield was the nearby 33 Peaks, where the warriors had to fight for 5 days and nights before returning. This dispersal strategy was intended to prevent a swift resolution and reduce the heavy casualties that large-scale battles could bring. Jiang Han, upon learning he wasn't selected for the battle, immediately chose to enter seclusion. His spatial ring was stocked with a large amount of Xian materials and elixirs, making it the perfect time to enhance his strength. Zhou Yi and Qi Bing also went into seclusion for training, while Niu Meng spent his days dozing off, possibly practicing some unique cultivation technique. Jiang Lang, on the other hand, appeared restless, sneaking out every night and returning at dawn, his actions shrouded in mystery. 5 days flew by, and as people emerged from their training, they gathered at the City Gate Plaza, eagerly awaiting the battle results. The scene before them was disheartening. Out of the 200 fighters, fewer than 50 returned alive, with over 20 of them injured, and some missing limbs, carried back by their comrades. Of the 10 Xianyu realm warriors, 4 had died, and 2 were seriously injured. Though they had captured numerous emblems from the enemy, the results compiled by the Internal Affairs Hall cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. The Tianlang Hall had lost about 100 fighters, but only 3 Xianyu realm warriors. Clearly, Yunmeng Pavilion had lost this round. The surviving Xianyu realm warriors explained the defeat. They had faced 3 young wolf lords from Tianlang Hall, who were also at the ninth level of the Xianyu realm but possessed extraordinary divine abilities, far surpassing Yunmeng Pavilion's warriors of the same level. If not for the desperate efforts of two of their Xianyu realm warriors who severely wounded two of the young wolf lords, the entire force might have been wiped out. Upon learning that Tianling Hall had 6 wolf kings, 2 wolf queens, and 7 young wolf lords, Zui couldn't contain herself and immediately went to request a battle alongside Qibing. However, Han Jinmao and the First Elder denied the request, insisting they first reach the ninth level of the Xianyu realm. Over the next half-month, Yunmeng Pavilion and Tianling Hall engaged in 3 more fierce battles. Yunmeng Pavilion's casualties exceeded 500, while Tianling Hall lost only a little over 300. The situation was dire for Yunmeng Pavilion. If this continued, they would surely lose control of the Longyun mine. Losing this vital mine would drastically reduce Yunmeng Pavilion's annual income. The entire Longyun city was shrouded in a pall of gloom, with everyone deeply concerned about the future of Yunmeng Pavilion. Without the Xian Stone, Yunmeng Pavilion's resource shortage has become increasingly severe. Han Jinmao frowned as he looked at the report in his hand, realizing that the inability of his warriors to enhance their combat power would lead to the continuous decline of Yunmeng Pavilion's strength. The scene of Tianming Mansion being replaced by Yunmeng Pavilion years ago flashed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. If this vicious cycle continues, Yunmeng Pavilion will inevitably follow in Tianming Mansion's footsteps and be swallowed by other forces. In Longyun City, a pall of gloom hung over. On the streets, people whispered curses against the Tianling Hall, with some even directing their anger towards the Seven Fiends Mansion for siding with Tianling Hall. However, this rage was ultimately futile. Everyone knew that the Seven Fiends Mansion could easily send a single reincarnation realm warrior to sweep away the entire Yunmeng Pavilion. On the eve of the 5th round of battles, Han Jinmao gritted his teeth and made a significant sacrifice. He took out 200 precious short-term enhancement pills from the storeroom and distributed them to all the warriors who were going to fight. These pills were incredibly valuable, and handing out so many at once showed Han Jinmao's determination. 5 days later, the smoke on the battlefield cleared. Yunmeng Pavilion had 120 survivors, while Tianling Hall lost over 100 people. Yunmeng Pavilion had finally won a round. However, the joy of victory was short-lived as the 6th round of battles loomed ahead. This time, Tianling Hall also used enhancement pills. Worse still, they sent out 2 young wolf lords who had been heavily injured in the first round. The outcome was predictable. Yunmeng Pavilion suffered a massacre, with only about 30 people barely surviving. Today, good news arrived. Qibing had finally emerged from seclusion. She successfully constructed the 9th level of the Xianyu Divine Altar, becoming a 9th-layer Xianyu realm expert. Han Jinmao was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately ordered the Shashan squad to come out of seclusion tomorrow to participate in the 7th round of battles. The Shashan squad had a formidable lineup, 5 Xianyu realm experts and 5 powerful warriors handpicked by Han Jinmao. Among them were 3 clan leaders from subordinate families and 2 family elders. The remaining 190 were battle-hardened Purple Mansion realm elites. This time, Han Jinmao pinned his hopes on Qibing, expecting her to lead the team to turn the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, who was in seclusion, was summoned. He felt a bit regretful, as he might have completed the 5th level of the altar with just another half-month. After a quick wash and meal, Zhang Han found Jiang Lang to inquire about the demon sound beasts. Yes, Jiang Lang confirmed, but they are not within the 33 peaks. They are on the outskirts and there aren't many of them. He then warned, these are top-tier second-rank demonic beasts, capable of emitting terrifying sounds that can cause dizziness. With your current soul strength, you might get knocked out and become their meal. Why are you asking about them? That powerful? Zhang Han frowned, calculating in his mind. If he could kill 10 demon sound beasts, he would gain a new divine ability, significantly increasing his survival chances in the upcoming battle and possibly helping Yunmeng Pavilion turn the tide. But hearing Zhang Lang's warning, he felt it might be more challenging than he thought. If he couldn't even get close to the demon sound beasts, how could he obtain the 6th divine ability? The Grand Elder gave a succinct wave, signaling everyone to move out, his gaze briefly sweeping over Qibing. Apart from the Kill God squad, the other 5 Xianyu realm experts were all at the 8th or 9th tier, and none of them were young. The eldest among them was Gu Yunfeng, the patriarch of the Gu family, who was already 14 years old. By tradition, each of the 10 Xianyu realm experts was supposed to lead 19 people. However, at the city gate, Zui suddenly spoke up, Patriarch Gu, our Kill God squad plans to act together. You can lead these warriors separately. Gu Yunfeng and the other 5 Xianyu experts exchanged puzzled glances. The Kill God squad's decision to not lead their own teams added significant pressure on them. The nearby mountain terrain was complex, and a larger group would be more conspicuous and less maneuverable. Instead of leading just 19 people, they would now have to manage 13, making them a larger target and more likely to be noticed. For them, leading a group of Zifu realm warriors would be a burden and a liability in battle. Seeing their hesitation, Zhua Yi proposed another plan. How about this? The five of you move together, while the Zifu realm warriors act independently. Our two teams will operate separately and first target the Xianyu realm experts of the Tianlang Hall. Once their Xianyu experts are eliminated, the remaining Zifu warriors will be easy to handle. Gu Yunfeng and the others hesitated again. They were all leaders or elders of subordinate families, and among the 190 people they led, most were from their 5 families. If they split up, their subordinates might face the Xianyu experts from Tianlang Hall and likely wouldn't survive. At this moment, Zhang Han suddenly suggested, Patriarch Gu, you could do this. Lead the 190 people slowly or find a place to hide. Our squad will go ahead and see if we can take down some of their Xianyu experts. If we can eliminate a few, we'll have a definite advantage in this battle. Hearing this, Gu Yunfeng and the others nodded in agreement, finding the plan suitable. After a brief discussion, they decided to gather the main force and hide in a nearby cave for 2 days, waiting for Zhang Han and her squad to achieve some results before making a move. With the plan settled, Zhua Yi led Qibing, Niu Ming, Zhang Lang, and Zhang Han away. This decision was a result of collective deliberation. Bringing along a group of Zifu realm warriors would not only be unhelpful, but would also slow them down. The 5 members of the Kill God squad complemented each other and could unleash their full potential together. Niu Ming was the main defender and drew enemy fire. Zhua Yi and Qibing were the primary attackers. Zhang Han specialized in ambushes, and Zhang Lang was best at support. The 5 of them didn't release the White Tiger and instead moved on foot towards the northern mountains. The main camp of Tianlang Hall was located in a mountain range several hundred miles to the north, so their warriors naturally came from that direction. They moved swiftly, crossing more than 10 mountains in just over 2 hours. After a month of intense fighting, no beasts remained in the nearby mountains, making their journey relatively peaceful. Occasionally, they encountered corpses, but without identifying badges, they couldn't determine the identities, so they just covered their mouths and bypassed them. As they entered this region, they could encounter enemies at any time. They slowed their pace, chewing on dry rations to restore their energy for the impending battle. After another half-hour of trekking, crossing several more mountains, Zhang Han suggested, Captain, why don't you? Niu Ming and Sister Bing split up, keeping a distance of 300 feet. Zhang Lang and I will travel underground. This way, we can spot the enemy more easily and keep our strength hidden. If we encounter any enemies, you can signal us for immediate support. Zhua Yi and Qi Bing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Zhua Yi said, you and Niu Ming go underground. Zhang Lang will stay in the middle, and Sister Bing and I will take the sides. She was concerned that Niu Ming, who wasn't very quick-witted, might not react swiftly enough. Zhang Lang, hearing this, shrank back and whined. I have to go alone? I'm scared. How about I go with Sister Bing? You and Niu Ming can team up, and Han Han can play underground by himself. Get lost. Qi Bing snorted coldly and floated to the left. Zhua Yi ignored him and walked straight to the right. Zhang Han grinned and said to Zhang Lang, Alung, don't be scared. If you encounter any enemies, just shout loudly, and I'll come to save you. With that, he dug a hole and took Niu Ming underground. Zhang Lang had no choice but to proceed alone. He slowed his pace, looking around nervously, like a thief about to steal something. Zhang Han, accompanied by Niu Ming, dug their way forward underground, maintaining a depth of about 5 feet to remain aware of any movements above. Suddenly, a vibration came from the left front, followed by a piercing scream from Zhua Yi. Zhang Han quickened his pace, heading towards the source of the sound. At the same time, Zhang Lang and Qi Bing also rushed to the scene. When Zhang Han arrived at the battlefield, the sight was astonishing. Zhua Yi was fighting 20 enemies alone, led by a young man riding a black demon wolf, who was at the 7th level of the Xianyu realm. Wielding a massive hammer, Zhua Yi's momentum was unstoppable. She had already smashed 2 enemies, their ribcages shattered, killing them instantly. Qi Bing appeared like a white shadow, her sword emanating a chilling aura that instantly lowered the surrounding temperature. Seeing this, a look of fear flashed in the eyes of the young man on the wolf. He clapped his hands twice, unleashing 2 powerful gusts of wind that uprooted a large tree and sent Qi Bing and Zhua Yi flying backward. Realizing the unfavorable situation, the young man shouted, "Run!" and urged his demon wolf to flee the battlefield. However, Zhang Han had already been waiting underground. He suddenly burst out of the earth, stabbing the demon wolf in the abdomen. Although the young man narrowly avoided the attack, he lost his mount and had to rely on the wind to flee. Niu Ming emerged from the ground right behind, swinging his axe and cutting down 2 enemies as if they were nothing. Just as the young man was about to escape, a chubby figure suddenly emerged from the bushes. It was Zhang Lang. Holding 28 Earth-level talismans, he grinned and taunted, "Little thief, I've got 28 Earth-level talismans here. Which one do you want to taste?" Desperate, the young man looked around frantically before turning and charging at Zhang Han with his sword. His face twisted with rage. He roared, "You dare chase me with just 1 level of Xianyu? If I die, I'm taking someone with me. Jiang Lang waved his hand, unleashing over 20 Earth-tier talismans, which swirled into a storm of runes, sweeping toward the young man from the Tianlang Hall. This scene left the young man in utter despair. Any one of those talismans could be fatal, not to mention that Qi Bing and Zhua Yi were hot on his heels. In his desperation, the young man decided to take someone down with him. His eyes locked onto Zhang Han, who appeared to be only at the first level of the Xinyu realm. His long sword gleamed red as he charged toward Zhang Han like a caged tiger, unleashing his full power at the 7th level of the Xinyu realm. Zhang Han, get back! Zhua Yi shouted urgently upon seeing this. However, Zhang Han did not retreat. The enemy was too fast. The long sword was already locked onto him, leaving no time to escape. He raised his long knife and charged Hedon, unleashing a flurry of 7-layered blade techniques, the shadows of his knife overlapping and slicing toward the young man from Tianlang Hall. Died. The young man from Tianlang Hall sneered, his long sword slashing down with tremendous force toward Zhang Han's blade. He was confident he could easily knock away Zhang Han's weapon and then split him in two. Just as the long sword was about to strike, Zhang Han's figure flickered slightly, leaving an afterimage in place. The young man's long sword hit nothing but air, while Zhang Han had already appeared behind him, his long knife sweeping toward the young man's waist. The young man reacted quickly, thrusting his long sword backward from under his arm without even turning around. Clang! Zhang Han's knife struck the young man's waist, but the sound of metal clashing revealed that he was protected by a soft armor beneath his clothes. At the same time, the tip of the young man's sword was already aimed at Zhang Han's chest, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. In a split second, Zhang Han activated his shattering blade technique. His left hand transformed into a crimson claw, grabbing the incoming sword with force. Simultaneously, his long knife slashed downward, aiming for the young man's left calf. A series of crisp sounds followed as the young man's long sword shattered into pieces under Zhang Han's technique. The young man turned back in horror, letting out a blood-curdling scream as his left calf was severed by Zhang Han's knife. In a desperate move, the young man mustered all his strength to deliver a palm strike. A gust of wind sent Zhang Han rolling away, while the young man himself collapsed in agony. Die! Zhua Yi arrived just in time, her giant hammer descending from above. The young man could only watch helplessly as the hammer came down, crushing him into a pulp. Zhang Lang floated over and helped Zhang Han up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiaohan Han, that move where you shattered the weapon was awesome. Is it a divine ability? Qi Bing also landed nearby, his eyes filled with curiosity. If it weren't for Zhang Han's shattering blade technique, he might have been killed. Such a powerful ability naturally attracted attention. Yeah, I kind of stumbled upon it. Zhang Han replied vaguely, then asked, aren't you going to chase down those Purple Mansion Realm fighters who escaped? No need. Zhua Yi put away her hammer, nonchalantly saying, bullying the weak isn't my style. The Xinyu Realm experts are dealt with. Those Purple Mansion Realm fighters are easy prey now. Let Gu Yunfeng and the others handle them. None of them were bloodthirsty, and Zhang Han also felt it was unnecessary to pursue them to the end. With his current strength, Purple Mansion Realm fighters posed no threat. Only Niu Ming was still excitedly chasing down the enemies. Worried that Niu Ming might encounter an ambush, Zhua Yi took the young man's emblem from the ground and called for everyone to follow. Unbeknownst to them, 200 feet above, a massive cold iron warship silently hovered. On its deck stood two people. An elderly man with white hair and a white robe, holding a black dragon-head staff, and a stunning young woman in a yellow dress, with a silver sword at her waist. The woman wore a yellow flower crown, radiating beauty. Teleportation? Instant movement? Shattering blade? The young woman in the yellow dress gazed at Zhang Han below, raising her eyebrows in curiosity. Uncle Yang, who is that boy? The old man chuckled and replied, Holy Maiden, that young man is named Zhang Han. He was brought back to Yunming Pavilion by Zhua Yi from a small town below a year ago. He is a member of the Killing God Squad, and it said that he had already comprehended 2 or 3 divine abilities while still in the Purple Mansion realm. The girl in the yellow dress had a flicker in her eyes, making it hard to tell if she was happy or angry. Without asking more, she coldly said, Follow them. Yang Bo waved his hand, releasing a streak of light, and commanded in a low voice, Understood. The warship slowly started, silently flying through the air. Strangely, Zhang Han, Zhua Yi, and the others below were completely unaware of its presence, as if the ship were truly invisible. Zhang Han and his group sprinted rapidly and soon caught up with Niu Ming. Just as they were about to ask Niu Ming to stop and rest, 3 figures suddenly shot toward them from a distance. 2 of them had different colored tattoos on their faces, emanating an aura as solid as a mountain and a presence as overwhelming as a rainbow. The third person, though tattoo-free, was clearly also a formidable expert at the 9th level of the Xinyu realm. Zhua Yi's face changed slightly as she whispered to Qi Bing, Shadow Wolf, White Wolf. She recognized two of them as the young wolf lords of the Celestial Wolf Hall, both possessing immense combat power and powerful abilities. Zhuai and Qi Bing exchanged a glance, hesitating. If it were just two at the ninth level of the Xinyu realm, they would have undoubtedly chosen to fight. But with three opponents, the situation became tricky. While they could each handle one, could Zhang Han, Zhang Lang, and Niu Meng stand up to the third Xinyu realm expert? Before Zhuai and Qi Bing could make a decision, Niu Meng had already charged forward with a roar. His skin glowed with an earthen yellow light, mysterious patterns appeared, and he seemed to be covered in a layer of yellowish scales. Zhuai and Qi Bing sighed helplessly. Qi Bing turned to Zhang Han and Zhang Lang, saying, "You two and Niu Meng attack the one on the left. You take on White Wolf. I'll handle Shadow Wolf. Be careful, and if you can't hold them off, Zhang Han, you and the others escape underground immediately. Don't worry about us." Got it. Zhang Han gripped his battle blade tightly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. He thought to himself, I've killed experts at the 6th level of the Xinyu realm before. That 7th level guy earlier wasn't much. How strong can a 9th level expert be? He couldn't wait to find out. Zhang Han charged forward with his blade, while Zhang Lang shrank back, hiding behind a rock. He peeked out, looking at the three 9th level Xinyu experts charging wildly toward them, and muttered with a bitter expression, "Oh my goodness, three 9th level Xinyu experts, and two of them are the famous young wolf lords. Do they think they're just three Han Linfengs? Ugh. Stuck with such reckless teammates, I must have the worst luck ever." Ha ha ha. The three mighty figures swept in like a gust of wind. Shadow Wolf, tall and sinister looking, spotted Qi Bing from afar and shouted, "Qi Bing, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You've finally come out. I will capture you alive and take you back as my wolf bride." Qi Bing said nothing, her movements as graceful as an ice butterfly as she floated towards him. Her long sword gleamed with a chilling light, thrusting straight at Shadow Wolf. Meanwhile, Zhuai swung her giant hammer, smashing it down towards White Wolf. She turned her head and scolded Shadow Wolf, "Shadow Wolf, do you even look at yourself? You're as ugly as a toad. How dare you talk big?" Shadow Wolf and Qi Bing exchanged several blows, their figures intertwining before separating. He laughed loudly, "Zhuai, even this toad wouldn't look at your flat figure." Zhuai erupted in fury, her hammer swinging relentlessly, forcing White Wolf to retreat. She darted away and shouted to Qi Bing, "Sister Bing, you take care of White Wolf. I'll smash this Shadow Wolf into a dead wolf." Got it. Qi Bing responded briefly, passing by Zhuai to charge at White Wolf. Facing the rampaging Zhuai, Shadow Wolf chuckled again, focusing on the battle without saying more. On the other side, Niu Meng charged forward with his axe, only to be repeatedly knocked back by an expert at the 9th level of the Xinyu realm. The man, around 40 years old, had small dreadlocks and wielded a long sword. Niu Meng was no match for him, getting slashed several times and kicked away thrice in just a few moves. Despite this, Niu Meng's defense was astonishing. Though he was cut 3 times on the chest, waist, and thigh, they only left shallow wounds that healed quickly. After unleashing his divine power, he seemed to transform into a berserker, disregarding the dreadlocked man's attacks and fighting with a reckless abandon. Zhang Han arrived to support, not attacking rashly but providing assistance from the side, occasionally helping to relieve Niu Meng's pressure. The dreadlocked man was exceptionally powerful and quick to react, his long sword seemingly random but hiding several profound techniques. Zhang Han's attempts at sneak attacks were easily deflected, the sword moving like a meteor to parry his strikes. The dreadlocked man hadn't yet used his divine power, while Zhang Han had only activated his berserk strength to amplify his power. His shattering blade technique was a trump card that couldn't be used lightly, needing to destroy the dreadlocked man's sword in one strike or risk being killed. Bang! Niu Meng was knocked back again, now bearing 7 or 8 more wounds, covered in blood. Though he looked miserable, his vital organs were unharmed. However, his speed had noticeably slowed, clearly from excessive blood loss. After knocking Niu Meng away, the dreadlocked man's sword traced an arc, aiming directly at Zhang Han's neck. The strike was unpredictable, making Zhang Han feel as if the blade could change direction at any moment to disembowel him. He quickly retreated, but the dreadlocked man was faster. With no way to dodge, Zhang Han had to use his shifting shadows technique. He flashed behind the dreadlocked man, ready to strike. Heh! The dreadlocked man sneered, his sword sweeping through Zhang Han's afterimage before swiftly retracting with a whistling sound. Simultaneously, the surrounding winds were drawn in, forming 3 wind dragons that attacked Zhang Han. Divine power! Zhang Han's eyes narrowed, realizing the dreadlocked man had finally unleashed his divine ability. The power was immense, clearly aiming to kill in one blow. The wind dragons coiled around Zhang Han, trapping him like quicksand. The dreadlocked man's sword descended like thunder, targeting Zhang Han's neck. If it hit, Zhang Han's head would surely be severed. At the critical moment, a yellow streak of light suddenly appeared behind the dreadlocked man. Zhang Lang's figure materialized a yard away, having used an advanced invisibility talisman. He held a divine talisman that burned, sending out a yellow light that struck the dreadlocked man. The man was enveloped in yellow light, immobilized as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Zhang Han seized the opportunity, his profound energy surging as he broke free from the wind dragons. His long sword, leaving after images, slashed towards the dreadlocked man. Oomph! Just as the sword was about to strike the man's head, he snorted coldly. His body suddenly bathed in a bloody light, blood trickling from his mouth. His aura surged, breaking free from the pressure, and he grabbed Zhang Han's sword with his left hand while slashing at Zhang Han's chest with his right. Retreat! Zhang Han didn't hesitate, abandoning his sword and using shifting shadows to retreat rapidly. Despite his swift retreat, Zhang Han's chest was still struck. Though he wore a soft armor beneath his clothes, he felt a sharp pain, as if his ribs were fractured. He has two kinds of supernatural powers. His combat strength is incredibly powerful. Zhang Han's face suddenly changed, a look of seriousness emerging. He realized he had underestimated the strength of a 9th-level warrior from the Xinyu realm, and even more so, the terrifying prowess of the elite of the Tianlang Palace. Reflecting on the narrow escape just now, he knew that without Zhang Lang's timely assistance, he might have already lost his life. Suddenly, the man with dreadlocks flicked his wrist, and Zhang Han's long knife instantly transformed into an arrow, shooting straight at Zhang Lang. Simultaneously, he moved like a leopard, swiftly and ferociously pouncing towards Zhang Lang. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't chase me with that blade." Zhang Lang shouted in panic and started running. Thinking quickly, he pulled out a magical talisman and slapped it on himself, enveloping him in a green light. Instantly, Zhang Lang's speed surged, darting around the field like a gust of wind, making it difficult for the man with dreadlocks to catch up. At this moment, Niu Ming, having regained some strength after a brief rest, rejoined the battle with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Zhang Han quickly swallowed a healing pill and plunged back into the fight. The three of them tangled with the man with dreadlocks, locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing were also engaged in a fierce battle with the two young wolf lords. Despite Zhuo Yi's burning anger, she was being relentlessly suppressed by Shadow Wolf. Shadow Wolf's supernatural abilities made his movements elusive like a ghost, making it hard for Zhuo Yi to land a hit. Qi Bing was faring slightly better, gaining the upper hand against White Wolf, but unable to deliver a fatal blow. White Wolf's spatial shock abilities were extremely troublesome, with his ability to attack from a distance almost catching Qi Bing off guard multiple times. After a prolonged struggle, Qi Bing and Zhuo Yi exchanged a glance. Zhuo Yi made a decisive call, shouting, "Niu Ming, Zhang Han, Zhang Lang, retreat." She knew prolonged fighting was futile. If the reinforcements from Tianlang Palace arrived, the five of them would be doomed. Zhang Han understood immediately and used his earth-penetrating technique to dig a hole in the ground, diving in first. Zhang Lang, seeing this, followed without hesitation. Though not the brightest, Niu Ming realized he was running out of strength. After being knocked back by the man with dreadlocks, he grabbed his battle axe and followed them underground. The man with dreadlocks did not pursue them underground. Instead, he twirled his long knife and thrust it towards Zhuo Yi. At the critical moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and a hand shot out like lightning, pulling Zhuo Yi into the earth. Qi Bing, seeing this, brandished his sword, sending out a chilling wave of cold air to force White Wolf back. His figure then turned into a wisp of smoke as he swiftly followed into the hole. Zhang Han and his four companions moved silently through the underground passage, a heavy silence hanging over them. Their once confident expedition had turned into a desperate retreat. Facing three formidable warriors from the Tianlang Hall, they stood no chance, which made them increasingly worried about the future of Yiming Pavilion. If they lost this battle and the Longyan mine fell into the hands of Tianlang Hall, Yiming Pavilion's situation would become even more precarious, possibly leading to total destruction. After what felt like the time it takes for a few incense sticks to burn, they confirmed that the Tianlang Hall warriors were not pursuing them, allowing them to relax slightly. Zhuo Yi sighed. With the combined power of Tianlang Hall's Xianyu realm experts, we stand no chance. She looked up and murmured, "If only we could sense what's happening above ground from down here, we might have a chance to launch a surprise attack." Zhang Han, hearing this, had an idea and stopped digging. He looked upward, recalling his spirit-seeking technique. Although it was originally meant for locating spiritual objects, it might serve an unexpected purpose now. "Let's try it," he decided. Zhang Han placed a faint glow on the ceiling of the tunnel and closed his eyes to concentrate. In his mind, thousands of tiny, tadpole-like lights appeared, spreading out in all directions. He focused on the lights extending upward and was thrilled to find that they passed through the surface and continued to disperse into the air. Suddenly, a few of the lights attached themselves to a small Animala mole. Jiang Han could even see its appearance clearly. Zhou Yi, puzzled by Jiang Han's actions, asked Jiang Lang, who was equally clueless. The next moment, Jiang Han began using his tunneling technique to dig upwards. He burst through the surface and quickly scanned the surroundings, finding the mole that was scurrying away. It's working. Jiang Han was ecstatic. He quickly pieced together his thoughts. Moles, being low-level demonic beasts, had a faint demonic energy that his spirit-seeking technique could detect. The others followed him out of the ground, cautiously surveying the area. Zui Yi asked, "What's going on, Jiang Han?" Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Han turned to Qi Bing and said, "Bing Jia, could you go underground? I want to see if I can detect your presence." Qi Bing nodded in agreement and quickly burrowed into the earth. Jiang Han used his spirit-seeking technique again, closing his eyes to focus, and soon pinpointed Qi Bing's location. After confirming it was feasible, Jiang Han asked the others to wait on the surface while he went back underground. About 10 feet below, he used his technique again and easily sensed Jiang Lang, Zui Yi, and the others above. "Bingjia, did you feel anything unusual just now?" Jiang Han asked Qi Bing, who had resurfaced. She shook her head, indicating she felt nothing out of the ordinary. The others also went underground, with Zui Yi looking puzzled. Jiang Han explained, "I can sense what's happening on the surface, clearly detecting how many people are there, and the enemy won't notice." Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this, realizing the immense potential of this ability. They could move underground, always aware of the enemy's positions, while remaining undetected. This meant they could easily launch surprise attacks and retreat underground before anyone could pursue them. After a detailed discussion, they devised a meticulous tactical plan to fully leverage Jiang Han's unique ability. By the afternoon, Tianlang Hall, wary of the Killing God Squad's assembly, had to gather their Xianyu realm experts to prevent being picked off one by one. The team leader, Ying Lang, called all the warriors together and decided to split into two large groups. On one side, there were 4 Xianyu realm warriors, and on the other, 5, each leading nearly 100 men searching the mountains. However, after wandering the rugged mountain paths for most of the day, neither team found any trace of the Yunmeng Pavilion warriors. As night fell, the two groups had no choice but to set up camp separately, preparing to resume their search the next day. Ying Lang, leading 3 Xianyu realm warriors, stationed themselves at the 4 corners of the camp, vigilantly guarding against a possible night attack from Yunmeng Pavilion. The night passed in silence. As dawn began to break, Ying Lang and his men relaxed slightly, leaning against rough tree trunks for a brief rest. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the morning tranquility. The ground at the northeast corner of the camp burst open, and a gleaming long blade emerged, instantly slicing a Zifu realm warrior in half. Like a ghost, Jiang Han surged from the ground, his blade swinging like the scythe of death, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more Zifu realm warriors lay in pools of blood. The surrounding Zifu realm warriors were instantly thrown into a panic, retreating while shouting for help. A Xianyu realm warrior, who was only a short distance from Jiang Han, immediately charged forward. Seeing this, Jiang Han turned and fled, speeding off into the distance. Sensing that Jiang Han's aura was weak, only at the first or second level of the Xianyu realm, the warrior eagerly pursued him. Ying Lang and his men were jolted awake and were about to give chase when Qi Bing, Zui Yi, and Jiang Lang suddenly appeared from 3 different directions, launching ferocious attacks on the Zifu realm warriors of the Tianlang Hall. Screams of agony echoed through the camp, forcing Ying Lang and his men to change direction and rush to aid their comrades. If they didn't arrive in time, their Zifu realm warriors would likely be decimated. However, Qi Bing, Zui Yi, and Jiang Lang employed the same tactic as Jiang Han. As soon as the Xianyu realm warriors of Tianlang Hall approached, they turned and fled in 3 different directions. Furious, Ying Lang and his men had no choice but to split up and pursue them. After fleeing several thousand feet, Qi Bing and Zui Yi dove into pre-dug tunnels, disappearing underground. Ying Lang and his men reached the tunnel entrances but dared not enter, fearing ambushes inside. They could only return, seething with anger and frustration. It turned out that Jiang Han had already dug an extensive network of tunnels beneath the camp. Qi Bing and Zui Yi swiftly navigated these tunnels, racing towards Jiang Lang's direction as planned. Jiang Lang did not enter the tunnels but used a divine speed talisman to lead the dreadlock-haired man encountered earlier in circles around the mountains. The man's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he gave relentless chase. Although the divine speed talisman was a powerful Earthgrade talisman, its effect only lasted for half an incense stick's time. The man didn't believe Jiang Lang could have an endless supply of such valuable talismans, as even the elders of Yunmeng Pavilion wouldn't squander them so freely. Suddenly, the dreadlocked man sensed something amiss. The ground behind him exploded, and Jiang Han and Zui Yi emerged from below. From another direction, Qi Bing and Yao Ming simultaneously leaped out of a tunnel entrance. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, the dreadlocked man let out a long howl, calling for Ying Lang and the others to help. He quickly scanned his surroundings and darted towards Jiang Lang, who seemed the weakest link. He knew that Ying Lang and the others couldn't arrive in time, and breaking through Jiang Lang was his only chance of survival. However, Jiang Lang stopped, suddenly holding a large handful of talismans. He grinned mischievously, his eyes gleaming. Heh, did you think I was an easy target? My combat skills may be weak, but I am rich. Flashing talismans, fire cloud talismans, swamp talismans, meteor talismans. A barrage of mystical symbols rained down like a storm, leaving the dreadlocked man utterly stunned. He had initially thought Jiang Lang's group was the weakest and could be easily broken through. Little did he know that this chubby kid would unleash an endless onslaught of talismans, making it impossible to dodge. The power of the talismans stacked up, making it hard to avoid subsequent attacks once hit. The dreadlocked man was first struck by a flashing talisman, blinding him instantly. Next, a fire cloud talisman came roaring in, surrounding him with floating flames and cutting off any escape routes. Before he could react, the ground beneath him turned into a swamp, and he found himself sinking. Desperately trying to leap to safety, a gigantic meteor crashed down from above. The dreadlocked man was on the verge of tears. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a spectacle and the first time he had seen someone throw talismans around as if they were worthless. He couldn't help but wonder if this chubby kid was an illegitimate child of Ling Yunming. Otherwise, how could he have so many talismans at his disposal? Just then, Zhua Yi and Qi Bing charged in like a storm, and the battle was all but decided. Despite being a renowned expert at the 9th level of the Xinyu realm, the dreadlocked man was effortlessly slain. He died with wide-open eyes, filled with resentment. Zhua Yi quickly collected the dreadlocked man's spatial ring and identity badge, then joyfully led her team to retreat. They had just burrowed underground when Ying Lang arrived at the scene with 2 other Xinyu realm experts. Seeing the dreadlocked man's gruesome death, the 3 exchanged glances, their hearts filled with dread. It was known that Shanghai realm experts were barred from participating in this war, making the 9th level of the Xianyu realm the highest combat strength. The dreadlocked man's power was second only to Ying Lang, ranking him among the top 10 fighters from Yiming Pavilion and Tianling Hall. Yet, he was killed in such a short time, implying that any one of them could meet the same fate. Ying Lang pondered for a moment before ordering, "Retreat. We need to regroup with Bai Lang immediately. We must unite our forces. Otherwise, we'll be picked off one by one." Fear gripped Ying Lang's heart, knowing that the remaining 2 experts with him were only at the 8th level and lacked significant abilities. He worried that Zhang Han and her team would forcefully surround and kill them. Even if he could escape, the other 2 likely wouldn't survive. The 3 of them quickly returned, leading over 100 men on a swift march toward the mountain where Bai Lang and his team were stationed. As dawn began to break, the group, filled with anxiety, quickened their pace. However, they hadn't gone far when the ground suddenly exploded, and Zhang Han's team of 5 emerged like specters, cutting down 6 or 7 men in an instant. Run! The nearby Purple Mansion realm warriors were terrified and scattered. They knew all too well that against Xianyu realm experts like Qi Bing, sheer numbers were useless and staying meant certain death. "Qi Bing's we, fight me!" Ying Lang roared, brandishing his long sword. This time, Qi Bing and her team didn't burrow underground. Qi Bing faced Ying Lang Heiden, while Zhua Yi, wielding a giant hammer, charged at an elderly Xianyu 8th level expert. Zhang Han and Jiang Lang sprinted towards a scar-faced short man. At this point, Ying Lang's team was down to just 3, with 2 being at the 8th level. In truth, they could have fought Ying Lang's team Heiden earlier instead of running. They chose to strike now because the area was filled with Tianling Hall warriors, allowing the Kill God squad to attack without restraint. Ying Lang's team, on the other hand, would be cautious, unable to fight at full strength. After exchanging a few blows with the scar-faced short man, Zhang Han signaled Jiang Lang with a glance. Jiang Lang understood immediately and slipped away to support Zhua Yi. Jiang Han had already gauged the opponent's strength and, with Niu Ming's help, could easily hold him off for a while. With Jiang Lang's assistance, Zhua Yi could quickly kill the other Xianyu 8th level expert, effectively ending the battle. "Old man, take this fire cloud talisman. Watch out above. I'm dropping a meteor talisman." "Oops. Wrong one. This is a swamp talisman." "Old man, this is the death black powder talisman. Inhaling it means certain death." "Huh. Why is the powder pink? Did I mix it up?" "This is the blazing fire talisman." "Ping Ping, be careful." Jiang Lang sneaked over, continuously throwing various talismans at the elderly man fighting Zhua Yi, all the while spouting nonsense that almost drove the old man mad. Zhua Yi was already stronger and had soul attacking abilities, top-tier weapons, armor, and techniques. With Jiang Lang's support, the old man quickly succumbed and was beaten to death by Zhua Yi. 5 against 2. The outcome was practically decided. Seeing the old man killed, Ying Lang let out a sorrowful roar, "Scatter and flee. Don't get caught up in the fight." He then launched a fierce attack on Qi Bing, forcing her back with a flurry of mystical powers before quickly swallowing a pill. His speed surged, and he shot off like a streak of light. The scar-faced man facing Jiang Han and Yao Ming also attempted to flee, but Jiang Lang immediately closed in, bombarding him with talismans, making escape impossible. "Don't throw it away, bro. It's all money." Jiang Han shouted urgently to Jiang Lang as he saw Zhua Yi and Qi Bing approaching. Jiang Lang, the spendthrift, really didn't treat money like money. Although he had given Jiang Han billions of Xian stones, such reckless spending was unsustainable. Suddenly realizing the situation, Jiang Lang said with a pained expression, "Oh man, I got used to throwing it, couldn't control myself." Pointing at the scar-faced man, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. "No way, after we kill him, his spatial ring is mine. I've lost too much in this battle, at least tens of millions of Xian stones. You're pushing it too far. Damn you." The scar-faced man was furious. He was still alive, yet Jiang Lang and Jiang Han were already dividing his possessions. This completely enraged him, and he launched a frenzied attack on Yao Ming. Yao Ming's seemingly impenetrable defense was finally breached, revealing a deep bloodstain that reached the bone. However, his arrogance didn't last long. Qi Bing and Zhua Yi arrived just in time, and with their combined assault, the scar-faced man found himself overwhelmed. Soon, the scar-faced man exposed a fatal flaw and was pierced through the heart by Qi Bing's sword. Qi Bing withdrew her sword with a stoic expression. Her mental fortitude had clearly improved. Perhaps it was due to the brutal actions of the Tianlang Hall massacring many members of Yiming Pavilion and attempting to seize the Longyun mine that had forced Qi Bing to grow rapidly. "Wrap it up, let's move out." The group quickly gathered their spoils and chose to retreat rather than pursue the remaining Purple Mansion stage cultivators. They had successfully killed 4 Xianyu stage experts, leaving Tianlang Hall with only 6 members. This round of combat had undoubtedly gone in their favor. The 5 of them continued their journey in the dim morning light, unaware that a warship was quietly following them from above. On the deck stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman wearing a yellow floral wreath, gazing down at them. Behind her was Yang Bo, leaning on a dragon head staff. The beautiful woman in the yellow dress frowned slightly and murmured to herself, "How can they detect the surface from underground so easily without alerting the shadow wolves? Could it be some kind of tracking or detection ability? Is it him? You've already taken down 4 Xianyu realm experts?" In a massive cave about 30 miles south of Longyun City, Gu Yunfeng and his companions were visibly shocked after hearing Zhua Yi's report. In just one day and night, the Killing God Squad had wiped out 4 high-level Xianyu realm experts from the Celestial Wolf Hall without losing a single member. Among those defeated was even a Xianyu 9th level expert, a feat that left everyone astounded. Zhua Yi didn't elaborate further. She simply took out 4 red badges. These were distinctly different from the Zifu realm badges, each representing a fallen Xianyu realm expert. "Mobilize everyone," Gu Yunfeng decisively ordered. With only 6 Xianyu realm experts remaining on the enemy's side, their 200-strong army should easily secure a decisive victory. If they couldn't achieve that, they would truly be failures. The army set off in a grand procession, with a dozen agile warriors sent out as scouts. After half a day of forced marching, they finally located the main force of the Celestial Wolf Hall. The enemy had gathered in one place, clearly worried about being picked off one by Jiang Han and his team. However, this gathering was now meaningless. The 10 Xianyu realm experts from Yiming Pavilion were brimming with confidence, while the Celestial Wolf Hall's camp was in disarray, with even the Zifu realm warriors filled with panic. Some were even fleeing before the battle began. "Attack!" Ying Lang and Bai Lang exchanged glances, understanding that this battle was inevitable. According to the rules, the fight would last 5 days and nights. They could neither retreat nor dare to flee within the 33 peaks. The battle was imminent. Although Gu Yunfeng and his 4 companions had average abilities, as high-level Xianyu realm experts, their combat power was formidable. With the support of Jiang Han, Qi Bing, Zhua Yi, and others, the Timber Sussex scenario was a breeze. Yunming Pavilion's side was full of morale and fighting spirit, while the Celestial Wolf Hall could barely muster 60 to 70% of their strength. The outcome was already clear. In just half an hour, the Celestial Wolf Hall was in disarray. At least 60 to 70 Zifu realm warriors were killed, and the remaining 100 or so scattered and fled. Bai Lang and Ying Lang managed to escape with life-saving talismans. 3 Xianyu realm experts were killed on the spot, and another Wind Element Xianyu 8th level expert fled swiftly using his abilities. With the battle won, the pursuit began. Gu Yunfeng and Zhua Yi decided to keep the team intact to prevent any ambushes from Bai Lang and Ying Lang. In the following days, the remaining enemy forces attempted several counterattacks, all of which were repelled by Yiming Pavilion. Ying Lang was nearly captured alive at one point. Eventually, only about 30 Zifu realm warriors from the Celestial Wolf Hall remained, hiding in some corner of the vast battlefield. After 5 days, the army triumphantly returned to Longyun City. Yunmeng Pavilion had only lost about 30 Zifu realm warriors while killing over 160 enemies, marking an unprecedented victory. Han Jinmao and other high-ranking officials personally welcomed them back, announcing that all merits would be tripled, filling the participating soldiers with joy and pride. Zhang Han, back at the courtyard, Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing approached him. Both Bing and I are giving you our merits this time, Zhuo Yi said directly. You can exchange them for more Xian materials. Zhang Han was momentarily stunned and quickly declined. Thank you, Captain and Sister Bing, but there's no need. I already earned quite a bit of merit this time. No. Zhuo Yi insisted firmly. Without you, we wouldn't have won so easily. Your contribution was the greatest. I can even say without you, our chances of turning the tide would have been slim. So, don't mention just this bit of merit. Even 10 times the reward wouldn't be too much. She continued. If we can win this battle and secure the Longyan mines, I will definitely report this to my mother and ensure you receive a substantial reward. Indeed, without Zhang Han's ability to detect the enemy underground, they couldn't have so easily ambushed the Xianyu realm experts of the Celestial Wolf Hall, leading to such an overwhelming victory. Zhang Han's spirit-seeking technique not only helped him in stone gambling but also in tracking enemies, a truly extraordinary ability. Having the upper hand in strategy is a terrifying advantage. With this skill, Yunmeng Pavilion could easily devise tactics to defeat enemy experts one by one. Winning one battle meant winning countless battles, ultimately securing victory in this war and preserving the Longyan mines. The overall strength of the Sirius Hall is indeed superior to that of the Yunmeng Pavilion. In the previous rounds of battle, Yunmeng Pavilion suffered heavy losses. Zhuo Yi's remark that Zhang Han is the hope for Yunmeng Pavilion's comeback is not an exaggeration. Although Zhang Han is not lacking in talent, he couldn't argue against Zhuo Yi's resolute attitude. He quietly accepted the accolades and returned to rest. The next day, a new round of battles began. Having just gone through a grueling fight, Zhang Han and his team naturally wouldn't participate back-to-back and stayed in Longyun City to recuperate. Over the next 5 days, except for necessary meals and sleep, Zhang Han spent all his time in seclusion, striving to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. The intense battle with the dreadlocked man from Sirius Hall made Zhang Han realize that despite his powerful abilities, the significant gap in realms made it extremely difficult to defeat his opponent. He knew that if the Killing God squad continued to make significant achievements in the upcoming battles, they would inevitably attract the focused attention of Sirius Hall, exponentially increasing the danger they faced. If he could establish another divine altar, his chances of survival would improve. 5 days later, the 200 fighters who had gone out returned, and the result was another devastating defeat. Out of the 10 Xianyu realm cultivators, 6 perished, while Sirius Hall lost only 2 Xianyu cultivators. The Zifu realm suffered even more severe losses, with fewer than 40 out of over 20 remaining, whereas Sirius Hall lost just over 40. It turned out that Sirius Hall had learned Zhang Han and his team's tactics. 10 Xianyu realm cultivators concentrated their attacks, launching a fierce offensive. On the first day, they killed 2 Xianyu cultivators from Yunmeng Pavilion, repeated the feat on the second day, and the situation became overwhelmingly one-sided. With the situation critical, the third elder, Yu, personally sought out the Killing God squad, hoping they would go into battle again. Otherwise, Longyun Mine would be lost. Yu distributed 2 divine talismans and 1 pill to each person, solemnly saying, "These are defensive talismans and wind talismans, both earth grade, along with an explosive spirit pill. Besides you, the other 5 Xianyu realm cultivators are Yun Fei, Jingjing, Gu Yunfeng, Chen Jianghong, and Hu Lu Dao. Yun Fei just broke through to the 9th level of the Xianyu realm 2 days ago. Jingjing's wood-based abilities can heal, and Gu Yunfeng and the others have previously teamed up with you. This time, they will follow your lead. I have only 2 demands: come back alive and return victorious." Zhuo Yi stood tall, her face full of confidence, and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa Shtong. We won't return unless we kill at least 2 of their lesser wolf lords." The Heavenly Wolf Hall boasts 7 young wolf lords, while the younger generation of Yunmeng Pavilion includes 5 prodigies: Qi Bing, Zhuo Yi, Yun Fei, Shtong Jingjing, and Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong was expelled from Yunmeng Pavilion for betraying the sect by opening the city gates to the enemy in a bid to save his own life. Yun Fei, on the other hand, had been in seclusion, trying to break through to the 9th level of the Xianyu realm, and only emerged a couple of days ago. He has been assigned to team up with the Killing God squad. The high-ranking members of Yunmeng Pavilion have high hopes for the Killing God squad. They not only sent Xiong Jingjing, who possesses wood-based divine abilities, and Gu Yunfeng, who has reached the 9th level of the Xianyu realm, to accompany the team, but also bestowed upon them 2 precious earth-rank talismans and an invaluable elixir. Leading the group to the square, Zhuo Yi found Yun Fei, Xiong Jingjing, and Gu Yunfeng already waiting. Gu Yunfeng and the others greeted them with clasped hands from a distance. Xiong Jingjing smiled faintly, but Yun Fei's expression remained cold and aloof, his head slightly raised in arrogance. As the grandson of the second elder, Yunfei had always been at odds with Zhou Yi and Qi Bing. Although he is a genius within the pavilion with formidable combat prowess, being assigned to cooperate with Zhou Yi and the others after breaking through to the 9th level of the Xian Yu realm left him somewhat disgruntled. Zhou Yi said little, merely nodding slightly, and led the team out of the city under the watchful eyes of the three elders. After traveling several miles from Dragonfall City, the group stopped at a small mountain. Gu Yunfeng inquired if they should follow the usual protocol, but Zhou Yi shook her head, deciding that all 10 members of the Xian Yu realm should act together, while the Zifu realm members would wait in a cave for the outcome of the battle. Yunfei was surprised by this arrangement. Zhou Yi explained that the Heavenly Wolf Hall might have 10 Xian Yu realm members acting together, so they could not afford to be divided. Seeing Yunfei's inclination to leave, Xiong Jingjing quickly intervened, reminding him of the dangers of acting alone. Although Yunfei's expression darkened, he did not mention leaving again. After arranging for the Zifu realm members to hide, Zhou Yi led the group forward at high speed. 2 hours later, having crossed over a dozen mountain peaks, the group stopped to rest. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi asked Zhang Han for advice on their next move. Zhang Han suggested that everyone hide and rest there, while he and Jiang Lang scouted the enemy's position nearby. Half an hour later, Zhang Han and Jiang Lang emerged from the ground with news that 10 enemies were nearby. Yunfei urgently inquired about the enemy's details, but Zhang Han only gave him a faint glance without answering. Yunfei's face turned as dark as ink when Zhang Han ignored him. He barked coldly, "Didn't you hear me talking to you? Are you deaf?" Zhou Yi and Qi Bing's eyes instantly turned icy, their sharp gazes fixed on Yunfei. Niu Ming also widened his eyes, his expression vigilant. Zhou Yi spoke in a cold voice, "Yunfei, didn't the elder tell you before we came that you are to follow our orders? If you don't want to join us, you can act alone. If you stay with us, shut up and follow the commands." Qi Bing rarely spoke, but her voice carried a chilling tone. "Yunfei, show some respect to Zhang Han, or don't blame me for being rude." Frost began to emanate from her body, clearly indicating she wasn't joking. Jiang Lang smirked, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Young Master Yuan has quite a temper. If that's the case, why bother compromising? Go play by yourself." Yunfei's face darkened even more, and just as he was about to erupt, he noticed the increasing frost around Qi Bing. Realizing she was serious, he reluctantly clamped his mouth shut, his face still grim. Xiong Jingjing, standing nearby, said nothing but blinked her large eyes at Zhang Han. This elegant girl with twin ponytails and a green dress had an impressive figure and striking looks. She suddenly realized she might have underestimated this young man, Zhang Han, who was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Xian Yu realm, yet held a significant position in the Killing God Squad. Zhang Han paid no attention to Yunfei and Xiong Jingjing's reactions. He simply said in a deep voice, "The enemy will be here soon. Get underground and prepare for battle." Underground? Yunfei, Xiong Jingjing, and Gu Yunfeng looked puzzled. With the enemy approaching, what good would hiding underground do? What if something unexpected happened? However, Zhang Han had already started descending underground. Jiang Lang and Niu Ming followed without a word, with Qi Bing close behind. Seeing the others hesitate, Zhou Yi said coldly, "What are you all standing around for? Get down. This battle follows Zhang Han's orders. I hope everyone understands that hesitating could cost you your life. Don't say I didn't warn you." Xiong Jingjing's mouth opened slightly, her eyes showing surprise once again. She had initially thought she underestimated Zhang Han's position in the Killing God Squad, but now it seemed she had underestimated him greatly. This seemingly ordinary young man was actually the core of the squad? Deep underground, Zhang Han moved swiftly like a nimble mole, digging a winding and intricate tunnel. He didn't proceed in a straight line but instead kept circling around, making his followers dizzy and disoriented in the maze of tunnels. Although Zhang Han was somewhat known in Yiming Pavilion, Yunfei and Xiong Jingjing didn't pay him much heed. After all, in their eyes, someone who was merely at the Zifu realm when he first joined Yunming Pavilion wasn't worth paying attention to. Zhang Han's tunneling skills didn't impress them either. It seemed useful only for digging holes and would be of little help against strong enemies. However, as time passed, Zhang Han led the group through countless loops, carving out 7 or 8 interconnected tunnels underground. Finally, Yunfei couldn't hold back and asked, "What exactly are you doing? Are we supposed to be digging moles?" Zhang Han didn't answer immediately. Instead, he dug out a large cavern nearby before saying, "Wait here. I'll give you instructions soon." With that, he left on his own. Just as Yunfei was about to say something, Zhou Yi glanced at her and coldly said, "Prepare for battle. I expect everyone to give their all in this fight. We must at least kill 3 Xian Yu realm members of the Tianlang Hall. If anyone causes us to lose or suffer heavy casualties, I will report them to the 3rd elder for severe punishment." Half an incense stick later, Zhang Han returned. He immediately shouted, "They're here. Bingjie, Niu Ming, take this tunnel, lure the enemy, and regardless of success, head north for 3 miles to find the black pear tree and re-enter the tunnel to return here." "Got it." Qi Bing quickly left with Niu Ming. Zhang Han then turned to Zhua Yi and said, Captain, you and Lang Gu take this tunnel. If you encounter danger, head south and find the black pear tree to enter the underground. If it's safe, keep heading south. Fatty, let's go. Zhua Yi shouted, leading Jiang Lang away. The Killing God squad had developed a strong rapport through previous battles and countless drills. Zhang Han used his spirit-seeking technique to scout for enemies and control the situation, while the others followed his instructions. Zhang Han didn't send Yun Fei and Xiong Jingjing to lure the enemy. They weren't part of the Killing God squad and didn't trust him, so he worried they might mess things up. You two stay here and be ready to move out, Zhang Han instructed before diving into the tunnels to scout for enemies. His strategy was simple: split the 10 members of Tianlang Hall and defeat them one by one. As long as the 10 members were separated, even for just a few moments, focusing all their forces here would yield results. On the surface, the 10 members of Tianlang Hall were cautiously advancing through the mountains. Among them were 2 lesser wolf lords with tattoos on their foreheads, though not the same white wolf and shadow wolf from before. The remaining 8 were also strong, with the weakest being at the 7th level of the Xianyu realm. This was the central battlefield area, making the warriors of Tianlang Hall extra vigilant. They moved slowly, scanning their surroundings for any clues. Suddenly, faint footsteps came from the north. A lesser wolf lord with a square face and triangular eyes scanned the area sharply. He quickly summoned his spear and shot forward. Another lesser wolf lord, equally swift, followed closely behind. In the dense underbrush, Qi Bing and Niu Ming were running at full speed. The 2 lesser wolf lords quickly outpaced the remaining 8, who lagged behind. The 3 warriors at the 7th level of the Xianyu realm were left in the rear, losing sight of the 2 lesser wolf lords. At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a figure shot out. The person threw several talismans like raindrops at the 3 warriors, causing 2 to be injured despite their attempts to dodge. One of them let out a long warning howl. Hearing the alarm, the 2 lesser wolf lords chasing Qi Bing and Niu Ming hesitated. Qi Bing was at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm and very fast, but carrying Niu Ming slowed her down. The 2 lesser wolf lords were confident they could catch and kill them, but they were also worried about an ambush behind them. After a moment of thought, the square-faced lesser wolf lord shouted, Yu Ting, go check the rear. Zhangji, you 2 follow us, and the rest go with Yu Ting. He was reluctant to let Qi Bing and Niu Ming go. Niu Ming was insignificant, but Qi Bing was one of Yiming Pavilion's top young fighters and a stunning beauty. Killing or capturing her would be a significant blow to Yiming Pavilion. Qi Bing, carrying Niu Ming, wasn't moving fast and could be caught in a few moments. Even if they split their forces, they could quickly return if there was trouble behind. Thus, the situation Jiang Han hoped for unfolded. The 10 members of Tianlang Hall split into 2 groups, one with 4 and the other with 6. Yu Ting led 2 others back, while the 3 who had faced Jiang Lang pursued him south. The 2 groups of Tianlang Hall were now moving in opposite directions. Jiang Han finished his reconnaissance and quickly tunneled back to the cave where Yun Fei, Gu Yunfeng, and the others were waiting. With a wave of his hand, he commanded in a deep, powerful voice, "Follow me. It's time to fight." Although Yun Fei harbored some resentment towards Jiang Han, he didn't dare to argue at this moment. The group swiftly followed Jiang Han through the underground passage. In no time, they covered several miles, and Jiang Han led them to break through the surface. Their timing was impeccable. Just as they emerged, they spotted Jiang Lang speeding past 100 yards to their left, with Yu Ting and 6 others hot on his heels. "Attack!" Jiang Han shouted as he drew his long blade and shot forward like an arrow. Gu Yunfeng and the others, though not particularly bright, recognized this as a rare opportunity and charged ahead. Seeing reinforcements arriving, Jiang Lang turned and rushed towards Jiang Han and his group. Utilizing the power of the divine speed talisman, he easily outpaced Yu Ting and the others, shaking off his pursuers. Ambush! Yu Ting and his men's faces turned pale as they saw Jiang Han charging at them. Although Jiang Han's side, including Jiang Lang, only had 7 people, Yu Ting didn't hesitate. He turned and yelled, "Retreat! Regroup with the young wolf lords." "Retreat to where?" A mocking voice came from behind. A small figure leaped from a tree, wielding a massive hammer aimed directly at Yu Ting. It was Zhua Yi, who had not joined Jiang Lang in luring the enemy but had instead followed behind, waiting for this moment to prevent Yu Ting and his men from escaping. 8 against 6. With the 2 strongest young wolf lords of the Heavenly Wolf Hall absent, Yu Ting and his men panicked. Zhua Yi blocked their path, and Yun Fei, Gu Yunfeng, and the other high-level cultivators were closing in fast, leaving no chance for escape. Desperate, Yu Ting let out a piercing howl, hoping the 2 young wolf lords in the distance would hear and come to their aid. He raised his blade and clashed with Zhua Yi in a fierce battle. The fight was intense. Yu Ting and his men fought desperately for survival, while Zhua Yi's side aimed for a swift victory, trying to kill as many enemies as possible. Both sides held nothing back, going all out from the start. Yunfei engaged another high-level opponent, while Gu Yunfeng and the others each took on one enemy. Zhang Han faced off against a 7th-level cultivator. Zhang Lang didn't take the lead but used talismans to assist Zhang Han. Xiong Jingjing initially wanted to deal with the 7th-level opponent, but was preempted by Zhang Han. She then used her wood-based abilities, ready to provide support. She had a technique that could quickly heal wounds, ensuring that as long as her teammates weren't instantly killed, she could keep them alive. After just 3 breaths, Xiong Jingjing realized her worries were unfounded. Zhang Lang threw a Mire Talisman and a Smoke Talisman, and Zhang Han, using 2 consecutive teleportation techniques, easily killed the 7th-level opponent. Zhang Han's abilities were already unpredictable, and combined with his berserk strength and 7-fold blade amplification, his power was on par with a 7th-level cultivator. With Zhang Lang's interference and support, and the enemy's fear reducing their judgment, Zhang Han succeeded effortlessly. He's not just at the 1st level, he's at least at the 3rd level, and he's definitely mastered the breath concealment technique. Xiong Jingjing thought as she watched Zhang Han flash towards another enemy, her eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Han had entered the sect not long ago, supposedly at the 7th or 8th level of the Purple Mansion. For him to have reached above the 3rd level of the mysterious realm in such a short time was astonishing. Moreover, Zhang Han mastered multiple abilities, had rich combat experience, and possessed incredible fighting power, making Xiong Jingjing look at him in a new light. In the moment of Xiong Jingjing's hesitation, Zhang Lang swiftly moved, smearing blood from the ground onto his face. His complexion suddenly turned pale, and he staggered towards Xiong Jingjing, shouting weakly, "Jingjing, I've been seriously injured. Help me, I'm dying." Instinctively, Xiong Jingjing reached out to support the staggering Zhang Lang with one hand, while the other hand glowed green, ready to heal. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong and kicked Zhang Lang away, angrily shouting, "You fat liar! You're not hurt. How dare you take advantage of me?" Zhuai, Yunfei, Zhang Han, and the others, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, were stunned by her words. Zhuai, enraged, yelled, "Fatty, stop fooling around and help us, or I'll smash your head in." Zhang Lang quickly got up from the ground, grinning apologetically, "Just kidding, don't be mad. I'm coming to help. Help my foot." Yu Ting and the others were furious. Many of them were already injured and on the brink of death, yet Zhang Lang was still messing around. Yu Ting parried Zhuai's hammer with his long knife, spitting blood as he roared, "Stop fighting. Break through on your own." Before he finished speaking, his body burst into flames. No longer entangled with Zhuai, he charged towards Yunfei, Gu Yunfeng, and others, using his fire abilities to create an opportunity for his comrades to escape. The other strong fighters from the Tianlang Hall had long wanted to flee but were unable to break free. Yu Ting's reckless charge scattered Yunfei and the others, who immediately fled in all directions. Tree prison, bind. Xiong Jingjing cast a green light, causing a tree's branches to grow wildly, trapping a martial artist at the 8th level of the Xianyu realm. The branches shone with a green light, incredibly tough, and even after several strikes, only a few were cut, more continuously wrapping around the martial artist. Mire Talisman, Gravity Talisman. Zhang Lang threw out 2 talismans, easily restraining 2 people. Zhang Han instantly teleported to the martial artist suppressed by gravity, his long knife flashing as a head flew. Gu Yunfeng, meanwhile, slashed repeatedly at the martial artist stuck in the mire, eventually killing him. "Jingjing!" Zhuai shouted, and Xiong Jingjing immediately understood, casting a green light to slowly open the tree prison. Zhuai seized the moment, hammering through the gap, a scream echoing as the trapped martial artist at the 8th level of the Xianyu realm died on the spot. In no time, only 2 martial artists at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm from the Tianlang Hall remained. Yu Ting, eyes bloodshot, dared not linger, fleeing with flames and black smoke trailing behind him. Unwilling to be outdone, Yunfei thrust his sword at the remaining 9th level Xianyu realm martial artist. He prided himself as the top young talent of the Yunming Pavilion and was furious at having yet to make a mark. Suddenly, a piercing howl came from the distance, followed by an earth-shaking roar. "Zhuai! I'll tear you to pieces." The 2 young wolf lords had finally arrived. Zhang Han and Zhuai exchanged a glance and immediately dug into the ground. Zhang Han saying in a low voice, "Retreat." He led the way, with Zhang Lang right behind him. Zhuai quickly put away her badge and ordered, "Get in. We'll deal with them later." Gu Yunfeng and Yunfei were still attacking the last 9th level Xianyu realm martial artist, but he was protected by a defensive talisman, making him hard to kill. Seeing the figures rapidly approaching, Yunfei said reluctantly, "Why are we running? We have the upper hand." "Idiot," Zhuai scoffed, diving into the tunnel with Xiong Jingjing following close behind. Seeing the 2 young wolf lords getting closer, Gu Yunfeng gritted his teeth. "Young Master Yun, retreat." Reluctantly, Yunfei slashed the Tianlang Hall martial artist away and followed Gu Yunfeng into the tunnel. They quickly traversed underground, soon reuniting with Qi Bing and Yao Ming. Upon reaching a pre-dug cave in the mountain, Yunfei couldn't help but complain, "We didn't lose anyone, and they only have 6 left. Why did we run? With a bit more time, I could have killed that guy." Zhang Han remained silent, while Zhua Yi coldly replied, "We've taken significant damage, and Ice Sister isn't here." Zhang Lang looked at Yunfei with a teasing expression, a hint of smugness in his tone. "We have the upper hand and a few days left. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you use your brain for once?" Yunfei, infuriated by the remark, retorted immediately, "So, Mr. Yun is so strong, huh? How many did you kill earlier? Stop making snide comments. I was up against a Xianyu 9th level. Why don't you and Zhang Han give it a shot? You killed 2 Xianyu 7th levels and think you're invincible?" Zhang Lang remained unfazed, offering a slight smile. "If I remember correctly, Mr. Yun is 26 this year, right? I'm only 18, and Zhang Han is 17. What were you doing when you were 17 or 18? Yunfei was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Zhua Yi didn't want the argument to continue and interrupted sternly, "Enough, both of you. Zhang Han, what's the plan now?" Without hesitation, Zhang Han responded, "We'll head out and find a place to rest. They've definitely retreated. We'll rest for half a day, and then find them at night. We'll take out 2 or 3 more tonight, and this wave will be a sure win." Zhua Yi nodded in agreement. Zhang Han then led the group out through another tunnel, heading southwest for half an hour until they stopped to rest near a small pond. Everyone found a place to sit. Zhang Han leaned against a tree with his eyes closed, resting. Qi Bing and Zhua Yi sat together, talking in low voices, while Gu Yunfeng and his 2 companions gathered nearby. Zhang Lang circled around Xiong Jingjing, incessantly asking about cultivation techniques. Xiong Jingjing, understanding Zhang Lang's intentions, answered casually. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Zhang Han, who was resting. She lowered her voice and asked, "Zhang Fatty, be honest with me. What's Zhang Han's level?" Zhang Lang frowned slightly, looking at Xiong Jingjing suspiciously. "Jingjing, why are you so concerned about Zhang Han? Do you like him?" Xiong Jingjing's face flushed with embarrassment, and she spat lightly, "Nonsense. I'm just curious." Zhang Lang, with a serious expression, advised, "I'd suggest you not be curious. When a woman becomes curious about a man, she often ends up falling for him. Don't get your hopes up about Zhang Han. I'll tell you a secret, but you mustn't tell anyone, or Zhang Han will kill me." Xiong Jingjing's interest was piqued. "What secret?" Zhang Lang glanced around, lowered his voice, and said, "The secret is, Zhang Han doesn't like women. He often steals my underwear, and I've caught him several times. So, forget about him." Then, with a mysterious air, he added, "Actually, speaking of secrets, I have a big secret too. How about we find a secluded place, and I'll show you my big secret." Xiong Jingjing's face turned furious, and she shouted angrily, "Get lost." After nightfall, the group began their operation. They cautiously headed north, meticulously searching along the way. Their efforts paid off in the dead of night when they found the remaining 6 Tianling Hall Xianyu realm martial artists, along with another 190 Zifu realm warriors. This group of over 100 had set up camp in a small valley, guarded so tightly it seemed impenetrable. If not for Zhang Han's special abilities, pinpointing the exact locations of the 6 Xianyu realm fighters would have been nearly impossible. Zhang Han carefully surveyed the area and counted a total of 196 people. What stood out was that the ordinary Zifu realm warriors were sleeping on the ground, while only 6 individuals resided in the barracks, clearly indicating their higher status. Having identified their targets, Zhang Han began to ponder. The group in the underground tunnel watched him intently, waiting for his command. Seeing Zhang Han deep in thought, Yunfei grew impatient and muttered, "What's there to consider? We have 10 people. Let's charge out and attack. If we can take down 1 or 2 instantly, the rest will be easy pickings." Zhua Yi, infuriated, glared at Yunfei and snapped, "If you're so great, why don't you go out and kill 1 or 2 first to show us?" Yunfei was rendered speechless. Ignoring the quarrel, Zhang Han directly ordered, "Captain, Ice Sister, Yunfei, Chief Gu, Chief Li, Elder Hu, the 6 of you go up. Just keep 1 opponent each occupied. Don't worry about killing them. Ensure your own safety. Leave the rest to us 4. Any objections?" The Killing God squad had no objections, and Gu Yunfeng and the others nodded in agreement. Though Yunfei pouted, he kept quiet. Zhang Han began digging a tunnel upwards. As it neared completion, Zhua Yi took the lead, smashing through the surface and shooting out like an arrow. Qi Bing followed closely, with Yunfei, Gu Yunfeng, and the others quickly emerging and heading straight for the barracks. The 2 lesser wolf lords and the other 4 Xianyu realm warriors inside the barracks reacted instantly, grabbing their weapons and rushing out. Numerous Zifu realm warriors surrounding them were alerted, but did not flee in panic. Instead, They encircled the group, many drawing poison arrows, crossbows, and hidden weapons, ready to ambush Sua Yi and her companions. From underground, Jiang Han used his spirit-sensing technique to clearly perceive the situation above. He quickly detailed his plan to Niu Meng, Jiang Lang, and Stong Jingjing. After receiving their approval, Jiang Han began digging new tunnels. These tunnels were uniquely structured, with numerous vertical shafts about 7 or 8 zhang deep, connected by several horizontal passages above. Move. Jiang Han led the group quickly through the horizontal tunnels. After a careful survey, he turned to Jiang Lang and commanded action. Jiang Lang drew his long sword, stirring the earth above and shooting out like an arrow. Upon emerging, he locked onto a bald Xian Yu Realm 8 opponent battling Elder Hu, swiftly throwing 2 talismans. The first talisman exploded as it neared, a blinding white light erupting like a miniature sun in the night sky. The flash talisman was already blinding during the day. At night, it was utterly dazzling, causing many to feel temporarily blinded. Elder Hu and the bald man were in an even worse state, the flash talisman exploding right in front of them. Their eyes burned, and they felt dizzy and disoriented. Jiang Lang, couldn't you give a heads up? Elder Hu cursed, knowing full well that numerous Zifu realm warriors with poison arrows and hidden weapons surrounded them, making any misstep potentially fatal. Jiang Lang's second talisman exploded next to Quagmire talisman. It struck the ground beneath the bald man's feet, turning the soil to mire. Already half-blinded and dizzy, the bald man couldn't evade, sinking into the mire. I'm out. With arrows raining down, Jiang Lang retreated swiftly, diving back underground. Niu Meng, Jiang Han shouted from the tunnel. Niu Meng immediately activated his power, his body covered in earth-colored scales, roaring as he grabbed at the waterlogged ground above. Quickly, he caught 2 legs. Instead of attacking, he used all his strength to pull the legs downward. MMMPH, the bald man above suddenly felt his legs grabbed tightly, his body sinking rapidly into the mire. Terrified, he flailed, trying to grab the ground to stop his descent. But surrounded by mire, his efforts were futile, and he was completely pulled under. The mire collapsed, revealing a large hole. Elder Hu and the surrounding Zifu realm warriors were stunned. Could the Quagmire talisman really be powerful enough to swallow a Xian Yu Realm 8 master hole? Niu Meng, clutching the bald man tightly, quickly fell into the pre-dug tunnel. The tunnel was narrow, just wide enough to trap both of them, making it difficult to even stretch their arms. Die! The bald man shouted fiercely, steadying himself as he tightly gripped his long sword and thrust it forcefully towards Niu Meng below. However, as soon as the sword tip touched Niu Meng's head, it produced a harsh, metallic clanging sound. Niu Meng's skull was as hard as iron, and the sword could only penetrate half an inch. Unwilling to give up, the bald man repeatedly swung his sword, stabbing at Niu Meng while continuously shouting, "Die!" Unfortunately, the narrow tunnel restricted his movements, preventing him from exerting his full strength, let alone unleashing his mystical skills. His current attacks barely managed to breach Niu Meng's defense, and were far from lethal. Suddenly, a stream of light cascaded from above. The bald man immediately felt a wave of comfort, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. He quickly realized what was happening, his face darkening as he looked up and roared, "Rejuvenation technique?" Stong Jingjing's head peeked out from above, playfully sticking out her tongue before retreating. Even without Stong Jingjing's healing, with Niu Meng's defensive capabilities, the bald man wouldn't be able to kill him without at least half an incense stick's worth of time. Out of nowhere, a figure shot down from a side passageway. It was Jiang Han. His hand glowed red, with his 5 fingers turning into sharp claws, clearly utilizing the shattering weapon technique. The claws viciously slashed at the bald man. "Die!" the bald man shouted, thrusting his long sword upwards. But in the next moment, he watched in shock as his precious sword was shattered piece by Jiang Han's claws. "No!" he cried out in despair, seeing Jiang Han retract his claws and raise a long knife high with his other hand, aiming it at his head. The bald man let out a furious roar of unwillingness. As a formidable expert at the 8th level of the mysterious Nether Realm, proficient in over a dozen mystical skills, he found himself unable to use any of them here and could only await his death. Boom! Jiang Han's long knife accurately cleaved open the bald man's skull. Blood spurted out, drenching half of Niu Meng's body below in red. "Done!" Jiang Han exclaimed, then used the earth penetration technique to quickly retreat with Niu Meng. Stong Jingjing, witnessing the entire process from above, was amazed at how easily Jiang Han's red glow could shatter weapons. She had been ready to heal Jiang Han at any moment but was surprised by his ferocity, killing the enemy in a single move. "Stong Jingjing, are you asleep up there? Get down here!" Jiang Han's voice called from below. Snapping out of her daze, she quickly descended the tunnel to join Jiang Han. Jiang Lang also followed her down. "Let's move to the next one," Jiang Han signaled with a wave of his hand. Working with Brother Han is awesome. Zhang Lang grinned. The four of them worked seamlessly together, easily taking down an 8th-level mysterious Netherrealm expert. Zhang Lang trapped the enemy, Niu Meng restrained them, Zhang Han delivered the killing blow, and Shtong Jingjing was on standby for healing. Their clear division of labor made the task easy, and the results were impressive. Shtong Jingjing was thrilled, finding it effortless to kill enemies alongside Zhang Han, a stark contrast to their previous encounters where they were hunted by the experts from the Tianlang Hall. Zhang Lang looked at Shtong Jingjing with a cheeky grin and said, "Jingjing, why don't you join our kill squad? Working with Brother Han is guaranteed to be fun." What? Shtong Jingjing didn't catch on immediately, but soon realized the implication. She kicked Zhang Lang hard in the groin, shouting angrily, "You pervert! Keep talking trash, and I'll make sure you never have kids." The leaders of the Serious Hall team this time are Sha Lang and Tianlang. Sha Lang has a square face and sharp, triangular eyes, exuding an intense aura. Tianlang, on the other hand, is handsome and elegant, with a refined demeanor. These two are among the top fighters of the younger generation in Serious Hall, with Sha Lang being one of the top 3. Originally, they thought they could easily sweep through Yunmeng Pavilion, but the situation turned out to be completely unexpected. Screams echoed from underground, signaling the demise of the bald man. Out of the 10 Xianyu realm experts, only 5 remained, while Yunmeng Pavilion was unscathed. Sha Lang and Tianlang were anxious, but Zhuo Yi, Qi Bing, and Yunfei were formidable and of noble status. The 3 were clad in high-tier battle armor, wielding divine talismans and top-grade elixirs, proficient in advanced Xian techniques and powerful divine abilities, making them difficult to kill easily. Both sides were evenly matched, with similar strengths in the Xianyu 8th and 9th realms, and their divine abilities were equally potent, resulting in a stalemate. Occasionally, Purple Mansion realm experts would launch hidden attacks, but Zhuo Yi and her companions easily evaded them. Suddenly, the ground exploded again, and Zhang Lang leaped out, casting a flash talisman to blind an 8th-level Xianyu expert. The opponent quickly ascended into the air, but Zhang Lang changed his strategy, using a meteorite talisman. Several massive meteorites descended from the sky, crushing the opponent to the ground. Niu Meng immediately emerged, grabbing the person and dragging them underground. Zhang Han then used his shattering weapon divine ability to finish the opponent off. Although they secured victory, Zhang Han and Niu Meng were injured by the black mist released by the opponent before their death. Fortunately, after 3 rounds of treatment from Shtong Jingjing, their injuries were no longer serious. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Sha Lang shouted for a retreat. The Purple Mansion realm experts on the periphery scattered at the sound, with some sneaking away earlier. Sha Lang and 3 others broke through the encirclement, while the rest were besieged by the Yunmeng Pavilion members. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. Apart from the 2 young wolf lords who escaped, all the Xianyu experts were slain. Yu Ting attempted to break through with his flame divine ability but was defeated by Jiang Lang's water dragon talisman and Qi Bing's cold aura, ultimately dying under Zhuo Yi's hammer. Another was killed by the combined efforts of Hu Yidao, Qin Jianghong, and Gu Yunfeng. Although Yunfei fought fiercely with Tianlang, he could not secure a victory. Of the 10 Xianyu experts, 8 were killed. The remaining Purple Mansion realm experts posed no threat. The group was in high spirits as they returned to the cave to rejoin the main force, wary of a potential ambush from Tianlang and Sha Lang. 5 days later, Yunmeng Pavilion suffered only 5 Purple Mansion realm casualties, while Serious Hall bore heavy losses, 154 Purple Mansion realm experts and 8 Xianyu experts. Upon their triumphant return, Han Jinmao and others hosted a celebratory feast, offering triple merit rewards. Zhuo Yi and Qi Bing transferred their merits to Zhang Han, who decided to save them for later use. After 5 days of rest, the Grand Elder ordered the same group to continue the fight. Although Zhang Han wanted to replace Yunfei, he was unable to do so. However, considering Yunfei's decent combat capabilities and the fact that he didn't falter at critical moments despite his occasional grumbling, nothing more was said. The news of the killing squad's 2 major victories spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire Yunmeng Pavilion. By the next day, when this exhilarating news reached the pavilion, the previously anxious disciples left behind erupted into cheers. The killing squad might turn the tide of this war. We have a chance to save the Longyun mine. Cheers echoed through every corner of Yunmeng Pavilion. For the elders who had lived here for many years, Yunmeng City had long become their second home. They knew all too well that if they lost this war, not only would the Longyun mine change hands, but the fate of the entire Yunmeng Pavilion would be in jeopardy. However, amidst this jubilant atmosphere, a starkly different mood pervaded a secluded courtyard within the pavilion. With a loud crash, Han Shiqi slammed his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces after reading the battle report. The flying with chips did nothing to conceal his inner turmoil and rage. Han Linfeng, Zhou Jinliang, and Kai Jin had been missing for a long time, with no news at all. Han Shiqi was convinced they had met with misfortune. During this time, He had secretly spent a fortune sending people to the Tianlang Hall to gather information, only to receive a reply that Tianlang Hall had not killed any Xianyu realm experts from Yuming Pavilion on that day. Damn it! Han Shichi gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with venom. Lin Feng and the others must have been killed by the killing squad. Now, the continuous reports of the killing squad's achievements were like adding fuel to the fire, igniting Han Shichi's rage to the extreme. He began pacing back and forth in the room, his mind racing. If the killing squad really turns the tide, they will become heroes of Yuming Pavilion, Han Shichi muttered, his brows furrowed. Ling Yunming and Han Jinmao have been at odds for years, and Han Jinmao has barely gained the upper hand. But if the killing squad makes significant contributions, those neutral elders and stewards might side with Ling Yunming. He abruptly stopped, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. Once the third elder and fourth elder support Ling Yunming, Han Jinmao will inevitably lose power. By then, not only will I fail to avenge Lin Feng, but Han Jinmao and I might not even escape disaster. No. Han Shichi growled, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. Lin Feng's death must be avenged. The killing squad must die. Especially Jiang Han. Until that bastard is dead, I won't find peace. He resumed pacing, his brain working at full speed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he smacked his forehead. How foolish of me. The ones who most want to annihilate the killing squad aren't just me, but Tianlang Hall. All I need to do is lend a hand in secret, and Tianlang Hall will certainly go all out to hunt them down. If they die at Tianlang Hall's hands, no one will suspect me. A sinister smile curved Han Shichi's lips as he seemed to envision the downfall of the killing squad. 5 days flew by in an instant. Jiang Han had been in seclusion, cultivating for 5 days, and had already completed half of the 5th layer of his divine altar. The rapid increase in his cultivation speed came at the cost of consuming a vast amount of mystical materials. At this moment, Jiang Han was extravagantly using these materials, all in a bid to quickly enhance his strength. A deep-seated sense of crisis drove him to race against time to boost his combat power, fearing that he might face a life-and-death situation at any moment. Jiang Han secretly contemplated that he wanted to hunt down the Mayan beast and awaken his 6th divine ability. He knew very well that the later divine abilities became increasingly powerful, and the Mayan beast, being a formidable existence of the 2nd tier, would undoubtedly grant an extraordinary divine ability if its essence blood was refined. Unfortunately, there were no Mayan beasts within the 33 peaks, and he would have to detour into more dangerous territories to hunt them. Remembering Zhang Lang's words about the Mayan beast's extreme ferocity, Jiang Han worried that his current strength might be insufficient, so he temporarily set aside this idea. In the last fierce battle, Yunming Pavilion had rarely achieved victory. This success wasn't because the warriors they sent were particularly strong, but because the Heavenly Wolf Hall didn't send their young wolf lord, giving Yunming Pavilion a slight edge. The Killing God Squad was deployed again, with the remaining 5 members still being Yun Fei, Xiong Jingjing, Gu Yunfeng, and others. They employed the same tactics as before, having the Purple Mansion Realm Warriors hide in caves while the 10 Xianyu Realm Warriors moved northward, intending to ambush the Xianyu Realm Warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Hall. After a whole day of searching, the 10 members finally found the 10 Xianyu Realm Warriors of the Heavenly Wolf Hall at nightfall. To Jiang Han and the others' surprise, the Heavenly Wolf Hall still did not send their young wolf lord. The strongest among them were only 2 at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm, while the rest were at the 4th and 5th levels. With such a disparity in strength, the outcome of this battle was already clear. Using his underground sensing ability, Jiang Han easily controlled the battlefield situation. Just like last time, Zui Yi, Qi Bing, Yun Fei, and Gu Yunfeng engaged the enemy hidden while he, Zhang Lang, Niu Meng, and Xiong Jingjing launched surprise attacks from underground, effortlessly killing several Xianyu realm warriors. The subsequent battle was even easier, and in the end, except for 1 Xianyu realm warrior at the 9th level who escaped, the rest were all killed. With only 1 Xianyu realm warrior remaining, the battle was effectively over. With 4 days left, the Killing God Squad, along with Yun Fei and Xiong Jingjing, were too lazy to continue the pursuit. They let Gu Yunfeng and the other 2 lead the charge to hunt down the remaining enemy, knowing that the last Xianyu realm warrior at the 9th level would be doomed upon encountering them. The group returned to a cave near Longyun City, where they rested and cultivated while waiting for the final outcome of the battle. Jiang Han originally planned to cultivate for 4 days, but upon arriving at the cave, a new idea suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps he could use these 4 days to secretly search for the Mayan beast. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han approached Zhang Lang and quietly asked, "Can I leave the 33 peaks?" Zhang Lang, puzzled, asked back, "Why do you want to leave?" He explained, "Outside the 33 peaks, there are patrol teams from both the Heavenly Wolf Hall and Yuming Pavilion. If you're discovered by the Heavenly Wolf Hall, you'll be considered dead in battle, and they will gain 10 points. This battle is scored based on points. Killing a Purple Mansion Realm Warrior earns 1 point, and killing a Xianyu Realm Warrior earns 10 points. The battlefield is confined to the 33 peaks, and leaving it counts as a death in battle, allowing the opponent to score points. Zhang Han countered, if I travel underground, how would they discover me? Zhang Lang nodded slightly. As long as you're not discovered, it's fine. But why do you need to leave the battlefield? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han decided to be honest with Zhang Lang. I want to hunt a few Mayan beasts. Mayan beasts? Zhang Lang frowned. He remembered Zhang Han had previously asked him to gather information about the Mayan beasts, and now he wanted to hunt them, indicating their importance to Zhang Han. Without probing further, Zhang Lang said, are you sure you want to go? The Mayan beasts are very powerful, and your soul strength may not withstand their sonic attacks. If you're incapacitated, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Han replied firmly, I want to give it a try. Seeing the determination in Zhang Han's eyes, a gleam flickered in Zhang Lang's gaze. All right, I'll go with you. My soul is strong and can help fend off the sonic attacks. Great. Zhang Han didn't hesitate. Zhang Lang knew many of his secrets and was his most trusted friend in Yiming Pavilion. Though Zhang Lang's combat power wasn't strong, he seemed to have an endless supply of divine talismans. Having him around would undoubtedly enhance their safety. Zhang Han and Zhang Lang informed Zhuo Yi and Qibing that they would be away for a few days, searching for some mineral crystals underground to earn some mystical stones. Zhuo Yi and Qibing didn't suspect anything, as there were indeed mineral crystals beneath the 33 peaks, and Zhang Han's ability to traverse through mountains made it easy to find them. Moving underground was also very safe, so they weren't concerned. The two left the cave and headed west. Based on the information Zhang Lang had previously gathered, there had been sightings of Mayan beasts in the western peaks. After running for 2 hours, they reached the edge of the 33 peaks. Zhang Han led Zhang Lang underground to avoid detection, digging a tunnel 100 feet deep and traveling for half an hour before resurfacing. As soon as they emerged, a giant purple python suddenly lunged at them from the treetop above. Clearly, they had ventured at least 7 or 8 peaks away from the 33 peaks, where the number of beasts naturally increased. The giant python was merely a weakling among second-tier beasts. Zhang Han didn't even need Zhang Lang's help. With a swift swing of his battle blade, his form flickered like a phantom, and within a few breaths, he had sliced the python into several pieces. The two cautiously continued forward, their steps as light as a cat's. Although the previous beast tide had been mostly cleared out during the siege of the Longyun mine, numerous beasts still lurked around. Along the way, they constantly engaged with these ferocious creatures. After searching for over an hour, they encountered nearly 100 beasts, but still found no trace of the demon sound beast. As the sky began to darken, Zhang Han decided to turn back. They had passed a cave earlier, which seemed perfect for spending the night. Once they found the cave, Zhang Han moved a boulder to block the entrance. They ate some dry rations and took turns keeping watch. In the dead of night, while Zhang Han was on guard, he was suddenly awakened by a strange sound. It seemed to come from a distance, not loud but unusually clear. What was more unsettling was that the sound was incredibly eerie, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Demon sound beast. Zhang Lang woke abruptly, saying decisively, this sound must be the magic sound of the demon sound beast, which carries a soul attack. Let's check it out. Zhang Han said excitedly. Zhang Lang pondered for a moment, then took out a bottle of pills from his ring and handed one to Zhang Han. These pills can temporarily boost soul protection. Take one, or you might not withstand it. Zhang Han took the pill without hesitation. Moments later, he felt refreshed, and the strange howling from afar no longer bothered him. The two of them slipped out of the cave as silently as lynxes and dashed towards the source of the howling. The closer they got, the more piercing the sound became. Zhang Han began to feel uncomfortable again, while Zhang Lang seemed unaffected, clearly indicating his soul strength was far above the average. After running about 2 miles, another beast's roar echoed. There was significant commotion atop a distant mountain peak, suggesting that the demon sound beast was fighting another beast. Go underground, Zhang Han whispered. He quickly dug into the ground with Zhang Lang, stealthily making their way towards the mountain peak. If the demon sound beast and the other beast ended up severely injuring each other, they could reap the benefits without much effort. Upon reaching the base of the mountain where the demon sound beast resided, Zhang Han slowed down and completely concealed his presence. He quietly began to climb, simultaneously using his spirit-seeking technique to scout the situation above. This technique, akin to a pair of discerning eyes, easily captured the scene of 2 beasts locked in combat. One was a beast with the head of a leopard and the body of a scorpion, its numerous legs spinning like gears, and its scythe-like forearms gleaming coldly. The other was the demon sound beast, exactly like the illustration on the celestial beast cauldron's mole-bodied, with an unusually large head. Whenever the leopard-scorpion beast approached, the demon sound beast emitted a piercing screech. Even through the thick ground, Zhang Han could feel the power of the sound waves. His heart clenched, his body felt uncomfortable, and his eardrums throbbed in pain. He was secretly alarmed. If he got closer, wouldn't his eardrums burst? But if he didn't get close, how could he kill it? Despite being tormented by the sound, the leopard-scorpion beast refused to retreat. It continued to maneuver, looking for opportunities to strike. The demon sound beast had multiple injuries, and green blood was slowly flowing. Jiang Han patiently waited, knowing that the demon sound beast would eventually weaken from excessive blood loss, which would be his best chance to strike. The battle raged on, with the leopard-scorpion beast's attacks becoming more frequent. The demon sound beast's injuries increased, its roars weakened, and Jiang Han's discomfort lessened. About an incense stick's time later, the demon sound beast's hind leg was torn apart, and it let out a series of feeble cries. The time had come. After a brief exchange with Zhang Lang, the two broke through the ground. Jiang Han charged at the leopard-scorpion beast with his blade, while Zhang Lang used his talismans from a distance to restrain the demon sound beast. Jiang Han engaged in a fierce battle with the leopard-scorpion beast, leaving several wounds on it as he continuously shifted positions, drawing it away from the battlefield. Once there was enough distance, Zhang Lang used an earth-tier talisman, a meteor symbol, to severely injure the demon sound beast. Don't kill it. The final blow must be mine, Jiang Han shouted. Zhang Lang understood and ceased his attacks. After swiftly dispatching the leopard-scorpion beast, Jiang Han flashed to the demon sound beast's side, his blade aimed at its head. The demon sound beast let out an earth-shattering scream before its death, nearly shattering Jiang Han's soul and causing blood to stream from his orifices. Nonetheless, his blade did not waver, delivering a fatal strike. As Jiang Han writhed in pain, Zhang Lang quickly fed him a pill and extracted the beast core. The two hurriedly burrowed underground, with Zhang Lang collapsing the tunnel behind them to prevent pursuers. After resting for about 2 incense sticks' time, Zhang Han recovered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The next day, they found another demon sound beast. This time, Zhang Lang attacked from a distance while Zhang Han delivered the final blow. Despite the difficulty, they succeeded in the end. We've already killed 2. Do we need to kill more? Zhang Lang asked, puzzled. Yes. Zhang Han replied firmly, without further explanation. I need 10 demon sound beast cores. You want a demon core? Zhang Lang rolled his eyes. Why not just buy one in Dark City? Zhang Han sighed, his expression grave. I need to kill it myself. The reason? It's complicated. A flicker of understanding crossed Zhang Lang's eyes, but he didn't press further. He knew that every rising power had its own hidden opportunities and secrets. Given Zhang Han's many abilities, he undoubtedly harbored astonishing secrets. The two continued searching through the forest, leaves rustling and occasional roars of wild beasts echoing around them. By the afternoon, they encountered 2 more demon sound beasts and several other lesser demons. They killed the weaker ones with ease, but for the tougher opponents, they used their earth-escaping technique to flee. The next day, sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground as they successfully killed 2 more demon sound beasts. With their previous kills, they had now taken down 6 in total. As night fell, the campfire illuminated their tired yet satisfied faces. Zhang Han decided they would return the next day and hunt the remaining 4 demon sound beasts another time. On their way back the following day, they had a stroke of luck and encountered another demon sound beast. Excitement flashed in Jiang Han's eyes. Now we only need 3 more. What if we don't return? Jiang Han was tempted. We've already killed 7. Why not finish off the 10 and awaken a new ability? Zhang Lang thought for a moment. It's doable. I can use a talisman to send a message to Zhuayi. But if we don't return to Longyun City, word might get out while we're out here. There are definitely spies from the Sky Wolf Hall in the city, and their experts might come after us. Zhang Han's expression turned serious at the thought. He didn't mind taking risks himself, but he would deeply regret it if Zhang Lang got killed because of him. Then let's head back, he decided resolutely. They began their return to the 33 Peaks, the sound of snapping twigs underfoot stark in the quiet forest. Suddenly, both Zhang Han and Jiang Lang sensed something amiss, as if someone or something was following them. They turned to look but saw nothing. As they continued a few more miles, the feeling of being followed grew stronger. Zhang Han's face darkened. He whispered, "Go underground." He quickly dug a hole, pulling Jiang Lang in with him. Twice sensing a pursuer was no coincidence. Zhang Han's instinct screamed danger. Whoever was following them had to be an expert, possibly with powerful tracking or concealment abilities. If it was a spy from the Sky Wolf Hall, exposing their location could mean certain death at the hands of a Shanghai realm master. Upon entering the underground, Zhang Han didn't immediately take Jiang Lang away. Instead, he cautiously dug a tunnel several hundred feet long behind them. Using his spirit-seeking technique to survey the surroundings, he suddenly detected a dwarf sneaking up from 100 feet away. A murderous glint surged in Jiang Han's eyes. The dwarf seemed to sense something after moving forward a dozen feet. His body emitted a yellow light, allowing him to effortlessly enter the ground without leaving a trace. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat. This was clearly the legendary Earth Escape technique. He recalled hearing that someone in the Tianling Hall possessed this extraordinary ability. It seemed that this dwarf was the one. No wonder they found nothing when they returned to search earlier. It's the dwarf from Tianling Hall, the one who can escape through the earth, Jiang Han said in a low voice, his body exuding a murderous aura. I want to take him out. They were still 2 hours away from the 33 peaks, and their movements had been detected by the dwarf from Tianling Hall. If this person could use a divine talisman to send a message, the powerful experts from Tianling Hall could intercept them outside the 33 peaks. Moreover, the dwarf's earth escape technique seemed even more formidable than Jiang Han's mountain penetrating technique. Jiang Han didn't want to leave such a threat behind. Then let's take him out, Zhang Lang replied without hesitation. Jiang Han immediately began tunneling towards the dwarf while continuously using his spirit-seeking technique to scout. Despite the relatively quiet nature of Jiang Han's mountain penetrating technique, the presence of 2 living beings moving underground alerted the dwarf. As Jiang Han and Jiang Lang closed the distance to a dozen feet, the dwarf sensed something amiss and immediately fled further underground. Seeing this, Jiang Han frantically dug in pursuit. The 3 of them moved through the earth, with the dwarf's cultivation level estimated to be only at the 3rd tier of the Xianyu realm. Although the soil parted automatically for him, there was still some resistance, slowing him down. The chase continued relentlessly, with the dwarf constantly changing directions, but Jiang Han and Jiang Lang stayed hot on his heels. Half an hour later, Jiang Han finally caught up. He thrust his long blade forward, and the dwarf retaliated by flicking his sleeve, releasing 3 cold iron crossbow bolts. The bolts gleamed with a sinister light, clearly laced with deadly poison. At such close range, and with the bolt's speed, Jiang Han couldn't dodge them underground. In a split second, his eyes narrowed, and his other hand glowed red, unleashing his weapon-shattering technique. Uncertain if it would destroy the bolts, he had no other choice but to try. The glowing red claw reached for the bolts, which disintegrated upon contact. Overjoyed, Jiang Han continued his thrust, aiming for the dwarf's chest. The dwarf's face showed shock, clearly not expecting his prized weapon to fail. Jiang Han's blade plunged deep into the dwarf's chest, and with a twist, a bloody hole appeared. The dwarf's eyes widened, blood trickling from his mouth, and he soon breathed his last. Panting heavily, Jiang Han wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He dug a small cave nearby and approached the dwarf's body. Lifting the sleeve, he found a tiny mechanical crossbow strapped to the dwarf's hand. A throat-sealing crossbow, Zhang Lang exclaimed in surprise after taking a look. This crossbow is a high-grade hidden weapon, laced with over a dozen types of poison. 1 hit and you're dead. That was close. Jiang Han nodded, took the crossbow, and stored it in his spatial ring. It was a valuable item that could prove useful in future underground encounters. Let's go back, Jiang Han urged, worried about other spies from Tianling Hall. They moved underground for a while before surfacing and sprinting towards the 33 peaks. Before long, they sensed something was off again. It felt like someone was tailing them, just like before. They exchanged puzzled glances. Could there be 2 dwarfs? But they had heard there was only 1 dwarf in Tianling Hall who could use the earth escape technique. They re-entered the underground, and Jiang Han continued his search. Soon, a look of astonishment crossed his face. What did you find? Zhang Lang asked curiously. It's a small fox, Jiang Han replied, puzzled. About the size of a fist, with a weak aura but incredibly fast. Its perception is amazing. As soon as I detected it, it ran off and disappeared instantly. Zhang Lang laughed in relief. We 2 masters were scared by a little fox. Jiang Han remained cautious, waiting and continuing his search. Moments later, the snow-white little fox returned. However, as soon as Jiang Han detected it again, it vanished in a flash. It seemed it really was just the fox. Jiang Han decided to ignore it and continued towards the 33 peaks with Jiang Lang. Not long after, they once again felt like they were being followed. Jiang Han pondered for a moment before saying to Jiang Lang, you go ahead. I'll stay here in the tree for a bit and see what this little fox is up to. Jiang Lang nodded in agreement and ran forward alone. Jiang Han leapt gracefully onto a large tree, applying a special liquid to his body to mask his scent and avoid detection by the beast. After a few breaths, a snow-white little fox silently darted forward, its steps as light as if it were walking on clouds. Its nose twitched continuously, seemingly tracking the scents of Jiang Han and Jiang Lang. Suddenly, the fox stopped abruptly near Jiang Han, its bright eyes staring directly at his hiding spot. Jiang Han was secretly amazed by the fox's keen sense of smell, but remained perfectly still, meeting its gaze. He sensed that the fox's demonic aura was weak, not resembling a powerful beast. It was merely fast, with no sense of danger. Surprisingly, the little fox did not flee but continued to look up at Jiang Han, its nose twitching adorably. After a few moments, Jiang Han couldn't help but be amused by the fox's lively eyes. He deliberately made a slight noise, but the fox remained motionless. Zhang Han decided to jump down, landing steadily in front of the fox. The fox sniffed again and slowly approached him. Although Zhang Han gripped his knife tightly, he did not strike. Feeling that the fox might have a different intention, the little fox came closer and finally reached Zhang Han's feet. It circled around him, sniffing, then pressed its body against his legs, rubbing affectionately. It looked up, its face showing a friendly and pleasing expression, and its pink tongue licked Zhang Han's boots. Zhang Han was greatly surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a friendly beast. He paused for a moment, then slowly bent down and reached out his hand. The fox's tail wagged happily, and its face showed an even more pleasing expression. Zhang Han picked up the little fox, which let out a couple of soft cries, its eyes full of closeness. Zhang Han gently stroked its soft fur, and the fox closed its eyes in comfort. This scene made Zhang Han even more puzzled. It was more like a pet dog than a demonic beast. "Little thing, do you want to follow me?" Zhang Han asked tentatively. The little fox nodded as if it understood human speech, then licked Zhang Han's palm with its small tongue. Zhang Han couldn't help but smile. Although this little fox didn't seem strong, it was a cute pet. He came up with an idea. He could give it to Zhongli, who was alone in Yuming Palace. With this little fox as a companion, Zhongli might feel a bit less lonely. A fist-sized little fox inexplicably followed Zhang Han, rubbing affectionately against his leg, leaving him utterly baffled. When he finally caught up with Zhang Lang, Zhang Han carefully pulled the fluffy little creature out of his sleeve and recounted the entire series of events to Zhang Lang. After hearing the story, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Lang's eyes. He reached out to grab the little fox, but the clever creature swiftly darted back into Zhang Han's sleeve, leaving only its wary little eyes peeking out. "Damn!" Zhang Lang paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "Xiao Han Han, there's an old saying, fox spirits are fox spirits. Maybe this little guy is a transformed demon. Be careful at night. It might turn into a beautiful woman and drain you dry. Get lost." Zhang Han glared at Zhang Lang, then asked seriously, "You've seen a lot. Do you know what kind of beast this is?" He recalled a bestiary Zhang Lang had once given him, but there was no record of such a creature. Zhang Han observed the little fox closely and found that although it lacked the aura of a powerful beast, its speed was astonishing, and it seemed highly intelligent. This starkly contrasted with its small, harmless appearance, leaving him puzzled. Zhang Lang shook his head and said, "I don't recognize it. The land of Jiuzhou is vast, not to mention the endless oceans beyond. The variety of beasts is countless. Who knows what this little guy is? But since it's fond of you, why not keep it as a pet?" Zhang Han nodded, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "Sure, I plan to let it keep Xiao Liar company." The two continued on their way without further words, no longer sensing any signs of being followed. They passed through the underground of the 33 Peaks and finally reunited with Zhuo Yi and the others in the afternoon. As soon as Zhuo Yi saw them, she began to complain. "What took you so long? You could have at least used a communication talisman. I thought something had happened to you." Zhang Lang quickly tried to placate her with jokes, while Zhuo Yi turned her attention to Zhang Han. "You've been out for so long. Did you find anything good?" Zhang Han chuckled awkwardly and answered honestly, "We found some mineral crystals that can be sold for some Xian stones. We can buy some Xian materials with that. Oh, and we picked up a little fox." As he spoke, he carefully took the little fox out of his sleeve. Zhuo Yi and Xiong Jingjing were delighted by the adorable creature and reached out to hold it. However, the little fox seemed to recognize only Zhang Han and quickly darted back into his sleeve before they could touch it. Zhang Han shrugged helplessly. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhuo Yi led the team back to the city. Along the way, she made several attempts to hold the little fox, but it skillfully avoided her every time. Upon returning to Longyan City, they found that Yumeng Pavilion's points were nearly equal to those of Tianlang Hall. If they could win a few more matches, Yumeng Pavilion would likely secure the victory. Han Jinmao ordered a citywide celebration, and the entire Yumeng Pavilion was filled with joy. However, Zhang Han and his team did not become complacent. They realized that none of the 7 young wolf lords had appeared on the battlefield yet. This unusual situation hinted at something suspicious. Tianlang Hall was likely plotting a major move, and the Killing God Squad, as Yumeng Pavilion's hope for a comeback, would undoubtedly be their primary target. Back at his residence, Zhang Han immediately began refining 7 drops of magic sound beast blood. Since there might be spies from Tianlang Hall in the city, he dared not leave the city recklessly and could only wait for the next battle to hunt the magic sound beasts. Zhang Han tried feeding the little fox, starting with dried meat and then fresh meat, but it only sniffed at them disdainfully. He then offered spirit fruits, herbs, and even pills and Xian materials, trying to find what this picky little creature liked to eat. To Zhang Han's astonishment, the little fox sniffed around the pile of treasures and picked up a small Xian crystal, munching on it. The incredibly hard Xian crystal was devoured in a few bites. After finishing, it grabbed another one and continued to feast. Damn! Zhang Han's forehead broke out in 3 lines of frustration. Those 2 Xian crystals were worth at least 120,000 Xian stones combined. It was like swallowing gold. After eating its fill, the little fox contentedly patted its round belly, wagged its tail, and affectionately rubbed against Zhang Han's leg before curling up at his feet and falling asleep. Zhang Han was both amused and exasperated, even feeling an urge to throw this little glutton out. This was no pet. It was a money-eating beast. If he didn't have some savings, he might have gone bankrupt just now. He couldn't help but worry. If this little guy needed to eat like this every day, he might not be able to afford it. Zhang Han watched as the little fox slept soundly, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He calculated in his mind, if this little creature needed to consume 2 Xian crystals every day, he wouldn't hesitate to kick it out of Longyun City. 12,000 a day, over 300,000 a month, and more than 3 million a year. Such expenses were unbearable, not just for him, but even for Zui. Putting away the Xian materials, Zhang Han ignored the fox and began to meditate, focusing on building the 5th layer of his divine altar. 5 days passed quickly, and to Zhang Han's relief, the little fox didn't need to eat every day. Since swallowing the 2 Xian crystals, it had stayed asleep. You stay home and sleep. I'm going out to work, Zhang Han said as he got up and walked towards the door. Just as he stepped outside, the little fox woke up, darted onto his shoulder, and affectionately nuzzled his cheek. Outside the courtyard, Zui, Stong Jingjing, and Jiang Lang were waiting for Zhang Han. Seeing the little fox's affectionate behavior, the 2 girls were instantly charmed. Stong Jingjing quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab the fox. However, the fox was faster, leaping from Zhang Han's back and slipping into his sleeve. Stong Jingjing pouted, clearly unhappy. Jiang Lang, seeing this, laughed and said, "All right, Jingjing, the little fox won't let you hold it. It'll let you hold me instead, but no kissing allowed." Bang! Already in a bad mood, Stong Jingjing was infuriated further by Jiang Lang's words. She kicked at him in anger, but he nimbly dodged and leapt onto the courtyard wall. Turning back, he declared, "Stong Jingjing, I find you somewhat attractive and have some feelings for you. Figure out how to fall in love with me. Among the tens of thousands of girls in Yiming Pavilion and our subordinate families, I've given you the chance. Don't be ungrateful and narrow your own path." Zui couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Han gave a thumbs up, thinking that Jiang Lang's shamelessness was unmatched. You fat idiot, I'm going to kill you." Stong Jingjing was utterly enraged, her sword appearing in her hand as her Xian energy surged. She leapt into the air, aiming her sword at Jiang Lang. Seeing the danger, Jiang Lang quickly fled, and the 2 of them disappeared in a chase. "Let's go." Zui sighed and shook her head, leading Jiang Han to the neighboring courtyard to find Qibing. Although Jiang Lang and Stong Jingjing had run off, they weren't worried. Jiang Lang loved to fool around but wouldn't mess things up. He would surely meet them at the plaza soon. Sure enough, when the 3 of them arrived at the plaza, Jiang Lang and Stong Jingjing appeared shortly after. They both looked as if nothing had happened. "Impressive, Lang Lang," Zhang Han whispered with a thumbs up. "How did you manage to calm her down so quickly?" "Humph." Jiang Lang stood with his hands behind his back, his chin slightly raised, and a smug expression on his face. "Dealing with women doesn't require coaxing. When I release my regal aura, thousands of girls line up to serve me. Speak normally." Zhang Han glanced at Stong Jingjing and warned in a low voice, "Keep boasting, and I'll tell Stong Jingjing." Jiang Lang immediately backed down, bowing and pleading, "What else could I do? I had to kneel and apologize. Damn it, I even lost 5 Earth-grade divine talismans. Next time, I won't be so careless with my words." After a short wait, Gu Yunfeng and his 2 companions arrived, with Yunfei showing up last. Yunfei looked sullen and merely nodded coldly at everyone as a greeting. Zhang Han and the others, who were not particularly close to Yunfei, didn't bother with any more pleasantries. Soon, the Grand Elder arrived with a group to see them off, and many disciples gathered around to watch. As always, the Grand Elder delivered an encouraging speech, urging everyone to keep up the good work. He emphasized that with just 2 or 3 more significant victories, Yiming Pavilion would secure a decisive win in this war, promising substantial rewards for everyone. Zui found the speech somewhat tedious, but held her tongue out of respect for Qibing's grandfather. After his lengthy address, the Grand Elder pointed to a dozen carriages nearby, his voice tinged with excitement. The night before last, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall personally escorted a large quantity of precious mystical materials here. This time, you can go all out. If you achieve a major victory, the pavilion will reward you not only with merits, but also with these rare materials. This announcement caused an immediate stir. The Purple Mansion realm cultivators behind Zhang Han and his group were visibly excited. Following Zui, Zhang Han, and the others into battle, they wouldn't even need to fight directly. They just had to chase down the Purple Mansion realm members of the Tianlang Hall after Jiang Han's group defeated their Xian Yu realm opponents. Such an easy battle with rich rewards was more than enough to excite them. Internal Affairs Hall? Jiang Han exchanged a glance with Jiang Lang, and a flicker of coldness passed through their eyes. Han Shiqi had come to Dragonfall City? This gave Jiang Han an inexplicable sense of unease. Since the war began, Han Shiqi had never set foot in Dragonfall City, supposedly staying in the pavilion to manage supplies. Why had he suddenly come here now, without needing to fight? Let's move out. The Grand Elder waved his hand. Jiang Han wanted to ask Qi Bing to tell the Grand Elder to keep an eye on Han Shiqi, but the main force had already started moving, and it was not the time to speak up in front of everyone. Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big deal. Jiang Lang whispered to Jiang Han as they walked out. The pavilion master is likely keeping an eye on Han Shiqi. Since he's come to Dragonfall City, the pavilion master will surely have someone watching him. He can't cause any trouble. Jiang Han thought about it, and found it reasonable. He had already informed Ling Yunming about killing Han Linfeng. Ling Yunming had told them not to worry, implying she had plans. Once outside Dragonfall City, Zui had the Purple Mansion realm cultivators hide in a different cave this time to avoid being ambushed by Tianling Hall. After settling them, they sped north, just like before. As long as they found the Xianyu realm members of Tianling Hall, the Purple Mansion realm members would be safe. After hours of searching, they found no trace of Tianlang Hall warriors, neither Xianyu realm nor Purple Mansion realm. Everyone was puzzled and continued their search, reaching the edge of the 33 peaks without spotting anyone from Tianling Hall. Have they changed tactics? Everyone wondered, and Jiang Han grew even more vigilant. The 7 young wolf lords hadn't made a move in the previous battles. Could this be their strategy? Don't worry, Yun. If we don't find them today, we'll search again tomorrow. They can't hide forever. Lu Dao comforted Yun Fei, who looked visibly upset. Yun Fei awkwardly smiled and said, "It's not that. My brother had an accident during his cultivation, and his Xianyu shrine exploded." Everyone was taken aback. Yun Fei did have a brother, and they were very close. A few months ago, his brother had broken through to the 2nd level of the Xianyu realm, but now his shrine had exploded during cultivation? Such an explosion would damage his foundation. Even if he could rebuild the shrine, his future prospects would be bleak. It was similar to Han Shiqi, whose mountain and sea shrine was shattered, causing his realm to regress, ruining his future. Zui, Xiong Jingjing, and Gu Yunfeng offered a few words of comfort. With no mood to continue searching at night, they decided to set up camp. Let's take turns keeping watch tonight, Zui said after they found a small grove and set up their simple camp. Tianlang Hall hasn't shown up. We need to be careful. We'll take turns, 2 people per shift, 2 hours each. Everyone agreed. Rotating shifts would allow them to rest well and stay in peak condition to handle any potential crisis. After a quick meal of dry rations, Zui and Qi Bing took the first watch, patrolling around the camp. The others either slept or cultivated, except Yun Fei, who sat by a tree drinking in silence. Given his mood, no one blamed him. He was powerful enough to sober up quickly and wouldn't compromise their safety. An hour later, Zui and Qi Bing returned, and Gu Yunfeng took Chun Jianghong on patrol. Yun Fei, seemingly drunk, collapsed into his makeshift tent. Another hour passed, and Jiang Han was ready for his shift. He approached Jiang Lang, who dismissed him, suggesting he find Lu Dao or Niu Ming instead, as he planned to patrol with Xiong Jingjing. Jiang Han then found Niu Ming, who was snoring loudly, while Lu Dao poked his head out from a nearby tent. Jiang Han gestured to Lu Dao, signaling him to leave the camp for a patrol. The night was deep, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Jiang Han suggested extending the patrol time, and Lu Dao readily agreed. The two split up, cautiously scanning their environment. Suddenly, a small fox emerged from Jiang Han's sleeve, barking a warning into the distant darkness. Jiang Han immediately heightened his vigilance, swiftly sinking into the ground and stealthily advancing towards the suspicious area. Using his spirit-seeking technique, he discovered 10 lurking figures about a mile away in the bushes. Jiang Han rewarded the alert little fox with a mystical crystal and decided to return to the camp to inform the others. However, before he could reach the camp, he noticed an unusual glow and thick smoke rising from afar. His heart tightened, and he once again burrowed into the ground, moving stealthily. Inside the camp, everyone had already been awakened. It turned out that Yun Fei's tent was on fire, likely due to a careless mistake after drinking. Zui called out for Yun Fei, but there was no response. Gu Yunfeng bravely rushed into the flames, only to find that Yun Fei was not there. At that moment, Qi Bing suddenly realized that the smoke contained toxins. The group tried to retreat but found their mystical powers disrupted, rendering them unable to use them. In the distance, 10 figures approached rapidly, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Ha ha ha, Qi Bing, you won't escape this time." Qi Bing recognized the intruder and shouted furiously, "Ing Lang, Yun Fei, How dare you collude with outsiders to harm your comrades? Do you want to doom your entire clan? In the chaos, Xiong Jingjing was choking on the smoke, her eyes streaming with tears, while Niu Meng remained asleep, oblivious to the danger. The camp was in a state of panic, with the enemy's footsteps drawing ever closer, the situation growing increasingly dire. Yun Fei suddenly disappeared, and the barracks caught fire in an instant. Thick smoke filled the air with deadly poison. Almost at the same moment, elite warriors from the Tianlang Hall attacked ferociously. Everyone's spiritual energy became chaotic, and their combat power plummeted. This all seemed too coincidental, clearly a scheme by Yun Fei. Reflecting on Yun Fei's gloomy expression throughout the day, he had explained it was due to his brother's altar breaking. But now it seemed like an excuse. The real reason for his troubled look was likely his internal struggle, torn between poisoning and betraying his comrades. 10 figures cut through the air, and Qi Bing, Zui Yi, and the others were too exhausted to escape. They gathered together, drawing their weapons, ready for a desperate fight. Niu Meng finally woke up, groggily carrying his battle axe as he walked out of the barracks. He was met with towering flames, billowing smoke, and 10 rapidly approaching figures. He asked blankly, "Why is there a fire?" Zui, seething with rage, brandished her massive hammer and roared, "Yun Fei, come out!" Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, unable to comprehend why Yun Fei would betray Yunmeng Pavilion, especially since his grandfather was the second elder, and his father and uncle were high-ranking members. Yun Fei descended gracefully from a large tree on the left, his face dark and grim. He said coldly, "Don't blame me. Blame that old man Yun Shanyue." Zua Yi laughed in anger. "Huh? Yun Fei, you're worse than a beast, cursing your own grandfather." Yun Fei replied expressionlessly, "He is not my grandfather. My surname isn't Yun. It's Yang. My biological father was the young master of Tianming Mansion. I was merely adopted by Yun Shanyue." Everyone was stunned, unsure if Yun Fei was telling the truth. 30 years ago, Yunmeng Pavilion had destroyed Tianming Mansion, yet there were survivors? Yun Shanyue's grandson was actually the son of the young master of Tianming Mansion? At this moment, the 10 elite warriors from Tianlang Hall arrived. Ying Lang laughed, "Zuri, your father destroyed Tianming Mansion 30 years ago. Now the descendants of Tianming Mansion will kill you. It's the cycle of karma. You can't blame anyone else." Everyone quickly scanned their surroundings, feeling despair. 10 experts from Tianlang Hall, including 7 young wolf masters, were present. The remaining 3 were all at the 9th level of the Xianyu realm. With Tianlang Hall's strongest forces and Yun Fei poisoning them, this was undoubtedly a deadly trap. Just then, Hu Ludao came rushing in from another direction. Seeing this, Zui shouted, "Chief Hu, run! Take Zhang Han and head to Longyun City. Report this, and let my mother avenge us." Hu Ludao hesitated for a moment. However, 2 young wolf masters from Tianlang Hall were already attacking him, while the others charged at Zui Yi and the rest. Ying Lang sneered, "You're all going to die. With your deaths, Yunmeng Pavilion will have no chance in this war. Once we take Longyun Mountain, Yunmeng Pavilion will be close to destruction." At this critical moment, Zhang Lang suddenly grinned, "Ha, you think you can kill us so easily? You've underestimated me." He conjured a golden talisman from thin air, which ignited in flames. Zhang Lang slammed it onto the ground, shouting, "Draw the ground as a prison, seal." Instantly, a radiant light appeared beneath Zhang Lang's feet. Golden lines spread rapidly from him in all directions. After extending a yard, the lines shot upwards, forming a massive light barrier that enveloped everyone. Heaven-tier talisman, draw the ground as a prison. Ying Lang and the others' faces changed dramatically. This talisman was meant to trap enemies, but Zhang Lang used it for protection. The barrier was incredibly strong. Even if they attacked together, it would take at least a day or 2 to break through. This talisman was worth millions of Xian stones. Zui Yi was ecstatic. "Fatty, you actually have something this good?" With this talisman, they could buy 1 or 2 days to expel the toxins from their bodies. Even though they would still struggle against Tianlang Hall's numerous experts, they could at least fight to the death rather than die so disgracefully. Meanwhile, 2 young wolf masters had caught up with Hu Ludao. They unleashed their deadly techniques, and Hu Ludao had no choice but to brace himself, unable to escape. Ying Lang yelled, "Attack together! Break the barrier! They're dead anyway." He swung his weapon fiercely at the barrier. The others also unleashed their Shin techniques, launching a relentless assault on the barrier. The Heaven-tier talisman lived up to its reputation. The barrier was exceptionally tough. Despite their furious attacks, it remained unscathed, only slightly dimming in color. Buzzing, Zhang Lang swiftly retrieved a communication talisman. A paper kite flew from his fingertips and vanished into the pitch-black night. Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream from Hu Ludao echoed in the distance. Everyone knew all too well that with Hu Ludao's strength, he stood no chance against the combined assault of the 2 young wolf lords. Hearing the scream, Fury ignited in their eyes, and a murderous intent filled the air. They gripped their weapons tightly, yearning to charge out and fight. Zhang Lang scanned the surroundings and commanded in a deep voice, "Detoxify yourselves. This barrier will last only a day and a half. We must expel the poison from our bodies within this time." Zhang Lang cast one last glance at Hu Lu Dao, his eyes flickering with emotion, before looking away and sitting down cross-legged. Zhuo Yi and the others exchanged glances, suppressing their inner rage, and also sat down, focusing on expelling the poison from their bodies. Outside the barrier, Ying Lang and his men continued their fierce assault. After a moment, Ying Lang seemed to ponder and turned to Yun Fei, asking, "Where's the other one?" "Zhang Han, right?" Yun Fei's face darkened as he sighed. "He was on night patrol with Hu Lu Dao. I had timed it so that they would return for the shift change when we set the fire, but they didn't come back. He might be hiding underground nearby, and without the ability to tunnel, it's hard to track him down. Forget about him for now." Ying Lang's gaze shifted to Zhuo Yi and the others inside the barrier, and he sneered, "As long as we kill these few, Yunming Pavilion will be powerless to turn the tide. Even if they manage to detoxify themselves, how can 7 of them be a match for our 11? Inside the barrier, Zhuo Yi, Qi Bing, and the others felt their hearts sink upon hearing this. They knew all too well that there was no choice but to fight to the death. Sending a message to Elder Ling Yuming, or the third elder, it would be futile. If Ling Yuming and the others intervened, it would break the rules, and 7 Fiends Mansion would immediately declare Yuming Pavilion the loser. Worse still, if Ling Yuming and the others stepped in, the Shanghai Realm experts of Tianlang Hall would not sit idly by. This entire situation had been meticulously orchestrated by Tianlang Hall. Their Shanghai Realm experts were likely already lying in wait just outside the 33 Peaks, ready to pounce the moment Ling Yunming and her team acted. The situation for Yuming Pavilion had become even more dire. The 5th elder had not yet recovered from previous injuries, and the 2nd elder was under suspicion due to the Yun Fei incident, effectively losing 2 Shanghai Realm combatants. On the other hand, Tianlang Hall boasted formidable strength with 6 Wolf Kings and 2 Wolf Queens, totaling 8 Shanghai Realm experts. If Ling Yunming and her team made a move, it would trigger a battle that could lead to the premature downfall of Yuming Pavilion. Zhang Han stood underground, his face as grim as iron. He could sense the situation above through the soil, and his heart was filled with anxiety. Initially, he had planned to stealthily assist the others, but Zhang Lang suddenly activated the Heaven-grade Runge imprisoning light, enveloping the camp in a glowing barrier. This barrier would take Ying Lang and his men a day and a half to break through, leaving Zhang Han with no means to do so. Even if he could bring everyone underground, their combat abilities had been severely diminished by poison, making it difficult to fend off Ying Lang and his men. Zhang Han bit his lip, desperately trying to think of a solution but finding no surefire answer. There was no point in going back to report, as Zhang Lang had already contacted the Grand Elder or Ling Yuming using a communication rune. But given the rules, would they really intervene? Zhang Han took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself. Zhuo Yi had saved his life, and the others were comrades who had fought alongside him. Zhang Lang was like a brother. He could not abandon them to save himself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han made a decisionto search for the demon sound beasts beyond the 33 Peaks. If he could kill 3 more, he would awaken a new divine ability. Regardless of success or failure, he had to return in a day and a half to either rescue them or fight alongside them. Zhang Han quickly dug a tunnel and, after traveling several miles, emerged onto the surface, sprinting towards the area where they had previously hunted the demon sound beasts. Luckily, they were currently on the outskirts of the 33 Peaks, so the distance wasn't too far. The timing was just right for a round trip. The key was whether he could find and kill 3 demon sound beasts in time. Meanwhile, an invisible cold iron warship silently hovered above the camp. On the deck, a breathtakingly beautiful woman in a yellow dress and floral crown coldly watched the scene below. Yang Bo, leaning on his dragon-head cane, chuckled. The Tianlang Hall plays dirty, turning Yun Fei against them and poisoning them. Such despicable tactics. The woman in the yellow dress shook her head. In war, each side uses its own methods. The winner takes all. The process doesn't matter. Yang Bo cautiously asked, "Saintess, if Qi Bing, Zhuo Yi, and Shtong Jingjing are about to be killed after a day and a half, will you just stand by and watch?" The Saintess responded coldly. The second palace master takes this seriously, and there are emissaries secretly monitoring the situation. This is within the rules. Even if all the geniuses of Yuming Pavilion are killed, I cannot intervene. True geniuses often have great fortunes and can turn the tide in desperate situations. Those who perish aren't true geniuses. Their deaths are merely fate. Yang Bo fell silent, and the Saintess turned back to her cabin to meditate, planning to check the outcome in a day and a half. At the same time, in Ling Yunming's palace on Ascension Peak, she received a paper kite. After reading it, her expression changed drastically. After a moment of contemplation, She called for Lu Mama and instructed her to send a message to the Grand Elder. If anything happened to Zhua Yi and the others, they were to secretly capture Han Shiqi and interrogate him. If evidence was found, he was to be executed immediately. Lu Mama asked in surprise if they should head to Longyan Mountain, but Ling Yuming shook her head. The Wolf Kings of Tianlang Hall are surely waiting outside. If we make a move, they'll intervene. Not only would we fail to save anyone, but the Seven Fiends Palace would also declare our loss. Just send the message. I'll handle the rest. Ling Yuming stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance, muttering to herself, Han Shiqi, I intended to deal with you after the battle, but since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. She then resumed her meditation, leaving Lu Mama puzzled by her calm demeanor. By this time, Zhang Han had reached the outskirts of the 33 Peaks. As soon as he surfaced, he encountered a demon beast but quickly drove it away and continued running. The night in the mountains was fraught with danger, but Zhang Han ignored it all, frantically searching for traces of the demon sound beasts. He repelled weaker beasts and burrowed underground to avoid stronger ones. As dawn broke, he finally spotted a demon sound beast standing on a boulder. Zhang Han took a deep breath, his expression serious. Although he had previously helped kill 7 demon sound beasts, Zhang Lang had been the main force, and he had merely delivered the final blow. Now, he had to face one Hedon alone, and the pressure was immense. Kill. Zhang Han swallowed a soul-boosting pill given by Zhang Lang and charged with a roar. With Zhang Lang, Zhua Yi, and Qi Bing in grave danger, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.